This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. It took Ji Qingchen a few minutes to figure out whether she was dead or alive. The power of the explosion of dozens of starships was too great. As an S-level card master, she used up all her defense cards to barely save her life. There was no pain in her whole body. Her eyelids were heavy. She struggled to open a crack and saw only a gray haze and a shadow that came up and was still talking. Hey, is it my illusion? Why do I feel my eyelashes move? Brother, come and have a look. Really? Where? Let me see. It seems not. Maybe I saw it wrong. Turn around first. I'm going to treat her. The sound source was close enough, and Ji Qingchen heard it roughly. He knew that he was saved by a pair of siblings. But zombies? Was she hallucinating? When did the Alliance have this species? But before she could figure out the reason, she suddenly felt a stinging pain on the wound, followed by a tingling sensation. Someone poured some kind of cold liquid on it. Ji Qingchen's eyelids trembled uncontrollably, and his vision gradually became clear. A round face, a dirty face and messy short hair, and purple grape-like almond eyes full of surprise were close at hand. If she were in the Alliance, she would be a protected little girl, and she should never look like a beggar. Looking around, there was a ruin. The air was filled with a foul smell. The gray sky outside the broken window was lifeless, and there were zombies that the little girl's brother had just mentioned. All signs showed that this was not the world that Ji Qingchen knew. So she traveled through time? Brother, look, she really woke up. The girl's voice interrupted Ji Qingchen's thoughts, and her voice was particularly loud in this silent space. So loud that she was startled, her face flushed, she covered her mouth in panic, and her hands trembled, spilling more transparent liquid on Ji Qingchen. From the little girl's eyes, Ji Qingchen saw her appearance, except that she was covered in blood and her clothes were torn, but she was still her original body. She should have passed through an unknown wormhole when the explosion occurred. Okay, if she traveled through time, it would be better not to just come with a soul. Her 108 cards that she had raised for more than 100 years, with a bunch of rare materials and a lot of mental power were still there. For an S-level card master, nothing is more important than this. The water bottle in the little girl's hand was emptied, and when she looked up and saw Ji Qingchen staring at her, her face began to turn red again. Hello, my name is Lan Meng, I am a doctor. These waters are my special powers, and have healing effects, but you are seriously injured, and these waters can only help you stop bleeding. What's your name? Are you also going to the shelter? By the way, this is my brother Lan Hai, he said, and pulled a person behind him. The young man named Lan Hai almost fell down, and finally managed to stabilize his body. He smiled friendly at Ji Qingchen and said, Hello, my name is Lan Hai. Don't mind Xiao Meng's eccentric personality. He didn't look outstanding, and his height was as big as his name, but his smile was silly. No problem. Thank you for saving me. My name is Ji Shuang. You just said that this water can heal my injury? Does doctor mean doctor? After thinking about it, Ji Qingchen decided to ask. Although she didn't have the hobby of taking advantage of minors, and although the little girl would reveal her past as soon as she opened her mouth, she needed to understand this world on her first day. It shouldn't mean the same thing. In fact, I don't know how to explain it. A month ago, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind and told me that I became a doctor and had some special ability to create water to treat injured people. I asked my brother and other people, and they said they didn't hear it. Voice? Ji Qingchen's face was ugly for a moment when the two of them didn't pay attention, but soon returned to normal. Hee, Xiao Meng is amazing. If it weren't for her, I would have almost died. When Lan Hai talked about his sister, his eyes became proud. PSSSD, what are you talking about, brother? We are all alive and well, including our parents. Your parents. Mom, Dad, and many others have turned into zombies. We didn't know what was going on. Suddenly someone went crazy that day and bit everyone they saw. There was no time to react. The bitten person would become like that in a few minutes. Mom and Dad were bitten to protect us. The atmosphere took a sharp turn for the worse, and the little girl burst into tears as she spoke. What's even worse is that neither of the two people at the scene clicked the soothing skill. Lan Hai, who was dumb and thick-skinned, didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing at all. He was stunned when he saw his sister's sudden tears. He thought of thousands of ideas in his mind, but in the end, he didn't find a suitable one. He could only hold Lan Meng helplessly, and was so anxious that he almost cried. As for Ji Qingchen, in the past few decades of her life, Miss Ji's tone was the best when she wanted to play tricks on someone. After fighting against the blind commanders of the Alliance for so long, the sincere consolation was full of sarcasm. Isn't this just adding to the chaos? The atmosphere was deadlocked. Fortunately, the little girl had been struggling in the apocalypse for so long and finally knew what was important and what was not. She calmed down as quickly as possible and continued, "Later, I heard that a powerful superpower had built a human shelter. There, you don't have to worry about zombies appearing every day. Sister Shuang is also going to the shelter? You are so badly injured now. If you encounter zombies alone, you will die. Come with us." No. Ji Qingshan wanted to say no. Since she became a card master, she has been used to being alone. But the thin figure in her memory slowly overlapped with the little girl in front of her. "Sister, can you come with me?" They won't let you go. You will die if you stay." Looking blankly at Lan Meng in front of him, Ji Qingshan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and replaced them with a yes. "Great. Oh, I forgot to give you this." A small pack of compressed biscuits was stuffed by Lan Meng. It may not taste good, but one piece can keep you full for a day. "If it's not enough, I have more here, take it, Sister Ji." On the other side, seeing the smile return to his sister's face, Lan Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the gray sky gradually darkened. This place was probably a self-built house before death. The space is not big, but the doors and windows are still there, which can barely isolate them from the outside world. The siblings Lan Meng and Lan Hai have been traveling for several days, and they have to be vigilant against zombie attacks at any time. They finally found a place to rest, and their tense nerves relaxed and they soon took a nap. After confirming that the two were asleep, Ji Qingshan slowly opened her eyes. From the brother and sister, she basically understood the ins and outs of this world. A month ago, a bloody rain suddenly fell, and people who touched the rain turned into zombies overnight. Some of the surviving humans awakened their superpowers and built shelters to protect ordinary people. Shelter. Ji Qingshan remembered what the little girl said during the day. Those who built the shelters were probably powerful superpower groups, but in the end of the world, would there be so many people who used their abilities to protect one side without charging any compensation? At least, she didn't believe it. As for the Lan family brothers and sisters, forget it. It was rare for someone not to throw her out in that situation, not to mention exposing their superpowers to her for treatment and telling everything to someone they had just met for a few minutes. These two people lived in the end of the world for a month. It can really be said that fools have foolish luck. And since she was blessed with foolish luck, it was naturally necessary for her to help them. But the most urgent thing was to take a look at her precious cards first. Perhaps due to mental overdraw, Ji Qingshan couldn't contact them at the moment, and wondered if there were any personnel damaged. Especially the pumpkin, nut, and coconut. The card plants would definitely be damaged if they were directly subjected to such a huge explosion. I just don't know how much damage. The end of the world has produced superpowers, so zombies must not be weak. Most of the card master's abilities are on the cards, and it would be very troublesome if the cards are damaged too much. Especially she didn't have any repair materials at hand. The tattoo on the wrist emitted a light green light, and a stack of translucent cards appeared in Ji Qingshan's hand. At the beginning, the master was rich, and he was willing to spend money to accept a talented apprentice, and he always implemented the principle of getting the best materials. Ji Qingshan spent a lot of effort to create her own cards. The energy-carrying bottom card alone was made of more than 100 rare minerals. The main body was hard enough to be used as a weapon, causing her to bleed a lot every time she upgraded. She is a general of the Alliance and is still a poor ghost, all thanks to this set of top-level cards. The cards were floating in her hand. Ji Qingshan took a look and calmly put them into the tattoo. After carefully looking at the broken glass for a long time to make sure that there was nothing wrong with her eyes, Ji Qingshan took a few deep breaths and carefully checked the tattoo to see that there was no problem. Then she took out the card again solemnly. She looked at it carefully and put the card into the tattoo again with trembling hands. She must have taken the wrong cards. Her cards, the cards she had worked so hard to raise for 100 years. How come her peas, peppers, red cherries, nuts, corn, coconut shells all brew zombies? What's going on? How to use this thing? How to play cards in accordance with local customs? Does the skill release rely on zombies or plants? No, wait. She clearly felt that her mental strength had recovered a little, but those cards just now did not resonate with her at all. So, Ji Qingshan raised her hand that was shaking like Parkinson's disease, and picked up the P with zombies on the top. It was confirmed that she could not establish a connection with the cards at all. The iceberg of the Alliance, General Ji, who had a paralyzed face all year round, was completely broken today. Her cards, her hard work, and her piles of funds were all sweetly fed to zombies one day. If time goes back, Ji Qingshan will definitely choose to be blown to death directly, or be eaten by zombies before waking up. Dong dong dong. It was quiet in the middle of the night. The soundproofing effect of the shabby self-built house was not good, and any movement would be infinitely magnified. As if God had heard her request, an unusual sound came from outside the door. Something gradually approached the dilapidated door, and the stench in the air became stronger and stronger. Obviously, the person who came was not a human. It's not God. You can ship the zombies immediately. Can you unblock her card now? Ji Qingshan greeted God and his 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. The Lan family brothers and sisters, who were dozing off on the side, also sensed the dangerous breath, woke up one after another, and looked at the door vigilantly. Ji Qingshan glanced at the two of them. Lan Meng's ability has no combat power at all, and her physical skills may be worse than those of ordinary people. Lan Hai is probably just an average level. Looking at the fruit knives and screwdrivers in their hands, Ji Qingshan felt that the two people were really outrageously lucky. She wanted them to retreat to the room inside, but she didn't have time, and the other party spoke first. Zombies are very sensitive to blood, Xiao Ji. You are injured. There is a room here. Go in quickly. Yeah, Sister Shuang Shuang. Find a shelter quickly. Don't worry, my brother and I have killed many zombies. There should be only 2 or 3 outside. It will be fine. Have you killed many zombies? Ji Qingshan looked at the little girl shaking hands, and the screwdriver was almost scratched by her. He sighed heavily. The road to providing stupid luck is quite difficult and dangerous. Lan Meng, do you have spare water? She asked. Ah? I haven't had time to fill it today. There is still half a bottle left yesterday. Here, is the wound open again? No, thank you. Bang! As soon as he took the half bottle of water, the dilapidated door frame couldn't hold up and fell down. 3 zombies with bloody holes on their faces, purple skin, and long fangs appeared in front of the 3 people. Not bad, better looking than expected. Ji Qingshan's dark purple pupils stared at the 3 uninvited guests opposite, seeing 6 pale eyeballs twisting a few times, locking onto her covered in blood. 3 howls sounded at the same time, and the zombies rushed towards Ji Qingshan with their fangs covered with mold. Sure enough, they were attracted by the smell of blood. This buff is good? Ji Qingshan's eyes flashed with excitement. However, Lan Meng next to him suffered. The speed of the zombies has exceeded the limit of the little girl's reaction. Only after images were left in the field of vision, and the stench occupied the entire brain. Lan Meng helplessly found that people really lose a lot of abilities in fear. Now she can't even bend her fingers. Not far away, there was a heart-wrenching roar from Lan Hai. But at such a fast speed, the distance in front of him was only a blink of an eye, and he only had enough time to run 2 steps towards his sister with a knife in hand. He watched helplessly as the claws of 3 zombies slashed towards Lan Meng's neck. No! In Lan Hai's eyes, there was a countdown of his sister's life. Chapter 2. The fishy liquid splashed on her arm, and the little girl opened her eyes in confusion. The hideous face of the zombie was close at hand, but the screwdriver pressed against its forehead made it unable to move. Beside it, light green translucent vines grew, tightly entangled the other 2 zombies that pounced on it. Ji Qingshan held a blank translucent card in his left hand, and grabbed Lan Meng's right hand with his right hand, pulling out the screwdriver just before a large amount of black liquid flowed down the screwdriver. The light green vines raised and threw away the zombie that had lost its ability to move. Roar! The death of their companions seemed to stimulate the other 2 zombies, and the amplitude of their struggle and tearing suddenly increased a lot. Cracks gradually appeared on the translucent vines, and there was a tendency to break. There was no way, it was made now, so I had to use it. The water in the bottle floated on Ji Qingshan's fingertips, and the card absorbed it bit by bit. 10 more vines emerged from the ground, pressing back the zombie that was about to break through the limit. I don't know when the screwdriver came into Ji Qingshan's hand, and it was nailed into the zombie's brain neatly. The zombie struggled weakly for a few times, fell to the ground and fell asleep forever. I return your weapon to you. Ji Qingshan put away the cards in his hand, let the remaining water shuttle back and forth on the screwdriver twice, cleaned the dirty places, and handed it to Lan Meng. Unfortunately, the blue bar that had just been restored reached the bottom again. The world in front of him became blurred, and his limbs were numb and heavy, and could no longer support the weight of his body. Sure enough, you can't mess around with injuries. Miss Ji thought in a trance, and suddenly heard the little girl's nonsense with a crying voice. Sister Shuang Shuang, don't move first. No, don't sleep first. The wound? The wound has split. Brother, please help. The screwdriver flew aside, Lan Meng desperately pulled Ji Qingshan, and the supernatural product poured on Ji Qingshan as if it was free, soaking her like a drowned chicken, and forcibly closing the bleeding wounds. Lan Hai, who had just recovered from the surprise of his sister's survival, ran over in 2 steps. Together with his sister, he helped the person to the side. Enough, don't waste it. With the help of supernatural power, Ji Qingshan finally gathered some strength to open his eyes, and held down Lan Meng's hand that wanted to pour water on her again. I'm fine. How can I be fine? Sister Shuang, you were injured so badly before, and now you have lost so much blood, you almost fainted just now. Sister Ji, stop talking, let Xiaoming help you treat it again. The Lan siblings kept talking to each other, their voices full of worry. But no matter how they persuaded, Ji Qingshan didn't let go of Lan Meng's hand. Rest first, don't we have to travel when the sun rises? She had figured out Lan Meng's ability in the morning. The little girl's daily water production has a limit, and it would not be a wise move to use it up early. The injury on her body would not be a big deal when the blue bar rises back, so there is no need to waste this resource. There was no way to persuade them, so the Lan siblings could only persuade them to delay the rest time for 2 hours. When it was dawn outside, they simply packed up their things and set out on the journey to the shelter again. I don't know if the good luck of the 2 siblings was passed on to Ji Qingshan. They didn't encounter a single zombie in 4 days. There was no need to spend time protecting the 2 from the zombies. Ji Qingshan's blue bar was back, and his wounds were completely healed. At nightfall, the 3 of them accidentally discovered a cave covered by rubble, and they made it their home for today. There was a sound of even breathing around her, but Ji Qingshan couldn't fall asleep. Not only did her job require her to be alert at all times, but also because of her mutated cards. Ji Qingshan has not been able to establish a connection with the mutated cards so far, and she can't see why they have become what they are now. After walking for a few days, the fact that there are few surviving plants in the end of the world is already in front of her. Ji Qingshan only saw 2 dying yellow grass leaves next to a dead tree. This directly cut off her other way to extract existing plants into cards. If this goes on, won't she have to take people to escape if she encounters a large number of zombies or enemy superpowers in the future? Damn, this is simply a horror story. Unscrewing the bottle and taking a gulp of cold water, Ji Qingshan forced herself to calm down. Think about it on the bright side, at least they haven't encountered any particularly bad events so far. There is only 1 day left to reach the shelter. Once Lan Meng and Lan Hai are settled, she will no longer have any burden. By then, even if the end of the world is turned upside down, she will find a way to kill the zombies on the card. The end of the world does not know what kind of anger it will face, but fortunately someone saved it first. The little girl sleeping next to him woke up for some reason, and pulled the corner of Ji Qingshan's clothes. Ji Qingshan, what's wrong? Sister Shuang, what I have always wanted to ask is, are the vines that appeared that day your superpower? Lan Meng said in a very light voice. This is not what she wanted to ask just now. Ji Qingshan knew in his heart that the little girl probably had a bad dream and didn't want to talk about it, so she used this to interrupt. But the girl's concerns were not within Ji Qingshan's consideration. Yes, but I haven't figured out its specific usage yet. She answered like this, not intending to explain too much. First, because the profession of card master is not known to the natives of the world, and second, now her cards are completely useless, so there is no need to give the girl the illusion of hope. I see. Fortunately, my ability is very simple to use. Otherwise, it would be bad if my ability was a hindrance before I even hit the zombies. When the sky became lighter, the 3 of them set out again. After walking for most of the day, a city wall finally appeared vaguely in front of them. Shelter. Absolutely right, that is the shelter. We are here. Thinking that the days of fear are about to pass, and they can see survivors like themselves, the Lan brothers and sisters unconsciously quickened their pace. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. When they walked to the distance of 50 meters, the shelter appeared completely in front of them. The entire shelter is surrounded by a wall about 10 meters high, built based on the dead plants and ruins outside. Ji Qingshan couldn't see what it was made of. There was only 1 door on the wall. It was closed at this time, and it seemed that the people inside didn't know that there were guests coming. Hello, we are here to join the shelter. There are no zombies behind us. Can you open the door? Ji Qingshan didn't catch him, and Lan Hai was already running towards the shelter while shouting. For the survivors struggling to survive in the end of the world, the shelter is the paradise they dream of. Sister Shuang, what's wrong? The little girl was more sensitive after all. She noticed that Ji Qingshan didn't look happy at all, and she felt uneasy in her heart. It's okay, we will too. Ji Qingshan waved his hand, and was about to say that we would go over too, when he saw that the originally closed city gate had opened a crack. The crack in the door was dark, and he couldn't see what was inside, but the intuition of wandering on the edge of life and death for many years made Ji Qingshan's heartstrings suddenly tighten. No, Lan Hai, don't. She ran to the person in front at the fastest speed. Ah, what? Lan Hai turned his head blankly when he heard someone calling him, and saw Ji Qingshan's pupils shrinking in shock. Poof! Before everyone reacted, a black arrow passed through Lan Hai's chest and flew towards Ji Qingshan behind. Ji Qingshan dodged to the right, and the tip of the arrow rubbed her right face, bringing up a string of blood beads. Plop! It was the sound of a human body hitting the ground. The bright red blood was so dazzling on the gray ground. Only then did Lan Meng's nervous system receive all the signals. The smile of relief froze on her face, and tears flowed down. Sorry, I just cleaned up the garbage, and was not able to greet the two beautiful ladies in the first place. I am really rude. The city gate was fully opened, and a white-haired man walked out first. He said with a smile. He held a silver dagger in his right hand, and together, with the three people who followed him out of the city gate, they formed an encirclement, and approached Ji Qingshan and Lan Meng. It was obviously a threatening posture, but he was still talking nicely. Please come in, two lovely ladies. No, we refuse. Ji Qingshan suddenly smiled, and his smile was cold and evil. He raised his left hand suddenly, and a cold light flashed, rushing straight to the neck of the white-haired man. A card in his right hand burst into dazzling silver. It swallowed her and Lan Meng in less than a second. When the light disappeared, there was no trace of the two people. Damn, space ability. Boss, what should we do? They ran away. At the gate of the city, the white-haired man who urgently avoided the dagger cursed angrily, not expecting this result at all. Don't worry, Thomas. We will see them again soon. A man with brown semi-long hair stood on the 10-meter-high wall, holding a ball of light in his hand, his eyes full of greed. Bondi planted a scent on them. As long as they are still in this world, I can catch them. A doctor with healing ability, and a space ability user. Very good, they will all become my ability reserves. But why? It is obviously a space ability, and the props just now showed that the woman's ability is unknown? Ahem. Ji Qingshan coughed twice, and an ordinary weed on the card in her right hand was disappearing. This is one of the two disposable cards she made in the past 2 days. Use the resonance between the same plants to teleport to the nearest place where the plant is. The half-dead grass used to make the card happen to be twins, which saved the effort of identifying the place. However, the feeling of space compression is indeed too exciting for ordinary people. Looking at Lan Meng, who was retching next to him, Ji Qingshan picked up the little girl and walked in one direction. That was the cave where they rested yesterday. Lan Meng was placed in the inner position by Ji Qingshan. The little girl didn't eat much, and now she was about to vomit her stomach. Her face was frighteningly pale. Ji Qingshan stood beside her in silence for a long time, and then she heard the little girl's hoarse voice. Sister Shuang, why? Why? Why did people still die in the shelter? Why did they take other people's lives without explanation? Why did they easily believe the lies of the shelter? Why didn't she die? But I have no family. The nightmare of the past month has come true. Fate has shown its most hideous side to this 10-year-old girl. She knew that she could no longer use the excuse of her brother to convince herself that she was lucky. At least she still had relatives to accompany her. Ji Qingshan's eyes darkened, and he silently pulled the trembling girl into his arms. She wanted to say that it was probably because in this world where order collapsed and laws disappeared, you still have a kind soul, and you measure others with your own kindness. But now she has lost the ability to protect this kindness. It was as if the young girl many years ago had no way to stop another girl from leaving. But he swallowed the words back, silently tidied Lan Meng's messy hair, and let the little girl's tears wet the clothes in front of him. These were the clothes she took from the self-built house 2 days ago. No, not Sister Shuang. The person in his arms sobbed and wanted to say something, but Ji Qingshan suddenly covered her mouth halfway through the words. Shoo. Don't talk. Ji Qingshan's expression suddenly became serious. Outside the cave, the wind was mixed with unusual movements, rustling, not like human movement, but like something crawling on the ground. But no matter what, the visitor at this time is 99% not a teammate. After taking a look at the exhausted Lan Meng, Ji Qingshan took out another disposable card from the tattoo. On it was a dandelion seed. This was the only material she had on her after the explosion. After thinking about it, She drew a rune at the bottom of the card. Take it. If you are in danger, wipe off the rune. It will help you escape. Ji Qingshan put the card in Lan Meng's hand. It's dangerous. No, don't, Sister Xuanxuang, don't go either. I take a look and come back soon. Don't die here. Your brother and the others need someone to remember them. Sister Xuanxuang, Sister Xuanxuang. Lan Meng shouted hoarsely, trying to raise her body and shouting towards the cave entrance, but Ji Qingshan's figure had disappeared from her sight. You must come back. The little girl tightly grasped the card in her hand and prayed madly to some unknown god. Are you sure they are here? They only teleported such a short distance? At the edge of the dead forest, a team of 5 people walked out of the thick fog. White-haired Thomas was among them. Yes, I'm sure. Spices never lie. Chapter 3. In the dead forest, fog appeared at some point. The rustling sound became clearer when he walked out of the cave. With his alert raised to the highest level, Ji Qingshan walked slowly into the distance. Every few steps, he could see a dead tree. They were the same black color as the earth. One of them was wrapped with gray-brown vines. But the pattern on the vines was unusual. Like a snake. Oops, the fog was stirred, and a bloody mouth rushed towards her head. Ji Qingshan slapped the tree trunk with her right hand, and fell to the left and back, avoiding the sudden attack almost by a millimeter. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the monster no longer hit its body, and the rustling sound appeared again, and a zombie with a snake tail and a human body was perched on the dead tree. It showed 2 rows of fine fangs to Ji Qingshan. Do all zombies like to play with splicing these days? She cursed in her heart. The guy in front of her was huge, and his tail was as thick as a thin dead tree. He looked harder to kill than the guy she killed 3 days ago. He didn't have the good habit of talking nonsense. Ji Qingshan didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran away from the cave entrance. The snake-like zombie was stunned for a moment, and then its thick snake tail swung and swam towards her at a high speed. The distance between the 2 of them was visibly shortened. The mouthful of sharp teeth was close at hand, and Ji Qingshan suddenly braked, twisted her body with the help of the tree trunk, and inserted the machete in her hand straight into the zombie's mouth. There was no doubt that the thing was from the self-built house. With a puff, the blade came out of the zombie's mouth. It brought out black liquid. But Ji Qingshan was shocked to find that only green mucus oozed out of this guy's mouth, which quickly corroded the machete. How come it has a weapon function to eliminate people? Is there any martial ethics? The knife was gone. Ji Qingshan kicked the guy on the chin, and retreated a few meters away before the venom touched his body. The zombies behind him began to hiss, and soon there was a sound from the dead forest and the fog, and dozens of smaller snake-shaped zombies swam out of it. My dear mother, Ji Qingshan looked at the black snake tails, and the happy little blue veins jumped out of his forehead. This thing is not unethical, but it is fat to death. Why did he call so many people when he couldn't beat them? He didn't find so many zombies hiding in this dead forest before. Now she is unarmed and her skills are blocked. She originally thought that she might have a chance of winning in a one-on-one fight by surprise, but now run. Miss Ji ran for her life, and the trees behind her were full of dark zombies. From time to time, a few of them would pounce on her, and she would poke their throats with a dry branch. However, her physical strength was limited after all. The zombies in front of her had begun to form a circle. In less than half an hour, she would be attacked from both sides. She had to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. Ji Qingshan poked the branch in his hand again to force back the zombies that pounced on her. But her physical strength and energy consumption were too great, and she was distracted and did not notice the dry riverbed in front of her. She fell headfirst. The river was deep and tilted to one side. The riverbed was full of uneven stones. Ji Qingshan stretched out his hand to find a foothold. I don't know how long he tumbled, but his waving hand suddenly grabbed an upright pole and stopped tumbling. It's just that this thing doesn't feel very strong, and it's a bit prickly, like the stem of some plant. Wait, the plant won't break like this? Ji Qingshan looked up in the direction of her hand nervously. It was terrible. She grabbed a golden sunflower, and even more terrible, it seemed to be uprooted. She quickly used her hands and feet to stabilize her body. Looking at the sunflower that was half exposed from the soil after being tossed by her, Ji Qingshan marveled that there were such fresh plants in the world, and thought about what kind of card it could be made with. You? Who are you? My roots? How come all my roots are out? And my waist, it hurts, woo woo woo. Who is talking? The back was empty, and the experience of the past few days also told Ji Qingshan that zombies can't talk yet. The one who made the dead noise could only be Miss Ji, looking at the sunflower in front of her, with indescribable shock in her eyes. No, it should be her. The soft and cute voice was obviously a girl's. You bad guy. You woke me up and made my whole body hurt. This sounded weird. Ji Qingshan looked up and down at the sunflower. She looked like an ordinary sunflower, with only 2 round eyes on the flower disc. As she spoke, 2 small green leaves on the branches danced, trying to push Ji Qingshan's hand away. Unfortunately, the group of ugly things appeared behind her again. She had no time to study this fragile sunflower carefully. Ji Qingshan made a prompt decision, picked up the sunflower and put it in his arms, and continued to run forward. Wow, what are you going to do, you bad guy, you? Wow. The little sunflower was inexplicably picked up, and was startled. He screamed and twisted his body to try to break free. Ji Qingshan stretched out his hand, and pinched the flower disc of the sunflower, fearing that she would get into trouble. He threatened fiercely, "Listen, I don't have time now. If you keep making noise, I will feed you to the guys behind." Just then, she jumped up and grabbed a dead vine, using it to cross a wide crack on the mountain, and turned around to face the pursuers behind. Although there was a long distance in between, the group of ugly zombies scared the little sunflower a lot. She quickly shut up, and slid into Ji Qingshan's arms. Haha, Miss Ji raised her eyebrows calmly after successfully threatening. Seeing that the snake-like zombie group hesitated in front of the crack for a long time, they couldn't think of a way to get through. Sure enough, it was almost the same as she thought. Zombies are not good at thinking, and only follow hunting instincts. This obstacle is the best barrier. Finally, they got rid of them, and had to return to the cave as soon as possible. Now it seems that they were just too lucky before. The real dead forest is not a good place to live. She had to take Lan Meng to find a safer place to live. However, her good luck seemed to have been used up in the past 2 days. Oh, look what I found. Miss, one of our targets. 2 black shadows emerged in the mist not far away. The one who spoke was Thomas, who had just met. The other person was holding a black bow in his hand. He was the guy who took the opportunity to shoot a cold arrow in the city gate at that time. The moment he saw Ji Qingshan, a black beam formed on the bow and flew towards Ji Qingshan's face. However, Ji Qingshan was not Lan Hai, who was unprepared. When he saw the 2 of them, the blank card was already in his hand, and he shot it away a second before the arrow pierced her. My God, the boss must be alive. Talk, how can we report to our superiors if you kill her? She's not dead. Thomas glared at his companions angrily, while Talk remained expressionless. However, their attention was always on Ji Qingshan. Another arrow appeared from Talk's bow, while Thomas held up his silver dagger. As long as Ji Qingshan dared to act rashly, they would define what it meant to be alive. On the other side of the rift behind him, the largest snake-like zombies swam among the zombies. After a hissing cry, the zombies began to entangle with each other, and form a bridge to help their companions pass the obstacles. Seeing the enemies on both sides approaching, the 2 sides did not act rashly. Obviously, they noticed each other's existence, and no one wanted to be the mantis. If they could take advantage of it, it would be a good opportunity to escape, and Ji Qingshan's brain was working rapidly. However, at this moment, Sunflower, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly moved, and Cuba came out of Ji Qingshan's arms. Woo, sister, I'm hungry, sister, I want to eat. Just one sentence, and the original balance was gone. What is this? A talking sunflower? Thomas's eyes changed instantly. Plants with intelligence are not common in the end times. Maybe it is the incarnation of a powerful tool. He and Talk looked at each other, and saw each other's greed. When Ji Qingshan saw these, she was really going to explode. The opportunity she had finally seized was ruined. She wanted to twist off the sunflower's disc to feed the zombies. Hungry, hungry, eat the zombies behind you. Where can I get you food now? Miss Ji roared in her heart. Go! The black arrow shot at her again, and a figure attacked with it. The dagger in Thomas's hand was cold and sharp, and it went straight to Ji Qingshan's vitals. Attacked from both sides, there was no way to avoid it. When Ji Qingshan dodged the black arrow, the dagger was already in front of him. There was no other way. She stepped to the left, caught the dagger with her shoulder, and held Thomas's wrist with her right hand, twisting it back to force him to give up the weapon. But the severe pain prevented her from using her full strength, and Thomas's wrist did not dislocate directly, and he took the dagger away from Ji Qingshan's body first. The dagger fell to the ground, and half of Ji Qingshan's body was stained with blood. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but fresh blood is the best stimulant for zombies. Smelling the blood, a group of black zombies no longer cared about the possible attacks, and rushed towards Ji Qingshan one after another. The scene was completely out of control. The zombies' fangs kept enlarging in the pupils, and Ji Qingshan barely dodged. Suddenly, she felt something holding her wrist. The small leaves of the sunflower pressed on the tattoo where she put the cards. He looked at her aggrievedly. "Sister, I'm hungry. You obviously put a lot of delicious food. Why don't you share some with me?" "A lot of food? What does it mean?" The tattoo only has her inexplicably mutated cards. Could it be that this little guy wants to eat the cards? No, she also has cards in her hand, and I didn't see this little guy chewing them. So the food is the plants in the cards, or... An answer appeared in Ji Qingshan's mind, a somewhat ridiculous answer. But her life in the past 3 days has been a farce. What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, it can't be worse if she guesses wrong, so it's better to take a gamble. Ji Qingshan pasted a card with a pea-headed zombie body on the sunflower's disc. A faint golden light enveloped the sunflower and the mutated card. After a moment, the light disappeared, and Ji Qingshan had no time to see the result. The card had already emitted a strong green light, and a circle of light green pea pods that were 20 centimeters long suddenly appeared around Ji Qingshan. With a bang, the pods burst open. The peas, like cannonballs, knocked all the attacking zombies away. The 3 zombies that were close were directly broken into 2. Burp. So full. The sunflower in his arm snored with satisfaction. Ji Qingshan didn't care about her, and raised his hand to make more than a dozen pods appear. Paw 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 paw. This time, it was no longer just a few zombies that were injured. Under Ji Qingshan's mental power, 1/3 of the zombies' heads were hit continuously, like a bunch of black watermelons that burst open. The prey that they just slaughtered suddenly became the spreader of death. Hiss. The leader of the snake-like zombies finally realized the threat. He hurriedly summoned his companions to stay away from Ji Qingshan. In the chaos, a black arrow shot out and pointed directly at Ji Qingshan's right eye. Unfortunately, the guy who shot the arrow took it for granted. Ji Qingshan just now could fight him several times without any weapons. Now, the 2 pea pods exploded and deflected the arrows, and the 2 pea pods blasted towards Tok's forehead. Bang! The person who shot the cold arrow was directly knocked out, and by chance he hit a sharp-cornered stone. In an instant, blood mixed with brain tissue was smeared all over the ground. It was obvious that he would not survive. "Tok!" Thomas yelled, but he didn't see a pea shell coming from his left. It was too late for him to react. He only felt a huge force that numbed half of his body, and he flew sideways for a long distance before landing. After finally seeing the scene clearly, she saw a thick snake tail. A hissing sound rang in her ears, and she actually fell into the pile of zombies. "No!" Thomas looked at the zombies gathered in front of him in fear. He wanted to ask Ji Qingshan to save him. As long as he could live, he could pay any price. But when he looked up, there was no trace of Ji Qingshan. The disappeared Ji Qingshan was rushing to the previous cave at a very fast speed. He didn't even have time to treat the wound on his shoulder. What happened this time was far beyond her expectations. Since those people could find her, Lan Meng's safety was also a variable. However, Ji Qingshan's luck was so bad that when she hurried back to the cave, she didn't see even Lan Meng's hair except the empty stone wall. The distribution of stones and dust was slightly different from before she left. With Lan Meng's personality, it was unlikely that she would break the agreement with herself. Then, she could only be taken away by force. There was no scent of her card in the cave. Perhaps the little girl had not found an opportunity to use the card until she was taken away. This is good news. Ji Qingshan took out the pea card that had returned to normal. The card trembled, and a light green light emerged, weaving into a picture. The dying girl was tied to the cross with iron chains, surrounded by blood that had not yet dried, and several shouting figures. Ji Qingshan's face turned completely cold. Chapter 4. Did you get it done? The dark dungeon was filled with sobs and hoarse curses. The stagnant air made the place smell unpleasant. The brown-haired man frowned and shuttled through it, with unspeakable disgust in his eyes. Not yet. The tower said that her defense has not collapsed, and she cannot obtain superpowers. We need time. The subordinates behind him were obviously very scared, and answered tremblingly. They were afraid that the boss would be angry, and make themselves one of them. In fact, his fear was not unreasonable. The air pressure around the brown-haired man suddenly dropped, and he could only barely restrain his anger. It takes time? How long? 2 days or 3 days? Why do I have to do it myself for a little girl? But she has a healing superpower. I don't care what she is. If you don't see the results tomorrow, you will go to accompany her. What about the other person? Didn't Bondi say that she and Thomas chased separately? Mr. Thomas hasn't come back yet. After all, the other party is a space ability user. Neither he nor Mr. Talk is an explosive type, so I'm afraid they will be difficult to deal with. So what? What I like can only be mine. After saying this harshly, the figure of the brown-haired man walked away. The subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and returned to the cage at the beginning. The cage was very small, just enough to hold a cross as tall as a person. And on top of the cross, a person was tied up with a barbed iron chain. There was blood all over her body that had not yet dried, her hair was messy, her eyes were closed, and only the movement of her nose showed that she was still alive. In the void behind her, there was an ugly monster lurking, greedily fixing its mouthparts on the little girl's neck to absorb the supernatural power in her body. The energy absorbed is less than 1,000. TSK trouble? The subordinate kicked the cage in annoyance. Extracting a healing power in one day is a bit too difficult. Fortunately, the person in front of him is a young girl who has not experienced much of the world. I hope I can break her defense as soon as possible. The subordinate prayed in his heart. He did not see the pale and sick little girl in the cage struggled imperceptibly, and her cracked lips moved, as if she was whispering the same sentence. Brother, sister Shuang, save me. Bang. In the dead woods, 2 pea pods exploded, and 3 zombies were blown to pieces. Ji Qingshan avoided the splashing black water expressionlessly, and put the card into the tattoo. The wound on the shoulder stopped bleeding, but only touched her pain nerves irregularly. The blood-stained clothes were dealt with by her, and now she was wrapped in Talk's cloak that was not much dirty. After walking for a day, they should have reached the shelter by the way they had taken before. But Ji Qingshan didn't even see the shadow of the shelter. Not only that, she had already encountered the 5th wave of zombies. This scene was in stark contrast to the previous time when she walked with the Lan brothers and sisters. It was easy to tell who was the unlucky one. Fortunately, the zombies they encountered were the same low-level zombies as the day they first came here, and there were no more than 5 of them, so it was not difficult to deal with them. At most, it was a bit annoying. After all, the only cards that could be used were the P cards with limited attack power, and the others were still in the banned state. As for the method of unblocking, when Ji Qingshan set out to find the group of people who kidnapped Lan Meng, he immediately interrogated the poor sunflower cub. At that time, she was hurrying on her way, pinching the small petals of the sunflower and swiping her into the air, and took out another card with zombies, and put it to its mouth. Eat. Ji Qingshan was tough. The little sunflower looked at her fierce face. Tears rolled in her eyes, but dared not fall. She turned away in anger, and suddenly felt her body floating in the air. Ji Qingshan grabbed his petals, and played with the big pendulum, and threw sandbags. After several times, the sunflower was scared and almost cried loudly, but the woman in front of her pinched the flower disc. After several repetitions, she had to compromise. She told Ji Qingshan in a wrong voice that she couldn't eat, and the previous food had not been digested. How long will it take you to digest? I don't know. Okay, this answer, Ji Qingshan sighed. She couldn't really force a sunflower to eat, and it was not certain that she could force it. After walking for another half a day, the dead trees around became sparse, and scattered ruins began to appear. In the distance, the walls of the shelter appeared faintly. Finally arrived. Ji Qingshan leaned against the ruins 100 meters away from the shelter, quietly waiting for the sky to darken, so that she could sneak in when they were not prepared. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the ruins and caught her attention. They were wearing black cloaks, the same style as Ji Qingshan, and they were heading towards the shelter. A better way suddenly came to her mind. Ji Qingshan paid attention to the speed of the 3 people, hiding herself in the ruins, and quietly approached the wall of the shelter from another direction, standing in their blind spot. I'm back. The city gate opened, and 2 people wearing black cloaks came out. How is it? There are not many zombies that produce energy cores, but a useful mutant was found. A half-grown child appeared under the black cloak. Not bad. The city lord is in urgent need, go quickly. The man was halfway through his words, and 3 green pea pods rolled to the side of several people. The black cloak in the lead was stunned, and an ominous premonition exploded in his heart. But before he could react, the 3 pea pods exploded at the same time. Someone is attacking. Enter the city. Close the door quickly. The huge impact raised the dust and gravel on the ground. In the chaos, no one noticed that a figure wrapped in a cloak flashed into the open city gate. The chaos at the city gate attracted most of the firepower, and the intrusion of one person did not attract anyone's attention. Ji Qingshan hid in the shadow of the building like a ghost, observing the turmoil at the city gate. Several teams of people have already gone forward, but unfortunately they will find nothing except the pit left by the P explosion. There are many people left in the shelter. And according to Thomas's attitude towards Lan Hai, the tolerance for ordinary people here is terribly low. Then these people in front of him should all have superpowers. Only one card has been unlocked, and it is not good for her to confront head-on. Ji Qingchen pressed the hat on her head. Let's find the place where Lan Meng is imprisoned first. The buildings of the shelter are well preserved, and some places are even full of life. Ji Qingchen saw a couple sitting at the door of the house knitting sweaters. A young girl next door even curiously leaned over to talk. Judging from their body shape, they should have no shortage of food, clothing, or water resources. The end of the world has come. Outside, corpses are everywhere and people are suffering. However, the people in this shelter seem to live in another world. If such a life is said to be a paradise, it is not surprising that those who struggle to survive in the hands of zombies are trying their best to get in. But if this is really a Garden of Eden, how can it treat ordinary people so cruelly? As they got closer, the conversation of several people came into Ji Qingchen's ears clearly. How many days will it take for you to leave the city next time? 3 days later. Oh, it's okay. There is nothing to worry about. There is a special commander to lead the team. That's right. As long as we can kill the zombies with energy cores, we don't have to worry about food until the next time we leave the city. Where can we find such a good thing? That's right. The city lord built the shelter to protect us. If we are lucky enough to get the energy core, there will be more benefits. But I heard that Lao Li was in trouble, and Lao Lu didn't come back after going out last time. That can't be. Didn't you say you were injured and are recovering? We won't be infected by zombies. What can happen? But I haven't seen him for a week. Who knows? Maybe he went somewhere else to fool around. Maybe he ran away secretly, without telling the commander in order to get more energy cores to please that person. That makes sense. Commander, zombie energy cores, forming a team to go out of the city to kill zombies, and exchanging energy cores for food. What else can they say they won't be infected by zombies? Thinking about these names he had never heard of, Ji Qingchen deeply felt that he still knew too little about this world. The people in this shelter, at least in their eyes, live a very comfortable life. Someone provides food to maintain their living standards, and the only task is to kill zombies, and someone takes them there. It looks like there is no risk factor. Is this true? Ji Qingchen killed a lot of zombies along the way, but he didn't see any energy cores. This means that not all zombies have this thing. Rarity largely represents the difficulty of killing the carrier, but these people seem to be very relaxed when talking about this matter, and it is obvious that they don't understand the true strength of their opponents. The style of the person in power in the shelter is profit-oriented. He is willing to exchange for quite good living conditions, which shows that the role of energy cores is far more than a little survival supplies. This group of naive people living in the Garden of Eden has actually been brainwashed by someone with ulterior motives. When the person behind the scenes completes his plan, the ending waiting for these people will surely not be much better than that of Lan Hai. But it has nothing to do with her. No matter what the true face of this shelter is, whether those people want to kill people or massacre the city, her only goal is to rescue Lan Meng and kill those who kidnapped her. It's the end of the world. If you don't have a little trick, even if you are saved this time, it will only change from instant food to reserve food, and you will be more worried for a while. Ji Qingchen retreated back into the shadows, and located Lan Meng's location based on the resonance between the cards. Underground in the center of this shelter. Oh, it's well hidden. Ji Qingchen sighed in his heart, and suddenly felt that something seemed to be approaching in the air on the left at a very fast speed. Ding! The card and the dagger made a crisp collision sound. Fortunately, Ji Qingchen was already some distance away from the family, who were chatting, and this place was relatively remote, so it didn't attract much attention. The air shook again, and the dagger chopped down fiercely from the side. Ji Qingchen just stepped aside calmly, and scooped in the air with his right hand, and saw a thin figure appear in the air. Then he grabbed the man's wrist with his backhand, and pulled him forward with his strength, with one foot in front of his right foot. Amid the shouts of "It's over, how come the invisibility is ineffective again?" With a bang, the man fell flat on his face, and the dagger slipped out of his hand, which was easily intercepted by Ji Qingchen. However, the attacker's slow brain did not tell him the difference in strength between the two. He only saw the weapon being taken away, so he struggled to stand up from the ground and rushed over to grab it. Ji Qingchen had no time to entangle with him. Seeing that he still wanted to resist, he grabbed the boy's neck and pressed him to the ground. With a bang, the dagger stabbed into the ground next to the man. The person under him was obviously startled. "Where did you come from?" She stared coldly at the little boy who didn't look big. After a fierce fight, Ji Qingchen knew that the man didn't have any professional skills, and didn't seem to be sent by that gang. It's just that living in this paradise, there is still such aggressiveness. She was a little curious about what this child was like. The boy was pressed to the ground, thrashing like an octopus for a while, and then he lost his temper after realizing that he really couldn't get rid of Ji Qingshan's grip. But he was not forgiving. I will never tell you even if I die, you murderers. Give my brother back to me. Murderer? Miss Ji raised her eyebrows. She had killed 2 people since she came to this world. Thomas and Tokay. The kid in front of her had black hair and a pair of black pupils, and he couldn't be related to a guy with white hair and green eyes. Your brother's name is Tokay? Who is Tokay? Okay, no. That can only be because... Ji Qingshan glanced at the black cloak on his body and suddenly felt playful. But before she could take action, footsteps were heard. A middle-aged woman in a dirty white dress ran over from a distance. As soon as she saw Ji Qingshan, she immediately knelt down trembling. Commander, Yonger didn't mean to offend you. He is still young and ignorant. If you have any anger, come to me. Please, let him go this time. She was trembling all over when she spoke, but she still crawled to the little boy with her hands and feet, trying to protect him with her body. Thanks to this cloak, he really mistook her. Ji Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did she look so fierce? Mom, believe me, I saw them killing. Woo. The little boy was about to shout, but Ji Qingshan blocked his mouth. Chapter 5. Ji Qingshan pulled out the dagger from the ground and pinned it on his waist in the middle-aged woman's horrified eyes. Don't use the dagger if you're not fast enough. You can deliver the food without hurting yourself. She lifted the little boy up and hit him on the head. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged woman had a look of surviving a disaster on her face. She was about to bow to Ji Qingshan, but was supported by Ji Qingshan. No, I have something else to ask him. You, what are you doing? The boy was as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at Ji Qingshan with his round eyes, as if he could give himself courage. It's okay to be able to talk. You can get a lot of things out of it. Ji Qingshan was quite satisfied with meeting such an inquiry object. Who captured your brother to feed the zombies? Wait, we don't. Seeing that her son was about to speak again, the middle-aged woman hurriedly interrupted. She might know something, but she was too cautious compared to the boy. Ji Qingshan was in a hurry to save people, and had no time to wait for her hesitation. If I really did something, your son's body would have been separated just now. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Ji Qingshan threw the little boy into her mother's arms, turned around and continued to walk towards the center of the shelter. She didn't want to get entangled with ordinary people. However, Ji Qingshan stopped after walking a few steps, stretched out his hand in the void beside him, and pulled out the boy just now. Don't use half-baked invisibility. What are you doing here? I'm bored. Your IQ doesn't support lying. Okay, I want to go to the central area with you. Su Yang was forced to answer. What? Revenge for your brother? No, can I? The other party looked at her stubbornly. They deceived us and killed my brother. I want to avenge Brother Tian with my own hands. Sister, don't be afraid. I will definitely kill those people for you. Please watch me. The girl's face was blurred in the memory, but Ji Qingshan remembered that her tone at that time was exactly the same as Su Yang in front of him. It was like this again. Ji Qingshan pressed down the figure who broke in without reason, but she couldn't say the word of refusal. Well, she urgently needed to know something about this shelter now. The child was so lively that he must not be able to hide anything. It's better to take him with you, and clear the scene after he does it manually. She did this, making Su Yang, who thought he had finally impressed Ji Qingshan with his perseverance and personality charm, visibly excited, and his nagging nature began to emerge again. Do you have any secret to catching me just now? Ji Qingshan said nothing. You have the same clothes, and you are not one of them. Have you killed them? Ji Qingshan felt that she was wrong. This was not a child at all. She should have knocked him out and thrown him back. You should be very powerful. Can you teach me that trick just now? I killed him in my dreams. Alas. Miss Ji, who finally couldn't bear it anymore, put a dagger across Shi Yang's mouth. Xiang finally stopped and shut up. I can take you to the central area. From now on, I ask you say. If you say more, I will knock you out and throw you back. If he didn't find something for her to do, Ji Qingshan was really afraid that she would not be able to suppress her irritability and kill him. Su Yang moved his lips, but looking at the dagger close at hand, he decided to submit to the power. After all, he was not unable to speak. Have you been in the shelter? Yes. There was a voice in my head saying congratulations to me for becoming a native of shelter number 710. I thought my brain was broken, but I asked my mom and the others and found out that everyone heard it. That voice also said that there was an outbreak of zombies outside, but we didn't believe it at the time. Until a few days later, several zombies broke in, biting many people, and finally turned all the people in the city without superpowers into zombies. People without superpowers will mutate as long as they are bitten by zombies. Ji Qingchen had never considered this situation before. But even so, it can't be a reason to kill. And that voice. According to Su Yang, the natives of this world should be able to hear it. What exactly is he? And what is his connection with everything that happened in this world? However, all this is currently unknown, and Ji Qingchen can only temporarily suppress his doubts and ask some questions that can be answered. What about the commander? How is he created? How else can he be created? They are self-proclaimed. After the mutation, a person who claimed to be the owner of the shelter came out to deal with the mutants, and then set a bunch of rules, divided the central area, and acted tyrannically in this shelter. The commander is all his. Oh, but it sounds like he is protecting you. Why do you believe they are bad people so firmly? After asking this question, the air suddenly became silent, and Su Yang's face was filled with anger and pain. After a long while he whispered, "Because of my brother." He said a few days ago that he had something to ask them. At that time, I was a little worried, so I used invisibility to sneak with him to the central area. Then I saw them dragging a girl covered in blood into the central area. My brother saw it too. He wanted to save her, but one of them attacked him directly, and then... This was a crime scene. Those people didn't know how much Su Yang's brother had seen, so they just killed him to eliminate the trouble. It was also a good thing that they wanted to bury the evidence as soon as possible, and didn't search the surroundings carefully. Otherwise, with Su Yang's half-baked ability, he would definitely not be able to escape. The sky had completely darkened. The entire shelter building was shrouded in shadows. Ji Qingchen looked at the gradually sparse buildings around him, which were very far from the place indicated by the card resonance. Close. Through the card, she could feel Lan Meng's condition. It was not good, but she was still alive, and would not die within a day. The building structure of the shelter was a concentric circle. The outer buildings were dense but low, and there was only a hexagonal tower-like building in the middle, which was the same height as the city wall. The foundation of the tower was quite large, with a total of 6 spires surrounding the center. Unfortunately, the sight was blocked, and Ji Qingchen could not see clearly what they were guarding. There was a door on each side facing the city wall. From time to time, a few black cloaks came out or went in. Ji Qingchen pulled Su Yang to hide in their blind spot. "Hey! Are we going in?" The child couldn't hold his breath. "Wait a little longer." Ji Qingchen's face didn't look good, and he lowered his voice to say to the child, "There is a layer of identification network outside the central area, and once an intruder is found, it will immediately alarm. Do you want to be blasted into inorganic matter by the superpower?" "Ah? There was no such thing a few days ago. Because you and your brother were discovered when you broke in, they strengthened the defense here. I can be invisible. Using your ability that can be scared off at any time? Are you going to give yourself up? What about you? How do you plan to get in?" Su Yang asked, but he felt that something was wrong in his heart. Why did he feel that he was fooled? Ji Qingchen did not give the child's not very smart brain a chance to think. He pointed to the black cloak he had snatched from his body and said, "I have this. And you, it's useless if you have it. They don't hire child labor either. Wait here for an hour. If I don't come out by the time you go back. No, we go together, and we die together. Who will avenge your brother if you die? What about your mother if you die? I am sure I can kill those black cloaks, can you? Of course, if you think these issues are not important, you can go out and die now. I will watch how you die here. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds." After a minute, Su Yang lowered his head and stood there, no longer shouting that he had to die. Seeing that the deception method was completely effective, Miss Ji was very satisfied. She patted Su Yang's head, covered her cloak tightly, and headed towards the central area. Her speed was too fast. When Su Yang recovered, he could no longer tell which of the black cloaks below was his companion who sneaked in. Ji Qingchen approached the gate of the tower very smoothly. "Stop, what are you doing?" The teen was stopped at the gate. The man was not wearing a black robe, but a black mask. He questioned everyone who entered the door in a muffled voice. There were 3 people in front of Ji Qingchen. Everyone's answer was the same, here to deliver the energy core. The answer was the same, the old place. A good reason. The problem is that she doesn't have the energy core, and she doesn't know the old place. Seeing that it was her turn, Ji Qingchen suddenly had an idea and pulled the sunflower out of her arms. "I found a talking plant." Sunflower was sleeping, and was suddenly pulled out, making uncontrollable humming sounds. It just verified what Ji Qingshan said. The black mask's eyes suddenly lit up, and he glanced up and down at Ji Qingshan several times, and tried to take the sunflower from her several times, but Ji Qingshan dodged him several times, and then he withdrew his hand and said, "Yes, go to the Deputy City Lord." Where is the Deputy City Lord? Miss Ji's brain was working fast to find a way to get away with it. However, the pause of more than 10 seconds still alerted the other party. The black mask looked at her suspiciously, and was about to question Ji Qingshan why he didn't move. Suddenly, she frowned, as if she suddenly thought of something, showing a look of contempt, and then waved to the dark green-haired person standing beside her. "Oh, I forgot, this is the only chance for people like you to go to the Deputy City Lord's territory in your life. Xiao Mo, you take her there. The way to the Deputy City Lord's territory is not very complicated. Or rather, the design of the entire central area is very simple. On both sides of the corridor are rooms of various sizes that are closed and opened. There are neither maze-like passages nor various dangerous mechanisms. The only guarantee is the superpowers who shuttle through it. Well, actually it doesn't work, they don't look very smart. Compared with the tasks that Ji Qingshan had performed before, this is pure child's play. She can draw a detailed map of this place along the way. Yes, it's in front, you go, and explain the situation to the person in charge." Xiao Mo pointed to the front, and hadn't finished speaking when a shrill alarm sounded, and a person rushed over from the way they came, and his speed was beyond the limit of human beings. "It's a supernatural power. Report, report, someone is raiding." "Who?" Xiao Mo grabbed him, and asked sternly. "I don't know, I didn't see clearly. He seems to be able to turn invisible." "Invisible? That desperate kid." Cursing inwardly, Ji Qingshan looked at the two people in front of him, who were about to rush back and forth, and suddenly raised his arm, holding a bean pod in one hand, and holding it in front of the two people. Bang! The bean pod burst, and under Ji Qingshan's aim, it rushed into the eyes and throats of the two people, accurately shooting through their brains and vocal cords. Then, he helped one person with one hand, and slowly put them on the ground. The two people didn't even have time to scream, and were piled up in a small corner that was not easy to see by Ji Qingshan. "I hope you are lucky and still alive when I get there. I will beat you so hard that you can't get out of bed for 3 days." After doing all this, Miss Ji sneered and ran towards the entrance. Chapter 6. "Hurry up, he seems injured. Go over there, and take a look. That guy is very cunning. His ability should be invisibility. Always pay attention to your surroundings." The tower was in chaos. Su Yong bit his mouth tightly, supported the wall with both hands, and pressed his body as close to the wall behind him as possible. The wound on his waist was bleeding, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it. At this moment, he was on the ceiling of a room in a corner. The ability could not be maintained for a long time. As long as one of the people searching below raised his head, he would be dead. Two people entered the room. Su Yong forced himself to stay calm, but the cold sweat on his forehead accumulated too much, and it slipped off his face without paying attention. Tick! It fell on one of the heads. "It's on top!" the man shouted. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and a large number of sharp ice knives condensed in the air, rushing towards the people on the ceiling. It was over. Su Yong gritted his teeth, jumped down and rushed out of the room. However, this movement instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. The search personnel who were originally lost swarmed from all directions. Everyone wanted to catch this uninvited guest and take credit. For a while, all kinds of supernatural products flew all over the narrow corridor, completely disregarding the lives of other colleagues. Curses and explosions came one after another. It lasted for 3 minutes. "What are you doing?" Finally, a loud shout calmed the chaotic scene. The huge sound wave made all those who use supernatural powers on their own people stop and kneel on the ground in pain. The person who came did not use anything to hide her figure. She was wearing a bright red skirt, like a blazing fire in this black world. She glanced at the messy scene with disgust, and asked again in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" Seeing that no one answered, the woman's face became uglier. "Are you dumb? Weren't you having a lot of fun just now? Report to the Deputy City Lord, we found an intruder." Finally, someone answered tremblingly with courage. "You made so much noise for an intruder. Don't you know what the City Lord is doing? Trash, where is he?" "I don't know where he went, he seems to be invisible." The air pressure around was extremely low, and everyone present had seen the woman's terrifying methods. No one dared to speak at this time, for fear of offending her brows. But they were lucky today. someone diverted the woman's attention. Invisibility. The woman suddenly showed a bad smile on her face. Okay, all of you go out, this person is my prey. Hoo. Su Yang made a heavy gasp. Fortunately, the group of people who arrested him just now were disorganized and undisciplined, and most of their superpowers were directed at their own people. He took advantage of his underage status to squeeze out from the gap. If he had listened to Ji Qingchen and not changed his hiding place blindly, he would not have been seen by a patrol team returning and chased like a street rat until now. When he could no longer hear any movement behind him, Su Yang dared to slow down. After running like a headless fly for a long time, how could he tell the directions? Looking around, there were corridors that looked the same all around. The dim light made it impossible to see the end of the corridors that extended in all directions, as if a monster would walk out of them at any time. The effect of physiological hormones gradually faded, and the wounds on his body were painful. Xiao Yang, who was a road idiot, was completely desperate and squatted in the corner with his head in his hands. Unable to get out, Su Yang regretted it 1,000 times. If he had come in to fight those people to the death, it would have been fine. But what was this now? He was forced into a dead end by himself? He was really a terrible person. He had superpowers, but always failed at critical moments. He witnessed his brother's death, but couldn't even identify the bad guys. He was the one who wanted to come here, but messed things up. Now he was going to die here because of his recklessness. He was stupid and accomplished nothing. He would only cause trouble to others. He might as well die. Don't die in front of me. A cold voice exploded in Su Yang's ears, and he felt someone grab his right wrist. You have to have some shame to bully a child with this method. Ji Qingchen broke Su Yang's claws off his neck with his right hand, and threw out 2 bean pods with his left hand. After a few crackling sounds, a red figure walked out of the darkness. Oh, there's another mouse. It's the exploding mouse I hate the most. It's you? The woman in red and Su Yang spoke at the same time. The person who came was Ji Qingchen. Miss Ji didn't leave a card on Su Yang, so she could only search for him one by one according to the map drawn in her mind. She killed a few lone enemy forces on the way. It was not easy to see him, but he was holding his neck with both hands, his face purple as liver. I settle the score with you later. Stay behind. Throwing Su Yang behind him, Ji Qingchen stared at the woman in red opposite him. Humph, if a little mouse wants to protect his companions, it depends on whether you are qualified. As the other party said, she sneered, her bright red lips opened and closed, as if she was chanting some spell. However, just as she opened her mouth, 2 pea pods exploded in Ji Qingchen's hand, and the sound and air flow were full of fluctuations, and the woman's superpowers collapsed. Are you here to embarrass yourself with this level of sonic attack? You? Her most proud ability was denied, and she was furious. She gritted her teeth and cursed, and suddenly 3 light balls, 2 white and 1 black, appeared in her hand, and she crushed them with force. I have bombs too. In the black light ball, ink-colored small round balls were thrown at Ji Qingchen and Su Yang, and chains and metal plates were extended from the 2 white light balls to tie them up. How is it possible? How can you have so many superpowers? Su was shocked and screamed, and for a moment, he couldn't recover from the blow that others could command 4 superpowers, while he couldn't even use one well. If Ji Qingchen hadn't been quick to grab a handful, he would have been almost disabled by the 2 bombs. You ignorant fool, I have many superpowers, sisters. It's time for the 2 little mice to go on the road. The woman's laughter seemed particularly rampant in a series of explosions. Your superpowers? Can you really control them? The pea pods in the corner suddenly exploded, knocking the woman out. Suddenly, the products of the 3 light balls began to lose their target. Taking this opportunity, Ji Qingchen pulled Su Yang up and retreated urgently. It's a pity that the attack power of 1 or 2 peas is not enough to kill her. After all, this card was created for assassination and interference. To be a weapon at a long distance, 8 or 9 of them must be exploded together. The enemies we encounter now are not very strong, but it's hard to say in the future. After rescuing Lan Meng, she should consider how to cure Sunflower's hunger strike. Are you going to send me out? Along the way, Su Yang stole a dozen glances at Ji Qingchen, who was looking unhappy, but he was still not afraid of death and bothered him. Send a ghost. I came to find someone, and warned you not to come in. Since you don't know whether to live or die, either go with me, or go out by yourself. Do you have to go now? But I made such a big noise. Their defense will be more stringent. You made a noise. Ji Qingchen glanced at the child with disdain. If I don't go today, I will have no chance in the future. Your brother got into trouble, so the defense here was strengthened. Now that you have done this, their defense will be strengthened again. It was originally a small shabby base, but you are forced to upgrade it. Choose, hurry up. I go. Okay, come here. She turned the card in her hand. The tower exploded in various places. Amid the rumbling sound, Ji Qingshan inserted the key into the door lock in front of him. The door opened, and behind it was a bottomless round pit. Without giving Su Yang time to prepare himself mentally, Ji Qingshan pulled him down to jump. The pit was not deep, and there was some hay as a buffer at the landing point. But the smell here was really bad. Ji Qingshan threw a pea pod every 20 meters on the route she had just walked. Now they were all detonated together, enough to make everyone in the tower nervous. Stealing the house should be a little smoother. Pulling little Su Yang forward. After passing through a corridor, they saw the underground world of the tower, a huge cage. It was so big that anyone who saw it would have a nightmare. The ground was stained dark red by large patches of blood. In the small cage, there were incomplete human bodies, with pits and bumps on the cut surface, and some of them had pus, which were as ugly as zombies. The sound of hitting the cage, the wailing, and the grinding sound of the chains, all impacted people's auditory nerves at all times. The air was filled with the smell of blood and rot, which almost made people faint. Su Yang was about to turn over his eyelids, but Ji Qingshan pinched his philtrum and saved him. Superpower. Throwing 2 words to Su Yang, Ji Qingshan followed the coordinates shown on the card, and went straight to where Lan Meng was. In the cage at the end of the corridor, Lan Meng's eyes were almost unable to open. The physical and mental torture made her want to die all the time. It would be better if she died, and she would not have to endure this pain anymore. The purpose of those people was to obtain her superpowers. As long as she let go of the control of her superpowers, and let those people strip it from her body, she could die immediately after the matter was accomplished. But there was another voice in her heart saying to her, no. She had to live. She had to remember those who died for her, and she couldn't let her supernatural power be used by a vicious person. And what if she found this place? What if she rescued her? Sister Shuang Shuang, I see you again. Looking up, she tried to feel the joy of a moment, just like she had seen illusions countless times before, and accumulated some strength to keep herself going. But a moment later, she found that the illusion did not disappear. Sister Shuang Shuang. A spark of hope appeared in Lan Meng's dead eyes, and her throat, hoarse from shouting, couldn't wait to call out that name. She watched the illusion blow open the door of the cage, break the chains that bound her, and once again hold her in his arms. Sorry for being late. Ji Qingshan hugged the thin figure, and walked back the way he came. Clap, clap. The applause suddenly appeared. 2 people stood on the way here at some point. The man standing in front had brown hair, and the silver-haired man behind him was holding a child. The child was Su Yang, and the silver-haired man was Thomas. He was still alive. Chapter 7. You are so lucky that so many zombies can't kill you. Thanks to you, my superpowers have evolved. Thomas gritted his teeth. Really? Ji Qingshan raised her eyebrows slightly. To be honest, she didn't even know what Thomas's superpowers were. She didn't see him use any special skills during the fight, but he could survive under the claws of so many zombies. He must not be too weak. And the brown-haired man next to him, his smile was quite gentle, but the dangerous aura he exuded was the strongest one Ji Qingshan had seen since coming to this world. This guy should be the owner of the shelter, the city lord in other people's mouths. See you again, Miss Ji. You have caused me a lot of losses. Not only did you take away the 2 superpowers I got, but you also bombarded my shelter. Do you want me to apologize for this? Of course not. How could I let the lovely lady suffer? I will naturally recover these losses with interest. After all, it is hard not to be tempted by such superpowers, as the ability to travel through space and create explosions. Really? Sure, as long as you can get it. What? In Thomas's shocked voice, the numbness on his arm was hit hard, and the force that clamped Su Yang loosened. A bean pod fell between him and Su Yang, exploded with a bang, and pushed the 2 in opposite directions. On the other side, the brown-haired man who wanted to intercept Su Yang also had 2 bean pods exploded in front of him, and he was forced to stop defending. The child was blown away, and felt that his internal organs were displaced. When Ji Qingshan took him over, Su Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, with little stars all over his eyes. TSK. After removing the momentum from Su Yang, Ji Qingshan injected the vitality that belonged to the plant system into his body, allowing the half-dead child to breathe a sigh of relief. Beautiful, Miss Ji Qingshan did a great job. I want to get your superpower more and more now. The brown-haired man didn't even want to pretend to be polite, and his eyes revealed a sinister look. He never expected that the hostages in his hands would be rescued after just one encounter. Mr. City Lord, it's not just talk and trickery to get the interest back from me. Only a fool would fall for such a simple trap. Ji Qingchen's voice was extremely calm. Everything the owner of this shelter did in his own territory revealed his pride in thinking he could control everything. He wanted to take everything into his own hands, and this dungeon that held many superpowers was undoubtedly his most important source of confidence. It was a mess outside, and it was impossible not to leave people here. If there is no one on the surface, there must be an ambush in secret. But Ji Qingchen couldn't give up the great opportunity to come in. In a sense, with Lan Meng as bait, this is an impeccable conspiracy for Ji Qingchen. But you need to have a trick to lure someone into a trap, and the preparations made by the two people in front of him are so rubbish that even Su Yang couldn't see the flaws she deliberately left. The brown-haired man took out the same light ball as the red-dressed woman sinisterly, and Ji Qingchen threw 2 pods with his right eye quickly. The light ball was knocked to the ground, shattered, and slowly extinguished. It's always not easy to use abilities that are not your own. Don't you think so, Mr. City Lord? When Ji Qingchen was fighting with the woman in red, she found that the power in the light ball could be controlled to a limited extent and was one-time. Once it was out of control, it would immediately become invalid. Mr. 30, the thief who always likes to steal other people's power, I will not accompany you with my 2 burdens. Ji Qingchen raised her hands lightly, and 50 pods appeared neatly in front of her. This was someone else's base camp. The chaos she created outside could not hold back the group of people for long. If they continued to waste time, they would be at a disadvantage. What's more, she had 2 burdens with her. Quick battle and quick decision. 30 pods bombarded the brown-haired man and Thomas together. Ji Qingchen held Su Yang in one hand and Lan Meng in the other. He controlled the flying peas with his mental power to avoid them and rushed to the entrance. No! Halfway through the rush, Ji Qingchen suddenly felt strange. The mist around her was changing rapidly. Not just 2 people, the muscle memory developed after decades of wandering on the line between life and death reacted, and she instinctively fell to the left. A pus-filled one rubbed the hair on her left side. The stench filled her nose, and Ji Qingchen's face was extremely ugly. Why are there zombies inside the shelter? Turning his head to look at the original exit, Ji Qingchen suddenly found that the original exit had become a wall. You forced me to do this. Don't you want to know my real ability? How do you feel now? The mist gradually dissipated, and the brown-haired man smiled grimly. He held 2 huge black holes in his hands, and the hideous zombies came out one after another. This was the brown-haired man's trump card to lure the enemy into a trap. Thomas huddled in a corner. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with Ji Qingchen personally, save his face, and wash away the shame. Unexpectedly, without giving him room to play, the brown-haired man took the lead in activating his superpower. At this moment, Thomas could only reduce his presence as much as possible. The fear of being thrown into the zombie pile by Ji Qingchen last time dominated him all the time. But when he thought that Ji Qingchen would also face this kind of despair, he felt a secret pleasure in his heart. Let you provoke our city lord. Wait to be torn to pieces by zombies. Ha ha ha, these zombies are not ordinary minions. Not to mention evolving energy cores, they are at least twice as strong as those low-level ones. Summon them, and attack everyone except me indiscriminately. This is my real superpower. You just stay here and feel the final despair. The crazy laughter of the brown-haired man echoed in the shelter. After speaking, he picked up Thomas and retreated into the shadows. Ji Qingchen's brain was working rapidly, analyzing various possible ways to escape. There were hundreds of zombies walking out of the black hole. The area of the underground is not small, but it can't withstand hundreds of zombies pouring in at once. Her fingertips trembled a little. She only had a P card and a disposable dandelion card in her hand. In this closed space, there was no possibility of escape. Unless she cheated. Lan Meng's ability behind her brought her super self-healing ability. Now she could walk without bleeding. She and Su Yang supported each other, pouring water on her own wounds while feeding a handful of water to Su Yang's mouth. Accelerate the healing of his internal injuries caused by Ji Qingchen. But that's it. Even if these 2 people fully recovered, they couldn't beat 2 zombies. What to do? How should this deadlock be resolved? The zombies would not give her a chance to think. 100 heads moving around found the target in just 1 minute. After all, Lan Meng, who was covered in blood, and Su Yang, who was just vomiting blood, smelled like a feast. Roar! The leading zombie rushed towards Ji Qingchen first. The dagger confiscated from Su Yang drew a beautiful arc at Ji Qingchen's fingertips and chopped it hard on the neck. Ding! This was just one confrontation. Ji Qingshan already felt the difference. The skin and bones of the zombies he dealt with before were no different from those of ordinary people, and ordinary knives could cut them with a little force. The skin of the one in front of him seemed to be attached with a layer of metal, and it made a crisp sound when it collided with the blade. Damn! Ji Qingshan cursed in his heart. He urgently avoided its claws, and threw a bean pod into its mouth. The bean pod exploded with a bang, and the zombie's head also broke into pieces. Ji Qingshan's expression became more and more ugly. It takes time to replenish the summons of plant cards. Just now, in order to take Lan Meng and Su Yang away from here, she detonated a small half of the inventory. Now the pods can store less than 70. Even if you can make no mistakes every time, you can only kill more than 60 zombies at most by exchanging one for one. The rest depends on this useless dagger. And you have to protect the 2 children over there. The situation over there was seen by the corner of your eye. 3 zombies rushed over from 3 different directions. Ji Qingshan raised his leg and kicked a zombie towards the large group behind to stop them from moving forward. He quickly threw out the pods in his hand and blasted the 3 zombies at a fixed point. Lan Meng, grab the one next to you and use what I gave you, she shouted to the girl. Although the little girl was frightened pale by the sudden change, she did what Ji Qingshan said as soon as she heard it. The huge changes in just a few days made her see the cruelty of the world clearly. If she wanted to survive, she couldn't wait for others to save her. When she was found by the people in the shelter at the entrance of the cave, Lan Meng felt that she couldn't escape even if she used the card, so she cut open the skin on her abdomen and put the card in. Under the effect of the supernatural power, the wound healed quickly, and those people didn't find any clues at all. Until now, this hidden card has found the best time to use it. Holding the bloody card in her hand, Lan Meng wiped off the symbol drawn by Ji Qingshan. In an instant, Lan Meng and Su Yang felt that their bodies became unusually light, floating and sticking to the ceiling, avoiding the claws of the zombies. The 2 weak and disabled people were temporarily safe. However, during this time, the zombies that were tripped behind Ji Qingshan had regrouped and rushed towards her again with great momentum. And these guys have learned their lesson. Knowing that Ji Qingshan could put weapons into their mouths and detonate them, they all shut up. The cold light of the dagger flew up and down, and it was used as a crowbar to pry open the mouths of the zombies, but the speed of killing the zombies had to be reduced again. If 3 zombies were not killed, Ji Qingshan would have to waste a pea to blow away the guys who rushed to her. The available ammunition was reduced again. But Ji Qingshan had no better solution except to repeat the above actions. The brown-haired man was not exaggerating. The strength of these zombies was indeed far beyond the guys she had killed before, and it was not easy for pea bullets to penetrate. Finally, after a zombie with green hair was blown away, the light on the pea card dimmed. The pea pods were exhausted, and there was still half a minute before the next pea pod was produced. In front of her, there were more than 40 crazy zombies left. Ji Qingshan took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Her hand holding the dagger trembled due to exhaustion. The ability of the card master is linked to the cards. The more cards there are, the stronger the ability of the corresponding attributes will be. But now, she only has one usable card, and her body's recovery has long been unable to keep up with the consumption. She didn't know how long she could last in the current situation. Even if she could kill all the zombies, she would be at the end of her strength. At that time, the 2 guys hiding in the dark could easily give her a fatal blow. Will it still fail at this point? Ji Qingshan's expression was gloomy, and suddenly, she felt something rubbing against her body. A little head came out of her arms, raised the small flower disc, and looked at Ji Qingshan. Well, I'm hungry again. Is there anything else to eat? Chapter 8. The brain that was unconscious from fighting with the zombies seemed to be injected with a powerful stimulant, and it became clear in an instant. Ji Qingshan almost pushed the card into the sunflower's flower disc. Eat, hurry up. The sunflower moved its flower disc in cooperation. The gray color faded from the card, and the light pink light overflowed. The green branches rushed out like a flood. In half a minute, more than 40 zombies were tied with rose thorns. The more they struggled, the tighter they were tied. When the vine stopped growing, pink buds poked out from the branches and bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a distance, it looked like a huge rose bush. As for the zombies tied by them, they had already shriveled silently and became nutrients for the blooming roses. TSK, it's really beautiful. Ji Qingshan walked up and reached out to touch a light pink flower that had not fully bloomed due to insufficient nutrients. For a moment, the roses that were close to him scrambled to squeeze towards Ji Qingshan's hand. Okay, stop making trouble. I'd play with you later. Ji Qingshan rubbed the roses that came over, put them all back into the card, and walked slowly to the corner of the room. Mr. City Lord, if you can't summon more zombies, I'm afraid you will be the next one to be used as nutrients. The card was restored, and the physical strength was refreshed. At this moment, Ji Qingshan faced Thomas, and the brown-haired man, with a faint smile. But this smile was as frightening as it was frightening in the eyes of the other two parties. Impossible, why do you have so many abilities? Are you also? The brown-haired man no longer had the confidence of winning, as he did at the beginning, and looked at the woman approaching them with a pale face. In order to ensure that his superpowers could kill Ji Qingshan, he had already ordered that once the door here was closed, no one could enter without permission. Unexpectedly, this rule made him helpless now. Ji Qingshan did not put the rose card into the tattoo. As long as she wanted, the brown-haired man knew that she would be absorbed like the zombies just now at any time. As long as you let me go, I can help you get more superpowers. The people imprisoned here are all superpowers, and there are superpowers I have already obtained. I can give you all. There is no other way to go to the end of the road. While begging, he tried to reach out for the superpower light ball in his pocket to fight back. How could Ji Qingshan give him this opportunity? As soon as the brown-haired man moved, the rose wrapped around his hand. Don't use this opportunity to play tricks. You see, I can use many kinds of abilities myself. Why should I use this kind of disposable waste that is inconvenient to control? What about the secrets here? Don't you want to know? What? The shelter is not as simple as you see. You stay with me. I will tell you everything I know. The man who killed your companion has been killed by you. In the end, I didn't cause you any harm. We are all human. Wouldn't it be better to work together? When you stripped the superpowers from them, why didn't you think they were human like you? In order to seize control of the shelter, when you summoned zombies, why didn't you think they were all human? As for the secrets in this shelter, I can get them by killing you. There is no need to bother to distinguish which is true and which is false. When he finished speaking, Ji Qingshan just walked in front of the brown-haired man, and watching the last glimmer of hope in his eyes fade away, Ji Qingshan knew that he guessed right. Su Yang said that the shelter had been attacked by a large number of zombies. But there were not too many zombies around the shelter, and there were walls blocking it, so it was not easy for zombies to attack humans. Ji Qingshan was still wondering how the tragedy in the shelter was caused, and finally understood after seeing the brown-haired man's ability. The zombies did not come from outside, but someone teleported them into this solid fortress from the beginning. Because the owner of the shelter can obtain additional information about the end of the world. Deliberately let the zombies in, and kill the previous owner of the shelter in the chaos. Do you think I would dare to cooperate with someone like you who would drag the whole city to his grave for his own benefit? The card turned around at Ji Qingshan's fingertips. The brown-haired man was horrified to find that the rose vine wrapped around his wrist spread wildly in an instant, and countless thorns had penetrated into his skin. In the blink of an eye, he became a dried corpse that broke at the touch, just like the 40 zombies just now. This cage that was originally intended to kill Ji Qingshan eventually became his own grave. Lan Meng, go and see which people in the cages next to it can be saved. You, that kid, come here. What am I doing? Su Yang walked over with a weak step, frightened by both the zombies and Ji Qingshan. Xiao Yang asked himself, if he had seen this scene at the beginning, he would never have provoked the people in front of him. That day, Ji Qingshan just pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. For the first time, Su Yang was grateful for being a minor. What, haven't you been shouting about revenge? Here, take it and do it yourself. Ji Qingshan put the dagger into Su Yang's pocket, and turned to find Lan Meng. Thomas had fainted because of the shocking scene before, not to mention that the rose vines were also wrapped around his body. It would only take a few seconds for the vines to be sucked away, and only impurities would be left. No matter how his superpowers evolved, they would not be useful. It was safe whether Su Yang made a move or not. It seemed that he had already made a move. The sound of the knife cutting through the flesh came into his ears. Ji Qingshan activated the roses to prevent blood from splattering everywhere. After checking the injuries of the imprisoned superpowers, we will deal with those people above. Miss Ji took back the card and thought so. Do you have anything to eat? I didn't eat enough just now. Ji Qingshan paused, and looked down to see Sunflower's aggrieved expression. I almost forgot about this little girl. This time, thanks to her, otherwise I and the two children would be doomed. Thinking of this, Ji Qingshan's expression softened a little, and it was rare for him to have a good face towards this fragile, incapable, and rude flower. From the pile of cards with zombies, she picked a card with a corn pattern and put it on the sunflower disc. Although she didn't fully understand the principle of the sunflower purification card, one thing was certain, If her card wanted to recover, she had to kill the zombies. Of course, the attack card was suitable for this goal, especially a group attack turret. ZZ. Ji Qingchen was about to put the card away when a sudden electric sound appeared in his mind. Looking up at Lan Meng and Su Yang, there was nothing wrong with the two kids. This movement only happened here. Ji Qingchen slowed down his breathing and paid attention to the next words of the voice. Congratulations. Unknown error. Unknown error. Becoming the owner of shelter number 710. The central tower function of shelter number 710 will be open to you. 1. The owner of the shelter can use the tower to deprive others of their superpowers for their own use, and the power effect will be halved after deprivation. 2. Providing superpowers or zombie energy cores to the tower can upgrade the shelter's defense, attack, survival, and other attributes. 3. As the bottom line of humanity in the end times, the tower will provide the owner with information about the end times as much as possible. Related information? Yes. So far, your tower has unlocked 2 pieces of survival information. 1. Energy cores can improve superpowers. The strength of the superpowers, the stronger the zombies, the greater the effect of the energy cores produced. 2. Each upgrade of the tower requires 100 energy cores of the same level, or 1,000 energy cores of a lower level. Please work hard to obtain energy cores, and continue to survive in the apocalypse. Check the current shelter level. The current shelter level is level 2, with a level 2 protective shield and no weapons. The shelter population is 12,981 people. 1,000 nutrient needles are supplied daily, and 1 dose of nutrient needles can provide the normal consumption required by adults per week. No wonder Lida can supply daily food for people in the shelter. It feels like the tower is the supplier. Can the shelter be moved? Level 2 shelters cannot be moved or mobile channels established. Is it just that level 2 cannot be moved? The apocalypse is like a huge tower defense survival game. The enemy is zombies, and they need to rely on building this shelter to resist the zombie attack. Although she has been fighting among humans most of the time, since she traveled through time. But it doesn't matter. The problem is that the information provided by this tower only talks about how to survive in the apocalypse, and does not mention any clues about ending the apocalypse. It's like an endless escape, and no matter how you look at it, the end is the end of the extinction of all mankind. But this ending is designed to be so troublesome. So, assuming that there is really a designer in this world, what is the purpose of designing such a slow death game, watching for fun? Sister G. Can I still call you Sister Shuang Shuang? Ji Qingchen's clothes were pulled by someone, and he turned his head to see Lan Meng standing next to him. The little girl heard the conversation between Ji Qingchen and Li De, and guessed that Ji Qingchen's previous name was fake. But for some reason, she felt that the fake name Ji Qingchen revealed before was more appropriate. Okay. Ji Qingchen did not refuse. How are those people? The question could not be answered for a while, so he decided to solve the problem at hand first. Only 3 people were saved. The others were too badly injured. Lan Meng's voice was very soft. In the past few days, she watched those people being tortured to despair, and died after being extracted from their superpowers by the brown-haired man's men. The 3 who were still alive were also those who had not had time to extract their superpowers. But even so, it took Lan Meng a whole day of superpowers to save them. In comparison, she was the least injured among all of them with her healing ability. It's okay, you tried your best. It's the fault of those scumbags. Don't use their problems to compete with yourself. Ji Qingchen patted the little girl's shoulder to comfort her. I've heard a lot from them these days. The city lord's men said that the means of extracting superpowers was provided by the tower. Isn't it strange? We have a common enemy. Why do we let superpowers kill each other? Ji Qingchen didn't say anything, but Lan Meng suddenly figured something out and looked at her seriously. Sister Shuang Shuang, the city lord didn't deny what you said just now. Can you communicate with the tower now? The little girl is quite smart. Not only did she see the bad nature of this thing, she also guessed the relationship between the tower and her. Ji Qingchen looked at Lan Meng with approval. I think so too. But bad things may not have good uses. You stay here to take care of the injured and the child. I have to go up and clean up. To avoid mistakes. She said she would kill those who kidnapped Lan Meng. Chapter 9. You said the boss has been down for so long. Why is there still no movement? There are only 2 people on the other side. No matter how powerful they are, it's time to end it. The city lord told you to wait. Just wait. Why are you talking so much? Oh, I'm just concerned about the boss. Hey, look over there. The deputy city lord is here too. A red figure in the distance is getting closer and closer, followed by a shorter woman. Get out of the way. The woman shouted at the people guarding the entrance to the basement with a serious expression. Deputy City Lord, the City Lord has said that no one can go in before he comes out. One of them stepped forward with some embarrassment to stop the woman in red. I said get out of the way. The woman's eyebrows showed impatience, and seeing that the two people in front of her had no intention of getting out of the way, she wanted to use her supernatural power directly. Seeing that the situation was not right, the other person who came with her hurried out to smooth things over. You too, we also know the City Lord's rules, but I suddenly couldn't feel the scent of spices left on the City Lord just now. Sister Shiryan and I are also worried that the City Lord has an accident. Please be sure to open the door. After a speech, the tense atmosphere was finally eased. But a new problem has arisen. You just said that the boss had an accident. How is it possible, Bondi? Don't you know that the boss's ability is? And he has a lot of superpowers to use. I'm not sure, but it's better to be safe anyway. Have you discussed enough? If you have discussed enough, open the door. No need to let them open it. I do it. At the entrance, a female voice suddenly came, making the four people present silent at the same time. Your boss is as confident as ever. It's fine if he plays 2v2 downstairs, but there are so few people left upstairs. Or does he know he can't survive, and wants to make it more troublesome for me to find someone? Ji Qingshan's eyes swept over the four people, and paused when he saw Shiryan. Oh, isn't this a defeated general? How come there is no one left in your base? You are the only one who can save the boss if something happens. You? Shiryan was furious, but he didn't dare to act rashly this time. Or rather, everyone here didn't dare to act rashly. They also knew the rules of the tower. Since Ji Qingshan, the intruder, could open the door sealed by the City Lord, it only meant that the ownership of this tower, or the entire shelter, had been in her hands. You killed the City Lord. Bondi was the first to recover from the shock. Ji Qingshan didn't say anything, but Shiryan took the first step. No, it's impossible. How can you kill the City Lord? She screamed, and powerful sound waves were released from her mouth. The three people around her were shocked, and quickly covered their ears with ugly expressions. Shiryan's ability is a group damage that does not distinguish between friend and foe. If she uses it once, her own side will also suffer. No one would mess with her normally. Why do you still need it? Ji Qingshan threw out a pea pod with a calm face. The pea pod exploded at a delicate time, and the wave generated just happened to disrupt Shiryan's sound waves at the same time as she released her ability. The air was quiet for 2 seconds, as if nothing happened. The other three people let go of their hands covering their ears, with a confused look on their faces, looking at each other in confusion. Only Shiryan herself knew what she had just experienced. The sound waves resonated, and her supernatural power was directly cut off from the source. So much so that now she couldn't even make a sound. You really have all the characteristics that I dislike the most. You only pick on children to bully, you are stupid and reckless, and you are self-righteous. You have harmed quite a few people, so please disappear for a while, and don't get in my way. The rose vines climbed up Shiryan's body. She struggled desperately, and watched the rose thorns sink into her body, and her body shrank inch by inch. Help, help me. Seeing a living person being sucked dry in a few breaths, the two were scared to death, and wanted to run away. However, after taking only one step, the two found that their hands and feet were already entangled with rose vines. The excessive fear made the two people faint directly. TSK, you are useless. Glancing at them with disdain, Ji Qingshan turned his eyes away, and looked at the only person who could still stand at the scene, Bondi. She was a young woman with short curly chestnut hair, and was also entangled by rose vines, but she only had fine cold sweat on her forehead, and did not show an overly panicked expression. Finally, there was a normal person, but she still had the smell of her card on her. This person participated in the kidnapping of Lan Meng. It's a pity, you shouldn't have kidnapped that girl. Yes, but it was the City Lord's request after all. Sorry, say sorry to that girl for me. She suffered a lot. You know they will take away the superpowers of other superpowers. I know, this is the end of the world, it is always easier to survive if you have more superpowers. But you didn't take it. Why? You seem to be in a high position here. They would not refuse to give it to you. No, I don't want it. After all, it's someone else's stuff. I can survive on it. The last question, how many people have you killed? 3, not counting accomplices. They wanted to kill me and my family, and we wanted to survive. Unfortunately, I was the only one who survived. Bondi said, and closed his eyes calmly. It took less than 10 seconds for Shiryan to die, which seemed quite neat and tidy. Dying like this to atone for the people she killed seems to be a good ending. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Bundy opened his eyes again and found that the rose vine on his wrist did not move at all. Ji Qingshan's figure had long disappeared. A few minutes later, his body reacted belatedly. Bundy, who survived the disaster, fell to the ground, his heart beating like a drum. Why did you change your mind? 2 minutes after leaving the underground entrance, the sunflower in Ji Qingshan's arms poked its head out in confusion. Relying on the fact that Ji Qingshan was still gentle to her, she hurriedly asked the question in her heart. Nothing, I just think it's more cost-effective to keep her than to kill her. Miss Ji rubbed the sunflower disc and answered ambiguously. When the sky outside turned white, Ji Qingshan had already dealt with the original brown-haired man's subordinates. Of course, it was violent means. The original black cloaks were directly reduced by more than half, leaving only more than 50 people. The 3 people who brought Lan Meng back before, except Bundy, were all used as fertilizer by Ji Qingshan. At present, at least on the surface, no one opposed her opinion. The dirty things in private can be solved in a day or two. There is only one urgent matter. Let these guys who dare not show their true faces all day take off their black cloaks. I don't know what Li Da's hobby is. He must be happy if his subordinates are the same. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder, right? Isn't it good to be able to see the face clearly like now? It can prevent people from sneaking in and focus on those guys who have some signs of rebellion. After remembering their abilities, they can make full use of them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bundy volunteered to help Lan Meng take care of the wounded. The little girl was a little scared when she saw her, but when she saw that Ji Qingshan did not stop her, she tried to overcome her fear and tried to maintain her rationality in front of her former enemy. Su Yang was thrown back to his mother by Ji Qingshan. Originally, he thought that he had avenged his revenge and suffered a little, so he could be more peaceful now. Who knew that after this battle, the kid would not rest, and insisted on asking Ji Qingshan to teach him how to use his supernatural powers and fighting skills. If he was not a minor, Miss Ji would have beaten him up and thrown him out in a minute. In short, everything is moving in a good direction. Although she was given the title of the owner of the shelter, the ecology here has long been formed. She only needs to keep those nostalgic guys in line, and she can go out to find zombies to recover the cards. If that were true, it would be great. Zizi, hello dear owner of shelter number 710, here is an important notice, The zombie carnival night will come in 3 days, I say again, the zombie carnival night will come in 3 days. At that time, a large number of zombies will attack the shelter collectively. The number of zombies, unknown. Attack time, unknown. Zombie strength, unknown. Please find a shelter as soon as possible for the survivors who enter the shelter to hide. Please make survival preparations for the shelter owners and all survivors. Sweet, all unknown, what use is you? And I'm just here to save people. Why did I take on such a big burden of the shelter inexplicably? Ji Qingshan roared in his heart. Chapter 10. Zizi. An important notice is inserted below. Almost at the same time when Ji Qingshan complained about the system, all survivors around the world remembered this electronic sound at the same time. 3 days later, the zombie carnival night will start in all shelters. Survivors who have not joined the shelter, please enter the shelter as soon as possible. If you still haven't joined after 3 days, you will automatically be transformed into zombies. During the zombie carnival night, if the shelter is occupied by zombies, all survivors in the shelter will automatically be transformed into zombies. Please prepare yourself for your survival challenge. Good luck to everyone. Damn, what a broken rule. In the snowy city, a tall and strong man in a thick coat pounded the wall of the tower. Elsewhere, a tall woman looked at the gray sky, and her white hands tightened the huge sickle on her back. In the yellow sand, a man with only one eye left stood high and stared at the city behind him. Under a tower that looks like an ice cream cake, a delicate little boy curled his lips and threw a cookie into his mouth. Such people appear in almost every shelter. At this moment, almost everyone on this planet feels an unprecedented crisis, both to the enemy and to their companions. Most of the delicate flowers that were protected by the shelter in the past have little combat experience, and perhaps they have never faced real zombies. Zombie Carnival Night. Such a big show, really messing around. In the ruins, a pale hand stretched out from the pile of zombies with difficulty and pulled away the corpses around. There was not a single piece of good fabric on this man's body. The slightest movement would cause the pieces of clothing to fall off. His half-long black hair covered the upper half of his face, and only a pale lip could be seen. His overly white skin made him look no healthier than the zombies. I don't know how many shelters will survive this time, the man murmured in a low voice, his voice as light as a lifeless zombie. At that time, Ji-Chinchin was angrily breaking open a bean pod, throwing 3 beans into his mouth and chewing them, while talking to the electronic voice in his mind. That thing whose name I don't know. I am the consciousness of this world. Oh really, sure, you don't look like the consciousness of a good world. But this is not important. I want to ask you, what kind of defense and survival items can this shelter take out? Easy, the defense of the second level shelter is a primary protective shield, which can withstand zombie attacks for up to 1 hour. The recharging time after each break is 3 hours. Survival items, you can choose, cold weapons, single-person protective gear, and primary daily necessities. A list appeared in Ji-Chinchin's mind. Cold weapons, daggers, bows and arrows, spears, knives, etc. Limited to 100 items per day. Single-person protective gear, disposable shield, can withstand zombie attacks for 5 minutes. Limited to 100 items per day. Primary daily necessities, kitchen utensils, tables, chairs, various paper products, and wooden products except knives. Limited to 200 items per day. Note, the items taken out will disappear after 3 days. The things look almost the same as those in the place where Ji-Chinchin used to live. It's just that the cold weapons are cold enough, and they don't give anything that can light a fire. Ji-Chinchin sighed. In 3 days, he could only save 300 pieces of armor and weapons. Even if he counted all the pots and pans, it was not enough for the survivors in the shelter. Not to mention that the previous owner squeezed these uninformed people in order to get as much benefit as possible, and almost never let them face zombies head-on. This is what Bondi told Ji-Chinchin. Lita, the brown-haired man, sent his men to lead ordinary people. In fact, he used those people as cannon fodder. If he encountered ordinary zombies, he could handle them by himself. If he encountered those that he couldn't deal with, he would use the people he took out as bait, as long as he could bring back the energy core. It's too late for emergency training now. So, 3 days later, Ji-Chinchin is now equivalent to leading a group of lambs, who have never fought zombies, can't listen to commands, and can only scream to protect the shelter. Although everyone in the shelter has superpowers, referring to Su Yang's invisibility that can be scrapped at any time, few people can use it well. Tisk, nervous system, nervous world. How come she got the title of shelter owner, and became her main task by saving a person? Those who don't join the shelter will be transformed into zombies, and everyone in the shelter will be transformed into zombies if it falls. So she can't even leave. She has to survive with more than 10,000 burdens here. Are more than 10,000 burdens so easy to take? Not to mention how long the carnival night will last, when the shelter will be considered to have fallen, and how many zombies there will be. The so-called world consciousness did not reveal any relevant information at all. City Lord, it's bad, there's a fight outside. Miss Lan is also involved. The one who reported the news was a small fry under Li Da's command. Because he was not proficient in using his superpowers, he was not well received in the original group. After Ji-Chinchin took control of the shelter, he switched sides without a second thought. Ji-Chinchin was already in a state of panic, so don't blame her for being rude since someone had run into her. When they arrived, the two sides had already started fighting. With a quick glance, Ji-Chinchin could tell the composition of the two sides. The group with the most people were ordinary people in the shelter, who were ignorant of the world. At this moment, they were all blushing and holding up their indecent weapons, and had already made an attacking move. The other side was Li Da's former subordinates. They were just passively defending, and did not dare to use their superpowers on the other side. This was the result of Ji-Chinchin's rectification yesterday. Everything in the shelter was running as usual, with only one change. Ordinary people could not be used as cannon fodder or hurt. But now, Ji-Chinchin doesn't really want this kind of peace. At first, some people were still thinking of pretending to obey but secretly doing it without Ji-Chinchin knowing. But when they saw the rose vine wrapped around their wrists, such people disappeared. No one dared to gamble with their lives. The effect of violent suppression is indeed good. The pea pod exploded in the middle of the conflict, and the air wave caused the people in the front to fly back. The crowd fell backwards like dominoes. What are you arguing about? Ji-Chinchin walked to the empty space in the middle with a gloomy face, and picked up Lan Meng, who was mixed in the crowd, and wanted to persuade them to stop fighting. Sister Xuanxuang, they are. Lan Meng wanted to explain to Ji-Chinchin, but was interrupted by a middle-aged man, with a louder voice, halfway through. You are the new city lord. I tell you, little girl, I don't care what means you use to get to the top, but since you have the shelter, you must provide us with the same life as before. No matter whether it's carnival night or not, you must protect us. You can fight zombies, but you must send people to ensure our safety. Oh, what are you going to do if I don't protect you? Ji Qingchen looked at the jumping clown in front of him with some amusement. In his heart, he cursed Li De again, who was more likely to cause trouble than to do good things, and raised a bunch of ignorant trash. Then you just wait for your death. I tell you, little girl, we have more than 10,000 people here, and one person can spit ah. The dirty words turned into a scream before they could come out, and the middle-aged man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arms. In just 1 second, Ji Qingchen seemed to teleport in front of him out of thin air, and removed his 2 arms. What can I do? Ji Qingchen's voice was calm, his expression unchanged, but everyone present felt an unprecedented fear sweeping over their bodies. The person in front of them had an extremely delicate face, but in their eyes, Ji Qingchen at this moment was like the god of death holding a sickle, which was the aura of a person crawling out of a pile of dead bodies. There was a moment of silence. Some people who still wanted to secretly obey Ji Qingchen were now extremely glad that they had not had time to implement their plans. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The middle-aged man who was closest to him sat down on the ground, and the ground was wet. He was directly scared to pee. Ignoring the embarrassed middle-aged man, Ji Qingchen took a few steps back in disdain, avoiding the unknown liquid on the ground, and his cold eyes swept across the faces of everyone around him. That voice said it very clearly. If you have a bad brain, I can translate it for you. Get out, you're doomed. If the shelter is gone, you're doomed too. Then shouldn't you protect this place? Someone below was dissatisfied. Yes, I want to protect the shelter. But why should I protect you? Are you any use to defend the city? What does it have to do with me if you die? But the voice said before that we are the people protected by the shelter, and don't have to face zombies. Someone weakly retorted. Then the voice is telling you now, if the shelter is gone, you will die. Intermittent deafness can be treated. Ji Qingchen gave a look that showed concern for mentally retarded children. The man was choked and speechless. There are 3 days left. You can live or die as you wish. It's okay if you can't make a decision. Anyway, throwing you out is less labor-intensive than dealing with zombies. Having said enough, Miss Ji picked up Lan Meng and called a group of new brothers to walk into the tower. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. What can we do then? Li De solved the zombie disaster before, and we just need to follow his orders to kill zombies outside. Of course we want to protect this place, but no one tells us how to do it. Finally, when they reached the 6th step, a voice came from the crowd. It was not loud, but it was enough to arouse an echo. Yes, no one wants to die, but we haven't seen zombies many times, so how can we know how to deal with them? I was so scared that time that I hid at home and didn't dare to come out. That's right, it's like suddenly asking us to fight zombies. Assembly line workers still need training before they can take up their posts. People seem to have found a breakthrough, and they tried to take off the cowardly hat that Ji Qingchen had put on their heads, as if they had regained their face in this way. Ji Qingchen paused, turned around and said to the people who all changed their tone, I didn't tell you how to survive. Where are your abilities? They are just decorations. The crowd was stumped again. Indeed, their abilities were just decorations, and some people didn't even know how to trigger them. Is it impossible to do it? The person who jumped out first spoke, if you want to teach us, we will definitely learn. Chapter 11. Yes, we will definitely learn. Who doesn't want to survive? Learn? With your courage to throw away your armor and weapons when you see zombies, it's a waste to learn. The bad tone and disdainful expression made the people who had been incited for a long time unable to hold back. The rough man was the first to curse. Who are you calling a coward? You just have a superpower, and you act like a boss. Come and teach me tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock if you have the ability. I don't believe that you, a little girl, can do it, and we can't use it well. Yes, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, we will be there when you arrive. Don't be a coward after talking big and then try to blame us. A sharp female voice. You are the one who can only deal with your own people and not teach us real things. If you have the ability, let all of us use superpowers tomorrow. If you can't do it, what qualifications do you have to mock us? Very good, more and more people joined in. Although every sentence was a substitution of concepts, Ji Qingchen didn't care. The shelter is so big, in the end it still depends on so many of us to guard it together. I say everyone, don't do it alone, call everyone you can. If there are only us, she might have some conspiracy and tricks to quibble. If everyone in the shelter knows about it, see how she will deny it. Oh, really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Ji Qingchen's tone has become normal, But none of the people who have been in a hurry have noticed it. Just wait and see. The people who made the harsh words left quickly one by one, and it was obvious that they were going to make a big fuss about this news, and then they would laugh at Ji Qingshan to offset the shame of being so degraded today. The shelter was so lively tonight. Under the tower, Ji Qingshan looked at the backs of those people who were determined to win when they left, and breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Shuang, will they really come tomorrow? After sending the others away, Lan Meng quietly approached Ji Qingshan and asked the doubts in her heart. However, before Ji Qingshan could answer, a huge voice cut in first. Hey, I have done everything you asked. You should have done what you promised to teach me. This sudden person was the little boy Su Yang who Ji Qingshan had cheated and saved before. Yes, didn't I say that I would teach everyone here to use superpowers tomorrow? You can come then. No, this is different from what we agreed at the beginning. You clearly said that as long as I cooperated with you and said those words, you would teach me to use superpowers. No, you didn't say you would teach everyone at the beginning. Halfway through, Su Yang found the problem himself. Ji Qingshan never said from beginning to end that he would only teach him. Then you said you would teach me fighting skills. The child tried to find loopholes in Ji Qingshan's words, but Miss Ji could arrange the big show just now, so how could she make mistakes in such a thing? I will teach you tomorrow. It is not enough to rely on superpowers to kill zombies. Su Yang failed. The child only realized that he was fooled by Ji Qingshan and helped her count money. The CPU, which was not running fast, was completely burned out. Poochie. On the side, Lan Meng saw that this not-so-smart peer was completely fooled by Ji Qingshan, and couldn't help laughing for the first time in the past few days. No, you can't do this. Sister, I helped you find the way, accompanied you through the enemy base camp as a hostage, and now I am helping you act. You can't be so cruel to abandon me. Sister, please teach me. Hey, this kid. Ji Qingshan was shocked, watching Su Yang staring at him pitifully with big eyes that looked like tears came out of nowhere. No, your style has changed. Is it necessary to be so outrageous, little classmate? How could she change her mind because of such a thing? Okay, you and Lan Meng come together. She really can. Hee, thank you, sister. Finding the sweetness of being a spoiled child, Su Yang suddenly couldn't stop. Then I'm telling you, Sister Shuang has promised to teach you, so be normal and don't get so close. Su Yang, the drama queen, was completely despised by Lan Meng. She was originally a shy girl, but now she was trying to pull Su Yang's hand that was holding Ji Qingshan's clothes. No, I'm expressing my admiration for my sister. I think you're just jealous of me. You're being offensive. Facing two quarreling elementary school students, Ji Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She never thought that she would be favored by two children in her lifetime. If this got to the ears of the people in the alliance, she would definitely get millions of chins falling off. If they knew that she would wait so long calmly to teach two minors something, she would probably get hundreds of eyeballs. Maybe time travel helps improve temper. Ji Qingshan told herself. Then he separated the two children one by one. Okay, be quiet for a while. Don't you want to learn anything? Learn. Learn. In the second level shelter, the tower's authority is open to the first floor above ground. The underground floor is a large cage, the shelter owner's superpower replenishment base. The ground floor is a huge martial arts field and superpower practice ground. Different rooms can be equipped with the same tools. Ji Qingshan picked a room here at random. I don't know what hobbies the designer of this tower has. Not only are the shells of the 6 towers black, but the inside is also gray. There are few lights on the walls, and the color is dark. Fortunately, the physical fitness of superpowers is better than that of ordinary people, and the vision is not blocked in such an environment. Use superpowers. The words were said to Su Yang. The activeness of Lan Meng's superpower is more suitable for assistance. Ji Qingshan made a huge bucket for her to save extra water every day for emergency use. As for the habit of pouring twice as much water on other people's wounds, it will naturally change after a period of practice. Su Yang is completely different. Every time this kid's superpower disappears, it's because he's distracted and his mental power collapses, not because of the upper limit. Yes, using superpowers here also relies on mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the upper limit of superpower use, which is exactly the same as where Ji Qingshan originally stayed. So, for an S-level card master whose superpower requires the highest mental power and has reached the top in this field, it's easy for Ji Qingshan to guide these people. Putting his hand on Su Yang's shoulder, Ji Qingshan probed a ray of mental power into his consciousness. Su Yang's mental power is not small, and he can fully support invisibility for more than 20 minutes. But once the superpower is activated, the problem is immediately exposed. Su Yang can't control the output of mental power at all. At first, the stored mental power was released all at once. After only 5 minutes, the mental power ran out and began to fluctuate. The hidden figure gradually appeared, and Ji Qingshan snapped his fingers and was completely exposed. The child used more than twice the mental power than the normal release of superpowers. This is not an offensive superpower, and more output can also cause more damage. Even if all superpowers are used at once, invisibility can't do anything special, but it's a waste. This is a common problem for superpowers, who are thinking about using superpowers. For auxiliary superpowers like Su Yang, whose awakened superpowers are not complicated, it is not difficult to adjust. Ji Qingshan's mental power entered Su Yang's consciousness. The light green mental power with silver light was particularly obvious in the void. The unique affinity of the plant system played a role at this moment. As soon as her mental power stabilized, the translucent gas in Su Yang's consciousness attached to her. Follow. Having just used his superpower, it was difficult to concentrate. Su Yang wanted to say that he couldn't release his superpower for the second time in a short time, but before he could say anything, his mental power started to move. He was surprised to find that he was invisible again, and it was much easier than before. He kept his mouth shut and didn't express his naive opinions. 10 minutes passed, and Su Yang's mental power output began to fluctuate several times, but the light green breath always stabilized him at this moment. The seemingly thin mental power was abnormally stable, and it was not affected no matter how chaotic the scene in his consciousness was. It just repeated the previous operation over and over again. After repeating this, Su Yang felt that the power that he had originally found difficult to control gradually became obedient, and the chaotic mental power in his consciousness gradually began to condense, and the chaotic breath found its home. The entire sea of consciousness stabilized. The supernatural power was still continuing, and the mental power was still being consumed, but the power that was only consumed before was now slowly recovering after being consumed. Although it was not enough to form a cycle, one invisibility could last at least 40 minutes. Okay, seeing that his mental power began to operate on its own without guidance, Ji Qingshan slowly withdrew his mental power. The translucent energy in the sea of consciousness still operated in a specific trajectory, but without constraints, the volume released was slightly larger. It was not a problem for beginners at all. This was the first time for Su Yang. If he could find the mental power that was just right to maintain the supernatural power within 10 minutes, he could become the focus of training for that group of people in the alliance. Moreover, more mental power output would make it easier to keep the supernatural power stable. Ji Qingshan estimated that it would take more than 20 minutes for him to end his invisibility this time. What to do to kill time? Come! She called Lan Meng, pointing at the weapons on the wall. Choose one you like. Ah? No! Ji Qingshan looked at the little girl's face, analyzing the clues from her fleeting micro-expressions. Lan Meng's expression was unnatural. She knew that she had to rely on force to survive in the end times. But facing the wall full of knives, she unconsciously rejected them. She really didn't like to use them. It's okay, I don't like to use other things when fighting. Ji Qingshan smiled, one of the few normal smiles. He gently placed his right hand on Lan Meng's shoulder, and suddenly exerted force when he finished speaking. The little girl fell to the left unexpectedly, and hurriedly reached out to support herself. Before she could steady herself, a fist with strong wind was already in front of her. Don't close your eyes, you can't see, why are you still fighting? The fist turned into a palm, and Ji Qingshan covered the little girl's mouth that was about to scream, to prevent her from waking up the people around her. I'm sorry. Lan Meng blushed. If that was against an enemy, she would not be able to get up. No need to apologize, you're right. Fighting is a skill. Come on, try to attack me. Ah no, I can't do it. Okay. Then she had to do it. Ji Qingshan approached and attacked. Lan Meng had to defend herself again in a hurry, and without any method, but she had too little experience and slow reaction, and she couldn't block it 8 out of 10 times. She was hit several times, and the pain rushed into her brain. Lan Meng was surprised to find that, after a moment of pain, her bruises recovered at a very fast speed. Chapter 12. Feel it? The passive of your ability heals 3 times faster than other people with abilities. Ordinary sword wounds can be healed in half an hour, and the pain will not last long. Explaining, Ji Qingshan kept moving, and his speed and strength gradually increased. So I am quite suitable for fighting zombies, right? In terms of ability, it is true. Getting a positive answer, Lan Meng really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. However, The intensive attacks in front of her made her quickly put this matter behind her, and she just tried her best to dodge and defend. More than 10 minutes is not long or short. Ji Qingshan's moves are full of guidance, and he deliberately wants the little girl to attack. Until just now, Lan Meng was finally willing to close her eyes and punch. Finally it worked. After dodging twice, Ji Qingshan easily relieved Lan Meng's strength and helped the exhausted little girl sit on the ground to rest. Coincidentally, Su Yang's figure gradually appeared in the air behind. I succeeded. This is the first time. My superpower didn't disappear in the middle. Great sister, I love you. After shouting this sentence, the room fell into silence. Using superpowers consumes a lot of mental energy. Su Yang used superpowers for almost half an hour, and his mind was already confused. What he said was not only illogical but also abnormal. Sister, are you going to teach me fighting skills now? No one answered him, and Su Yang, who was not very clear-headed, didn't care, and looked at Ji Qingshan excitedly. Okay, come on. There is no need to communicate with people with low IQ. Ji Qingshan hooked his hand at him. In a breath, he was beside Su Yang and slapped him on the waist. Okay. Ouch. Su Yang wanted to say okay, but the second word he couldn't say was pushed back into his stomach and turned into a scream. Ji Qingshan's attack on Su Yang was a degree heavier than Lan Meng's. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was enough to make people grimace for a while. Su Yang didn't have the abnormal recovery ability like Lan Meng, and was chased away for a while. The bullying lasted for 10 minutes, and when he stopped, Su Yang felt pain all over his body. But if you say that Ji Qingshan was beating the child unilaterally, you can't say that. After all her attacks were also full of guidance, but the strength of this attack was slightly increased. Are you coming again? She asked Su Yang leisurely, who was leaning against the wall in pain with tears and snot. No, tomorrow is okay. Yes, but are you sure you can continue tomorrow? Come on, sister, as long as you teach me, I will definitely come tomorrow. After putting down his lofty words, Su Yang ran away with a limp. Sister Shuang, he and I. When Su Yang left, Lan Meng relied on her super recovery ability to recover to full condition. She was not as thick-skinned as Su Yang, and it was easy to see the difference in Ji Qingshan's attack when facing the two of them. Is it because I am a girl that I am treated specially? The little girl struggled for a long time and asked timidly, is there something different? What else? Your recovery ability allows you to give priority to killing zombies. That little fool is not so lucky. If you don't improve his pain threshold and defense now, it will be troublesome when he loses his combat power by a claw of a zombie. So that's how it is. It's not about gender, but about ability. The uneasiness in Lan Meng's heart was suddenly soothed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. What? Do you think you are worse than him? No, at least your brain is different. Okay, it's late now, go back to sleep. Okay. The little girl agreed hurriedly. Electronic sound, are you there? Ji Qingshan was the only one left in the huge room. She called the electronic sound in her consciousness. Before today is over, give me weapons, protective gear, and living props first. Zizi, I call the world consciousness. What do you want? It was obviously a mechanized electronic sound, but the tone was full of resentment. Weapons require bows and arrows, all 300 pieces require this. Well, each work is equipped with 10 arrows. A little less. Ji Qingshan pointed to the medium-sized bow on the weapon rack. There is only one kind of armor anyway. As for daily necessities. Do you have a space storage device here? Her tattoo space can only hold cards, and cannot carry a large number of weapons. Before crossing, she did collect a lot of storage props, but now she is afraid that they can only be confiscated. No! The second-level shelter only has basic daily necessities. Oh, that means there will be some later. How about 500 bags of cement? Cement is not a daily necessity. The system was almost speechless by Ji Qingshan. A cement stool will do. Item extraction successful. All the items that Ji Qingshan just requested appeared in the room instantly. I don't know if this electronic sound is revenge. The pile of things almost drowned Ji Qingshan. Not bad. Ji Qingshan carefully checked the quality of the bow and cement stool. They were both very solid. As long as the archer was accurate enough, it would not be a problem to kill an ordinary zombie with one arrow. She planned to use the cement stool as a wall reinforcement. The rest depended on whether 3 days would be enough to make a group of weak ordinary people listen to her orders and find a few plastic talents. The woman who vowed to teach us yesterday. We are here, where are you? There are more than 2,000 people outside now. You can't deny it. As if they were afraid of missing the time when Ji Qingshan would make a fool of himself, thousands of people gathered on the open space yesterday, when there were still more than 10 minutes before 7 o'clock. The more than 100 people who came to make trouble yesterday all came and stood in the front. The shouting was higher and higher, and the noisy sound was enough to wake up the hibernating bear. It seemed that this would increase their confidence. "Are you all here?" Miss G's thin figure and voice appeared at the same time, with a cold tone and businesslike manner. Of course. The tone of the response was a little stuttering. In fact, most of the people who were shouting did not want Ji Qingshan to appear, so that they could not only mock him, but also continue to be parasites with peace of mind. Ji Qingshan looked at these people's behavior of swell up their faces and pretend to be rich with a smile. Although the starting point was not good, the result was indeed a great help to himself. Then let's start. There was no option to refuse, so those who were unwilling to do so had nowhere to retreat. The first question: those who know what their superpowers are sit down, and those who don't have superpowers or don't know what superpowers are stand up. The crowd below was hushed. There was no one standing. Su Yan was right. Because of the zombie attack before, there were no ordinary people without superpowers in the shelter. Second question: those who think their superpowers can attack stand on my left-hand side, those who think their superpowers can defend stand on the right-hand side, and the rest sit down. The crowd moved again, and soon they were divided into 3 clear camps. The majority of people were sitting, with about 100 people on the right, and at least 23 people on the left. Ji Qingshan's mental power first probed into the consciousness of the 23 people. Explosion, mind control, poison gas. And one who could directly control the earth element. Although there were few people, there were still some of high quality. The defensive ones were simpler, either with covers of various materials or shields of various materials. When she explored the group of people sitting, the superpowers instantly became varied. There are those who can turn everything into stone, and those who can hold their breath for half an hour without dying. Ji Qingshan picked and chose, and separated 1/3 of them, who had attack power, and put them into the second echelon of the attack. 0 people with healing effects, 3 with auxiliary abilities, and the reserve force is quite empty. As for the rest, raise them to protect themselves and use them as transportation tools. First open up superpowers. No matter what superpowers are, they can benefit human physique. Ji Qingshan released his mental power into the consciousness of more than 1,000 people, and found the method he used on Su Yang last night, but this time it was one person with 1,000. Dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ji Qingshan consumed a lot of mental power during this period of time, but the effect was very significant. In less than half an hour, the superpowers of thousands of people were all controllable, and most of them had never successfully used their superpowers. Thousands of people were present, and even breathing was almost inaudible. The shouting completely disappeared, and the few people who had been making a fuss huddled in the corner like quails, not daring to say a word. Everyone deeply realized the gap between themselves and the young woman standing under the tower, which was like a punishment from heaven. Many people saw that the commanders underly to use superpowers to kill zombies, but they could not use them on themselves. When they gave up and thought that superpowers would only serve as a new label on themselves, and that they could only wait quietly for death in the face of sudden changes in this doomsday, someone spent half an hour to overturn everything they knew. Kicked despair into its own ditch. The look in their eyes, when they looked at Ji Qingshan, changed from suspicion to admiration. "City Lord, are you still teaching people? Can I bring my family here?" "Yes, I also know a few friends who don't know how to use this ability. Can the City Lord teach them together?" "Wait a minute, the City Lord said before that he would teach us to kill zombies with superpowers. Does this count?" The faint voice gradually became louder, and the flame of hope ignited in the crowd, reflected in Ji Qingshan's eyes. It was rare to have positive feedback, and Miss G was in a good mood. "Then give them some peas." The green pea pods floated up and rushed towards the crowd quickly. Practical operation is the best way to improve ability. She has planted a room of pea seedlings in the tower, and the peas produced every day are enough for these people to practice with. She reduced the power of the pod explosion and removed the ability of the pea explosion, but it is still very tricky for ordinary people who are dealing with it for the first time. The shield were scrapped in a few hits. The attack could not hit the peas moving at high speed. Those with useless superpowers could not be avoided. After one round, a large area of them fell. The original black cloaks recruited by Ji Qingshan were carried to the back for treatment. There was no way. The lives of these people were in Ji Qingshan's hands. It was impossible not to help. At the back, the wounded were sent to a pair of twin girls with short hair, clasped their hands together, and beautiful music came out of their mouths, forming a light golden light shield. Those injured and unconscious people lay in it, and they woke up slowly after a while. These were two of the three people rescued by Ji Qingchen and Lan Meng from the dungeon. They were older than Lan Meng, but also minors. After being pulled back from the Yellow Springs Road by Lan Meng and Ji Qingchen and cured, and the culprit, who caused their family to be destroyed, was killed, the two little girls were almost recognizing their mother on the spot. Before their injuries were fully healed, they asked 800 times a day if there was anything they could do. Ji Qingchen had to knock them out and hand them over to Lan Meng. Now that they have recovered almost completely, they are unwilling to rest no matter what. When they heard that Ji Qingchen's plan required a healer, they immediately volunteered. Okay, after all, Lan Meng's abilities can be saved, and keeping them will be more helpful 3 days later. Ji Qingchen gave up the ineffective persuasion. After the last wave of peas in the morning was released, there were 3 people who could still stand below, the one with earth elemental abilities, the one who played bombs, and a sprinter. The latter two looked very reluctant, and only the one with earth elemental abilities had the lightest injuries. Except for sweating and mud, there were no other injuries. Was it a natural talent or had it been tried before? Ji Qingchen didn't care, either one would be fine, anyway, it would be an excellent fighting force. Chapter 13. 5,128 people. There are currently 21 people who can be used in combat. 36 people with decent defense, and 132 people who can barely protect themselves. In a chaotic afternoon, Ji Qingchen helped the people who came later to control their superpowers, and use peas to bombard the poor people for an afternoon. But the results of the first day were only this. As night fell, some rooms lit up. This is the preferential treatment given to the survivors by the shelter, the lowest energy ration. But it will probably only last for a few days. Most of Li Da's men were cleared out by her, and the remaining ones basically wanted to rely on this big tree to make a living, and were only slightly better than ordinary people in the shelter. The only ones with healing superpowers were Lan Meng and the twin girls, and there were 15 auxiliary amplification types. The best news was probably that 2 forging ability users were found. In 3 days, more than 1,000 weapons can be produced in total, plus those given by the tower, which can barely arm those people whose superpowers are not related to attack. But having weapons and having attack power are 2 different things. With the current progress, it would be good if half of the people could protect themselves in 3 days. As for dealing with zombies, she didn't really count on these people. Ji Qingchen threw a corn seed on the ground. In 1 minute, the corn grew at an extremely fast speed that violated the laws of nature. A corn that was 5 meters high and 2 meters wide grew on the short and thick stem. Each corn kernel was the size of an adult's fist. On the city wall in the distance, the same 15 corns were looming in the night. Attached to the city wall were rose vines. If a zombie tried to climb up, it would probably be sucked dry first. There was a room in the tower that she used as a pea cultivation room. A dozen pea plants could harvest more than 200 pods every day. And the number of pea plants is still increasing. Let the tower put today's supplies in the previous warehouse, and Ji Qingchen jumped down from the city wall. The 16 corn standing behind gradually disappeared into the air. Morning came as expected. 3 days is a short time, and the freshness of just opening the superpowers has not passed. Even if the defense was broken by the peas yesterday, it can't reduce the enthusiasm of the people who came. In front of the tower, more than 5,000 people are all here, even more than yesterday. In the morning, there was still a lot of bombing. In the afternoon, a 70-meter shooting range was changed on the first floor of the shelter, and the superpowers that were useless were put in it. Let the 2 children and Bondi remember the good results. The 189 people who had self-protection yesterday were taken out by her, and taken to another room. Remember to choose teammates. The people who were pulled over were still a little confused when they heard it. Then, they saw Ji Qingchen took a long knife from the wall, and slashed at one of them. The man was caught off guard, and lay on the ground holding his arm. The people around him reacted first, and hurriedly stepped back to avoid Ji Qingchen's next attack. However, Ji Qingchen was faster than him, and the tip of the knife went straight through his lower abdomen. With a scream, the man's facial features flew apart in pain. Fortunately, the weapon simulated by the tower would only cause pain in the training room, not real wounds. Although they fell to the ground, they were not seriously injured. The tragedy of the first 2 people set a model enough, and none of the remaining people dared to neglect it. Those with superpowers used their superpowers, and those who could not use superpowers to attack directly also learned from Ji Qingchen to take down the weapons on the wall and prepare for battle. 1 against 109. It seems that the gap is big enough. This is indeed the case, but it is upside down. Ji Qingshan held a knife and shuttled through the crowd like a flash of lightning, without any fancy moves. Every time the tip of the knife jumped, a person would fall to the ground. The defenders' shields had no time to react, and the people with weapons had their swords taken away casually, not to mention those at a distance. None of them could hit accurately. A few shields were a bit annoying, and 2p bullets were needed. The cards carried not only the skills of the card master, but also the physical strength and mental strength of the card master himself. The god-level cards were especially so. The 108 plants with independent consciousness took away most of Ji Qingshan's value. However, Miss Ji, who recovered a card, could fight with the enemy for a whole night and escape unscathed from the siege of 100 advanced zombies. Now that the inventory has increased to 3, and she is facing survivors who are obviously weaker than zombies, you can imagine how easy it is for her to fight. The knife light fell again, and the 2 light shields rushed to block the long knife's must-pass place, clamping the falling blade. "I'm blocking it, hurry up," the girl holding the light shield shouted. At the same time, a thin figure appeared behind Ji Qingshan, and the small scimitar went towards Ji Qingshan's neck. After fighting for so long, everyone could see clearly that the person hit by Ji Qingshan's knife had a ferocious expression, but there was no wound on his body when he fell to the ground. He won't be really injured, the thin girl told herself in her heart, but it was her first time to kill someone, and her hesitation was really out of control. After just a second of hesitation, the girl felt a huge resistance on her wrist, and the scimitar could not move forward any further. Putting the thin girl on the ground, Ji Qingshan symbolically took away her knife. "Yes, you shouldn't have this trouble when fighting zombies. After all, they are much uglier than me." A high-speed spinning dirt flew out from the side. Ji Qingshan raised his eyebrows and caught it with his backhand. "You who's playing with mud over there, you're so impatient." Without moving, Ji Qingshan threw out a pea pod, and the dirt wall gathered in front of the young man, and 6 big holes were smashed by the pea bomb. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief and thought he had blocked it. Bang 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 bang, the pea bombs exploded one after another, blowing the dirt wall to pieces. The young man dodged left and right, but still couldn't avoid it completely, and got out from under the dirt with a dusty face. "No, I didn't say it could explode yesterday. Also, my name is CE, isn't the name of playing with mud too ugly? Yes, your loose dirt is worse than mud." Ji Qingshan didn't tolerate his bad mouth. He turned the long knife in his hand, stepped forward, and threw 2 bean pods with his left hand. "Come again!" CE shouted, but his movements were not slow. After learning from his mistakes, he blew up the wall directly after the earth wall blocked the peas, offsetting the impact of the pea bomb explosion. Then he pressed his hands on the ground, and sticky mud gushed out from the ground, which was originally made of unknown material, and entangled Ji Qingshan's legs, greatly restricting her movements. Bang! There was a bang in the air. Air bullet. Ji Qingshan's peripheral vision reflected a rapidly approaching spiral. A man with a gloomy temperament stood in that direction. It's a talent to think of using compressed air as a bullet in one day. It's pretty good, but it's a pity that it lacks a close combat. The knife continued to chop down, and a pea pod exploded on the trajectory of the air bomb. CE's face changed slightly, and he gathered soil to resist again. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "2 beauties over there, can you help me?" "You say it." Along with the voice, there also appeared the light shield in front of CE. The thin girl found the right time, and slashed the scimitar towards Ji Qingshan's neck. In the distance, 2 more air bombs were shot at Ji Qingshan, and the quagmire below followed Ji Qingshan's legs and wrapped around her waist, once again reducing her evasive space. All the exits were blocked, which seemed to be an impeccable killing game. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Ji Qingshan was laughing thrillingly. The knife simulated by the tower disappeared in his hand, and then a real scimitar of the same model as the thin girl's appeared. Over. Ji Qingshan's voice was very light, and in the rising tail tone, green rose vines drilled out from the ground. The quagmire disappeared in an instant, and she broke off a flower and pressed it on the light shield. 5 pods exploded in the air, and dispersed the air bombs. The scimitar in her left hand held CE's neck, and her right hand used clever strength to remove the thin girl's knife. The deadlock was solved in seconds. No, where did this flower come from? CE's face became even more bitter. He looked at the knife on his neck, and was afraid that this complaint would lead to Ji Qingshan's revenge. Superpowers, what else? The girl with ponytail disliked CE's exaggerated performance. "Hey, why are you mocking me? I'm just diligent in learning and asking questions. This is being a jerk." the thin girl said sullenly. The man who fired the air bomb just happened to come over next to her. Their eyes accidentally met, and both of them burst into the panic of socially anxious people and quickly looked away. Perhaps because he couldn't bear to see his companion's relentless stupidity, the gloomy man walked up and patted CE's shoulder, pointed at Ji Qingshan, and gave CE a look that cared for disabled children. TSK, I just thought that putting 4 people with supernatural proficiency in one group was a bit too much. Now it seems to be correct. After all, the average intelligence of the group still needs to be raised. Ji Qingshan glanced at CE with a smile. 2 seconds later. I'm not. Personal attack is too much. Have we passed? Ignoring the person who was showing off his presence, the ponytail girl came over and asked with a serious look. Others also looked at Ji Qingshan and waited for the result. Including CE's friend, no one paid attention to this funny guy's jumping. Passed, but if you really don't like to team up with the noisy team over there, you can choose another teammate. When Shua said this, Ji Qingshan's expression was not as usual. His beautiful eyebrows and eyes had a faint arc, and this little smile almost made a girl fascinated. It's okay, that's all, thank you, City Lord Ji. My name is Mu Chu, her name is Mouyue. Excuse me? Mu Chu looked at the gloomy man with an inquiring look. Fooing. And my name is CE. The howling man finally stopped and rolled over to join in the fun, earning the 2 girls looks of mental retardation. Mu Chu, thank you, but our memory is not as bad as yours. You can wait here, or go to the next room to fight for a while. By the way, this knife is for you. It's a weapon. Don't equate me with a zombie. The machete was handed to Mouyue. The little girl was thin-skinned and socially anxious. She stuttered for a long time and almost forgot the words, and it took a long time to finish the sentence. Thank you, City Lord Sister Ji. In the end, the 4 decided to go to the next room to fight each other and settle the account just now. With their example, the rest of the people who could stand in the room also figured out their goals, and when another round of the 1-person versus 100-person game began, they immediately looked for suitable partners. Chapter 14. Not bad. 3 men and 2 women beside him got up from the ground panting, and they all showed joy when they heard this. That's all for today. Ji Qingshan asked the tower to remove the effect of the simulated training ground in the room. For a moment, the people on the ground stopped howling. They felt themselves up and down in shock, confirming that the place that was originally in so much pain was really intact. There are about 10 people with superpowers that can assist in enhancing vision and correcting trajectory. The target of 70 meters is basically on the crosshairs. There are also some who can enchant weapons to cause explosions, but the enchantment properties are difficult to control. Bondi and Lan Meng handed the sorted list to Ji Qingshan. Miss Ji took a quick look. There were about 100 decent ones, 9 who made explosions, but only 3 with a success rate of more than 80%. Pick out these people, and the others with good physical and mental qualities can go up to be fixed targets for launching peas. After giving Lan Meng and Su Yang today's special treatment, Ji Qingshan went to the pea cultivation room and planted today's bean sprouts. Now this place can produce 300 peas per minute, and the maximum accumulation is 2,100. Let the remaining useless ordinary people pick and transport them, which is enough to support the vitality of the front line. When Ta asked for another batch of bows and arrows and disposable protective shields. Now it's time for her to plant corn. 24 corn turrets grow on the city wall, which has surrounded 3/4 of the city. Ji Qingshan leaned on it and waited quietly for midnight to pass, so that she could plant the remaining 8 corns. TSK, one of the people I taught before likes to sneak around. Why do you like this way when you are twice his age? The wind was strong at night high up in the shelter. The hem of the black suit that Ji Qingshan had taken from the tower was blown rustling. A head gradually appeared on the wall behind him. It was CE. How can it be twice as big? I'm only 28. He said angrily. What a coincidence, he still has 5 months to go before he turns 14. More than twice as big. The other side seemed to have said a curse word silently, and gathered a clod of earth and threw it at Ji Qingshan. The clod of earth did not cause any effect on Ji Qingshan. She raised her hand to hit it away, and peeled a corn kernel in return. CE, who had been blasted by peas 100 or 80 times, had formed a conditioned reflex, and wanted to hide when he saw something thrown by Ji Qingshan. However, this time the corn kernel flew in front of him and fell steadily, and there was no movement after a minute. CE boldly touched it tentatively. Still no reaction. Eat it? It won't explode. Why are you here? Ji Qingshan waited for him to carefully test it before he said slowly. You should have said it earlier. The other party breathed a sigh of relief and took a bite. Chew, it's quite delicious. Chew, I'm bored, just wandering around, anyway I'm alone at home. Chew, 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 my parents are ordinary people, and they died after that. They didn't catch up with the good times, they are unlucky. A white beam of light just appeared in the black sky, which was a sign of the beginning of a new day. Ji Qingchen stood up and walked towards the quarter of the city wall where corn had not been planted. While pressing the seeds on the ground, he chatted with Ce. You have secretly practiced supernatural powers before. The control is okay, but there are some problems with the thinking. Then are you willing to teach me reluctantly, Lord Ji? I only give special treatment to minors at the moment. But I can remind you that you should treat elemental powers as raw materials and not limit them to conventional methods of use. For this good combat power, she was generous in giving some suggestions for improvement. The first plant has grown. Well, although it's a pity that I grew so fast, thank you anyway. Are all these corns weapons, powers? You don't look like you expect us to deal with zombies. You have long-range attacks. How do you feel about controlling your powers from 100 meters away? The second plant. Very bad, basically no attack power. How many minutes can you survive if you are placed in a pile of zombies? I don't know, I haven't tried it, but it probably won't last long at the moment. That's it, you can't do anything from a distance. What can I expect from you? Send yourself to die? The fifth corn has grown. Then why go to so much trouble to gather everyone together to do so many things? Although I haven't done it, just think about it, and you will know how difficult it is to help thousands of people develop superpowers. No one knows what accidents will happen during the zombie carnival night. It won't end well if you always rely on others. In the end of the world, it's always good to let more people live. Ji Qingchen turned her back to Ce and put down the last corn seed. The huge plant grew rapidly, making her look a little thin. Let's go! Ji Qingchen jumped off the wall. Oh, you are indeed a good person. What the hell? Ji Qingchen had never received such an evaluation since she was a child. She shook her body and almost couldn't control her falling posture. This little idiot, who didn't know how to live or die, Miss Ji had a strange expression and her index finger was waving in the air. Bang! You, didn't you say that this corn won't explode? Ce shouted in anger from the wall. It's popcorn now. Before the night was over, Ji Qingchen returned to the cultivation room in the tower, planted peas that were producing again, and harvested the peas that had already grown on the plants. Then he directed a large group of peas to another room, where there were 32 half-man-high baskets. The baskets came from a survivor whose ability was to produce and weave bamboo strips. But he weaved very slowly, only making 20 or so a day, which was useless on the front line, and not much better for logistics. This is the majority of people in the shelter. Those who make sugar, make wine, improve their own luck, and never get fat. If they were born in the Alliance, they would become ordinary people among the masses, working hard for their livelihood from birth to death. Their abilities might bring convenience to their work and life, or they might not be useful for decades. But it doesn't matter, because they may not encounter bigger problems in their lives than unemployment, bankruptcy, and children with no future. No one thinks that superpowers are a necessity in life, and most they are used to compare at gatherings. But in this world, not having powerful superpowers, and not being able to kill zombies is the original sin. Miss Ji packed up and went out, and her eyes swept to the opposite aisle. There stood a woman with brown curly hair. It was Bundy. Are you still there? What's the matter? As the only surviving confidant of Lida, Bundy has been living a low-key life these days. Unless she is asked to do something by name, she will not come to Ji Qingchen. She is so cautious that it is really surprising for Miss Ji to see her here. Lida mentioned something that I don't know if it's true or not. He said that this apocalypse is actually a selection, and only by obtaining more superpowers and energy cores can you survive. Ji Qingchen looked at her with more inquiry in her eyes. She didn't quite understand why Bondi came to tell her this at this time. He will give us some energy cores of not very good quality, but I haven't used them. I just feel that this thing is not such a simple help. But there are many dangers in the apocalypse. If you don't improve, you will die in the hands of zombies or enemies sooner or later. The voice also said that there is more than one shelter. So? I just want to know if it is really possible to enhance superpowers without relying on energy cores? I don't know. Ji Qingchen answered very straightforwardly, and the other person's breath stagnated. What? The tone was a little shaky, as if he didn't expect this answer, or he didn't want to accept this result in his heart. Because I don't know how your superpowers are generated. But if you ask me whether the energy core can be used, It's just a chronic poison. I advise you not to use it. Of course, I can't stop you from using it secretly. Is that so? Bondi thought for a while, and heard Ji Qingchen say again. But in my experience, you can try the methods to improve your superpowers yourself, because you usually can't die. Miss Ji immediately changed the subject after she finished the riddle-like answer. Your superpowers are not suitable for the front line. Help me keep an eye on this place at night. You also know what peas are used for. Smart people won't do things that hurt others and themselves, right? Without answering, Bondi nodded in agreement. Another morning passed, and 124 of the 189 lucky people had graduated. Although the remaining 75 people are not ideal, they will not fall to the ground with one blow like when they first arrived. The number of people shooting arrows increased from more than 100 to more than 150. The few who can blast will not shoot the wrong type under Ji Qingchen's force correction. The remaining people who can improve their own strength, are fast or strong, and have good psychological quality. After picking and choosing, there are more than 100 people. According to Ji Qingchen's idea yesterday, they will be used as P projectors. The 35 people who are auxiliary or have any auxiliary ability were urgently trained by Ji Qingchen on how to use skills continuously, and then randomly deployed on the rear wall. Those who can provide medicines, water sources, or other auxiliary materials should prepare them first, and then send them to wherever they are needed like peas. The safest place in the shelter is used as a medical point, and the twin sisters, and those who know medical treatment before the end of the world are placed there to treat the wounded coming down from the front. The above are all arranged for use. The rest were divided into 32 groups as planned before, with several groups of batons, responsible for transporting supplies or carrying away the wounded. Weapons were distributed to everyone, except for the frontline people, who could choose a suitable weapon after getting the bow and arrow, and the others were uniformly equipped with self-defense knives. From noon, no place in the shelter was idle. It should be ready before the carnival night arrives. The gray sky gradually darkened, and the sky in the end times was always like this, from dark gray to light gray, and then from light gray back, there was no other color. Many people stood on the city wall. 32 corns had appeared in everyone's sight. Many people were surrounding them, curious about what they were used for, and some brave people tried to pick up corn kernels with their hands. Snap, the corn leaves flew up, hitting the man with dissatisfaction. The other's desire to follow suit was immediately put to rest. And on the wall behind each corn, there was a steep staircase wide for 2 people. TSK, why did you mess with it? Ji Qingchen walked up to the man who was hit by the corn. Did you do it last night? She was referring to the steps. There were only 4 steps to the wall yesterday, but now there are so many more. It can only be done by CE, who stayed here last night. Yes. After all, we only have one birdman here, and it is inconvenient to transport people and things without stairs. CE, who was caught doing something bad and making a fool of himself, answered with an awkward smile, patted the dust on his body, stood up from the ground and muttered softly, "It didn't have the hobby of hitting people yesterday. It seems that you have a lot of misunderstandings about my ability." An arrow passed by CE's head by a hair's breadth. The woman with purple short hair came over expressionlessly, and pulled out the arrow nailed to the wall. Only stopped to give a small salute when passing by Ji Qingchen. How can I not be considered a birdman if I have wings? You still call me a mud player. Although it was a complaint, the words and tone sounded quite cowardly. Heh. Yuan Fuyun. Give CE a roll of the eyes. Fuyun, go get ready. Remember what I told you before. Okay. Yuan Fuyun was very nice to Ji Qingchen's words. This contrast made CE mutter again. Damn, what kind of person is this? CE muttered again. Ji Qingchen, you also go get ready. If you keep making trouble here and talking nonsense, the zombies will throw you down first. Chapter 15. After sending CE away, Ji Qingchen leaned against a gap in the city wall and looked up at the sky. The sky changes almost the same every day in the end of the world. It is almost 6 o'clock in the evening now. In her original world, it is getting dark. Will it be the same time? Sister Shuang, everything is ready. The walkie-talkie has been sent to the person in charge of each group. Lan Meng trotted to Ji Qingchen and reported the current situation to her. Originally, Ji Qingchen asked Bondi to keep an eye on the situation around the tower, and wanted Su Yang to be in charge on the city wall, but seeing that the boy was unreliable, he decided to let Lan Meng go with him. Well, I know. She nodded slightly to Lan Meng, her eyes still looking outside the city wall. Thick smoke rolled up in the distance at some point. It's coming. Zizizi, hello, survivors, hello, survivors. Zombie carnival night is about to begin. Zombie Carnival Night is about to begin. Survivors, please be prepared and try to survive. A black timer appeared on the high tower in the center, with a string of bright red numbers 1 o'clock on it. 059, 0:58. The numbers kept jumping, and in the distance, billowing smoke quickly approached the shelter. No one stayed in place, and all personnel were in their positions. The production staff stayed in the tower, and made equipment to the best of their ability. The medical team was ready to receive the wounded from the front line at any time. A little closer to the city wall was where most of the living forces gathered. They were responsible for transporting supplies, and evacuating the wounded on the front line at any time. And everyone on the city wall stared at the approaching smoke. Those with superpowers use their superpowers, and those without superpowers take weapons. Ji Qingshan arranged 80% of the primary defense props here. After all, if this place cannot be defended, the fate of the entire shelter will not be much better. It's coming. The number on the black timer jumped to midnight. Outside the city, the smoke dissipated, the hoarse and unpleasant sound became higher and higher, and the stench rose to the sky. And when people saw the scene below clearly, the uncontrollable instinctive nausea rushed into their brains in an instant. The spliced snake-like zombies that Ji Qingshan had seen here were even more childish than pediatrics. In the front, only 50 meters away from the city wall, there were guys who were almost 2/3 of the height of the city wall. They had large and small tumors on their bodies, and corrosive mucus was constantly oozing out. Behind them, slender black shadows waved branches, and the branches with fangs and claws were densely packed with worms. Behind, the slimy bugs raised their heads, their huge mouths opened and closed, with sharp and dense teeth inside. There were many more behind, but they were blocked by the 3 huge guys in front, so we couldn't see what they were. This world calls these things zombies. What's the idea? Monsters are not enough to describe them, okay? Can there be normal ones behind? The distance of 50 meters is only 3 steps for the monsters in front. Bunches of black things clung to the wall, trying to dissolve the barrier protecting the food with their bodies. Quick, go down and kill them, otherwise the wall will collapse. How to kill them, you or me? There are so many, the mucus on their bodies can still corrode. Isn't it just suicide to go? Faced with this thing that was obviously beyond their cognition, and the way it attacked, many people's brains suddenly crashed, and they could only run around like ants on a hot pot. There was only one thought in their hearts. The city wall is about to collapse, and we are going to die here. Despair spread in people's hearts, but what they waited for was not the crumbling city wall, but the gorgeous blooming roses. I said, who is so kind to give a city wall? With no expression to show joy or anger, Ji Qingshan's white fingertips pressed on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, the rose wrapped around the meat lumps that tried to stick to the city wall. But in just 10 seconds, they all turned into fertilizer. The field of vision suddenly became much wider. The zombie tree that was originally following the meat lumps and preparing to attack tried to tear the roses with its branches, but as soon as it touched it, the roses entangled with the branches and grew wildly climbing the rocks, and it was so scared that it quickly broke off the branches to survive. But this did not prevent them from attacking the people on the wall. The black branches became long and soft, and swung heavily at the people on the wall. The people who had just reacted from the disaster were dodging in a panic, and many of them were about to be hit in the waist. Bang bang. The pea bullets broke the flying branches at this critical moment. Are your knives just for show? Are you standing there to be hit? Ji Qingshan's cold voice was clearly heard by people. Her image in the past few days was probably worse than that of a zombie. She diverted people's fear with just one sentence. Of course it's impossible. A certain person named C took the brunt of it, commanding the flying pieces of soil to cut off half of the vines, and by the way, he could also have a quarrel with Miss G. On the other side, the light shield opened to block the attack, and the air bullet broke the attacking vines with a swoosh. Unexpectedly, the broken branch twisted a few times and began to grow again. It's useless to cut this thing. Cut the trunk. As Ji Qingshan finished speaking, the pure white wings had already spread, and Yuan Fuyan flew several times to avoid the vines. He pulled the bow and shot an arrow directly at the trunk waving the vines. Puff, the arrow didn't go in half, and the tree trembled violently, and the waving vines suddenly retracted, and the originally thin and long one curled up into a ball. It's feasible. The reaction of the tree was obvious to all, and there was no need to remind it. The ranged ones had already followed suit and aimed at the tree trunk. Several psychics who could enchant weapons took the lead in shooting arrows, and the others followed closely. No matter how powerful the ranged attack is, it doesn't matter whether it is accurate or not, just hit it. The sound of explosions, the sound of breaking through the air, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and the howling of zombies mixed together, covering the panic of the people. The wounded should go down and follow the treatment process. Those who are not physically fit should be rotated in time. Ammunition and equipment should be delivered in time. Ji Qingshan ordered on the intercom. Facing the picture full of violent aesthetics, he touched the leaves of the corn next to him. The green leaves trembled slightly, and the tip of the leaves hooked Ji Qingshan's hand. 32 huge corn fruits swayed, facing the 2 rows of corn kernels outside the city, rushing straight towards the worms behind the trees like cannonballs. Fall into them when they opened their mouth parts. The bodies of the worms swelled and exploded violently, and huge popcorns exploded from their bodies, and limb fragments and black sticky liquid flew all over the sky, which was disgusting. The trees blocking them in front of them did not expect such a change to happen, and were so shocked that they forgot to wave their branches. Several of them were injured by the explosion of arrows, and the pressure on the city wall was relieved in an instant. However, the people were happy for less than 5 seconds, and then they saw the bugs that didn't get the popcorn suddenly speed up and rush towards the city wall without caring about their lives. The corn kernel set off again, but this time the bugs learned to be smart, and closed their mouth parts, so that the corn kernels could only explode outside their bodies. The tough skin and tenacious vitality played a great role. Even if it was blown into 2 pieces, the head was still struggling to get closer to the city wall. Ji Qingshan's face became solemn, and he ordered those who were still fighting wits and courage with the tree to continue, and took his hands off the corn leaves. The huge corn rotated and sprayed the remaining corn kernels towards the black mass behind. Ji Qingshan took out the sunflower. "Do you want to eat now?" "Not very hungry." The answer was negative. The conditions for unlocking the card through the sunflower are slowly getting higher. It's bad. Ji Qingshan saw the movements of the bugs through the mental power attached to the rose. Anyone who still had a breath of air had now pounced on the rose bushes, biting and swallowing the flowers with their huge mouth parts. Their movements spread faster than the roses, and once the front ones fell, the back ones would immediately make up for it. The swallowed flowers were madly absorbing the vitality of the insects, but Ji Qingshan could feel that there was some kind of corrosive liquid in these insects that was against plants. When their lives ended, the flowers would also wither. The pink color that originally blocked the city wall was rapidly decreasing. What's going on? These insects were too weak to beat their colleagues before and couldn't eat meat, so now they come to eat grass, right? Ji Qingshan's heart was bleeding. Seeing that the things blocking them disappeared, the zombies behind them couldn't wait, and the huge group of them immediately rushed to the shelter at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The release of corn kernels became regular, with a total of 20 rows, 1 row every 3 seconds, and they could be continued after 1 rotation. The archers and pea throwers arranged by the arrangement threw ammunition outward like flowers from heaven. What about the metal absorber? Fuyun will take 1 to fly around. In fact, Yuan Fuyun had already taken action without waiting for Ji Qingshan to remind her. They had made it clear before that the tower provided weapons too slowly, and if the arrows were not recovered, there would definitely be problems if the subsequent weapons could not keep up. The longer it was delayed, the longer it would be. The tower did not provide any means of attack, and the use of the protective shield was simply to block those things outside. When the time came, they still had to fight. There was also a lack of a means to deal with subsequent emergencies. Of course, if she had not planted flowers on the wall before, and those meat lumps tried to destroy the walls of the shelter, the first wave of protective shields would have to be used anyway. This shows that the guy who designed the zombie carnival night was quite sinister. Although he provided defensive means, he forced people to use it right away. Any accident after that would be enough to kill the survivors. However, for Ji Qingshan, the current situation is completely under her control. The attack rhythm on the city wall was not disrupted, and the logistics team was already in operation. In terms of ammunition replenishment, the zombie army could never get close to the 5-meter range of the city wall. Occasionally, there were places where the zombies were about to break through the defense line, and Ji Qingshan immediately blasted back a few peas. The vines flying all over the sky were a little more difficult to deal with. They regenerated very quickly, and could be chopped down again within 5 seconds. The main body of the tree was blocked by the zombie group, and only a few arrows with explosive or burning properties occasionally hit their edges, causing little damage. Ji Qingshan held a rose card in her hand, and rose vines spread out from the card and slowly grew along the city wall. More than an hour after the carnival night began, she controlled 3 cards together, and had to take into account the possible breakthrough of the defense line and command the overall situation. She clearly felt the mental burden. She raised her hand to hit a blind vine, and felt a water ball running into her mouth, and her spirit lightened. It was Lan Meng. In her peripheral vision, Ji Qingchen saw the little girl's head turning away, and another water ball flying towards Yuan Fuyun. The little girl left the water to the medical team, but she stayed on the city wall. Her passive ability can play a considerable role in this kind of long-lasting battlefield. What surprised Ji Qingchen was that she could find the most efficient auxiliary method in this chaotic scene. It seems that the little girl will not be raised as a pure auxiliary in the future. But right now, solving this carnival night is the most important thing. When Ji Qingchen filled a vacant defense again, she took the time to look at the timer on the tower. The black shell has a screen divided into two parts. The golden numbers on the top record the time that has passed since the zombie night, and the silver numbers on the bottom record the total number of zombies killed by everyone here. Like a game scoreboard. There is no sign to show when this game will end. Will we kill all the zombies outside the shelter and wait for the night to pass, or will there be some hidden conditions that have not been discovered yet? Chapter 16. For more than 2 hours, the zombies were still blocked 5 meters away from the city wall. Except for the vines waving in the sky, no zombie could attack the city wall and the people on the city wall. However, the large-scale fire suppression consumed a lot of physical strength for everyone. The team rotation became more and more frequent. Several familiar teammates were also dispersed to various places in the middle stage to fill the attack gaps when the personnel were rotated. For example, Ce and Fuing, the two had been separated long ago, with a bullet here and a dirt ball there, controlling the shaky defense line. Seeing that the situation was not good, the dirt ball could also fly into the zombie pile with peas to explode a big wave. This consumed a lot of energy, and Ce could only take advantage of the gap to support the city wall slowly. As soon as he looked up, he saw a vine following behind Yuan Fuyun, who was flying back with people and a bunch of iron swords. Yuan Fuyun, on your head. However, the fatigue caused by long-term use of superpowers affected the purple-haired woman's senses, and coupled with the height difference, she could not hear Ce's reminder clearly. When she found something strange behind her, it was too late to avoid it. Without time to think, the soil block carrying 3 peas rushed up, trying to blow off the vines and stop the approaching black shadow. However, he overestimated the accuracy of his current control of superpowers and underestimated the distance between the vines and Yuan Fuyun. Bang! The exploded pods blew the vines away, but Yuan Fuyun was also stunned by the huge impact force and fell rapidly with the people she brought. If you lose your brain temporarily, you can be quiet. Do you want her to die with the zombies by throwing 3 peas at a time? Ji Qingchen's scolding came from midair, and several green branches stretched out and wrapped up Yuan Fuyun and the other person's falling bodies in time. Not far away, next to a corn, the graceful willow tree swayed with the wind. Gently, she placed the people on the branches neatly on the ground and tidied their appearance along the branches. Stop being obsessive. Miss Ji patted the tree trunk. On the other side, Lan Meng had noticed the movement here and ran over to pour water into the two people's mouths, but, Sister Shuang, it won't be healed for a while. This is the feedback given by the supernatural power. Go to the back to rest. Next time you say people over there throw less. The latter sentence is for Ce. You said this willow tree? Of course, it is the 4th card that Ji Qingchen just unlocked. Sometimes she really suspected that Sunflower was intentional, and every time she tried to delay until she was about to lose the trump card, and then gave her the opportunity to unlock the card. Forget it, as long as it can be used. Ji Qingchen patted the trunk of the willow tree. Hurry up, hold on for me here for a while. Then he turned on the intercom. Each group reports the situation. Bandy here, enough ammunition, but few weapons. There are not many injured in the treatment group, but many are exhausted, and the auxiliary recovery can't keep up. Transportation here is not possible. The number of people on the front line has decreased too much, and there are not enough arrows. Only the protective gear has not been moved much. Got it. The situation is not good. Although most people are not injured, their combat power is indeed not enough. After turning off the intercom, Ji Qingchen called the electronic voice in his heart. Open the protective shield. The transparent light shield extends from the top of the tower to the city wall. It is pushed out 1 meter, firmly restricting the zombies trying to approach. Seeing that those zombies scratched and bit, but couldn't do anything with the transparent light shield, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Nutritional injections and water mixed with Blue Dream's supernatural power were delivered to everyone to help the few people who had consumed the most physical energy recover. Boss, why didn't you take out this good thing earlier? Yes, City Lord, I almost felt like my hands were not mine just now. The people who were paralyzed around Ji Qingchen and still had the strength to move their mouths, complained to her in a low voice. This thing can only be used for an hour. If you want to have more, you can only pick up the energy cores below. Are you going? Ji Qingshan looked at the person who was talking with a smile, and his face was full of words that if he dared to talk big, he would throw him down immediately. The man was so scared that he shut up immediately. The attack of the corn turret did not stop. Ji Qingshan would not let the zombies accumulate more and more. Besides, she also had to rely on killing zombies to unlock more cards. After giving a few more instructions on the intercom, Ji Qingshan took back the willow tree she had just planted and looked outside. Wherever there are plants, there is her field of vision, so when those big guys died, she saw the energy cores that fell, a child's fist-sized, irregular transparent crystal, some of which have a faint gray in the middle. According to Bondi, energy cores with gray matter are very rare and have a greater impact on superpowers. Lita once got two, and since then his superpowers, that could only summon a dozen ordinary zombies, have directly evolved into what they looked like when Ji Qingshan killed him. Miss Ji is not interested in energy cores, but is related to the upgrade of the shelter, so there is nothing she can do about it. Who should go? I go. With a weak voice, Yuan Fuyun's bloodless face appeared from behind Ji Qingshan, which made Miss Ji frown. How can someone be so active in seeking death? You're going? What are you going for? Are you going to deliver a portion of food with little nutrition to the zombies? Ji Qingshan rolled his eyes at Yuan Fuyun. It's not like you're the only one left alive. It's hard for them to get away after their skills are used up, but I can. Do you think those vines are dead? But? The purple-haired woman was suddenly interrupted by another voice. Don't but, I'm afraid you really turn into a birdman if you go like this, or the kind with a halo on your head. Who caused me to be like this? Yuan Fuyun gritted his teeth and argued with Ji Qingshan for a long time, and when he saw the culprit, he couldn't help but squeeze him. I go for you, I go for you. Please take over this matter. C was really afraid that Yuan Fuyun would mention the stupid thing he had just done. And as one of the few who looked quite lively, CE was indeed a good choice for Ji Qingshan. But, no, buts, we don't have much reliable fighting power. What do you think of sending another one away? Miss Ji refused to negotiate and threw Yuan Fuyun to the medical staff who chased after her, take care of the wounded. Miss Yuan was pulled back reluctantly. Ji Qingshan looked at CE, have you thought about it? Going down means facing zombies directly. I may not be able to save you in time, and you may die. Didn't you say before that we survivors will have to face zombies sooner or later? Why can't I be the first batch? Anyway, we have to die sooner or later. Right, two beauties over there, you have the same idea as me. Moua was used to silence, and Mu Chu became the common mouthpiece for the two. I don't agree, after all, we don't want to die. City Lord Ji, can Celia and I go together? Yes. Ji Qingshan nodded. These two are in good condition, and there won't be any big problems if they team up. You can still team up, then old Fu Yu. Ce waved to Fu Ying who was approaching on the other side. The other party didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes that asked Ji Qingshan showed his intention. No, Fu Ying is a long-range support. You two are not suitable for cooperation and special abilities. Ji Qingshan didn't give in. This is a fact. Ce and Fu Ying's abilities are not complementary. Putting two people down will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Fu Ying stopped talking, but the atmosphere was not calm. I go too. Su Yang ran over with a loudspeaker in his hand. Hearing his loud voice, you can tell that he is fine without checking. Yes, this kid is a close combat player, and he can only deal with the vines in the sky at present. Then I go with him. It was Lan Meng. The little girl remembered Ji Qingshan's instructions, and would never let Su Yang, who was a bit out of his mind, be left alone. You too, can do it too. Having given the two children so many special treatments in the past few days, Ji Qingshan has a basic understanding of their situation. The willow tree card spun on his fingertips, and a miniature willow tree appeared on the shoulders of the 5 people a moment later. Before it grew up, the willow branches were swaying there, expressing dissatisfaction with Ji Qingshan planting it on others. Bear with it, or don't expect me to cut symmetrical branches for you later. Ji Qingshan glared at it, and the little willow tree was forced to remain silent. After threatening the little willow tree, Ji Qingshan showed the 5 people the shape of the energy core, and then took out 4 transparent cards to locate the willow branches hanging in the other 2 directions, and teleported them away. Lan Meng and Su Yang stayed in the position closest to Ji Qingshan, and slid down the city wall 1 step ahead of the other 2 groups. Move the corn kernels farther away from the place where they hit, to ensure that the 5 people will not be affected by the explosion when they go down from the city wall. Ji Qingchen held the rose card in one hand and continued to let the flower vine spread to the city wall farther away. In the other hand, the willow card was suspended, and he observed the situation of the 5 people through plant empathy. The other 2 groups of people also reached the bottom, standing in a vacuum zone only 1 meter away from the zombie group. Among the 5 people, only Lan Meng had multiple close encounters with zombies. A month of survival in the end times without finding a direction is not in vain. Even if the force value is not high, the ability to withstand is definitely much higher than that of most survivors in the shelter. For example, now, facing a guy with black blood flowing out of all 7 orifices, pits and bumps on his body, green mold and wriggling maggots looming on the rotten wounds, and a bunch of guys who couldn't bite the protective shield and attack their companions with black and green teeth, and the yellow and black flesh was torn off, and thick black juice gushed out from the wounds. The others almost vomited, and Lan Meng only showed a short expression of discomfort. No, the ones I saw before were not that disgusting. Su Yang was talking about the previous zombies that emerged from the shelter. At that time, he thought they were a little ugly and a little bumpy. Who knew that when these guys were piled together, the effect of polluting the mind could be multiplied? Stop your imagination, classmate Su Yang. Ji Qingchen's voice came from the swaying stream branches, mixed with the calming mental power. It forcibly blocked the picture that was about to appear in Su Yang's mind that could not pass the review. The little girl didn't vomit. Are you embarrassed? See, I'm about to vomit. The voice was very artificial, and it was obvious that it was fake. If you want to vomit, I will make people laugh at you. Ji Qingchen has never had much patience or courtesy for this guy, who always acts like a jerk. The protective shield has 40 minutes left. Don't go beyond the attack range of the corn. The corn kernels blew up a large area of zombies, forming a vacuum zone for a short time. Taking this opportunity, Ci condensed a soil shell around him, and then walked out of the protective shield first. Mu Chu expanded the light shield to half a person's height, covering Moyue, and walked towards the world of zombies together. The willow branches on Lan Meng and Su Yang's shoulders surged and waved around them. The willow leaves at the tip were like sharp knives, cutting the zombies around them. Su Yang, who thought he had to rely on himself to protect Lan Meng, froze. Hurry up, the zombies are gathering again. Lan Meng, who was startled by his teammates' daze, reacted in time and quickly dragged Su Yang out. Su Yang's reflex arc was still running, and someone helped him to speak out his thoughts first. Isn't this a bit too easy, Lord City Lord? If you have this ability, why do you have to pick people? As long as you can move, everyone can come down to pick up the energy cores. Do your job. If your sense of smell is not very good, I can help you strengthen it. It is conceivable what the smell of thousands of zombies gathered together will be. If it is strengthened, it will probably be regarded as vomiting. C quickly shut up. Zombies gathered again, but the flying willow branches, combined with P-bombs, corn kernels, Mou's scimitar, and Fu Ying's air bombs, forcibly supported a vacuum zone around them. There were too many zombies, who died in the previous 2 hours. Even if the energy core production was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning in front of the huge base number. I saw scattered energy cores distributed on the modeled land, like some kind of gems that tempt the mind. Zizizi, congratulations on obtaining the energy core. The energy core can be used to enhance your superpowers. Please use it as soon as possible to help yourself survive better in the apocalypse. When Su Yang's hand touched the transparent crystal, an electronic sound appeared in his mind. Chapter 17. Zizi, congratulations to Wang Lu, the survivor of Shelter 358, for obtaining a first-level energy core. The wounded woman crawled out of the zombie pile, holding a transparent crystal in her hand. Zizi, congratulations to Shuyuyan, the survivor of Shelter 176, for obtaining a first-level energy core. The man punched his companion and took the crystal from him. Zizi, congratulations to Medea, the survivor of Shelter 051, for obtaining a first-level excellent quality energy core. The blonde woman narrowed her eyes, pulled a knife out of the 2 zombies, and looked at the fallen thing seriously. In various places in the apocalypse, the same electronic sound sounded in the minds of different people, and these people, without exception, touched the transparent crystal. Congratulations to Su Yang, the survivor of Shelter 710, for obtaining a primary energy core. Energy cores can be used to enhance superpowers. Please use them as soon as possible to help yourself survive better in the apocalypse. This sentence kept echoing in Su Yang's mind. The voice was obviously very light, but it was impossible to ignore it. Energy cores can enhance superpowers, can enhance. Su Yang? Beside him, Lan Meng noticed that something was wrong with his companion, but just as he was about to ask, He also touched an energy core. Don't you want to revive your family? A faint voice sounded in her mind, and the little girl's expression changed drastically, watching the scenes of her parents' and brother's death flash back. No, this is not true. Don't let it lead you by the nose. At the same time as the thought came, a willow branch swept across Lan Meng's cheek, and the picture in front of her suddenly distorted, turning into an ugly face that was ferocious and shouting. Lan Meng woke up instantly, and decisively threw the energy core into her pocket. However, Su Yan was not as lucky as her. Congratulations on obtaining a first-class excellent quality energy core. Use it to further enhance your superpowers. A slightly gray crystal was picked up, and the voice in his mind became more real. Aren't you determined to avenge your dead brother? Don't you want to be someone who can protect everyone on your own? Then use it. Think about Lida, think about those who hurt you, and when your superpowers become stronger, what is impossible? Xiaoyan was completely crazy. The same thing happened to the other two groups of people, but their conditions were basically the same as Lan Meng's. There were about 10 energy cores in the bag in his hand. Mu Chu turned on the light shield to block a zombie that dragged a half-broken body into the two people's defense circle, and looked at Mouyue. Did you hear it too? She said. Yeah. Mouyue nodded, and said a few more words. It's urging me to use the energy core to improve my own superpowers. In various ways. Yeah? Do you really think superpowers can be improved with this thing? It was a question, but the two girls looked at each other, and confirmed each other's answers. If it was really a good thing, would the energy core still need to use those pictures to coerce and lure? Hey Lord G, is it true that the energy core says it can improve superpowers? Compared to the other two groups with companions, Fu Ying was not with CE, and was a taciturn person who could not say 10 words a week. C directly set his sights on Ji Qingchen. Really? Do you want to try? Ji Qingchen's voice full of anticipation came from the willow tree. Then forget it. Hearing this tone, the other party hastily refused. He has suffered too much in this regard. Half of the time has passed, and the total number of energy cores is just over 100. They are all first-level energy cores, which means that 1,000 must be collected to upgrade the shelter. At this rate, it will take at least 9 hours to go down 3 more times. It is about the same time as dawn. Speaking of dawn, this is called Zombie Carnival Night, and the end condition should have something to do with the name. Night is the clearest condition, and it is not impossible to take this as a goal. Others, such as killing all zombies. Ji Qingchen estimated that he had to unlock at least 1/3 of the cards. As for calming down the zombies outside, it seems that there is no other way except to kill them all. Ji Qingchen rubbed his eyebrows, and took a sip from the water cup at hand. Let's focus on the present first. The time for the protective shield is running out. Report the number of energy cores, and prepare to withdraw. Okay, Sir 78. Although CE is a poor talker, his combat power is indeed unquestionable. The shell he made himself kept spraying earth bombs, and with Fu Ying's attack, he further cleared the zombies around, making him twice as fast as others. 81. Mu Chu just covered Mouyue to kill a zombie that tried to break through the defense, and reported breathlessly. Their cautious personality made them dare not be too aggressive, so they did not get many energy cores. 65. It was Lan Meng's voice. The energy cores they obtained were the least among the 3 groups. But before the voice fell, the person next to him excitedly added, I found 2 more. As he spoke, Su Yang rushed through the zombies, dug out 2 high-quality energy cores from the ground, and then ran further away. Wait a minute, there are 3 more over there. I come back after I get them. Su Yang, don't go. Time is almost up. Looking at her companion, who suddenly ran away, Lan Meng's uneasiness reached its peak. From the beginning, she felt that Su Yang was absent-minded. He possessed more frequently than herself, but got far less than herself. Could he be affected by that voice, and do something with the energy core without authorization? However, Su Yang had already rushed out a long way, and the defense circle formed by the willow trees beside the 2 of them separated. The zombies around them gathered together, and the zombie claws dripping with black juice unexpectedly broke through the defense circle. Lan Meng had no choice but to retreat backwards, and was caught in the pincer attack of the zombies around her, and completely lost the trace of Su Yang. In anxiety, vigilance inevitably weakened. I don't know when a shadow appeared above my head. When Lan Meng noticed it, a monkey-like guy who was much thinner than ordinary zombies found the top of the willow branch, where the defense was relatively weak, and pounced on Lan Meng. A cold light flashed across my sight, and the zombie's claws scratched the skin on Lan Meng's hand. Fortunately, the muscle memory of 3 days of training with Ji Qingchen took effect, and her body reacted before the pain came. Holding the bag of energy cores in her mouth, Lan Meng grabbed the monkey with her left hand. Before she could withdraw her claws, she stabbed the other's neck with a large screwdriver in her right hand. Yes, considering that Lan Meng was really resistant to knives, Ji Qingshan simply let her pick one of the tools in the tower as a weapon, and this screwdriver eventually became the object of the little girl's favor. When the hard fur blocked Lan Meng's attack and shook her hand away, the monkey took the opportunity to move in with a fierce look in its eyes, and opened its mouth to bite Lan Meng's right hand holding the weapon. The distance was too close, and Lan Meng had no time to change her moves. The monkey's mouth swallowed half of her hand. The sharp teeth had touched the skin, and the arm could not be saved no matter what. The little girl suddenly showed a trace of madness on her face, and her hand suddenly pushed forward. The next moment, the tip of the screwdriver protruded from the back of the monkey's head. The severe pain finally reached the brain, and blood flowed from the wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen. If the monkey died a second later, this hand would not be saved. However, there is no if. The pain was mixed with numbness and itching, and Lan Meng's passive ability took effect. The wound stopped bleeding at a very fast speed and repaired itself. Su Yang. Pulling the monkey off her arm, Lan Meng shook off the mucus on the screwdriver. Just as she was about to run in the direction where her companion disappeared, she was grabbed by the back of the neck. Ji Qingshan's face behind him could freeze people to death. While grabbing Lan Meng, 10 corn kernels exploded in the back, clearing a 5-meter-wide vacuum road. Sister Xuan Su Yang. Only then did the little girl dare to show fear and grievance on her face. I know, go back and heal your wounds first. Ji Qingshan only patted her soothingly and pushed her back. There were still 3 minutes before the protective shield disappeared, and she had to pull out a child mixed in with the zombies first. Through plant empathy, Ji Qingshan saw Su Yang, who was beyond the range of the corn kernels. The child was protected by only a circle of willow branches. The fierce attacks of the surrounding zombies were about to break through the defense line several times, but he was unaware. He just lowered his head and tried to search on the ground. Just take one more piece. This way I can become strong and protect them. The little brat looked at the transparent crystals in his hand obsessively, crushed them, and put them in his mouth. Behind him, the zombie's claws were heading straight for his head. How much have you eaten? The transparent card blocked the claws of the sneak attacker, and a voice without any emotion asked. Ah? Su Yang paused with his raised hand, and tried to turn around woodenly. The next moment, his claws were grabbed together with the energy core powder. Without a word of nonsense, Ji Qingshan twisted the child's joints, and took the pile of energy cores in his arms. Give it back to me. The child was like he didn't feel any pain at all, and he was about to grab it with his teeth and claws. Under the stress, the superpowers were released, and the arm held by Ji Qingshan became virtual and broke out of the shackles. He's seriously ill. Miss Ji sighed, a light flashed in her eyes. 10 minutes ago, Su Yang's ability was only invisibility. It evolved so much all of a sudden. He must have eaten half of the energy cores he picked up. The willow branches swelled, and the 2 innermost branches shrank inward, tying Su Yang up like a dumpling. Ji Qingshan picked him up like a sack and headed towards the shelter at a very fast speed. There was less than a minute left before the protective shield disappeared. Ce, Lan Meng, Mu Chu and Mouyua had all entered the protective circle and were climbing up along the vines. There was half a minute left. 3 peas blew away the zombies that wanted to sneak attack from above. On the city wall, the protective shield is about to disappear. Please prepare immediately. Lan Meng shouted with a loudspeaker, check all weapons and equipment, and replace them immediately if they are damaged. The peas were in place, filling the vacant positions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go to work. The protective shield will last less than 30 seconds. If you don't prepare, the zombies will eat the wall. Ce, the self-willed guy, picked up the horn left by Su Yang and took over the post temporarily. The crowd moved quickly. An hour is not a long time, but it is enough for people who are not injured but just exhausted to recover 90%. The lightly injured people also recovered 70% of their condition under the effect of the twin sisters and Lan Meng's supernatural products. Even Yuan Fuyun, one of the few who was attacked by the zombies head-on, came to the wall again. Although in her case, it is more likely that the treatment team did not hold her. There are still 20 seconds left. The real shield can be seen between the gaps between the zombies in front of her. Empty area. 10 seconds left. Behind Ji Qingshan, all the corn fruits on the front wall ejected all the corn kernels, blasting all the obstacles in front of them into pieces. The crowd on the wall had lined up, ready to deal with the zombies that were about to break through the defense. With 5 seconds left, Ji Qingchen plunged into the protective shield, grabbing the willow branches hanging on the wall. In 3 seconds, the willow branches quickly contracted upwards. In 2 seconds, the protective shield began to flash, and in 1 second Ji Qingchen threw Su Yang onto the wall. When the time was up, the zombies rushed into the original vacuum area in an instant. Chapter 18. On the city wall, a shadow floated up behind the 32 corns and fell to the ground. Amidst the loud noise, dust rolled up, and countless golden popcorns exploded again in the dark army of zombies, pushing the defense line back to its original position again. The hanging willow branches quickly cleaned the battlefield and picked up more than 20 energy cores. Ahem, Ji Qingchen's face turned pale. After untying the willow branches on Su Yang, she turned the willow card. The willow trees that were planted on the 5 people slid down the city wall and took root. The willow branches cut the zombies' bodies while waving, and cooperated with the people who had been prepared for a long time to continue to block the zombies in their original positions. But some careful people found that the speed of corn kernels behind them became much slower. These people naturally included Lan Meng. Ji Qingchen brought Su Yang up to the place closest to her. The little girl rushed over at the first time. Seeing Ji Qingchen's pale face, she wanted to give her supernatural powers without saying a word. But Miss Ji stopped her with foresight. Give it to him. Ji Qingchen pointed at the unconscious Su Yang. What happened to him? Lan Meng followed Ji Qingchen's gesture and saw that the person lying on the ground was not much different from usual, except that there was a faint black air lingering on his right wrist. Poisoned? Poisoned? Who was poisoned? Why? Bitten by a zombie? C came over with a large bag of energy cores and happened to hear Ji Qingchen's words. No, didn't you ask me if the energy core can be used? Yes, but it will become like this if you use it too much. As he spoke, Ji Qingchen pinched Su Yang's mouth open, plucked 2 sunflower seeds from the sunflower disc, and threw them into Su Yang's mouth. He did it because of the energy core. Sister Ji, the energy core is a trap, right? Mu Chu's face was solemn. Anyone could see that Su Yang was in a bad situation. If Ji Qingchen hadn't gone down just now, he would have been digested by the zombies by now. Ji Qingchen didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. I was wondering why the voice was so urgent. It seems that the energy core has nothing to do with the improvement of superpowers. It's just to kill me. It shouldn't be fatal. Ce suddenly interrupted and pointed at Ji Qingchen. She just said that this kid used too much and became like this. Maybe a small amount of energy cores can really help improve superpowers. Mu Chu, then why don't you use them? Because I'm a kind person, of course, I have to keep them to help everyone in the shelter survive. Come on, who believes your lies? How can I say that your dear right-hand man, Lord City Lord, is going to be wrongly accused? Come and seek justice. Damn, this guy is so sick. After Ji Qingchen and Yuan Fuyun, Mu Chu also joined the ranks of those who rolled their eyes at Ce. Don't be kind. After all, you are really afraid of death. It is true that this thing can improve superpowers, but this improvement is based on overdraft. From the results, Mu Chu was right just now. This thing is here to kill you. You arranged the people who went down based on this, right? What are the influencing factors? The strength of superpowers, or obsession? Ce suddenly became serious. All of them. Knowing the original committee is better, but it also requires mental strength. Generally speaking, superpowers are too strong to be easily affected. Especially you. Although Su Yang has crossed the line, his obsession with becoming stronger has given these things an opportunity to take advantage of him. You don't leave. Is there something else? The shield is still charging, and the others continue to defend the large force. Let the medical team take Su Yang away. Ji Qingchen turned around and looked at the only person who didn't move. Ce put away his usual mean look and looked at Ji Qingchen with danger in his eyes, but his tone was quite relaxed. What you said just now, can you tell me why? Because you are not unique enough to say that. Then let me put it another way, elemental mage or elementalist. What is your profession? The hidden trump card was revealed, and Ce's expression became normal instead. Sighed, and answered unsatisfiedly, it's an elementalist. Can you tell me who the others are? But let me guess first. Mu Chu and Mouyue should not be, and it's not right that the little boy was hit, so it can only be another little girl. What is she? Healer? Almost. Ji Qingchen gave an ambiguous answer. After all, she knew that the secret of this so-called profession did not come from Lan Meng. This morning, in the tower. Although I admit that women's sixth sense is more accurate, your accuracy is a bit too scary. This is the end of the world after all. And improving superpowers means increasing survival rates. Even if ordinary people intuitively feel that something is wrong, they will try it under this premise, rather than directly deny it. Hearing this, Bondi paused. So I am very curious about why you are so sure, and why you make such a guess about my origin. Is it convenient to tell me? Cold sweat soaked the back of the brown-haired woman. Her superpowers gave her intuition beyond that of ordinary people. Bondi knew that if she didn't tell the truth today, she might not be able to walk out of that door. My profession is a fortune teller, and spices are part of my superpowers. Is this answer okay? She took a deep breath and answered. Yeah. Ji Qingshan didn't comment. She first knew that her profession came from Lan Meng. But at that time, Ji Qingshan was just a title given by the world to people with superpowers. Until she met Su Yang, and after many indirect attempts but never heard him talk about his profession, Miss Ji gradually realized the clues. Later, she helped both of them control their superpowers at the same time. There was a clearer guess. Because from the characteristics of superpowers, Su Yang's ability is like a single line, which can only develop on the road of invisibility, and at the extreme, it has only this one function. Lan Meng's superpowers are like a net, and healing injuries is only one of its branches. The superpower products can also heal injuries, and make up for the wounds. Recharge physical strength, mental strength, and many other things. It's just that the girl's mental strength is still weak now, and some aspects are not well controlled, so the effect is not obvious. From this aspect, Lan Meng is closer to the superpowers that Ji Qingshan knew before. Superpowers come from their own hidden power, but the aspects and forms of expression of this power are different. And those who have a single superpower are more like being forced to have an ability by external forces in a helpless environment like the end of the world. Ji Qingshan doesn't know the specific reason for this phenomenon, but it is certain that superpowers with professions have a natural advantage in controlling and exploring superpowers, and don't have to rely too much on external forces. Take the group of people like Bondi and Li De as an example. One can stay awake and resist the temptation of this power when touching the energy core, while the other will use it without hesitation. Of course, there are reasons for ambition, but the influence of supernatural powers cannot be ignored. Ji Qingshan's selection of people is indeed based on this standard. However, she did not expect that Su Yang's bean-sized kid would be so obsessed with power that he would be affected by the lowest level of energy core. I hope Yuan Fuyun will not be the same as Su Yang, otherwise she can only pull Bondi over. Fortune teller, just hearing the name, you know that he is a pure auxiliary, and it is not a good decision to put him on the front battlefield. After using the intercom to learn from the medical team that the still unconscious child is generally fine, Ji Qingshan's fingertips were suddenly pierced by something. What's wrong, Hungary? Miss Ji looked at the sunflower lying on her hand, and found that the other party was staring at her with resentment. I don't know why these small eyes, as big as soybeans, can express so many emotions. Hearing this, Sunflower nodded and shook her head, and said with a sad face and a wronged voice, "It hurts." Hurt? Ji Qingshan was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he had just pulled 2 melon seeds from her, and there was still a small hole there. Okay, some small plants are delicate. But Miss Ji doesn't raise delicate plants. Bringing Sunflower in front of her, looking at her 2 round yellow bean eyes, Ji Qingshan said word by word, "You can eat it if you want, but if you don't want to eat it, go to sleep, and it won't hurt if you faint." If Sunflower had whites of the eyes, she would probably want to give Ji Qingshan a big eye roll, but unfortunately she only had 2 black beans that looked very cute. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a particularly good counterattack. She just accepted the food handed by Ji Qingshan and added, "Can I have 2 cards?" Of course, Miss Ji was eager to unblock all the cards now, and send back to her hometown the zombies, who were showing off because she'd lost her account and password. However, she didn't give the cards to Sunflower immediately. Wait a little longer. There are too many variables in the zombie carnival night. Before determining what magical species will appear after the general attacks of these zombies, Ji Qingshan decided to remain unchanged for a while. Oh, no need now. Some unusual things have begun to emerge below. It seems that they have determined that they can't break the defense of this shelter anyway, and the zombies' attacks gradually become slower. I don't know which warrior howled first, and the howling mixed with the sound of small leaks appeared one after another. The people on the city wall were shocked to find that the bodies of the zombies below began to swell violently. Those things were ugly enough, and now they were like balloons, expanding the rotten wounds several times, and bursting with a bang after expanding to the extreme. Rotten meat mixed with black juice and wriggling insects were scattered everywhere, and purple-gray gas with a foul smell floated out from it, gathering and spreading towards the city wall. With this color and smell, It would be nonsense to say that there is no problem. This is because physical attacks don't work, so they use biological weapons. And they took advantage of the time when the protective shield just ended. Ji Qingchen quickly took out a card with a green aromatic crop printed on it from his tattoo and pressed it on the sunflower disc. The gray gas wrapped around the card quickly flowed into the belly of the sunflower. 100 strange crops with pungent smells surrounded the entire shelter. The plants were not tall, and the outer leaves were like coriander, with mint buds growing on the top. Milky green gas floated out from the coriander and mint leaves, spreading and rising rapidly, dyeing the sky above the shelter light green before the purple-gray poisonous gas arrived. I hope there are no people who hate coriander in the shelter. The poisonous gas floated next to the green gas, and as soon as it touched it, the intersection of the two sides emitted a sizzling sound like barbecue, and the two colors were compatible and turned back into transparent air. This reaction occurred in every part of the shelter. No matter how thick the purple-gray color became, there was no trace of it entering the protective circle of the green gas. It was just that the environment outside was a little unclear. Chapter 19. As a person who has lived for more than 100 years, Miss G has suffered at least 8,000 ambushes. She is familiar with all kinds of sneak attacks. The poisonous gas that limits vision? It cannot appear alone. The mental power is watching the outside through the rose and willow. The gas has no effect of corroding the building. There are no other life forms on the ground. The sneak attack can only come from the air. In the huge sound of breaking wind, several vines that are twice as thick as before disturb the thick fog and hit the city wall heavily. The reaction distance is too short, no one has time to respond, and can only flee by instinct. At this time, a plant with a brain becomes particularly important. Seeing that the vines like pythons are about to hit the wall, the branches of the willow tree below are directly thrown up, and the vine's attack pauses. Then the corn kernels exploded along the vines, and something wailed in the fog, which seemed to be hit in the pain. However, all this is just the beginning. The moment the vines were blocked, hundreds of black humanoid objects appeared in the air outside the entire shelter, passing through the fog and landing on the city wall. The monsters that came were 2 meters tall on average, with scarlet eyes, dense spikes all over their bodies, deformed limbs without skin, and the contraction and beating of bones and muscles could be vaguely seen during their movements. It made people's scalps numb. Ha. The monster screamed hoarsely. The scarlet eyes stared at the people around him. The mouth that occupied half of the face opened wide and bit the other person's head. Be careful. The voice and the sound of the arrow breaking through the air came together. The person who was frightened and collapsed on the ground opened his eyes and saw that the monster in front of him had stopped moving. Half of the arrow went out of its mouth, ending its life. Thank you. The rescued man hurriedly thanked the surviving man. However, the purple-haired woman who rescued him didn't even look at this side. She put an arrow on the bow and aimed at the monster that wanted to eat people in the distance. There were quite a few people on the city wall who reacted like Yuan Fuyun. They could use supernatural powers or weapons, or at worst, they could stuff peas into the mouths of these disgusting things. As for the others who were completely unprepared, Ji Qingchen's corns took over. Those that should be blown up exploded, and those that should be blown up flew away. This encounter actually reduced the number of monsters by 1/3. Originally, more than 100 combat forces were airdropped, but only more than 60 were left. No one was injured or killed on the survivors' side. Instead, because they found their souls that had been out of their bodies for a short time, they all took up their positions to deal with it, and the pressure they shared was reduced a lot. Is that so? As soon as the thought came out, everyone saw that new blood vessels and muscles began to grow on some intact broken limbs, and in just 5 seconds they grew into another identical zombie. The scene was disgusting, and the crisis was not to be slackened. The number of monsters grew from more than 60 to more than 100, more than at the beginning. A few people who were frightened by the sudden change rushed forward with knives and chopped at the monsters like crazy. However, the number of monsters increased again as the broken limbs fell. Aim at the head, don't chop anything else. Some sober people shouted. But more people were so shocked by this scene that their brains crashed, and they chopped randomly without any rules. If this goes on for less than 5 minutes, the number of monsters will be greater than that of people. Snap, 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 the corn kernels were ejected, but not towards the zombies, but blocked between the people and the zombies. The unexploded corn kernels separated the two groups like air bags, and then the green rose vines climbed up the wall like snakes, quickly found the monsters and their broken arms and limbs, and turned these things that were trying to regenerate into fertilizer in 2 seconds. The situation was still under control, But it was different from the previous 2 times. People now no longer just face zombies from a distance. There is room for daze and hesitation, and they will not be directly harmed. Close combat, panic, fear and the sharp spikes on the monsters became a fatal attack, which caught most people off guard. At least half of them were injured to varying degrees. 1/3 of them lost their combat ability. If Ji Qingchen had not reacted quickly, this number would have been doubled. Ji Qingchen was not surprised. This patchwork team faced a sudden attack, and only 1/3 of the members were reduced was her best estimate. The vanguard troops were quickly dealt with, and the zombies had no time to react to them. The treatment team took away the wounded during the gap. Ji Qingchen took out the card with the Venus flytrap and handed it to Sunflower. The attack of corn is strong, but the range of damage is better at a long distance. Bombing through a crowd will hurt the enemy 1,000 and hurt yourself 800. Close combat in a crowd still requires some damage points. Sunflower happily accepted her second portion of food. 10 Venus flytraps, each as tall as corn, with at least 20 flytraps densely grown on them, were planted in the gaps between the corns. But just as the Venus flytraps were placed, the thick poisonous fog began to roll again, and soon dense black dots fell from the sky like rain. Each of the Venus flytraps stretched out as far as possible, eating the insects falling from the sky one by one, but the overwhelming insects were not enough for 10 Venus flytraps to eat, and a large part of them still fell on the city wall. Use defensive abilities or props. Ji Qingchen ordered in a hurry. Through the feedback from the Venus flytrap, she only knew that what fell from the sky were bugs, but as for the abilities of the bugs, it was a mystery. If there was another explosion, there might be death. Fortunately, the people who stayed behind were not satisfied. One by one, the primary defensive props and defensive abilities were activated, isolating all the bugs. But after a while, people were shocked to find that the bugs that fell to the ground rushed to the coriander and mint that emitted green gas. Their sharp teeth gnawed directly at the roots of the mint plants. Damn, they are going to destroy the plants. Everyone present could see that the poisonous gas outside could not get in because of the defense of the mint. If it weren't for them, everyone would be poisoned to death in less than 5 minutes. No one cared about the bugs around them anymore. Those who had knives took them, and those who lost their knives grabbed peas, and they were about to attack the roots of the coriander. Ji Qingchen was so angry that he laughed. You can't tell friend from foe, right? Or do you simply hate the smell of coriander and want to take revenge now? Put down the one with the peas. Miss Ji shouted, controlling the peas that fell next to the coriander so that they wouldn't explode. With a fingertip raised, 100 coriander mints quickly rose into the air, and in an instant a bunch of insects lost their target and became headless flies running around. Before a few of them were lucky enough to hang on to the leaves of the plants and had time to rejoice, Ji Qingchen's index finger swiped, and 100 mints quickly spun, throwing away all the remaining insects. In midair, light green gas formed a small ball around the coriander, and 100 small balls floated in the air and still released detoxifying gas. Underground, Ji Qingchen released the control of the peas, and the bean pods on the ground exploded one after another, killing the headless flies. The people who were previously held down by Ji Qingchen and dared not act rashly also acted without hesitation after confirming the attack order. Oh, you really thought your aunt's plants were ordinary plants? They grow on the ground just for convenience. The number of insects on the ground was rapidly decreasing, but Ji Qingchen suddenly had a bad feeling. Since the monsters were dropped in from the air, why did the opponent only go to the top of the city wall instead of? The sound of breaking through the air appeared again. The people who had finished killing the nearby insects all looked up and saw that a rolling black sphere appeared in the sky at some point. Judging from the trajectory, several of them would obviously fall into the city. It's like this every time. Bad ideas will come true as soon as they appear. Miss Ji gritted her teeth and admitted her natural non-African attribute. Under her command, the Venus flytrap extended its clamps and took the lead in solving the black balls that might fall into the city. It was blocked. The half-human-sized fly trap successfully captured all the black balls that tried to sneak attack. But the round and hard stone ball is really not conducive to the digestion of the fly trap. The corrosive liquid secreted for a long time before melting the outer shell of the stone ball. But the stone ball has already moved. Come back. The order was transmitted to the plant through mental power. The fly trap that caught the opponent decisively threw the stone ball that was about to break onto the city wall and handed it to Ji Qingchen for processing. Kala, Kala. As soon as it returned to the city wall, the stone ball couldn't wait to show its true face. It was still a zombie, but unlike other guys with little bones and flesh, these zombies more than 2 meters tall had countless stone-like protrusions on their hands and legs. Some of the larger lumps had small holes in the middle. I don't know what they are used for. Ji Qingshan reasonably suspected that these zombies were sticking the flesh that their comrades lacked onto themselves. Stay together. In fact, Ji Qingshan didn't need to order. When seeing an opponent who was taller and stronger than themselves, most people's first reaction was to stay together. There were 180 stone balls thrown up, and there were 300 to 400 people left on the city wall. If they stayed together, it would be 4 against 1. Ji Qingshan had a clear division of labor. He placed some people who were good at defense and attack in each place, so that there would not be a situation where there was only attack but no defense in a group. As for those who fell near her, Miss Ji loosened her bones, and finally didn't have to use her brain. Delegating the autonomous attack rights of 6 plants such as roses, willows, and corn, Ji Qingshan took out 2 willow branches and twisted them together to make a whip. He wrapped rose vines around the outside and whipped the zombies. See, can you look carefully before you hit? You can miss such a big target? When fighting in a team, everyone wanted to find someone familiar at the first time. Compared to the strangers who teamed up on the first day, the partners, who had shared the same hardships when being bullied by Ji Qingshan before, worked better together. Mu Chu, Moua, and Fu Ying naturally gathered together. The current situation is that Mu Chu resisted the attack of the rock zombie, and finally created an attack opportunity for his teammates. Unexpectedly, who was closest to the zombie, failed to hit the 3 earth cones. I aimed at the ground. Failed to hit the opponent's fist, and saw that the opponent's fist was coming, so he had to dodge and refute Mu Chu's accusation. When he attacked, he clearly felt that he could hit it, but he didn't know why the earth cone suddenly changed its route. Bullshit, you didn't even have its skin. Mu Chu was halfway through her words, when she suddenly felt a suffocating threat. She instinctively fell to the left, and her forearm still hurt. She hurriedly looked down and found a short needle on her right hand, and she gradually lost consciousness from the wound. It's poisonous. Mu Chu was shocked, and the little girl was also decisive. She cut off a large piece of flesh from the wound with a knife. The consciousness did not continue to disappear, indicating that the poison did not continue to spread, but the real pain made her right hand temporarily unusable, and only one side of the light shield was left. What's poisonous? Who had just quarreled with Mu Chu, was the first to react. He turned his head, and saw a large piece of bright red on Mu Chu's arm. He was shocked. Needles, that guy will fly out. The blood loss and pain made Mu Chu's voice tremble a little. It's those small holes. Moua's scimitar left a residual image, knocking away a poison needle that wanted to attack, and just happened to see the source of the sneak attack, the small hole in the middle of the raised lump on the zombie's skin. Every once in a while, these small holes will shrink slightly, and then spit out a translucent small needle. The needle is not tight and thin, and the flying speed is also fast, so it is difficult to detect for a while. Ci's attack just now was also knocked away by them. But compared to the missed attack, Ce is more concerned about the people bleeding heavily beside him. Can you still hold on? Mu Chu was ruthless enough to herself. In order to ensure that the spread of the toxin was blocked, she directly cut off half of the flesh of her forearm. She didn't have the abnormal recovery ability of Lan Meng. Although her body was strengthened in all aspects due to the awakening of the superpower, it was impossible to stop the bleeding in a short time. Excessive blood loss made her face pale, but the fierce battle on the city wall prevented the logistics team from getting close. If she couldn't kill the one in front of her, Mu Chu might not be able to get treatment. Chapter 20. Ce cursed in a low voice, and suddenly leaned down and touched the ground with his hands. The sticky mud appeared at the foot of the stone zombie, climbing up at a very fast speed, focusing on the small holes that would release hidden weapons. The air compressed into bullets appeared at the right time, and 3 bullets went to the eyes and mouth of the stone zombie. After all, the zombies have grown human forms, and they are not much better than humans in terms of their weaknesses. This situation has never happened in previous battles, and the zombies' reactions were also half a beat slower. It was this half beat that the bullets were in front of them, and the zombies had to raise their 2 arms to block them. Puff, the bullets hit the stone armor's defense, leaving only 2 shallow pits, just like countless previous battles. The stone zombie roared and slapped the person on the ground, who was restricting its movements. It was too late to dodge, even if it was to withdraw its hands and dodge now. Ce knew this very well, but he still kept his hand on the ground, looking at the rapidly enlarging stone in front of him with a sneer on his lips, which was enough. In a place that the zombie didn't notice at all, a sharp scimitar was pressed against the gap in the stone armor at its neck. With a whoosh, the blade passed by, and the thin figure used all his strength, and a huge crack quickly expanded on the stone. In half a second, the zombie's head and body were separated. Its movements became sluggish, and only the right hand was still blowing towards CE under the action of inertia. There was no way to dodge. CE knew this very well. Controlling the earth element to change the terrain consumed a huge amount of energy, and he couldn't have any spare energy to defend. But it's okay, the enemy is already dead, just a little inertia, and most seriously injured, anyway he won't die. The airflow of the attack was getting closer and closer. CE simulated in his mind whether his appearance would be permanently damaged from such an angle. Suddenly, he saw a thick golden light in front of him. Mu-Chu, what's wrong with you? The attack stopped in front of him, and CE was shocked to see the person blocking him. Nonsense, it's not like I can't use both hands. Don't act like I'm half disabled. Mu-Chu didn't look at CE, her tone was calm, but the trembling at the end of her voice still revealed that the knife was not a minor injury to her. Mu, go and rest you. The companion came over and tore off a still intact sleeve to bandage her, but was stopped by Mu-Chu. No, too many people have been lost. If there are fewer people, the shelter will not be able to be defended. Mu-Chu was right. Although it was 4 against 1, for those who didn't have much close combat experience, facing this kind of zombies with high attack, high defense and sneak attacks, most of them could only be chased and fled. Occasionally, they would bump into other people who were also fleeing, and then they would be hunted by zombies together. So far, only a few people have been able to protect themselves, and even fewer have been able to defeat their opponents like them. Miss G can easily deal with these crooked people, but it is too difficult to take care of those who are trying to escape. Especially these people are not as resistant as zombies. If the zombies are fine after being beaten by a corn, they will be the first to confess. There are too many people, so they can only ensure that these people will not die. For those attacks that are not fatal, Ji Qingshan will let them go. The only thing that makes her happy is that after unlocking 6 cards, her mental power can be self-sufficient. After delegating power, she does not need to rely on external forces to recover when all the cards are fully opened. Some groups, such as Mu-Chu and CE, killed their opponents by themselves. Lan Meng, the little girl, has a keen eye. Pa! A piece of cold water was applied to Mu-Chu's bleeding wound. Mu-Chu saw the person who immediately went somewhere else after using his supernatural power on her. She had many wounds on her hands, but most of them were very shallow and healed rapidly. Almost all the people on the city wall, who were above average in combat power and injured, received the healing water patch of Lan Meng. The little girl had been running back and forth several times, dodging the attacks of zombies, helping the lightly injured people on her side to recover as soon as possible, and transporting the wounded. The city wall was too chaotic now, and most of the logistics team could not get up. She was with Yuan Fuyun. The lady with wings took on the responsibility of transporting supplies by means of a special means of transportation. So, after Ji Qingshan killed half of the opponents and controlled the death rate to 0, the remaining 300 or 400 people reduced their numbers while dealing with the remaining half of the zombies. With the efforts of Lan Meng, Yuan Fuyun, and a few people who thought they could not fight zombies, and took the initiative to switch from the combat team to the logistics team, the situation did not get out of control. But the zombies on the opposite side used such a powerful move. Obviously they didn't expect the enemy to resist stubbornly. So before the last wave of monsters was halfway done, twice as many monsters were thrown onto the city wall. Well, judging by the number, it was 2 against 1. If these people were really allowed to fight 2 against 1, it would be like sending food. Ji Qingshan's mental power once again sent instructions to all those who could still move through the plants. The team formation remained unchanged, but they gathered a little, and it was still 4 against 1. As for the rest, after making half of the city wall his battlefield, Ji Qingshan didn't have so many concerns. Except for not being able to collapse the city wall, the corn kernels were harvesting lives in the zombie pile. There were only a dozen minutes left before the next protective shield could be opened. As long as they could hold on, they could breathe a sigh of relief. But Ji Qingshan's expression was not necessarily relaxed, because there were many energy cores scattered on the ground. The zombies that were thrown up were more than 1 level stronger than those below, and it was within her expectation that each of them could generate energy. Some of them were obviously of higher quality than the first level. Ji Qingshan picked up energy cores from the ground and handed them to the tower while fighting. This annoying thing actually proposed that energy cores cannot be interoperable. They are currently 94 second-level energy cores, or 697 first-level energy cores away from unlocking the next level of shelter. They should have more than half of the energy cores until the protective shield is opened. But what about after that? curiosity is human nature. Once the protective shield is opened, the pressure is reduced. Even if they don't know what the things on the ground are, many people will choose to pick them up and take a look. So far, energy cores have had too much impact on the minds of ordinary superpowers. Once they come into contact with them, they will probably be bewitched immediately. It is a small matter to lose their combat power in a daze. If they plunge into the zombie pile like Su Yang, she can't save them. We must recover the inconspicuous deadly danger on the ground before this war stops. Ce, Mu Chu, Lan Meng, Yuan Fuyun. Can you hear me? Ji Qingchen released his mental power through plants, and entered their sea of consciousness while they were breathing. From now on, give up fighting zombies, while ensuring your own safety, and recover the energy cores on the ground without attracting attention. Even if they are seen, don't let them touch them. They knew the danger of this thing very well, and without Ji Qingchen saying anything more, they pulled their previous partners to start recovering the energy cores. The fierce battle made everyone on the wall have no time to pay attention to other things, and the unusualness of the 6 people did not attract attention. The only trouble still came from outside. Perhaps because the shelter had not been breached for a long time, the zombies outside were getting anxious. Rose and Willow sent feedback one after another. Many guys who tried to hold the wall and bite appeared below, but were blocked by them. And the zombie airdrop army started again. In the thick fog, in addition to the high-throwing black stones, there were also a large number of birdmen. No, the wings were featherless skeletons, and the crumbling flesh on the body was not much different from the skeleton. This thing should not be called a birdman, but a bird skeleton. It is impossible for a guy with wings and flying like this to land on the city wall obediently. Looking at the screams of the logistics personnel below, Ji Qingchen's forehead was throbbing with veins. It doesn't matter if there is a corpse or not after the explosion, just make sure it won't move, she said to her own Korn. Korn shook his head to show his agreement, and executed it immediately. So far, the results have been very satisfactory, and all the bird skeletons died in the air. However, such a big commotion is still a bit exciting for the logistics team. Looking at the headless skeletons falling from the sky, the crowd looked for shelters in the chaos. It's okay, no one should die this way. Ji Qingchen further expanded his battle circle, while commanding the corn cannon to bombard the bird skeletons. The willow trees and roses below occasionally gave feedback that the enemy was vulnerable. The battle on the city wall was not too chaotic. Someone wants to jump out of the city wall. Damn, who is so stupid that he doesn't care about his life? Ji Qingchen cursed in his heart. Although she also knew that the one who jumped was probably not stupid, but because of the energy core. Fuyun, tie the person back. However, bad things always happen in groups. As soon as I finished giving instructions to Yuan Fuyun, CE's voice came over. Boss, bad news. Someone is trying to snatch my energy core, and they are quite aggressive. Isn't this the case? The energy core will be contaminated only when it comes into contact. So now all these people who are bewitched by the energy cores are all touched? Did you hear something talking to me? Yes, it seems to be the electronic voice from before. It said that eating the shiny energy core on the ground can enhance my ability and make it stronger. Didn't the city lord say that the energy core is used to charge the shelter's protective shield? He even sent people to pick it up. That being said, who knows if they are doing it for their own selfish desires? Think about it, the city lord's ability is so much stronger than ours, maybe it is enhanced by the energy core. And you remember Li De? Didn't he also collect a lot of energy cores at the beginning? If this thing had no benefits, why would they want 1 or 2? City Lord Ji, I must remind you that the energy cores that appear now do not need to be touched. As long as they are close, they will produce those damn sound effects. As it involves the safety of the entire shelter, even CE has become serious. There were more and more voices of discussion. People's hearts were like this. When no one could escape, they learned to share the suffering. But once there was a chance, the fragile alliance would be broken immediately. Just like if there were no deadly enemies in front of them, this group of people would probably lie on the ground and do everything they could to get more energy cores. However, even if the crisis was not resolved, there were still many people vying for benefits. I don't know which smart person caught a glimpse of the bag in Mu Chu's hand and shouted, "She has a lot of energy cores in her hand." Some people who were close to him didn't fight anymore and rushed towards Mu Chu. Sure enough, people can't be too idle. Ji Qingchen had a gloomy face, and was thinking about using some rough means to resolve the dispute. Suddenly, a cold female voice exploded in his ears. If you want to jump off the building, just eat the energy core. Yuan Fuyun spread his wings and scooped up the person who just jumped off the building. Put the person in Ji Qingchen's area. The person who jumped off the building just now was seen by everyone, and the noise of disturbances decreased a lot for a while. However, this alone is not enough to calm those who have already become disloyal. A stronger bargaining chip is needed. Hey, City Lord G, someone doesn't believe what you said, why don't you prove it, and slap them in the face. Next, the earth block carrying the energy core that Ce got flew into Ji Qingchen's hand. Ji Qingchen raised his eyebrows, and understood the trick that someone wanted to play. In an instant, the energy core disappeared, and the transparent protective shield was quickly deployed as it did 2 hours ago. Chapter 21. Isolated from the zombies outside, and the still thick poisonous gas. The remaining zombies inside became isolated zombies, and their number decreased under the siege of a group of people who couldn't wait to know the truth about the energy core. Ji Qingchen didn't rush to treat the person thrown up by Yuan Fuyun, and only tied him with a willow branch to prevent him from running around madly. The zombies around her were almost dealt with, and occasionally she would throw corn or send a fly trap to help those who were still fighting on the opposite side. The remaining time was used to count the injuries in the city. Yes, only injuries. Under the close surveillance of Ji Qingchen, no matter whether they were seriously injured or lightly injured, they were the kind of injuries that would not kill them for a while. There were indeed a lot of people, 179 people who couldn't move, 491 people who were not completely able to move, 1117 people who were just able to move, and 1764 people who were injured but completely fine. The injured have exceeded more than half of the available combat power, especially the frontline combat power. However, those who could still stand on the wall at this moment did not want to go down for treatment even if they were seriously injured. All eyes were focused on Ji Qingchen and the bag in her hand. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, no one wanted to make themselves stronger. If the fatal problem of the energy core was not solved for a moment, the shelter would no longer be safe. The last zombie also lost its ability to attack under the beating of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on Miss Ji, who had rested for a while. Okay, you all want to know what will happen if you use the energy core, right? Here, look at this. Ji Qingchen let go of the rope that tied the man. In an instant, the man ran out of the wall like crazy, and jumped at the edge. Fortunately, there was a willow branch to limit him, so he didn't fall and become disabled. After landing, he did not stop and rushed straight out of the protective shield. He did not care about the zombies lying on the protective shield, and the deadly poisonous fog outside. Seeing that half of his arm was stretched out, the poisonous fog corroded a large area, and there were zombies coming to bite. Ji Qingchen pulled the willow branch to pull him back. Lan Meng summoned his superpowers at the right time, and applied them to the other party's wound. This scene shocked everyone present. The one who rushed down was really like a moth flying into the fire, rushing to die. Consequences, does anyone want to try it? Ji Qingchen threw a sunflower seed after knocking the man unconscious and tying him up. The tied man did not move, as if some kind of bewitching power disappeared. However, the people standing were eager to move, and the temptation of rapid improvement of superpowers was too great. Me, can I try it? The brave ones took the lead. Yes. Miss Ji agreed readily, but the other party was scared. Based on previous experience, the result of the city lord agreeing so quickly is usually that they suffer. But he still walked to the area cleared by Ji Qingchen, grabbed a handful of energy cores from the bag handed over by Mu Chu, crushed them, and put them into his mouth. 2 seconds later, he was high. With a crazy expression on his face, he pounced on the bag to eat the energy cores. However, the bag had been taken away by Ji Qingchen. Seeing that the food was gone, his dark eyes were full of pain and anxiety. He looked around like a manic beast, and his eyes were fixed on the zombies outside the city wall. Retreating, accelerating, and jumping outside the city wall, a few actions were done in one go. If it weren't for Ji Qingchen's willow branches that were already on standby, this person would have been smashed into a paste now. The previous person's behavior can be said to be Ji Qingchen's hands and feet, but this person, he took the energy core himself and ate it voluntarily, and all his reactions during this period were under the attention of everyone. Ji Qingchen didn't even look at him from beginning to end, except for Lu Ji who saved people. The two people's strange behavior in succession made everyone understand the harm of energy core. This thing is not a special medicine to enhance superpowers. It is more like a catalyst for zombies. The person who jumped off the building was pulled up by Ji Qingchen and fed a sunflower seed. Because the poisoning time was still short, he woke up faster. After half a cup of tea, he could speak by himself. I actually think those zombies are delicious. The other party's tone was full of frustration. Zombies look delicious? Come on, who eats who? The energy core should be kept for the protective shield. You can try it if you want, but I won't care from now on. You have to be responsible for your own life, right? Everyone. There is no need to emphasize that they don't want to experience free fall without a protective rope, or become zombies' food. Hey, I knew that this kind of thing coming out of the zombies' mouths wouldn't be good. I thought there was really a panacea that could improve superpowers. The crowd muttered and dispersed to take a rest. The remaining time of the protective shield was 40 minutes. If they didn't recover their physical strength quickly, they would be buried in the mouths of zombies at the beginning of the next wave of attacks. Mu Chu, Yuan Fuyun and others collected the last few scattered energy cores and gave them to Ji Qingshan, and went back to recuperate. Ji Qingshan handed the energy core to the tower, and received a reply from the tower. 491 first-level energy cores, or 87 second-level energy cores were needed for the upgrade. There were still more than 20 minutes before the new day, which meant that her plants could be produced before the protective shield disappeared, and the offensive and defensive capabilities of this shelter would be improved again. That effect just now, was it real? Ji Qingshan was thinking about how to deploy the next plant acquisition, and someone's voice came from the side. The one who jumped off the building? Didn't you see the energy core he ate? Even if you didn't see it, Su Yang's situation is not blind. Just after fooling the group of children in the shelter, Miss Ji is in a good mood now, and it's rare to chat with Ce calmly. But that person ate much less than Su Yang. The energy core is said to help improve superpowers, and it can't make people crazy right away. Want to try it? That's not the case. I'm just curious that the city lord hates the energy core so much. Is it because he saw that little boy going crazy, or there is some unknown reason? This guy suddenly became sharp and asked questions knowingly. Ji Qingshan reminded them that there was a problem with the energy core before he saw Su Yang going crazy, and the answer can only be the second one. However, how could Ji Qingshan let others lead him by the nose? I said it's unknown, are you not a human? With just one sentence, Ce should have blocked him back. If you know, I'd be fine too, haha. The other party laughed, seeing that Ji Qingshan didn't want to talk about it, and quickly changed the subject. No, is there anything else the city lord can reveal? For example, in fact, many superpowers are not worth being enhanced by energy cores. What? Ji Qingshan spoke very quickly, and left after he finished speaking. Ce was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses, his pupil shaking. The plant reserves were refreshed, and the city wall was covered with roses again. 2 meters ahead were 10 willow trees, 40 corns on the city wall, 20 Venus flytraps, and 200 floating coriander and mints were close to the protective shield, waiting for it to disappear before floating out to further expand the non-toxic area. The logistics department gathered some people to transport the accumulated P-bombs. Most of the people on the city wall were still exhausted. This 1-hour rest was not enough. When the time was almost over, most of them had not recovered even half of their previous state. Holding on for 2 more rounds was the limit, and Ji Qingshan still had to control the situation. When the time was up, the protective shield flashed and left. There was no movement on the city wall. The poisonous fog was blocked outside by coriander and mint, and the stone-shaped zombies had no intention of making a comeback. However, there was a strong vibration from the ground. Underground, Ji Qingshan realized the source of the problem, but it was useless to realize it. Her pile of plants growing underground were still sleeping. In the shelter, exclamations were heard everywhere. All the wounded, old and young, and those who had no fighting ability gathered here. They thought that they only needed to follow the routine logistics work with the defense of the outer city wall, and the people on the city wall. But now, the huge and ferocious sandworms drilled out from the ground, overturning the houses, and raising dust all over the sky, and even overturning the fragile nervous systems of these people. Amid screams, the figure fell quickly. The wind in the sky lifted Ji Qingshan's long gray-purple hair, and behind her were the 5 willow trees that had just been planted today. Once they landed, the willow trees grew more than 3 times taller in the wind. The green branches were raised, like chains, firmly restricting the big guys that drilled out from the ground, and the sharp leaves cut their skin. The more the sandworms struggled, the more wounds they had on their bodies. Go to the bottom of the city wall. The idle willow branches rolled up the frightened people nearby, threw them one by one to the foot of the city wall, and had to help them up one by one and line them up from tall to short. It's time to stop worrying about your useless obsessive-compulsive disorder. Ji Qingshan saw this in his peripheral vision, and felt angry and amused. He just felt that sometimes it was not good for the card to have too strong self-awareness. A whip with rose flowers appeared at his fingertips. With a flick of his wrist, the whip wrapped around the nearest sandworm. The rose vines wrapped around it, and the corrosive toxins released by the thorns quickly absorbed the sandworm's body. The sandworm opened the pores distributed on its body, wanting to fire poison needles, and die together, with a person beating it in front of it. But Miss G would never give it such a chance. The bean pod flew over and exploded, and the pea bullet stuck directly on the pore. The venom secreted by the sandworm was like a match with a fuse. With a crackling sound, the pea bullet in each pore exploded, completely blocking its last chance of counterattack. One of the 10 sandworms was killed. However, the willow branches that entangled the remaining ones gradually became difficult to support. One by one, the mental power notified the willow trees that made the cages. Seeing that the old, weak, sick and disabled had been placed by the city wall, Ji Qingshan issued instructions to the attackers, who had been organized on the city wall. The long-range skills will be controlled to aim at the westernmost one, and Fuyun will take the pea bullet basket and pour it into the mouth of the northern one. Attacks of various colors exploded on the sandworm in the west, and some of them with poor aim occasionally knocked over a few buildings. In the north, the huge body of the sandworm twisted and completely drilled out of the ground, and its ugly head aimed at the people under the city wall to bite. Yuan Fuyun arrived just when it opened its mouth. The peas and the bamboo basket were stuffed into the sandworm's mouth by the purple-haired woman. At this time, a very spiritual willow branch came over and tied up the sandworm's mouth that had not yet fully opened. There was no sound, not much movement, but the skin on the sandworm's abdomen trembled violently, causing the whole worm to twist for a while and stop all life activities. However, the huge worm head fell towards the city wall due to inertia, and was about to beat the people below into meat patties. Yuan Fuyun quickly grabbed the willow branch that was entangled with it, and the wings behind him used 120 points of strength, and finally threw the guy's head to the other side, just before the sandworm rushed to the ground. Another moving worm died, and the remaining 3 were not in good condition. The ones bombarded by long-range skills could still rely on thick skin to block, but the 2 in Ji Qingshan's hand were no different from toys. The whip in his hand changed from 1 to 2, one on the left and one on the right to tie the sandworm. Ji Qingshan pulled it hard, and the 2 huge heads just collided straight together. The barbs of the rose flower had already pierced into their flesh, happily absorbing the flower fertilizer. 2 more sandworms died. On the other side, the observant CE discovered Yuan Fuyun's operation and followed suit, commanding Ni Ba to carry nearby peas and give the sandworm a last supper. However, CE seemed to have forgotten that the person who just used this method had an ability that he did not have. After a few tremors, the huge body of the sandworm smashed towards the dark tower in the middle of the shelter. Damn! When CE realized the problem, it was too late. The 5 willow trees were tying up the remaining 5 worms, and they had already tried their best to use branches to entangle the worms' mouths. Yuan Fuyun was already doing the same thing to deal with another tied worm, and he did not notice the changes here. As for Ji Qingshan. Chapter 22. Miss G encountered a bigger problem. The group of zombies outside ran in from the hole drilled by the sandworms. Well, no wonder the sandworms were sent to lead the charge. It seems that they dug a tunnel. The killing range of roses and willows is not large, and they cannot prevent the mutations at a distance. The corn turret was activated again, with part of it firing at the outside of the city wall, and other corn kernels falling into the entrances of these passages. Whenever the zombies gathered to a certain extent and began to eat the corn kernels, these corn kernels would explode and take away a wave of zombies. The zombies who wanted to enter the shelter were stopped. However, the consequences of this incident and the sandworm crashing into the tower at the same time were so that no one could catch up with the rescue here. No, CE's heart was contracting violently, and he must not let such a thing happen again. Eat me, and you can get the power to save them. The voice full of temptation came into his ears, and CE suddenly lowered his head. In the corner of his eyes, a piece of energy core with black gas was quietly lying in the corner. His hand reached out unconsciously. Boom! A huge earth wall blocked the path that the sandworm must take, and the slope to the right changed the worm's falling line. In the dust, the black tower was safe and sound, and the energy core on the ground had disappeared. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and CE fell to the ground with violent tremors all over his body. His eyes were a little blurry, as if there was a deformed transparent object stuck on his face. Are you okay? The water seeped into his skin, and CE's blurred consciousness quickly recovered, and he made an okay gesture to Lan Meng. Underground, a pile of corn kernels were bombarding wildly, and no zombies ran out of the hole made by the sandworm. Ji Qingshan found time to deal with 2 more sandworms, and left the remaining 2 to Lu Shu to deal with. The lying sandworm corpse was eaten by the rose flower. The flower fertilizer eaten will become the driving force for their growth. As long as Ji Qingshan does not restrain them, they can reproduce and eat non-stop. The problem is that this thing does not distinguish between friend and foe. If they eat too much, they will hurt their own people. The current scene is not suitable for them to play. After collecting the flowers, Miss G's eyes fell on the people on the wall. There is only one person in the shelter who can control the soil. The wall just now was undoubtedly the work of CE. But based on her understanding of CE, that person's ability should not grow so fast. Did something happen? Forget it, Lan Meng, the little girl, has gone to see it, and there shouldn't be any big problem. Let's solve the problem of zombies coming out of the hole first. After so long, the sunflowers finally moved again. Ji Qingshan handed over a potato card without thinking. As soon as the hole was blocked by potato seedlings, the desperate wail of zombies came from the tunnel. Yeah, you didn't forget to help me get the energy core up. Ji Qingshan looked down and saw that the potato seedlings at the hole had several roots, each of which was wrapped with several energy cores. 415, 387, 375, 83, 81, 80. A pile of first-level energy cores was mixed with several second-level energy cores. When all were collected, there were only 146 first-level energy cores needed to upgrade the shelter. And the energy cores were still falling. Ji Qingshan's army of plants gathered from the sky and the ground, physical attacks and magic attacks, obeying the law, and not distinguishing between enemies and enemies. The zombies were firmly blocked outside the shelter, and no one could come in. It will be dawn in more than 4 hours, so it is necessary to clarify the real conditions for the end of the zombie carnival night. Bondi, can you use your other ability? The voice was transmitted to the people in the tower through the intercom. I used it, and the result just came out. The other party replied. Fortune teller, just hearing the name, you know that the ability contained in this profession must have a line of foresight. When Lita let the zombies invade the shelter for the first time, she saved herself. When Lita died, she received the result of helping Ji Qingshan. With Bondi's current mental power, the prediction can be used once every 5 days, and now the result for this carnival night has finally come out. What is it? Ji Qingshan asked in a deep voice. At the beginning, there were only 5 words. Zombies? Carnival? Night. I used a little trick to come up with something else. Keep fighting with your faith. After all, it's not just zombies that need to rebel this night. Warm reminder, you can succeed only if you improve yourself. Bondi's voice was a little weak, and the so-called other methods were not a way that was friendly to the body. Zombies? Carnival? Night? This hint is similar to Ji Qingshan's inference at the beginning, but I don't know whether it is enough to achieve one of them, or to complete all the conditions. But the second message, Ji Qingshan's eyebrows and eyes are rolling with dark colors. Very good, this answer is really unexpected. Help, help. No, don't eat me. The zombie frenzy came too fast and too fiercely. Most of the shelters that were not upgraded in the previous month did not even survive the first wave of attacks from meat lumps and trees. Even if they barely resisted, the city walls were basically collapsed. So a wave of zombies poured in, and the shelter was successfully captured in less than half an hour. Upgraded the protective shield, and used it reasonably to kill those guys who destroyed the city wall, and less than half of the shelters were able to protect the outer defense of the shelter. Even if they survived and resisted the large-scale zombie attack, when the next zombie detonated and the poison gas spread, they had no choice but to open the protective shield and wait for death. Only a very few shelters either had a superpower like Ji Qingshan who could open poison resistance for the entire shelter, and whose mental strength could still hold up to now, or could prevent the main combat force of the shelter from the invasion of poison fog, or some special superpowers that could quickly solve all poison fog. However, even so, in the increasingly fierce attack, the number of survivors was still decreasing rapidly. The strong wind swept up the poisonous fog and took the products of the zombie explosion away from the shelter, and the man's windbreaker rustled. More than half of the shelters were killed or injured, but fortunately the city wall could still hold up. But the zombies falling from the sky made the city wall useless. The wind blade passed by, trying to eliminate the zombies in the sky as much as possible, but the dizziness from the brain made his supernatural power gradually out of control. This is the 8th since the zombie carnival night. The man sighed, and put the gray energy core into his mouth. His mind was cold, and his mental power was quickly filled. Sister Gu, I can't hold on. The wall is going to fall. Let it fall. Have the others reached the tower? They have. Xiaolu and the others are holding on. The poisonous fog can't get in for a while. As long as the zombies don't get through, it's fine. There are some energy cores left, enough to hold on until dawn. Well, let's go. Remind them to use energy cores with restraint. I always think this thing is not very good. On Sister Gu's shoulder, the black sickle was more than twice as big as before. With each swing, she could harvest the heads of several zombies. In the ice field, the diffusion of the poisonous fog was particularly slow, perhaps because of the cold. The protective shield was opened, and the man as strong as a bear rushed into the pile of zombies. The air was shaking violently 10 meters around him, and the originally purple-gray poisonous gas was compressed into a very black small ball. When the black color stopped shrinking, a transparent sealed bag floated over and quickly packed the compressed poisonous gas. The person who compressed the air kept moving, and the sealed bag followed closely behind. In half an hour, most of the poisonous fog had been processed. When the protection was lifted, the last bit of poisonous gas disappeared, but the sudden snowstorm blocked the outside world. Coco, the candies are all ready. The boy, who was as delicate as a girl, leaned lazily on the city wall, watching the remaining time of the protective shield. Compared with other shelters, he exuded a special casualness. The man standing behind him, who was more than a head taller than him, looked embarrassed. Because this Kiki was calling him. Even if he was called Shika? Although he had the same name as a yellow toy mouse, the gender was correct. It was reasonable to suspect that the boss was taking revenge on him for his height. Let them eat it after it's ready, so they won't be knocked out later. The boy ignored the resentful look behind him that was about to solidify into substance. He carefully crushed a piece of the most common energy core and put it in his mouth, then poured a large amount of syrup on the heads of the zombies below who were still trying to self-destruct. The self-destruction stopped just like that. 710 Shelter, the third protective shield had been charged, but Ji Qingshan was not in a hurry to use it. Lord Ji? Bondi's voice came from the intercom that had never been disconnected, with doubts about not receiving a reply. The supernatural power gave her a stronger sixth sense, and the long silence on the other side made Bondi feel uneasy. It's okay. After a long time, Ji Qingshan spoke again. You take care of the order in the tower. Bring the people outside into the tower, and tell me when it's done. Okay. There is one more thing. The period at the end of the prophecy is square. Square. Got it. Ji Qingshan suppressed the dark light in his eyes. Lan Meng. After hanging up Bondi's intercom, Ji Qingshan called the little girl. When the people came, he stuffed the sunflower into her arms. Take care of it for me. Sister Shuang Shuang? What are we going to do next? Lan Meng didn't know much about sunflowers, but from Ji Qingshan's daily actions, it can be seen that this yellow flower is very important to Ji Qingshan. Ji Qingshan now gave the flower to her. Lan Meng had a hunch that something was going to happen. I don't want to play anymore, flip the table. When the last word came out, Ji Qingshan's face suddenly showed a smile, cold and evil, and the usual jokes with others were gone. Lan Meng's heart trembled, but for no reason, she felt that this was the real Ji Qingshan. A transparent card flashing soft white light appeared, and everything around became strange, as if something was covered. The walkie-talkie fell from the sky, and Ji Qingshan's figure disappeared for a moment. Soon, in just a blink of an eye, Lan Meng thought it was her own illusion. Until there was a movement on the city wall. The first change was the coriander mint. The buds on the tops of the 200 plants opened, and the rich green gas formed a halo that pressed towards the poisonous fog that was still spreading outside. The poisonous fog quickly faded wherever it passed. The vision was clear. The people standing on the city wall saw the true appearance of the zombies below. In addition to the ordinary zombies seen before, there were also turtle-shaped things with pus-filled lumps on their backs and huge shields in their hands. They took the lead, less than 10 meters away from the city wall, holding their shields open to resist the attack of the willow tree. The half-skeletal frame with a lion head and a human body behind opened its mouth and spit out a ball of fire. The centaur skeleton bent its bow and aimed its arrow at the people on the city wall. The lizard man with mucus secreted from his skin jumped up and wanted to land on the city wall with a group of birdmen. Pretty good training materials. If Ji Qingshan had just opened the protective shield to let the people in the shelter rest, and then formulate a strategy to kill them. But now, she doesn't want to play, and wants to flip the table. The corn card, and the Venus flytrap card appeared in her hand. Miss Ji put her index finger on the edge of the card and quickly swiped it. Blood oozed from the wound, staining the corners of the two cards red. The fruits of the 40 corn plants rotated rapidly, and the whole corn was like a giant missile, drawing a parabola one after another, falling towards the zombie army exposed on the ground. Rumble, the earth shook violently. 6 rounds in a row, 240 corn cobs exploded in the pile of zombies, let alone skills. Those alien zombies were shattered without even screaming. Half of the zombie fragments splashed onto the city wall. The willow tree below waved its branches in disdain to avoid these garbage, and reluctantly followed Ji Qingshan's instructions to look for the fallen energy core in the pile of zombie fragments, while the rose flower happily accepted its nutrients. The potato roots dug out the last few energy cores buried in the soil, and then the potatoes rolled into the cleaned holes one by one, blocking the roads leading to the outside. The 20 Venus flytraps no longer swayed regularly. The fly trap that was as tall as a person suddenly started ejection mode, and the stem below was like a telescopic spring, pulling the traps that were running around in the sky to catch lizards, stones, and bird skeletons. A trap could hold at least 5 zombies, and a Venus flytrap had more than 50 heads. After one round, there was only a gray sky above the shelter. There were still many zombies walking on the ground, but facing the bombardment of 240 corn missiles, their brains, which were already limited, were all shaken, and they were now confused and unable to get up from the ground. Zizizi, you have accumulated enough energy cores for the shelter upgrade. The energy cores can be used for data error. Data error, the shelter can be upgraded. May I ask if upgrade? Ji Qingshan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the electronic sound, and his eyes first looked beyond the horizon. Chapter 23. There were a lot of zombies running out to fill the hole that Ji Qingshan had blown up. However, the zombies that were replenished were only the most common ones, and after the previous explosion, they were confused and still spinning in place. The shelter has been upgraded. Current level 3. Ji Qingshan interrupted the electronic voice broadcast. Do you have any attack methods? Yes. The world consciousness felt that it had been tortured by Ji Qingshan and lost its temper. That's fine. Miss Ji nodded and ignored the electronic voice, looking at the flytrap behind her. Swoosh, a clip flew towards the sky above the center of the shelter. And there, a black display was floating. Snap! A crisp sound came. People looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a flytrap holding up the black display suspended above the spire, and then quickly retracted. Everyone. No, this monitor is actually real? City Lord Ji is going to let the supernatural power chew it up and swallow it. Although this monitor looks very elastic, why is it so? Zizizi. Data error. Data error. Alarm. Alarm. The electronic sound exploded, and it sizzled for a full 5 minutes, waiting for the monitor to be digested by the flytrap before it finally stopped. The nearby willow branches wrapped around Ji Qingshan's waist, and lightly sent her to the city wall. On the city wall, everyone who still had the strength looked in her direction, curious about what unexpected thing the city lord would do next. But no, Ji Qingshan just quietly walked to the edge of the city wall and looked outside. What's outside? Some people leaning against the city wall followed closely behind. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, just one look can petrify a group of people. The zombies that were originally bearing their fangs and claws stopped moving. Starting from the zombies in the front row, one by one, like candles, they gradually turned into a pool of black water and seeped into the ground. It's a bit disgusting, but the aggressiveness is gone. Zizizi. Data repair. Congratulations on passing the zombie carnival night. Congratulations on passing the zombie carnival night. As the first person to pass the zombie carnival night and reach the shelter, you have the right to ask questions once. Question range. What are the conditions for passing the zombie carnival night? The electronic voice was interrupted by Ji Qingshan again. The conditions for passing zombie carnival night are ZZ. The electronic sound was about to answer, but suddenly came to his senses. Survivor, you have successfully passed zombie carnival night. Are you sure you want to use this only opportunity to ask questions on this question? Yes, I will. Stop talking nonsense. Can you tell me whether you can ask or not? Sure. Sure. The electronic sound was almost pissed off by this person. It must be that it has no entity, otherwise it would definitely fight Ji Qingshan to the death. The conditions for passing zombie carnival night. Kill all zombies, or ensure that the tower's defense will not be breached before dawn. The answer is complete, and the right to ask questions has been used. The remaining number of questions is 0. It's okay. Killing all zombies may not be possible without a shelter, but it is enough to hold on until dawn and ensure that the tower is not occupied by zombies. Such conditions will not lead to the annihilation of the people here. Zizizi. Shelter 710 has been successfully upgraded to a 3rd level shelter. It has a 3rd level protective shield, which takes 2 hours to charge once, and can be used for 70 minutes after charging. The shelter has gained attack capabilities, short-range turrets, range, 50 meters, lethality, can kill ordinary zombies. The second floor of the tower is unlocked. The second floor of the tower is a zombie battle simulation and supernatural power practice simulation system, including a small hot weapons warehouse. All the natives in the shelter can obtain the qualification to enter the second floor of the tower. Opening conditions. The corresponding number of first level or second level energy cores can be paid by others on behalf of you. The third level shelter provides weapons. The previous weapon cabinet appeared in Ji Qingqian's consciousness. This time, in addition to cold weapons, small guns and small bombs were placed on the cabinet. She didn't need it, but for those who are not proficient in supernatural powers or use them, these weapons are deadly enough. The third level shelter provides armor and a second level protective shield, which can last up to half an hour after opening. The length of time depends on the intensity of the attack. Level 3 shelters provide survival items. This time, the list was even more dazzling, but most of them were common items. Ji Qingqian glanced at them and found that they were basically the same as those sold in supermarkets everywhere in the Alliance. The only difference was that none of these items were suitable for use as weapons. There were no weapons with high lethality, such as frying pans, and even the small mirrors were marked as indestructible. The shelter provides basic conditions suitable for human survival during the existence of the shelter. During the existence of the shelter. That is to say, it is possible that this place will be occupied later. Rubbish world. After cursing the world consciousness in his heart, Ji Qingqian continued to read. The weapons supplied by the second level shelter can last for 10 days. The exchange conditions are as follows. 10 first level energy cores for short cold weapons, 20 first level energy cores for long cold weapons, and 100 first level energy cores, or 1 second level energy core for hot weapons. If the protective gear is not used, it will exist forever. The exchange rules are primary defense props, 50 first level energy cores, secondary defense props, 2 second level energy cores. The permanent exchange rules for daily necessities. 1 energy core can be exchanged for 2 items for a single person item, and 1 energy core can be exchanged for 1 item for multiple person items. Compared with weapons and armor, daily necessities are ridiculously cheap. But it is easy to understand. This is the end of the world. With zombies staring at them, weapons and armor are 10,000 times more popular than daily necessities. In addition, 1 first level energy core can be exchanged for the basic living conditions of ordinary humans for 1 day, including food and water. 1 second level energy core can be exchanged for 1 month's living conditions. With these exchange conditions, Ji Qingqian seriously doubted whether the world consciousness had graduated from compulsory education. According to the previous algorithm, 1 second level energy core is equivalent to 100 first level energy cores, but the living conditions of this guy are 30 to 1. It would be strange if someone would do this loss-making business. That's all. Congratulations to the 12,181 survivors of Shelter 710. Please continue to work hard to survive in this beautiful world. Oh, by the way, as a reward for passing the Shelter of Zombie Carnival Night in a special way, this message will be reported to the whole world. Good luck to you. Damn, this sand dollar world. This guy is definitely taking revenge on her. At this moment, if it were Miss G, she would wish that the electronic sound had a physical body. She would definitely give this BA set of plant combo punches. It's a pity that there is no if. When Miss G was depressed, the electronic sound had already brought this news to every corner of the world. In some shaky shelters, the people who were still able to move heard this news, and a burst of hope suddenly ignited in their eyes that were originally desperate. Zombie Carnival Night is not a dead end, there is also a way to pass it. For those shelter owners who can still hold on, this sentence is indeed a bit too much information. More than 10,000 survivors. How is that possible? Sister Gu's eyes darkened. At this moment, her body was mixed with the black juice splashed by zombies, and the blood of her companions, and the knuckles of her hand holding the sickle were white. She thought she was fully prepared, but looking back, there were only over 3,000 survivors. More than 10,000 people. How did the controller of the 710 shelter do it? 710 shelters. Sure enough, there are quite a few shelters, and carnival nights happen in every shelter. I wonder how many will be left after this one. However, doesn't the zombie carnival night have to wait until daytime to end? In the wind and sand, the young man frowned. On the ice field, the burly man punched a zombie in the head, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. 710, if you have a chance, you must meet the person who owns the shelter. It would be best if we could have a fight. City Lord? The tall man who was forced to accept the name Coco suddenly felt the air pressure around him drop. He turned his head to look at the place where the dangerous atmosphere was emanating, and saw that his city lord put away his usual smile. Coco, we are still fighting. I don't believe that anyone's superpowers are strong enough to kill such a continuous stream of zombies. So what do you think is their way to end the zombie night? After all, it will take more than an hour to hold on until dawn. The boy was laughing again, but this time his laugh was full of murderous intent. A murderous intent that came from knowing that he had been fooled. By the way, you said that your superpowers can create a black hole, right? He looked at Coco. Yes, but it can only hold one person at most, and can only be used once every 7 days. Coco felt a chill on his back as he looked at this look. Enough, I suddenly remembered that there is something extra here. 20 minutes later. Zzzzzzzzz. Data error, data error. The zzz electronic sound rang in everyone's mind again, sounding full of exasperation. Shelter 565 passed the zombie carnival night ahead of schedule, with 1705 survivors. There really is a way to pass ahead of schedule. There was still an hour before 6 o'clock, and everyone was sure of this answer. But even if they knew it, not so many people had time to verify it. After all, maintaining the status quo and being able to hold on to the shelter before dawn without falling is already the limit for most survivors. Except for those who have already passed the level, and those who don't need to pass the level. In the ruins, a sickly and pale man suddenly sat up from the zombie pile, and with a shocked look on his face, he twisted the neck of a zombie that pounced on him. Cleared the level ahead of schedule, and still 2 shelters. Even the one that passed first still had more than 10,000 survivors. He was not sure how many survivors there were in total, but according to previous calculations, the initial number of survivors accommodated in a shelter would not exceed 15,000. What kind of shelter can still have more than 10,000 people survive after one night? This means that basically no one died, right? And they cleared the level in advance. Did they kill all the zombies, or destroy the monitors to the point where they can't be put together? Is he dreaming? Otherwise, how could he hear such news? But the frustrated look of electronic sound doesn't seem to be groundless. After calming down his shock, he suddenly had a secret expectation in his heart. If all this is true, the people who came this time might really be able to. 710 shelter? Then go see the place that made electronic sound so angry. The naked man stood up from the pile of zombies, tore off a piece of rag from somewhere, and wrapped it, and set off in a certain direction. Miss G, who didn't know that she was being thought of, had a face paler than a zombie at this moment, leaning against the only treatment room in the shelter that could still be used. Hearing that another shelter passed the zombie carnival night in advance, especially the angry tone of the electronic sound when it was broadcast, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and she wanted to go out and set off a corn cannon to celebrate. However, as soon as she got up, she was pressed on the bed. You are not allowed to move. The girl's angry and aggrieved voice sounded, blocking Ji Qingchen's bed, holding a glass of supernatural water in her hand. No! Ji Qingchen's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he smiled awkwardly. Little Lan Meng, you are the rebel against Tian Gang. You are here to control me. Are you trying to usurp the throne? The words were quite strong, but Miss G's tone was not at all like that. She even avoided the little girl's angry eyes with a guilty conscience. No, Sister Shuang, don't move, don't go out. Lan Meng was almost let in. When she saw Ji Qingchen get up and continue to walk out, she came to her senses and hurriedly blocked him again. It happened that the light at the door dimmed at this moment, blocking the way out. Lord City Lord, if you continue to do this, Miss Lan will be angry and cry. The sloppy voice was naturally CE. After he said this, the tears that had been rolling in Lan Meng's eyes rolled down silently. Hey, did you rehearse this in advance? You cooperate so well? Ji Qingchen was shocked. Forgetting what she had just done, she was led back to the bed by Yuan Fuyun, who came up from behind. You need to rest now. This person stated the facts with a serious face. If the city lord insists on his own way, and even wants to use violence against us, it doesn't matter. There are people outside who will persuade you. CE took over. Ji Qingchen, is this persuasion? This is a threat to annoy her to death. So what happened that made Lan Meng, a good-tempered little girl, cry and made CE and Yuan Fuyun, who disliked each other, unite? Chapter 24. It shouldn't be such a big deal, right? Ji Qingchen was forced to finish drinking the supernatural water under the aggrieved or serious gazes of the 3 people. Didn't I just stab myself? Now the wound is not bleeding. Let me correct it. It was during the zombie carnival night. Before Miss Lan Meng was about to hand you the sunflower, she stabbed a 20-centimeter long dagger into her heart, stabbed herself through, and then pulled out the dagger. When she was bleeding heavily on her chest and back, she took the sunflower and fell to the ground with a smile. Did you see it? Ji Qingchen's expression was a little broken, although it was because she didn't have enough time and couldn't let Lan Meng leave and then do it, but there is only one Lan Meng beside her, and the little girl is not a talkative person. How did CE know otherwise? It seems that City Lord Ji was too anxious to stab herself at that time, and didn't notice the people on the city wall at all. And I haven't finished yet. After you fell to the ground with a smile, Miss Lan Meng's superpowers burst out with all her strength to block your wounds, and at the same time issued a sharp explosion for half a minute, attracting the winged person and me who flew nearby. In the end, the news that the 710 shelter did not pass the zombie carnival night, and the city lord committed suicide, was known to everyone within 10 minutes. Well, actually, it won't be known to everyone. Miss G refuted in her heart. With 6 cards unlocked, her own recovery ability has long exceeded Lan Meng by more than twice. Unless the head is separated, other injuries will not threaten her life. She calculated the knife she gave herself. It looked terrible, but it was actually just a matter of fainting for a while. The main reason was that the previous noise was a bit loud, and it would be difficult to do it without some unconventional operations. However, it was her fault that this unconventional operation scared so many people. She was wrong, she reflected on it, and next time she did this kind of thing, she would try to avoid people. Miss G, who knew she was in the wrong, compromised. Seeing this, the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Ji Qingchen's appearance after waking up did show that the knife she had given him was not a big deal. There were still many wounded in the shelter. After just experiencing a tragic night, the survivors had a huge overdraft both physically and mentally. Those who lived nearby could still walk back to rest, and the rest laid down on the spot in groups of 3 or 5. The medical team shuttled among them to ensure that no one would sleep for a long time. CE seemed to come to tease the city lord. He said a lot of words in a calm, but slightly sarcastic tone, and quickly left. Yuan Fuyun was responsible for bringing the supernatural products and other supplies provided by Lan Meng to the medical team, and was also responsible for solving problems that walking humans could not handle, so it was inconvenient for him to stay for a long time. In the end, only Lan Meng was left here. Although Ji Qingchen suggested several times that she could go and rest, the little girl refused at all. It seemed that she was afraid that if she left, Ji Qingchen would do something to stab her again. Miss Ji had no choice but to give up. Leaning on the bed, she drank another glass of water under the other party's expectant eyes. Putting the water cup to the side, Ji Qingchen propped himself up a little, and his hand touched something angular. It was an energy core. Pulling out the black gas thing, he reviewed the positions of the 3 people just now in his mind. Tisk, it's really that guy CE, Miss G sneered in her heart. In the previous battle with the bugs, this person released such a large earth wall by himself. Ji Qingchen did suspect that he used an energy core at that time, but she just checked and found no problem. This damn thing is still trying to prove his innocence. However, innocence is innocence, and the energy core of the second quality can be exchanged for a lot of things. What's wrong with her? Brain seizure? Outside, the gray-black sky was dyed with bright colors, and the night came to an end. In the collapsed city, the minions of the zombies were close at hand. But the desperate people suddenly found that the zombies in front of them were motionless, like a pool of mud gradually melting and sinking into the ground, as if they had never existed, and the blood and despair before were just people's imagination. However, the surrounding ruins, bloody land and human remains are telling the nightmare of the past all the time. Some people are lucky to survive the disaster, some people are sad about the death of their loved ones, but no matter what, the living people are relieved. Until the electronic sound appears again. Zizizi. Congratulations on passing the zombie carnival night. A shelter with less than 500 survivors, or whose central tower has been breached, is considered to have fallen. All survivors will be assimilated by zombies. The battle was so fierce that almost everyone forgot the rule of shelter fall mentioned at the beginning. This world did not give people time to react at all. So, the survivors who were still celebrating that they were the last survivors in the shelter were horrified to find that they could no longer make a sound. They could only watch their bodies gradually rot and stink in despair, and they could not even scream, and fell into complete darkness. Assimilation completed. There are 49 remaining shelters. The new survival rules will be announced in 6 hours. Please keep working hard to survive. Only 1 in 10 shelters will survive, and the number of survivors will be even smaller. This damn world. The electronic sound finished its broadcast and disappeared without a trace, leaving the survivors cursing in their hearts. Are they happy? Maybe, but they are more afraid. Especially those shelters where the number of survivors barely passed the line. Almost everyone collapsed to the ground the moment they survived. And in some shelters that have been able to barely maintain order until now, the leaders focused their attention on the second half of the sentence said by the electronic sound. What is? New rules of survival. Is this terrible carnival night going to happen again? 710. TSK. Ji Qingchen's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and he lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Lan Meng was still shocked by the news brought by the electronic sound, and for a while, she couldn't stop the actions of the people next to her. When he reacted, Ji Qingchen directly grabbed the little girl's hand and put it on the wound. The soft touch made Lan Meng stunned. She finally found that the place that was a piercing wound an hour ago now had no scar marks. Miss Ji, who had recovered from her injuries, felt justified and strong, and pulled the little girl out. It was already bright outside, but according to the data released by electronic sound, no matter how good the weather was, it could not clear the clouds in people's hearts. No one knew whether they would be the unlucky ones after the next rule change. Ji Qingchen still had a few unused first-level energy cores. She directly bought the largest loudspeaker from electronic sound. She didn't want to waste a second of the 6-hour buffer period. All those who are slightly injured and can walk, you will have 10 minutes to gather at the bottom of the tower immediately. After getting the loudspeaker, Ji Qingchen shouted 3 times in a row. The loud volume really did not deceive her, and she took care of every corner of the shelter. If you still can't hear, it can only be hearing impairment. Let's go to the tower. Half an hour later, except for those who were still unconscious, everyone else gathered under the tower, including the little kid Su Yang who was unconscious the earliest. He regained consciousness at the end of the zombie carnival night, and slept until dawn. When he just woke up, he was still clamoring to continue fighting zombies, because of the unknown situation. It took a long time for the people next to him to react. The open space in front of the tower was widened, and it didn't seem crowded even if it accommodated nearly 10,000 people. Ji Qingchen moved a willow tree that she had planted before to the center of the crowd and sat on it. When the crowd gathered, she took out the big speaker she bought again. Quiet! One sentence stopped the commotion of the crowd. I've heard the electronic sound, not to mention the survival rules that haven't been announced yet. Next, if you don't want to die of hunger and thirst, you must use energy cores to exchange for corresponding survival supplies. To obtain energy cores, you need to kill zombies. After fighting all night, how many people think they can kill zombies alone? No one answered. Everyone knew that they were able to survive and end the battle early on the zombie carnival night, all thanks to the person sitting on the willow tree in front of them. Others, to put it nicely, obeyed Ji Qingchen's arrangement to overcome difficulties together, and to put it bluntly, they were just chess pieces in the hands of the other party, and they only had quantity but no quality. Whether it was the pea bullets used or the plants defending the city, they all depended on Ji Qingchen's provision. Some people went down and had close contact with zombies. A small number of people gathered together under Ji Qingchen's surveillance to kill the zombies that broke in, and the rest didn't even have the chance to meet the zombies. Do they not want to show off their skills? Don't be ridiculous. They know their own limitations, and don't want to give zombies food. Those who are scared silly, when they meet zombies face to face, naturally have no courage to take action. Those who still fight against zombies, even with the help of Ji Qingchen, are a minority. Naturally, after this night, most people have not made any progress except for running away. Killing zombies alone. Just dreaming. It seems not. The calm tones seem to have expected the result long ago, and since the survivors in the shelter no longer waited for death, Ji Qingchen's taunting skills have not been used collectively. At the moment, she was only a little surprised that a troublemaker didn't come out and say some confident remarks, but it didn't matter. In that case, I have 2 tasks for you. First, I will give you 1 hour to clean up the battlefield outside. Perhaps because she was stuck in the bug of the zombie carnival night, and the world consciousness couldn't react, the zombies that turned into a pool of water behind also produced energy cores. At present, there are a considerable number of energy cores outside the 710 shelter. Hearing this, the crowd began to stir again. Can the energy cores really be touched directly? It won't be like before. You mean, all those things outside belong to us? The 2 questions represent 2 attitudes. The conditions for exchanging items announced by the electronic sound to all 7 survivors this time, regardless of whether they have seen them before when fighting zombies, the energy core is a necessity for survival in the future. This is already a consensus among everyone. As soon as Puyi heard this reminder, those who had seen the crazy incident on the city wall before had concerns in their hearts, whether the energy core would harm them. Those who had not seen it were basically weak logistics personnel. They knew that energy cores, which were related to survival, would definitely be snatched. Even if Ji Qingchen was willing to give up some of his interests and reward them according to their merits, it would not be their turn to make no contribution. It was a blessing to be able to pick up some soup and water. Now these words were like a meteor of hope, and they couldn't wait to get a positive answer. It's okay to touch it. But if you can't help eating it, what I said before still counts. Ji Qingchen was referring to what he said on the city wall before, that he would not save anyone who wanted to die again. 200 men surrounded the shelter, carrying the set of sunflowers. With their help, only a little willpower was needed to resist the temptation of the energy core. As for the second question, I said, in 1 hour, how much you can pick up depends on your ability, and those that are not recycled will naturally belong to me. Are there any problems? No. The answer was super loud, for fear that someone would regret it the next second. Go ahead, gather in an hour. Oh, by the way, I support fighting, but whoever kills will wait to see the king of hell. The tail of Ji Qingchen's voice was still floating in the air, and the crowd dispersed. When it comes to survival, no one wants to be slow. Chapter 25. The area around the willow tree suddenly became empty. Ji Qingchen nimbly jumped down from the willow tree and looked up to see 3 people still there. Sister Shuang, what about those who haven't woken up? Hearing this question, Ji Qingchen almost sighed. Why does Xiao Lanning, a half-grown child, always like to worry so much? Shaking a bag of energy cores in his hand at the little girl, Ji Qingchen gave her a reassuring look and said while pushing her out, Here, it's been reserved for a long time. Hurry up and find something. If you take less, I won't share it with you. What about you? What are you doing? Pushing Lan Meng away, she turned to look at the next troublemaker, Su Yang. Can that thing really be touched? The negative impact of the energy core was eliminated, but Xu Yang's memory was not. Even after waking up, the stupid things he did before became more vivid. The psychological shadow is too big. Didn't you listen to what I said just now? It's okay if you don't eat it, go find it in a roundabout way. Or do you think you can't remember the previous lesson? Of course, the lesson is remembered. After that bad experience, Su Yang swore that he would never touch the energy core again even if someone put a knife to his neck. This one was also successfully sent away, and there was only one left. Ji Qingchen turned to the left. 1 or 2 don't want the supplies, right? What's your situation? Are you here to get the things you left behind before? Or are you here to apologize for misunderstanding my character? The only person who can be asked this question is naturally Ce. At the moment, Ce stood not far from Ji Qingchen awkwardly. I'm just worried that you don't believe it. It won't affect you if you go a little later. There are more ways to improve your superpowers than just eating energy cores. I don't use them myself, so why don't you believe it? Don't tell me how you improved your superpowers. I'm not interested and don't need to know. Take the things, and hurry up. Don't do anything rash just because your superpowers are a little better than others. The gray secondary energy core was thrown over by Ji Qingchen, and Ce took it and stopped while he was ahead. He disappeared from the other party's sight within 10 seconds. After blasting away the last 3, Miss Ji fell back skillfully, and was caught steadily by the surrounding willow branches. However, behind her, there were suddenly dots of light floating, and Yuan Fuyun, with short purple hair, walked up to Ji Qingchen with a walkie-talkie. Ji, City Lord, someone is looking for you. She seemed to have been considering the address for a long time, and the walkie-talkie she handed over was surrounded by a circle of white light. Well, I know. Ji Qingchen responded lazily, and took the walkie-talkie. The willow branches spread, wrapping the 2 people and blocking out the sounds from outside. No one knew what they said. Half an hour later, the sealed space opened again, and Ji Qingchen returned the intercom to Yuan Fuyun. He asked jokingly, By the way, you and Ce, what's going on with you two? I saved him when the zombies invaded before. He was dying and surrounded by a bunch of zombies, so I grabbed a handful and killed them. He owed me a favor, and he felt awkward seeing me afterwards. He tried to find fault but failed. He owed a favor and still found fault. This is not normal behavior. It's hard to say whether there is any story behind it. But she just asked to confirm Ce's identity. Since the 2 of them had no major connection, Ji Qingchen didn't pay attention to it. Well, okay, I got it. He suppressed his emotions and handed the bag of energy cores to Yuan Fuyun. Give this to those seriously injured people. You don't have to go out now. He said so. You don't have to worry about some things. Okay. More than half an hour later, Yuan Fuyun came back first. The divine power also has a healing effect. She first treated the seriously injured to the point of consciousness, and then distributed the energy cores to them, and gave Miss G's sincere advice that if they ate it, no one would care about their life or death. Finally, they played the previous experience of the two kind-hearted people who jumped off the building on the city wall. After a process, no matter how much the voice persuaded, no one dared to put the energy core in their mouths. After Yuan Fuyin reported the situation to Ji Qingchen, the large group of people who picked up the energy cores also came back. Everyone gained something. At least they didn't have to worry about their lives in the next 2 days. Those who went out to hunt for treasure also came back. As many people go out as come back, it is common to get injured, but no one's injury is aggravated. However, the energy cores obtained by most people are only enough to sustain survival for the next few days. They can't afford any weapons or armor, but at least in the next 2 days, they can concentrate on killing zombies in exchange for weapons or armor, and don't have to worry about their livelihood. The second thing. Find teammates you think are reliable. I don't care how you divide them, as long as you feel that you can cooperate with these people to beat the zombies. Solve it within 3 hours, tell them. In the direction of Ji Qingchen's finger, Lan Meng, Ce, Fuing, Yuan Fuyun, Bondi, and Mu Chu looked at each other, and were suddenly regarded as labor by Miss G. As for you guys, just make your own decisions. After making the arrangements, Miss G went to clean up the battlefield for the second round. Relying on the spiritual power attached to the plants, she searched all over the city in more than an hour. Climb over the city wall, and go outside. Rose Flower, the glutton, kept a lot for herself. The rest were scattered in the ruins outside. Yes, when the daylight came, the zombies retreated, and a huge ruin appeared outside the shelter, but unlike when Ji Qingchen came, the density of building debris was higher. The fallen walls and half-collapsed houses added a bit of misery to the world outside the shelter. The ruins were endless. The people who came out before were probably worried about the zombies' sneak attack, so they didn't go far. They only searched within 60 to 70 meters of the city wall, and the most daring ones didn't exceed 100 meters. As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Ji Qingchen had no scruples in this regard at all. He walked almost 500 meters outside. When he went forward, he felt that his body was blocked by a transparent energy and couldn't continue. It seems that the territory ahead has not been developed yet. I just used some special means, but it is not appropriate to use some big moves, so Miss G gave up forcing in. 3 hours is just enough for her to clean up the energy core here and return to the tower, and it is also just enough for the noisy crowd to sort out the relatives and friends. When it comes to team building, naturally, relatives and friends will find relatives and friends, and gay friends will find gay friends. Those who have nothing will either get to know each other through fighting or randomly grab the lucky ones, and it depends on who has a good impression. The number of people is generally 3 to 6. If there are fewer, it will be difficult to beat the zombies, and if there are more, it will be easy to intrigue. The 2,892 groups and 6 registrations are evenly distributed, with each person in charge of 482. In short, Ji Qingchen has nothing to do. The managers and their relatives and friends are divided into 4 groups. There are early signs, the little girl with a silly child, the iceberg, who has a strange relationship with Ji Qingchen, and the fortune teller, who has turned from darkness to light. There is less than an hour left. Wait for the electronic sound to send a notification. The world consciousness will never be late for things that make survivors upset. At noon, exactly 1 minute, the electronic sound appeared in everyone's mind. Congratulations to all survivors for coming to the real world. The isolated island mode of the shelter has been eliminated. Shelters in the same real world can see each other, can contact each other, and can attack each other. Killing survivors in other shelters can get 10 first-level energy cores. Killing important survivors in other shelters can get 5 second-level energy cores. Killing other shelter owners can get 2 third-level energy cores. Breaking through other shelters, and the remaining shelters will all be upgraded by 1 level, and all other shelter survivors will get 5 second-level energy cores. There are zombies and independent copies in the isolation zone of the shelter. Those who break into the zombie territory will be attacked indiscriminately. Killing zombies can get corresponding energy cores. Completing independent copies can unlock special rewards. Random grouping started. Random grouping completed. 018 for 39, 1156, 890, 114 shelter in the real world, Storm Wasteland. 565, 091, 1357 shelter in the real world, Cloud Fantasy. 369, 960, shelter in the real world, Lightless Kingdom. 665, shelter in the real world, Quiet Swamp. 297, Shelter in the real world, frozen snowland. 8:16. Shelter in the real world, misty forest. 6:14, 5:49, 13:99, 401, 0693477710. Shelter in the real world, above the ruins. Please keep up the good work and survive, survivors. Good luck to you. Outside the shelter, the fog dissipated, and the air wall that restricted people from leaving had disappeared. What came into view was an endless ruin, and zombies wandering in it. Inside the shelter, panic was spreading. Fighting zombies was exhausting enough. No one had ever thought that the next thing to deal with was their own companions. Few ordinary people might dare to think about attacking other shelters, but killing a few ordinary survivors of the other side was a goal within reach. The importance of energy cores is self-evident, and for most people, killing companions is much easier than dealing with zombies with energy cores. Even if some people can guarantee not to kill people actively, they will not sit and wait for death in the face of attacks from others. The world is blatantly forcing people to kill their companions. Although it is only between shelters now, what will happen next? No one can guarantee that there will be no rules to attack people around them. Chaos is only a matter of time. This sand dollar world that treats human life as currency. Ji Qingshan sneered in his heart. Others may not know, but she can't help but see that the world consciousness is deliberately targeting this place. It can't bear to see a shelter with so many survivors. 710 more than 10,000 people, even if they are all ordinary survivors, can provide more than 10,000 first-level energy cores. The shelter in the same area as them can't help but be tempted. She can't expect to have a peaceful life from now on. Chapter 26. Miss Ji gritted her teeth and managed to suppress the urge to flip the table again, thinking about how to make the remaining two-thirds of the noobs have a chance to save their lives. Sister Ji, on your head? It was Lan Meng's voice. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshan looked up and saw a large purple nameplate floating half a meter away from her head, with 5 dark gold characters on it. 710 shelter owner. Looking at the other people around, they all had purple 710 on their heads, as if they were afraid that the survivors would not see the target they could deal with. But Ji Qingshan didn't find anyone else with different marks after a quick glance. Including CE, Yuan Fuyun, Lan Meng, Bondi, who had fake jobs or identities, the purple numbers on their heads were no different from others. It can't be that the world consciousness doesn't distinguish between the signs of important survivors and ordinary survivors, which can only mean that everyone in this shelter is an ordinary survivor. Ji Qingshan had some guesses about the world's distinction criteria. It was not supernatural powers nor contributions made in previous battles. It could only be related to the energy core. No one in this shelter had eaten the energy core, at least no one had eaten it from the perspective of the world, so they were all ordinary survivors. This was good news. Ji Qingshan subconsciously rubbed the sunflower's flower disc. It seemed that the array made with the juice of this guy had some effect. I'm hungry. The sunflower's words became aggrieved again. It seemed that it had been patient for a long time. It was not easy to wait for Ji Qingshan to pay attention to it, so it quickly made a request. Okay, I get it for you later. It's okay for useful plants to be a little delicate. The premise is that she will not be disturbed in thinking about how to solve this dilemma. There will not be many survivors in other shelters, and the elderly, weak, sick and disabled are likely to be extinct. Those who stay must have the ability to protect themselves, and the stronger ones are likely to be able to fight against the first-level zombies alone. Look at the group of people around her. If she had known this, she should have done less work and let some people who really have no ability to fend for themselves, and she would not have to bring nearly two-thirds of them with her. Now it's good, the trouble she has caused is getting bigger and bigger. How to let these people quickly have self-protection. What are you thinking about? Let's teach them how to escape when they encounter murderers and treasure robbers. At least these people can hear her requests and try their best to do it. Unlike when she just took over the shelter, there is no organization and discipline, they are cowardly and stupid, and they can only hide behind and curse the unfairness of God when something happens. It just takes a little more time. Ji Qingshan began to search for the most basic training methods of the Alliance army in her memory. But there are a few people who can't understand her dark face, and have to run into the gun at this time. It would be better if we just stay in the shelter, and don't go out. There are more than 10,000 people here. We survived so many zombies. It's easy to deal with a few outsiders. Seeing that all the plants that defended the city were still there, the person who shouted was extremely confident, as if he had discovered a great truth. Say less, the city lord hasn't said anything yet. His companions took 2 steps back, and reminded him tactfully to prove that they were not so stupid. However, Ji Qingshan was not so good-tempered. If you don't go out, What will you eat when you run out of energy cores? Waiting for the sky to drop or hoping for the ground to pop up? I said before that I will not be responsible for anyone's life. If you plan to rely on others to live, you might as well go out and feed the zombies as soon as possible. The energy cores used as currency in exchange for the next survival supplies must be obtained by fighting zombies or humans, and this is the key. Staying in the shelter can certainly ensure that they will not be killed by zombies and other people, but if the energy cores cannot be replenished, death will also be the end waiting for them. This is a fact, but people cannot accept it for a while. They still want to rely on Ji Qingchen to arrange for them to get through this difficult time. Instead of staring at the air here, it is better to go back and think about how to improve your strength. At least when you are in a group, you can kill zombies or other people in the shelter. Ji Qingchen also knows, but it is impossible to indulge. However, after saying that, Ji Qingchen drove away all the people who stayed, but fed the daughter card to Sunflower. This card allows her to project herself onto the person entangled by the daughter, and the body belongs to the other person, but the operator is Ji Qingchen. In this way, Miss Ji can directly take action when they encounter a big crisis. Send a notice later, remember to find the person in charge to report when you go out, and do not act alone. She was still involved in the trivial matters of the shelter. Lord City Lord, are you going out? Just when she was about to pull a few people to do the hard labor, she saw Ce coming back at some point, followed by Mu Chu and the other two. Today? Going to kill zombies? You just picked up a lot of energy cores. Isn't this to make preparations early? And that independent copy, it sounds like there's something fishy going on, so we're going to take a look. Independent copy, a term that Yanning clearly mentioned in the rules, is also Ji Qingchen's second worry. The upgrade of the shelter does not rely on the first-level energy cores. The current production of the second-level ones is scarce. Spending 1,000 to upgrade the shelter level is a loss no matter how you look at it. Especially with a 90% chance, the defense and attack provided by the fourth-level shelter are not as reliable as the plants she planted. As for Ji Qingchen herself, she has even less reliance on energy cores. So she is not in a hurry to go out and clean up the zombies. But independent copies have never been seen before. Miss Ji is sure that she needs to pay great attention to the new tricks in this garbage world. Originally, she planned to go out and explore the situation after integrating the things in the shelter, but she didn't expect that someone had the same idea as her. If several people cooperate, they don't have to worry about being killed instantly by the enemy. They can be used as advanced troops. At worst, there is daughter to back them up. However, you can go, but take care of the team you have first. Got it, as you say. Is it not successful to be lazy? Ce thought helplessly. Will the city lord not come with me? Mu Chu asked. If I go, are you going to manage this place for me? Well. Realizing that he asked a stupid question, Mu Chu laughed and quickly slipped away. None of them noticed that a piece of daughter vine had quietly wrapped around their wrists. Ji Qingchen spent 10 days integrating the resources of the shelter, allocating manpower, and setting up a special patrol team and some management agencies in the shelter. The management model was copied from the Alliance, and the rewards were distributed in the form of energy cores. Although it was copied, in fact, only the most basic ones were used. There was no way. Miss Ji was really not good at management. If it weren't for Bondi and Yuan Fuyun's help, 10 days might not be enough. Fortunately, the real world has just opened, and no one will go to other territories to cause trouble at this time, even though 710 is the number one target with more than 10,000 people. A few teams have gone out to explore. They didn't dare to go too far, just looking for some lone zombies nearby. Now every zombie that dies will drop at least one level 1 energy core, so their harvest is not bad. But there won't be only so few people in the future. Even if they save money, 10 days is enough to use up the energy cores in most people's pockets. Not to mention some people who exchange energy cores for other things. If they stay in the shelter, they can only wait to starve to death. Ji Qingchen has blocked the way out, and the survivors can't rely on her to distribute relief food. Even if they are worried, most people will still go out and try. This can be seen from the number of teams that went out this morning. There are naturally those who don't want to go out, and Ji Qingchen is indifferent to this. She can save the situation, but if she doesn't support the rice bugs, it's not kindness, it's stupidity. After finally figuring out the clues, arranging the shelter's defense and attack plants, handing over the city lord's duties to Yuan Fuyun and Bondi, and planting a daughter for each of them, Miss Ji can finally go out to find trouble with zombies and independent copies. Just as she was thinking about whether to bring Lan Meng with her, an alarm suddenly came from her sea of consciousness, from a daughter that had been released. There were a lot of teams going out today, but daughter was a plant that was careful enough to provide the creator with the name of the person in trouble at the same time as it sounded the alarm. Moua. Only one person. Moua and Mu Chu went out together. These 4 guys went out twice in 10 days. They didn't find the independent copy, but they brought back a lot of spoils. If Ji Qingshan hadn't forced people to stay to share the work during the period, they could have made one more trip. The 4 people who finished their work this morning set out together again. But at this moment, only Moua was called by daughter. This is not a good sign. Moua's strength is not weak, but her ability is more focused on surprise attacks and assassinations. If she is alone and surrounded by something else, it is easy to be unable to cope. Others also know this. It is impossible to separate from her under normal circumstances. It can only be an emergency. With mental power connected to the plant, Ji Qingshan quickly located Moua's position and saw her current situation clearly. It was quite bad. The little girl was surrounded by 5 superpowers, 3 near and 2 far away. Her clothes could not be seen in their original color. The torn cloth was mixed with blood and dirt. The exposed skin was covered with large and small cuts. There was a deep wound on her left forearm that could be seen to the bone. She was very embarrassed. The superpowers who surrounded her had the number 614 on their heads. It turned out that they encountered a team to rob. Mu Chu, Ce and others were not seen nearby, and there was no damage caused by Ce or Fu Ying's skills on the other side. On the contrary, their superpowers brought great trouble to Moua. What assassins fear, of course, is tanks or long range. The man standing in front of the 3 opponents was covered with stone armor all over his body, and Moua's knife could only leave shallow scratches on the stone armor. Behind him, a man released silk threads from his fingertips, restricting Moua's movements while leaving wounds on her skin. There was no trace of superpower release around the last person nearby, but every time Moua tried to move, he began to chant, and Moua's original attack would be deflected in his interference. In the distance, the superpowers of the remaining 2 superpowers were very similar, both of which controlled the sharp stones around to attack Moua. The deepest wound on Moua's hand was caused by one of the extremely sharp stones. With superpower restraint and the large number of people, unless Moua's strength is 1 level higher than these people, it will be like now, and it will be difficult to escape. It's really a matter of time without taking care of it. Seeing that everyone was about to die, Ji Qingshan could no longer care about the trivial matters in the shelter. With 2 reliable adults, Yuan Fuyun and Bondi, she believed that she could handle it. Having to see who will leave a letter for the 2 people, Ji Qingshan quickly rushed to the location point while using her mental power to pay close attention to Moua's situation. In case she could not catch up, she could use some unconventional methods. Chapter 27. Moua's side. The girl didn't know that someone had seen her predicament and was ready to rescue her at any time. She only knew that she had reached her limit. 1 hour ago. Outside the shelter, there were ruined buildings everywhere, layer upon layer blocking the view, and zombies randomly refreshed in them. Most of them moved within a fixed range. Those close to the city wall would attack the roses on the city wall without knowing the sky and the earth, adding bricks and tiles to Ji Qingshan's energy core reserves. The smarter ones hid in the blind spots of the ruins and raided the survivors passing by. Occasionally, 2 or 3 gathered together, which was a big trouble for ordinary survivors. Mu Chu and his friends were naturally not ordinary survivors. They were eager to meet these groups, so that their efficiency could be higher. However, their luck today was not very good. They only met 3 lone zombies, after being out for most of the day. They were all ordinary, and could not be more ordinary. They were killed in seconds by Fu Ying's 3 bullets. Such a low efficiency in fighting zombies was not a big problem. After all, they had saved enough for this month's living expenses 2 days ago, and this trip was entirely for the purpose of finding an independent dungeon. However, no one knew what special signs there were for independent dungeons, which made this search seem like a headless fly. Why don't we take a break? Mu Chu suggested to his companions. After walking for a whole morning, they had consumed a lot of energy, so it was necessary to take a break. It happened that the place where they were staying now had a clear view, a flat ground, and no high-risk creatures around, so it was quite suitable to be a temporary resting point. But they didn't check the almanac when they went out today. The conditions around here looked quite safe, but Fu Ying just sat down and suddenly felt that the temperature of the ground was wrong. In terms of climate, the end of the world is neither cold nor hot. Except for the lack of sun, it is still very conducive to survival. But the temperature on the abandoned road surface feels warm to Fu Ying, and it is still rising. After more than a month in crisis, his vigilance has long been extraordinary. He suddenly pulled Muchu, who was halfway sitting next to him, and jumped back, reminding the other two, "Don't sit." As the words came out, red cracks had grown on the gray ground, crackling, and the cracks spread rapidly. Such an obvious situation, the other two also reacted. Moua teleported, grabbed CE and dodged 3 times in 1 second to retreat outside the crack. A day ago, she just discovered that her superpowers had been slightly upgraded, and she could replace people when teleporting, but only one person. The cracks under her feet caught up at a very fast speed, and suddenly Moua felt her body lighten. The solid soil gathered under her feet, supporting Moua's whole body, not only her, but also the others. It was CE's superpowers that were activated. Hold on tight. CE's brows were covered with sweat. It was the first time for him to fly 4 people at the same time. It was really hard for him. Fortunately, although the soil was crooked, it still brought them all into the air. What? The 4 looked at each other with solemn expressions. The cracks on the ground continued to spread, and red magma had already overflowed in the center. Whether it was zombies or so-called independent copies, if they continued to spread, they would only be able to fight in the air in a while. Damn, I should have pulled out Yuan Fuyin earlier. CE cursed. The 4 of them were now relying on CE's special ability to support them. In just 1 minute, CE was sweating on his head. He estimated that they could only hold on for another 10 minutes at most, and that was if the 4 of them didn't start fighting. You should pray that the lava just overflows, not... Boom! They have this today. Before Muchu finished speaking, the red material rolling underground completed her meaning first. A bowl-sized lava jumped out of the crack and rushed towards CE. Shut up now. CE controlled the soil block to avoid it urgently. His face became even uglier, and he stared at the crack on the ground. Based on experience, that lava was probably just an appetizer. Relying on luck. Isn't their luck bad enough today? Boom, boom, 2 lava rushed towards Muchu and Moua respectively. CE gritted his teeth and was about to move the soil block. No need. Muchu's voice and the light shield under the soil block appeared at the same time. The 2 shields not only caught the lava, but also bounced it out. Not only has your ability been upgraded, but you should also control your soil block. I want to see how many times it can spray. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, the magma seemed to be a little anxious. This time, it directly sprayed out 6 dark red lava, 1 for each person, and the remaining 2 were given to CE. It also saw that this guy was controlling the soil block, allowing those people to float in the air. However, its plan still failed. 3 shields were erected in the direction where the magma flew, and CE was directly wrapped into a ball. The attack failed again, but the impatience of the underground thing exposed its flaws. The air at the location where the magma was sprayed was distorted for a moment, and then the rocks at the entrance of the cave exploded, sparks flew, and the things hidden in the magma were revealed. Quack, the thing called out and jumped up from the ground. It looks like a toad, but it walks upright and has a net height of 3 meters. It is a toad with human arms and legs, but its head, limbs, hands, and feet still retain the characteristics of a toad. Its skin is burnt black and red, and there are more than a dozen bulges on its back with sparks, like a crater. According to the previous theorem, that the less human-like zombies are, the more powerful they are, this thing is definitely level 2 or above. Do you believe it? Are you still joking at this time? Is it something we don't believe? The question is how to fight it. What is the concept of a level 2 zombie? Haven't you seen the Carnival Night? Whoosh, while they are talking about danger, the action group chooses to take action directly. The bullet attracted the attention of the 2 people, and they saw a building fragment that was blown to pieces by an air bomb lying on the ground. Fooing, this is. CE looked at his friend in confusion. It is organizing the rubble on the ground. Moua explained to the 2 people who had just quarreled. In fact, it was no longer necessary. A pair of webbed hands rubbed in the void, and the broken buildings around it floated up, with large pieces forming the torso and smaller pieces forming the limbs and head. The charred stone with red lines became its soldiers. Can you still play like this? The 4 of them were sweating, not knowing whether it was because of the high temperature around them or the severe situation in front of them. The magma has stopped spreading. Let's go back to the ground first. When dealing with the soldiers, the cracks on the ground stopped appearing. Muchu noticed this at the first time and immediately reminded CE. CE's face was the worst, and he looked like he might faint at any time. However, he still had the mind to joke with Muchu and the others. It must be said that he was a genius. I am now sure that this thing must be more than level 2. I have never seen that zombie master rub the little brother before. The earth clod swayed and put the passenger on the ground. CE tried to calm down as much as possible to promote the rapid recovery of mental strength. Run or fight. He was still rubbing his hands. If he wanted to communicate, he should do it now. Handing the water given by Lan Meng when he came out to CE, Muchu glanced at everyone. As a pure defender, she had no decision-making power in this matter. Fight must fight. Who knows if this level 3 zombie will run around and hurt other survivors. It will be even more troublesome to be dealt with by people from other shelters. The level 2 energy core can take a lot of things. Who knows how much the level 3 energy core can do? And people from other shelters may not choose to use energy cores to enhance their abilities. CE didn't say this, because YG Qinshan was so averse to energy cores, and the real harm of this thing to people with abilities were actually unsolved mysteries to him. No, not all of them can be here. The most taciturn person suddenly said something, attracting the attention of the others. We may not be able to do it. Someone has to go back and notify. It goes without saying who to notify. Looking at the entire shelter, the only one who can be called the rescuer is that person. In other words, they didn't know that Ji Qinshan left marks on the people who went out, otherwise they would have pulled the daughter and screamed. Miss G's original intention was not to let these people have psychological dependence. If the possessed person died, the plants would notify her on their own. However, she hadn't encountered a situation where more than half of the cards could not be used for many years. She forgot that daughter hated fire without the blessing of fire-resistant plants. It would automatically shut down when the temperature reached a certain level. As a result, Ji Qinshan was unable to receive the news of these people's accidents in the first time. Indeed. Let Momo go. Moyuya looked at her bestie and agreed. Muchu's arrangement was reasonable. As the only one left to defend, Muchu naturally had to stay behind, and among the remaining 3, she was the only one without long-range attack methods. The teleportation ability also adds to the speed of travel, so it is indeed the most appropriate for her to go. Then let her go. Okay, hurry up, the guy on the opposite side seems to be ready. No need to use the word seem. It is just going to rush over. It raised its head and croaked, leading the charge with frog steps, and its 15 little brothers, who were very irregularly arranged, surrounded the 4 people in a semi-arc. Momo, go. As Muchu shouted, Moyuya teleported, this time with 5 consecutive flashes, bypassing the magma on the ground and the surrounding carbon, and ran towards the shelter. There were only 3 people left on the scene. It was close to the soldiers, and the rolling heat waves were coming. The magma on the ground began to stir again. CE, I have a question before the fight. Are our weapons resistant to high temperatures? The red magma and the end of his words came at the same time. Muchu deployed a light shield to protect the 3 people. He didn't care about civilized language. Who uses metal products to fight this thing? Use superpowers, you idiot. The battlefield between humans and zombies became a physical battle. Moyuya also encountered trouble. They went deep into the ruins for a distance. Even if Moyuya used superpowers to the maximum, it would take more than an hour to get back. This was still a situation without interference. But the unlucky physique would not suddenly end at this time. Moyuya, who only encountered 3 crooked melons and cracked dates when he came, had killed or shaken off 7 zombies in less than half an hour. The 8th one that jumped out in front of her only looked strong and sturdy. Moyuya was in a hurry to get on with it, and had no intention of fighting it, so she planned to shake it off like before. Who knew that after walking 100 meters, this guy was still following her? No, it was not following her. Moyuya's eyes finally noticed the scar on the zombie's chest, which was caused by the superpower. It was running away. Moyuya's heart suddenly went cold, and she almost instantly activated her superpower to pull herself to the right. At the same time, a sharp stone passed by her original position at high speed. 5 people with 614 on their heads walked out slowly from behind her, looking at her, as if she were a lamb to be slaughtered. Ah, a lone energy core. She heard the sinister voice of the man in the middle. It was produced by that famous shelter. Chapter 28. How can this woman still fight? The sturdy man who could petrify himself spat. Moyuya's knife could hardly hurt him, but he could not avoid the pain and fatigue. What kind of monsters were in that shelter? A girl who looked young had fought 5 people alone for nearly half an hour. And in this half an hour, Moyuya did not want to fight at all, and kept trying to break through their encirclement. There were several times. If the man who was muttering had not reacted quickly, she would have really run away. This can't go on. The 5 people looked at each other, and reached a consensus. Moyuya was used to having a wooden face, and even if she was at her limit, it would not show on her face. So in the eyes of the 5 people, they unconsciously thought that she was still at ease. Don't worry about it, get rid of the people first. The man who was muttering shouted to the back. This is not good. Use it for a while, Lao Bai. The 2 remote people looked embarrassed, and the sturdy man and the silk thread man also turned back to look at Lao Bai. At the moment when all 5 people relaxed, Mous suddenly appeared beside Lao Bai, with bright red blood spilling out. She saw the shock in Lao Bai's eyes. Stop bleeding. The other party shouted this sentence tremblingly. The blood in the wound on his neck was coagulated like jelly. However, this sentence exhausted all of Lao Bai's strength, and he fell to the ground and couldn't move after shouting. The silk thread man's silk thread quickly wrapped around Lao Bai's wound, helping him stop the blood that was about to flow out again. The strong man rushed towards Mous with his petrified fist. Unable to dodge, Mous gritted her teeth and raised the scimitar in her hand, then used her clever strength to remove the opponent's strongest attack, and barely caught the strong man's attack. This was her last chance to use her superpowers. She thought that if she couldn't leave, she could take someone with her as a scapegoat. However, she didn't expect that the opponent's superpowers could not only restrict the enemy, but also have this effect. In the corner of her eyes, she saw a huge stone flying in the distance. Their own people were almost dead, and the 2 of them didn't care about the consequences and directly took out the things in the bottom of the box. The stone was very fast, and the attack of the strong man in front of them arrived at the same time. If she used superpowers, she could still survive, but now, anyway, she had to die anyway, so she might as well try to take one away. Mous' blade stabbed at the strong man's eyes. Boom! It turned out that the trump card was an explosion. The huge sound made Mous' mind blank for a moment, and she suddenly felt that her body and soul were separated, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably. I'm sorry that Moo Moo and the others didn't bring the news. I hope they can hold on. What are they holding on to? The voice suddenly appeared in her mind, and Mous' first reaction was that she had seen God. However, after listening carefully, the tone and timbre of the voice seemed very familiar. Mous' messy mind cleared up a little, and she looked around with wide eyes. She was still standing on the ruins just now, and the 5 robbers were still beside her. The rocks that just exploded formed a big pit. She stood 5 meters away from the pit, and at the bottom of the pit lay a strong man covered in blood. Looking closely, the strong man had a scimitar stuck in his right eye, and the knife went through his head. No one could survive being tortured like this. I'm not dead? The girl looked herself up and down in disbelief. She was still herself, her clothes were a little more torn, and the wounds on her body did not increase. The important thing was that her mental strength, which had been at the bottom, was now very full. No, something is wrong. Now she can't control not only these mental powers, but also her body. It's like her consciousness is temporarily living in this body, and her mouth didn't move when she spoke just now. Don't panic, borrow it for a while. The voice just now spoke again. This time it was clearer, and Mous finally reacted. City Lord Ji? The voice was Ji Qingshan, and Mous looked around but didn't find the second woman present. Don't look, it's not here yet. Before Mous asked, Ji Qingshan answered for her. I projected part of my mental power here, and now I'm borrowing your body. You can understand it as a dual soul in one body. I am the leader, you don't have to speak to ask anything. I can feel your thoughts. Feel it? Mous looked at her mouth, and sure enough, when Ji Qingshan explained to her, I didn't speak either. Okay, tell me what those 3 did later, and solve the problem first. Ji Qingshan took out a spare dagger from her tattered pocket. Can I ask how he died? Mous basically understood the situation. Ji Qingshan should have taken over her body before the explosion, which allowed her to not only avoid the explosion, but also kill the strong man. Change the use of your ability, and teleport the 2 people to 2 different directions at the same time. You can understand that the moment your knife tip touched him, this guy and you changed positions. And the explosion pushed the knife into his eyes, so he died. Mous had Ji Qingshan to explain to her, but the 4 opposite did not. So they couldn't figure out why their companions died in the must-kill game just now. The sudden change had completely disrupted their formation, and they finally reacted when the tip of Ji Qingshan's knife approached Lao Bai, who was lying on the ground. What's the use of just reacting? If Miss Ji can be tripped by a bunch of guys who don't know how to use small tricks, she will have lived in vain for more than 100 years. Lao Bai realized that he could no longer stop the bleeding with a knife, so he used his backhand to stab the dagger into the heart of the silk man, who didn't have time to command his superpowers. He teleported 3 times to the left and gave him a split set. The fourth person only remembered to run at this time, and then the flying dagger cut his Achilles tendon straight. He fell to the ground with a plop, and forgot to use his superpowers, and crawled back with his hands and feet. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I can take you to our shelter, but please don't kill me. He was already scared to death. His face was covered with tears and snot, and his words were incoherent and messy. This is normal. The four who died probably didn't expect that they had picked a lone soft persimmon, but now they found that this persimmon is not only hard to bite, but also deadly. Take me to your shelter? Your companions are really unlucky to meet you. Ji Qingqian's tone was full of disdain. You are afraid of death, and still trouble others everywhere. I don't know what you are thinking. I have no choice. I can only rely on energy cores to survive. Zombies are too difficult to kill. The word stopped abruptly, and the dagger stuck out from the back of his head. You talk too much nonsense. Ji Qingqian wiped the blood off the dagger, and put it back in Mouyu's pocket. Take the energy core back. She said to Mouyue, I deal with them. You need treatment. Since Ji Qingqian can locate her, the other three people's location naturally does not need someone to lead the way. Mouyue did not refute. From the situation, she knew that if she didn't want to, Ji Qingqian would directly use her body to send her back. Although I don't know how much it will cost Ji Qingqian to do this, the result will not change, so let both parties relax. It's this energy core. I felt at ease when I killed the zombies with this thing, but now it's like seeing 5 hot potatoes. It's not something you took the initiative to pick up. What's so hard about it? It's not right to use self-defense, right? Take it quickly, and leave it there for others to pick up. It's not so effective to be a fisherman. Don't the city lord think this is bad? Can you control others from causing trouble for you? If not, don't think so much. The choice is made by yourself, all for survival. Who is nobler than who? Instead of thinking about it, it's better to pray that there will be no robbery on the way back. Let's go! The soul trembled slightly, and regained control of the body. The danger and excitement passed, the adrenaline was no longer secreted, and the severe pain made Mouyue shudder. It seemed that she should pray that there would be no more trouble on the way back. They were really unlucky this day. After temporarily solving Mouyu's crisis, Ji Qingqian accelerated his speed and kept contacting the other 3 daughters. The coordinates were obtained, and the 3 were together. It was more than half an hour away from her current location. She had already seen everything they had encountered before in Mouyu's consciousness. The decision was correct, but she didn't know how strong the combat power was. Sunflowers can now purify 3 cards, which is a legacy of the previous zombie carnival night. If conventional means cannot defeat it, it is inevitable to use a fire-resistant plant. The daughter flower finally connected. The little guy hated the hot environment. Ji Qingqian spent twice as much mental power to make them start working again. In this case, remote control will consume a huge amount of mental power, which is not cost-effective. Miss Ji plans to observe it first. It's not bad, at least better than Mouyue just now. Mu Chu, Ce, and Fu Ying's abilities are not restrained by the fire-breathing frog, and they are all long-range. The soldiers formed by the fire-breathing frog have been dealt with. The opponent has begun to replenish new ones. At present, it is a war of attrition with equal strength. But in terms of attrition, Mu Chu and others can't outlast it. It is still commanding the soldiers to fight. It only sprayed a few streams of magma to sneak attack when the 3 were not prepared, and its status has not dropped much. The surrounding environment is still its home field. And the 3 people also realize this problem. Ce, it's still being built. I don't think we can finish clearing the soldiers. What do you think of the proposal just now? Catch the leader first? Yes, but your soil will melt around it. How can it kill? Mu Chu raised the light shield and slapped a soldier rushing over. Ce, what do you say, old Fu? No, the air in the center of the magma will expand directly and can't explode. Fu Ying shook her head. No need to explode. Can reverse compression be done? Fu Ying looked at Mu Chu in confusion. Seeing the latter's blank expression, she realized that the words just now were not said by her. No need to look for it, Ji Qingqian. The plan she started with passed. Isn't it enough to command? Miss Ji continued. Say whether it works or not. Yes, we need a confined space. 10 square meters at most. Make a hole, and I make a bomb outside. Old Fu, who are you talking to? After asking Ce, he knew, because Ji Qingqian's voice also appeared in his mind. Can the space be built? My God, when did you, City Lord, enable the function of transmitting sound over thousands of miles? Despite complaining, Ce recalled Fu Ying's words just now, and immediately understood what to do. The soil clumps condensed and enveloped it, leaving only a hole the size of a bowl. Suddenly trapped, it was confused, but the vague uneasiness told it that something big must happen next. The violent ups and downs behind it, more violent magma erupted from it than the previous times, and at the same time, the webbed hand slapped heavily on the earth wall. 10 seconds. Fu Ying gave the time required to compress the air in this confined space, and tried his best to make the air form a compressed bomb at the small hole. Don't worry, I can hold on. A lot of sweat rolled down Siyi's forehead, and his face quickly turned pale. It was a bit embarrassing, but the soil that should have been melted by the high temperature was still condensed. Inside, it felt something strange around it, and the force of spraying magma and hitting the earth wall increased again. Ce felt the pressure doubled, and his mind began to feel a tingling pain. Those soldiers seemed to have sensed the crisis of the boss, and they all rushed towards the three people like crazy. Muchu. The other two tried their best to control their abilities, and did not dare to be distracted. Ji Qingshan naturally reminded them. The light shield quickly wrapped the three people, and the soldiers hit it hard. Formed a huge impact. It was not over yet, and a huge karakara sound came from the earth cover, accompanied by a wail. The oval cover exploded, and the hot magma and black and red stones flew everywhere. Congratulations on defeating the zombie magma frog. The independent copy of the melting ruins is about to open. Chapter 29. When the three looked at the gradually cooling magma in front of them. Its body was torn into pieces and lay on the ground, no longer moving. The splicing soldiers, who had just madly attacked the light shield, staggered to the ground and shattered into raw materials. It seemed that the crisis was resolved, but several people did not dare to relax. Ce and Fu Ying's faces were as white as a piece of paper. The short 10 seconds just now were extremely difficult for them. Although Muchu did not have black eyes and cold sweat, he was also panting heavily. Who knew that the boss he had finally killed was just an appetizer? Who could bear this? Countdown for independent copy selection, 1 minute. Forced entry after timeout, forced entry standard, all survivors within the range of the copy within 5 minutes. Please choose. Damn, this thing can be forced to enter. The three people present and Miss G outside the field have a new understanding of the degree of rogueness of this world. To enter or not to enter, this is a question. Go in. No one knows what it will do if we don't choose to go in. Besides, we came here to find this thing. It doesn't make sense not to go in. Ce looked the worst, but what he said was the most worrying. Are you sure you can do it? Ce's ability was not too restrained by the fire system, but it can be seen from the battle just now that too high a temperature will melt the soil, plus the huge consumption. Muchu looked at him suspiciously and disagreed with this decision. Defense depends on you. Attack depends on Lao Fu. And of course, I am responsible for providing brains. You? Muchu was speechless. But Fu Ying said seriously that he had no problem. Let him go if he wants to go. You follow closely, I'll be there soon. Outside the field, Ji Qingshan said to Muchu, holding back the frustration of not being able to reach his fists. Okay. Someone felt the same way as him, and Muchu felt less depressed. 10 seconds left for copy selection. The electronic sound sounded an alarm. Go, go, go. A huge vortex appeared on the charred ground, and the feeling of weightlessness suddenly came, and the three of them lost their balance. After a while of spinning, I didn't know where I was sent. Ji Qingshan appeared on this dark ground with a limit of 5 minutes. As soon as he stepped in, he saw the seemingly hard ground twisted, and the whole person seemed to be swallowed by the quagmire and fell into darkness. 710 shelter. This is the direction, right? About 10 minutes after Ji Qingshan disappeared, a ghost-like figure floated over. He was wearing a tattered cloak, and his long black hair was scattered from the gaps in his clothes. It seemed that he had walked for a long time, and his thin figure was swaying, and it seemed that a gust of wind could blow him away. Hey, the breath of this stone is that thing. The boy picked up a stone the size of a child's skull from the ground, slightly surprised. He knew that ability, and there are few superpowers who can suppress it now. Is it from 710? Thinking of this, the boy's face showed a hidden excitement. Since they defeated it, they should enter the dungeon. The black that had disappeared suddenly spread under his feet, and the hard ground once again turned into a vortex and swallowed him. Muchu, Ce, and Fu Ying didn't know that they had been targeted. A quarter of an hour ago, it felt like a century of spinning and finally landing on the ground. Welcome to the independent dungeon melted ruins. Countdown to the dungeon opening, 5 minutes. There were only 3 glowing figures in the darkness. The 3 looked at each other and wanted to communicate, but they couldn't make any sound. No choice but to lip sync. Mu Chu, 5 minutes, the time for forced entry? Fooing, probably. Mu Chu, I hope Sister G can make it in time. The call seems to have been cut off. CE, of course, she can project the sound into our brains. How can she not make it? It's better to think about what's in the dungeon than to think about this. Mu Chu, won't you know in 5 minutes? The silent conversation no longer continued, only time passed by, and finally the electronic sound in the mine came with a countdown to 0. Congratulations to the survivors Mu Chu, CE Fooing, data error entered the melted ruins. No, what is data error? The 3 people were so excited that they didn't have time to complain and hold a small meeting. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in front of them. Congratulations to the survivors. Data error. Entering the independent copy of the molten ruins. An electronic voice broadcast came from his mind. Ji Qingshan fell in the darkness for 10 seconds, and his body was suddenly supported by a soft object. The vision gradually became clear, and in front of him was an ancient and gorgeous bedroom. She was lying on a huge bed, covered with a silk quilt, surrounded by gorgeous satin curtains, and the air was filled with pleasant rose incense. It was obvious that the person she replaced lived a very luxurious life. At least, she had never lived so exquisitely in her 2 lives. Your Highness, the daughter of Richard's family has sent you an invitation to have lunch. A woman's respectful greeting came from outside the curtain, but she didn't get a response from the person inside for a long time. Your Highness? Are you feeling unwell? Princess Rhodes has always been a model of nobility. There is no flaw in her daily behavior, and she would never do such a thing as staying in bed. The abnormality today made the maid very uneasy. To be honest, the maid's uneasiness is not unreasonable, because the one behind the curtain is no longer the original princess. Ji Qingshan sat up with a stinky face on the bed, cursing the ghost identity arranged by the $100 copy, while trying to find clues about the original princess's personality from the maid's 2 sentences. First of all, this princess is not a bad-tempered one, otherwise this personal maid would not have shown panic or fear at this time. Secondly, the daughter of Richard's family should be her very important friend, otherwise it would not be worth the maid to specifically inform her that the invitation was sent. Finally, looking at the luxurious architectural style around, you can tell that she is quite noble in this country, or is extremely favored by the king, at least on the surface. So what? This has nothing to do with the theme of the dungeon melted ruins. She is here to clear the level, not to roleplay. What about the mission? What about the requirements? What about the death conditions? As soon as the electronic sound came in, she pretended to be dead, and Miss Leng Ji didn't respond no matter how she called. This is not a good thing. Ji Qingshan didn't move for a long time. The maid outside was anxious and turned around. She was afraid that Her Royal Highness the Princess would get into trouble under her nose, and she almost pulled the curtain. Help me get a dress. The second before the maid wanted to do so, Ji Qingshan pulled open the curtain and got off the bed. The person came out intact, and the waiting blonde maid breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Ji Qingshan. Your Highness, wait a moment, I will help you wash and dress. On the collar of the maid's clothes, Ji Qingshan saw the name embroidered in silver thread. She should have a high status in the palace. 5 servants dressed relatively simply outside the door immediately came in with toiletry utensils. And Shufu, the personal maid, sat in front of the dressing table and began to help Miss Ji with her makeup. The copy did not have any procedures to cover the appearance, and Ji Qingshan still saw his original self in the mirror, wearing a moon-white nightgown, with a little frizzy gray-purple long hair hanging at the waist. Your Highness doesn't look good, is he unwell? Not good face. How does this person see it? Ji Qingshan didn't find any difference between himself and the past. But since the other party asked, he naturally had to say it. Maybe he could get some clues about the copy. Based on the zombie carnival night, Ji Qingshan had a full understanding of the nature of this world, that nothing can be achieved with a few sticks. If she wanted to rely on the electronic sound to give clues, she might as well go and cheat. It's not that I'm feeling unwell, maybe I had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. Poor sleep can be a big deal, don't use it as an excuse. As expected, the blonde maid immediately followed up. I guess the princess has been worried about the magic crystal these days, and is too tired. I asked the cook to make you some soothing flower tea later. Magic crystal, just by the name, you know it's an important item in the dungeon. I don't know what it's used for. After An helped Ji Qingshan to wash up, the bedroom door opened again, and 2 rows of dresses were pushed in by 6 maids. Your Highness, please. The maids lined up on both sides of the dress rack. However, Ji Qingshan's eyes went dark when she looked at the clothes on the rack. Oh my god, doesn't she have normal and simple clothes? This heavy dress with a long skirt that drags on the ground is very restrictive. Okay. However, all the clothes were of this style. Miss G picked and chose, and finally chose a silver blue one with rose diamonds and pearls. The 2-layer gauze skirt was convenient to cut before the fight. After the maids helped her put on the clothes, Ji Qingchen was helped to the chair to draw eyebrows and put on makeup. After tossing for most of the morning, it was finally tidied up. It must be said that Ji Qingchen's naturally beautiful face is enough to amaze everyone with a little modification. The complicated dress was not at all overpowering in her hands. It was just a layer of skirt stacked on a layer of support. The heavy feeling made Miss G feel like she was wearing a big vase. In one word, tired. After putting on all the other miscellaneous accessories, Ji Qingchen walked out of the bedroom accompanied by An. It was just breakfast time. After washing for more than 2 hours, Ji Qingchen talked to An a lot and had a basic understanding of the situation in this copy. The country she was in was called Libya. From the setting, it had quite rich mineral deposits, so the industry was developed and the financial resources were quite strong. The whole of Libya was similar to the European society in the ancient continent. There were kings and nobles who controlled most of the country's finances, but in the past few years, the democratic form was reasonably applied, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. This was the case from the perspective of the setting of this princess. Speaking of the person Ji Qingchen is playing now, Her Royal Highness was born to the first queen of the current king of Hebia, and was considered the eldest daughter. She should have some knowledge, but she never participated in politics or struggled for power. She was a lady who was used to decorate the facade in public, and always embodied the elegance of the royal family. She was just a beautiful mascot. Such a well-behaved and sensible vase, the king was naturally happy to give her preferential treatment. But if you are really such a doll, I can only let you get the necessary skills of a cool article, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Ji Qingchen told the princess, who was replaced by her in his heart. Let's talk about this copy. At present, the only thing that is somewhat related to the main line is this magic crystal. This thing was brought into Libya by a caravan. When it first appeared, it did not attract the attention of the nobles, and was only circulated among the common people. And people soon discovered that it can enhance the 5 senses of ordinary people and cure various diseases. In this era when ordinary people have difficulty in medical treatment, this thing is like a miracle, spreading among the people at a very fast speed. As the price of magic crystals rose, it was gradually discovered by the nobles, and eventually reached the ears of the king. The king summoned the caravan. It was soon confirmed that magic crystals can improve the product effects in many aspects such as construction, medical treatment, food, and beauty. However, the caravan's sale of magic crystals did not increase in price. For a time, magic crystals were completely flooded in Libya. Sometimes it was better than gold coins. The king provided generous treatment and many privileges to the caravan that brought this magical stone. And the caravan also brought more magic crystals to Libya as expected. Mutant energy core? Now there is something to play with. Miss G, who understood the background of the copy, said so. Chapter 30. Accompanied by An, they walked to the restaurant. This place was decorated in the same magnificent style. The servant opened the heavy door for Ji Qingchen, and a sumptuous meal was already placed on the table. Ji Qingchen was not in a hurry to go in. She lifted her skirt and turned halfway to look at the other end of the corridor, where 3 people were walking. The leader was well dressed with blonde hair, green eyes, and a classic middle-aged beard. Oh, good morning, my dear daughter Ji Qingchen. Rhodes. The middle-aged man smiled and greeted Ji Qingchen. He has been in a high position for many years, and even a casual dress can't cover up his majesty. This name is quite strange, Miss G complained in her heart, while lifting her skirt and saluting the other party. Good morning, your majesty. It's a pleasure to have breakfast with you. The king smiled more, expressing his satisfaction with this royal vase. He signaled the 2 servants to wait in place, and entered the restaurant first. When he walked past Ji Qingchen, Miss G moved her fingers, and a small daughter vine just went into the king's collar. A free intelligence receiver. Ji Qingchen followed the king into the restaurant. Oh my dear, your appetite doesn't seem to be very good. Have you had a conflict with your friends these days? At the table, Ji Qingchen slowly put the diced meat into his mouth, and he really looked like he had no appetite. Miss G sneered in her heart. Anyone who wears this dress will lose their appetite. It's heavy and tight, and her movements are completely restricted. The straps around her waist almost made her vomit. On the first day of her arrival, she had to maintain her persona, so Miss G had to suppress her words and put on a decent smile. No, your majesty, it's just that Miss Richard and the others have been complaining to me about the lack of magic crystals these days. hoping that I can provide them with some. But as you can see, I don't have that much reserve, and I'm worried about it. I see. I remember you were going to attend Miss Richards' banquet today. ISS, go get some magic crystals. I don't want to see my dear daughter frowning over this kind of thing. A bag of 10 magic crystals was quickly delivered to Ji Qingshan. Unlike the energy core, it emitted a lavender light. But as soon as Ji Qingshan held it in his hand, he was completely sure that it was the same thing as the energy core. However, even though the things were in hand, the physiological nausea could not be solved. Damn it, this broken copy would have made her a less obedient member of the royal family. Your Majesty, get out. The door of the restaurant was pushed open, and a man with a sword rushed in a panic. Ji Qingshan was delighted. She finally had a suitable excuse to leave. Sure enough, the guard stopped talking when he saw her. Anyway, he couldn't eat any more, so Ji Qingshan put down his knife and fork neatly. Have a good meal, Your Majesty. She happily lifted up her heavy skirt and left the restaurant after being polite, and was waiting at the door, and when he saw Ji Qingshan coming out, he hurriedly followed him. Go to the garden and rest for a while, she told the maid. The garden is the place with the richest plants. Even if Ji Qingshan is completely unfamiliar with the palace, she can find it effortlessly. But she did not walk fast, because of this uncomfortable dress, and more because of the voice in her mind. Your Majesty, new magma people appeared last night. This time, 5 appeared at once. The daughter that was living on the king hid in his hair, and heard the guard's words clearly. It appeared again? Didn't I ask you to investigate as soon as possible? It's been almost a month. Why is there no result? What happened after it appeared? Did anyone die? The king's voice was obviously angry, and the guard was scared to sweat. We have tried our best to investigate, but it has occurred in every town, and there is no pattern between men, women, young and old. They have no contact, and it is impossible to spread. We have only found these so far. The dead. We went late last night, and several magma people killed people, and were seen by people around them. The guard wanted to die on the spot at the end. Waste. As expected, the king slammed the table, and the guard's legs softened and knelt directly. Don't worry, we have dealt with the people around, and no one will see it. After he explained tremblingly, the king's face looked better. Okay, I will give you another 7 days at most. If you can't find the cause within 7 days, you don't have to live. How is the plan? He suddenly changed the subject. Don't worry about that. Half of the people who use high-quality magic crystals have evolved special abilities. As long as the supply of magic crystals is continuous, we will be able to build a super army soon. Yeah, not bad. Go tell the caravan that I can meet their requirements as long as they can provide magic crystals. Yes. The guards withdrew. In the pavilion of the royal garden, Ji Qingshan put down the teacup and paused slightly. How to say it? Although I don't know what conditions the caravan that provides magic crystals requires, this king is not even a mediocre king, he is just a big fool. The Magma Man has been a month since the mutation, and the priority is to kill everyone who sees it. The magic crystal, a new thing, appeared without investigating the side effects, and directly used it on the army? What a mess. And his group of subordinates, I don't know if they are stupid or perfunctory, anyway, the idea of relying on them to get information is doomed to fail. You still have to rely on yourself. Miss G rubbed her temples. There are many people during the day, go out to find information at night. Now, she has to attend the banquet held by that daughter. The Richard family also has a huge manor that makes people unable to find the way, but compared with the luxury of the palace, the style here is more elegant. The banquet was held in Miss Richard's private back garden. Miss Richard, full name Alice Richard. Her family has been in the army for generations, and is responsible for managing some violent agencies of the empire. The current head of the family is an imperial marshal. They and the royal family jointly constitute the power of Libya, so every member has a close relationship with the royal family. For example, now, Ji Qingshan's carriage just appeared in Charles Manor, and was immediately discovered by the servants waiting outside, and they quickly went in to report. 5 minutes later, a woman with brown hair tied into a ponytail and a heroic look came out in a hurry. She happened to see Ji Qingshan being helped down from the carriage by An, and hurried over to hold Ji Qingshan's arm affectionately. To be honest, Ji Qingshan was a person who didn't like physical contact, and being held like this made her a little uncomfortable. However, the discomfort didn't last long. Miss G was quickly attracted by Alice's outfit. Lightweight short skirt pants just reaching the knees, elastic high leather boots. Although the design is a little slim, it definitely doesn't affect the activity. Oh my god, is this Miss Alice willing to exchange identities with her? This broken princess, Who looks like a robot can be whoever wants to be. Alice? Richard walked into her garden with Ji Qingshan, who was complaining about this broken copy in his heart. There were already several noble ladies gathered there, and they all bowed when they saw them come in. Everyone wanted to make a good impression in front of the princess and the duke's daughter, and these ladies rushed to introduce themselves one by one. In addition to Ji Qingshan and Alice, there were 5 other noble ladies, the lowest of whom were the daughters of the earl's family, and the rest of the family members were all marquises. This shows the value of this banquet. The lunch and snacks had been arranged by the servants, and the 7 people sat down according to the order of importance, and the banquet began. The chats during the meal were nothing more than which new cosmetics were more useful, which restaurant had new tea, and which lady had a crush on someone. Of course, there was another topic that could not be avoided, magic crystal. Since this thing was brought by the caravan, all industries in Libya, big and small, suddenly became inseparable from it. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to magic crystal, the price would more than double. The key is that this thing really works. Adding it to food will make people unable to stop eating it, and they will be more energetic after eating it. In the manufacturing industry, it will make buildings stronger, and the items made more beautiful and durable. It is even more effective when put into medicines and beauty products. So now, anyone with a little money hopes to add some magic crystal to the things they buy. But I always feel that the effect of using magic crystal now is much worse than before. A noble lady said, I have been using skin care products made of magic crystal as before these 2 days, but my skin condition can only maintain half of the original state, and I feel tired for no reason. Don't worry about this problem. You can try their new product. It contains more advanced magic crystals, and the effect is much better than the old version. The girl who spoke was wearing a water-green long dress, and her silver hair was tied into a complicated bun at the back of her head. Her name is Sally Lean, the eldest daughter of Count Lean. Although her family background is the lowest among all the noble ladies, Count Lean is responsible for directly managing all transactions with the magic crystal caravan. As magic crystals become more and more important, the nobles now respect their family very much. For example, now, several noble ladies have given her a look, hoping that she can reveal some information about the purchase of magic crystals. Sally enjoyed this kind of look very much, and immediately began to tell the information like pouring beans. My father said that the quality of magic crystals brought by the caravan has been improving. I heard that high-quality magic crystals can help people's intelligence, physical strength, achieve all-round growth, and it is possible to develop special abilities. Permanent improvement? Special abilities? This statement immediately aroused the curiosity of the noble ladies. Of course, and my father has already negotiated a cooperation with the caravan. Soon these more precious magic crystals will all belong to us, and their magic crystals will also be the same in the future. Sally's words were full of complacency. Really? That's great. What special abilities do you think I will awaken if I have this energy core? It would be best if I could stay young forever, or even live forever. Hey, where do you think this magic crystal came from? If the caravan can find it, can't we send someone to find it? Why do you care about this? Anyway, those merchants will give it to us when they get it, so why should we waste our time and money? The ladies were talking louder and louder. This was really explosive news. Only 2 people looked different. Ji Qingshan smiled and listened to the discussion of these innocent girls, and wrote down useful information from time to time. The other person who looked unclear was the initiator of this banquet, Miss Alice Richard. Don't you think it's strange? She said, the magic crystal is so powerful. Why is the caravan willing to hand them all over to our country? Of course it's to seek asylum. We are the strongest country here. Besides, those merchants didn't give us things for nothing. I heard from my father that they took a lot of gold coins, and asked for the arrangement of titles and dividends after the sale of magic crystals. Sally was somewhat dissatisfied with her position as the center of attention, but due to the other party's identity, she could only suppress it in her heart. Titles and dividends, finally know what the stupid king promised. Ji Qingshan's evaluation of his cheap father has dropped to a lower level. However, she was even more surprised by the vision of this Miss Alice. Even if the benefits they want are equal to the value of the magic crystal. For people who have used low-level magic crystals for a period of time, the effects of these stones will diminish or even disappear, which means that we must constantly replace them with better quality magic crystals. The higher the quality of the magic crystals, the more expensive they will be, and the price will definitely rise to a level that ordinary people cannot afford. Wouldn't it be better for ordinary people to continue using junk? And didn't they get by like that before there were no magic crystals? Then have you ever thought that people's bodies have adapted to the strength of magic crystals now? Once they stop or downgrade, will those things, especially medicines, be of no use to them? What should they do if they get sick? The others were speechless for a moment. The air suddenly became quiet, with only the rustling sound of the trees in the garden being blown by the wind. However, there seemed to be some unusual movements mixed in, such as the sound of breaking through the air. Get down. Ji Qingshan's eyes suddenly changed, and he suddenly pulled down Alice on his right, narrowly avoiding the cold light flying behind him. Chapter 31. The supernatural power is not restricted in a copy. Ji Qingshan hid the roses in the flower bed and used vines to change the trajectory of the arrows, making them fly out from both sides of the pavilion. Although there was no damage, seeing 7 arrows coming from 7 directions, this unexpected danger made the ladies in the pavilion look terrified. Where are the guards? How did these people get in? Who are they? How did they break into Richard Manor? The guards did not appear. Servants were not allowed to enter the noble ladies' banquet. They would be arranged in the same servant room, which was not close to the garden. Moreover, Richard Manor was heavily guarded, and no one thought that an assassin would appear here. When he appeared, there was no extra movement. The ladies who did not get any response were completely panicked, shouting in a mess, and their limbs were not controlled by the brain due to tension. The shout that Ji Qingshan shouted when he pulled Alice down became their life-saving straw. One by one, they knelt on the ground in a funny way, and their previous restraint was long gone. In comparison, Alice was the calmest. She looked frightened but not panicked. She looked around while falling down. After making sure there was nothing to resist, she whispered to the ladies around her, "Quick, run separately and go to the building." However, the frightened ladies had no strength to run away. They huddled on the ground of the pavilion, watching the black-clad people jumping out of the flowers around them. There were 17 people in total, all holding weapons, knives, daggers, and crossbows in their hands, and rushed towards the pavilion. How long will it take for the guards to arrive? Ji Qingshan looked at Alice and said the first sentence after attending the banquet. "I don't know. It stands to reason that these assassins can't come here quietly, but now this has come true. Either the guards outside are all dead, or they have some special way to sneak in. I didn't bring any flares, so no one can come in a short time." Alice spoke clearly, but her words were full of bitterness. If no one can come in a short time, the 7 of them are unarmed and will be chopped up in a matter of minutes. Well, I brought the flares. Life and death, Sally didn't care about the conflict with Alice. She took out the flare and handed it to Alice. Alice grabbed it, pulled the safety, and threw it out of the pavilion. Swoosh, the flare exploded in the air, and the assassin was in front of them. The plants couldn't do too much, so they could only slightly restrict the assassin's actions, and they had to do it themselves. Seeing the cold light approaching, Miss G's eyes flashed with excitement, and she used her huge skirt to block the sight of everyone on the ground. Raised her hand to hold the assassin's wrist, clicked twice, twisted it back and forth. The assassin screamed immediately, and Ji Qingshan took his dagger and stabbed him. A few cuts on her skirt. Finally, she could get rid of this troublesome dress and cut the unnecessary seams. Ji Qingshan took out the sunflower from the tattoo and stuffed a mushroom card with a red umbrella and white stem to her in a few seconds before the next wave of attacks. The small mushroom fell on the heads of the noble ladies, who were huddled on the ground. A group of people suddenly looked dazed and fainted in less than a second. Schwang schwang. Alice's shocked cry came from the side. "What did you call me?" Ji Qingshan's expression collapsed for a moment, and he lost control of his hands and accidentally twisted half a turn more when resetting another assassin. "I didn't let Alice fall asleep with me because I thought she would be more useful if she was awake. This is useful, not to scare people." Schwang schwang. Ji Schwang, don't tell me that you are so stupid to be a vase for the royal family that you can't even remember your nickname. Just a nickname? Miss G was relieved a little. It seems that this princess is not a blank slate. Ji Qingshan put her arm back, which was twisted half a circle. The flowers outside expanded twice silently, and the willow branches hid in it, and wrapped the bodies of the assassins. Due to her obvious identity and vase attributes, she couldn't use the sword directly. She just shuttled through the human bodies and dodged the attacks. The signal flare was sent for a while. As Richard started his military career, their guards should have been on the way. Schwang schwang, give me the dagger. Ji Qingshan had to take his identity into consideration. Alice was not afraid of being known. Seeing what Miss G was thinking, she took the weapon from Ji Qingshan and stabbed the neck of an assassin who had broken free and rushed over. Puff, blood flew directly to the top of the pavilion, and also splashed Ji Qingshan and Alice. The assassins were also stunned for a moment, but after reacting, they attacked Alice more frantically. City Lord, my superpowers cannot be used. The focus of the assassin shifted, and Ji Qingshan's attack suddenly decreased a lot. Miss Ji gave the stage to Alice, and stepped aside to concentrate on tripping up the assassins. A male voice suddenly sounded in her ears. The only people who knew about superpowers were those who entered the dungeon like her, and the only one who called her City Lord could be Fu Ying. Got it. I find you later. Fu Ying was dressed in black, and it was obvious that she came with the assassin. Under such circumstances, the two of them should not exchange intelligence. Protect yourself. Leaving behind, Ji Qingshan signaled Fu Ying to retreat first, and looked at the entrance connecting the garden and the building. The guards, who had rushed there, had already appeared. In front, Alice had already chopped 4 people, making everyone present equally splashed with blood. Ji Qingshan let the willow leaves scratch the ladies a few times, and then he also laid down in the crowd. The next moment, the guards appeared around the pavilion, and 3 people attacked the assassins in groups. Miss Ji removed the willow branches at the right time, so that no one could find out. Before, they could bully the powerless ladies, but facing the professional guards trained by the Richard family, the assassins almost retreated quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, one of the assassins shouted, and in an instant, everyone's weapons were aimed at their heads. The blood was spilled on the first round, and none of the 16 survived. Why 16? Fu Ying took off her black clothes and ran away under Miss Ji's command. She was currently hidden by a pile of willow branches in a corner of the garden near the building. The injured and unconscious noble lady was helped to the medical room by her maids and treated by private doctors. It was called treatment, but it was actually just a bowl of magic crystal soup. They were not injured, their blood was from others, and the coma was caused by Ji Qingshan's mushroom. As for Ji Qingshan, as a princess, she would naturally not share a medical room with other noble ladies. At first, Anne wanted to take her back to the palace directly, but Alice strongly requested to treat Miss Ji's injuries first, and said that Ji Qingshan could be treated in her room. Richard was a close friend of the royal family, and as a maid, and could not refuse Alice's request without the princess waking up. Ji Qingshan, who pretended to be asleep, was sent to Alice's room. Shuang Shuang, wake up, everyone has left. Ji Qingshan's blood-stained clothes were changed, and Alice provided a short skirt that satisfied Miss Ji. The decoction made of magic crystal stone was sent over, but Ji Qingshan did not wake up, so it had to be put aside. And retreated, and Alice also drove away her servants, leaving only 2 girls in the room. Thank you. Ji Qingshan sat up from the bed, looking at Alice with cunning eyes. This princess and Miss Alice definitely have their own little secrets, and the vice princess of the royal family is not as simple as it seems. The script is much better than at the beginning. Hush, wait a minute, I call someone in first. She walked past Alice to the window, pushed it open, and saw a person flipping in from the window. It was Fu Ying, who was sent to the window by Ji Qingshan's vines. Who is he? Fu Ying's black clothes were buried in the flowers, and the blood on his body was cleaned by Lu Shu, who was obsessed with cleanliness. At this moment, he was a little embarrassed, and he had nothing to do with the assassin. My helper. Ji Qingshan thought of a more appropriate title. I said, how could you be willing to be tied up in the cage of the palace and serve as a foil for your stupid brothers? If you ask me, the emperor should learn from our old man, who is obsessed with men and women. Whoever is better should go. A palace coup is better than letting those trash go. Be careful, the wall has ears. Ji Qingshan reminded the teammate, who was about to insult the emperor, although she also wanted to scold the shark-armed emperor. Don't worry, they can't hear you. Back then, you were forced to stop studying because those teachers praised you highly, and had a mediocre response to the princes. Only he could do such a thing. Why, you want me to be the queen? Ji Qingshan asked half-jokingly. It's not impossible. Although my father hopes that those useless princes will succeed to the throne, it would be equivalent to controlling the country if he married me. But who wants to marry? Richard's family business should be inherited by the capable. Isn't being a Grand Duchess better than being a queen? Alice said this while looking at Ji Qingshan, with a frank look in her eyes. I will let you be the queen when I seize power. Okay, she appreciated the kindness, but she didn't want to start dealing with government affairs as soon as she opened her eyes every day. She would rather not be the emperor. By the way, since Richard's family is related to the military, the magic crystals mentioned by the emperor before are used for military production. I don't know if Miss Alice, who is determined to become a duke, knows the inside story. You said that magic crystals are used to help improve the army's strength and cultivate superpowers? No wonder my father has been going to the army so frequently these days. Does Alice think that magic crystals are really a good thing? I don't know, but it does feel strange. A substance that is not necessary for survival makes people unable to leave it. This really looks like the symptoms of addiction. Yes, and the harm has already appeared. What is it? Those magma people. Fu Ying had been standing by and listening to the conversation between the two. Alice almost ignored his existence and suddenly spoke, which scared people. But she reacted quickly. Malva people, what? You mean those on the street every night? It seems you know it too. I learned it from eavesdropping on my father and other conversations. So what is this? Let's check the information, both of you. With Alice present, Fu Ying omitted the part about himself entering the copy. He only said that he was an undercover sent by Ji Qingshan to an anti-royal party. The anti-royal party is a group of lunatics who are committed to overthrowing the existing royal rule. The members are complex, and the target of every action is the royal family or the nobles. Whether they succeed or not, they will commit suicide. This group of people was not large at first, but it increased dramatically after the appearance of the magic crystal. Miss G commented on this. The appearance of magic crystals has given some mediocre people the illusion that as long as they are violent enough, they can turn over and become masters without brains. Then, they are used as guns. Yes, Fu Ying said, everyone in the anti-royal party is a fanatic of magic crystals. They will find ways to obtain magic crystals and eat them to make themselves stronger. But, Ji Qingshan, if you eat too much magic crystals, you will become a magma man. Yes, but they think this powerful and irrational state can better overthrow the royal rule. So we are equivalent to taking chronic poison. Alice was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Almost. It's just that not many people know the truth. The reason why the old emperor couldn't be found out, but he was quite good at killing people. There are not many magma people now, and they have all been dealt with. The royal family doesn't even need them to push, they can turn over by themselves. Ji Qingshan sneered. The setting sun is afterglow, and the night is falling. Fu Ying jumped out of the window and left, and Ji Qingshan took it back. Alice stood in front of the window in a daze. She believed what Ji Qingshan said was true, but it was precisely because of this belief that she was desperate. The magic crystal stone has penetrated into every aspect of the lives of the people in the kingdom. His benefits are visible to the naked eye. Even if the truth is told, I am afraid that few people are willing to believe it. Especially her father. Alice knows her ambitious father too well. The special ability alone can make him reckless. This can't go on. The caravan must have ulterior motives for bringing such a thing to Libya. Or else, she has brought forward her plan to use her power? Chapter 32. The carriage drove into the palace, and then helped Ji Qingshan take off her clothes for today and put on a soft dress. The news that the princess and a group of noble ladies were attacked had been reported back to the palace. The court doctor had been waiting outside Ji Qingshan's bedroom, just waiting to prescribe a bunch of prescriptions for her. Faced with various soups and medicines, Ji Qingshan gave them all to her plants. However, thanks to the shock of the attack, she didn't have to attend the annoying royal dinner. After dealing with a group of doctors, she sent them away and said she wanted to rest. Is it convenient to come out? When she was the only one left in the room, Miss Ji contacted Fu Ying with the daughter she planted during the day. As for the other two, perhaps because of the time travel copy, the 3 plants planted earlier could not be used, so they could not be contacted for the time being. But the copy had just started, so the danger would not be too great. Okay. Then find a place. He ordered the reluctant Willow to steal a set of black casual clothes, put a super large corn on the bed, and covered it with a quilt, and then climbed out of the window. Some information cannot be communicated in front of Alice. The place Fu Ying found was quite remote, and the two of them were dressed in black, so it would be difficult to find someone passing by. The origin of the magic crystal and the problems faced by the Libyan kingdom were clarified by the two during the day, and the focus of the topic now was on how to pass this copy. According to the conditions given by the zombie carnival night world before, there are only 2 ways to pass the level. Either survive a period of time or leave the copy location, the Libyan kingdom, in advance, or meet certain conditions within a certain period of time. Although there are 2 ways, I don't think the copy will be so kind as to let us walk out directly. Fu Ying nodded in agreement. Obviously, if the independent copy is so easy, why let a level 3 zombie guard the door? The method of simply running out of the range is definitely not applicable, and the only way is to solve the problem. The molten ruins, the current clues related to this name are the Magma Man, and the Magma Man is produced by the magic crystal. Undoubtedly, the magic crystal must be the key to this copy. People who eat magic crystals will become magma people, so what about the items? Ji Qingchen thought of the previous mention of using magic crystals to build a mansion. The magic crystal created this copy, so the method of cracking it must be related to it. Regarding the magic crystal, how did the anti-imperial party spread it? She asked Fu Ying. It is regarded as a sacred object. As long as you get it, you can get everything. But no one investigates its details. It's almost the same in the palace, it's naive enough. And the anti-imperial party plans to overthrow the current regime in 7 days. Another 7 days? The Kingdom of Libya asked his men to find out the source of the magma man within 7 days. Ji Qingchen, who knew the inside story of the magic crystal stone, did not feel anything wrong at the time. But now the anti-royal party said that they would seize power within 7 days. So it seems that 7 days is the deadline for this copy. And passing the copy, the king's request and the anti-royal party's request, it is hard not to think that this is the condition for passing the copy. But is the truth really so simple? Just talking about the tasks of the two of them, overthrowing the current regime and letting the king understand the dangers of the magic crystal stone are indeed parallel. But what about others? Will Mu Chu and Ci's tasks not conflict with them? We must make multiple preparations. Tomorrow, I will check everything about the magic crystal stone, no matter what information is true or false. Okay. Fu Ying nodded and prepared to leave. Ji Qingchen seemed to have thought of something again. Wait a minute, I give you something. The daughter vine swayed, and a small flower grew from it. Fu Ying felt something in her consciousness suddenly become clear. She subconsciously touched the air around her with her mental power, and then, superpowers can. Suspicion turned into shock, and this taciturn person was at a loss for words. Well, this is safer. Miss Ji smiled quietly. She was not as great as some people, willing to help people in a world awaken. Superpowers, but since she was here, she would take responsibility. What's more, doing this could cause trouble for some people. Dang. The loud bell suddenly echoed in the city. The two were about to part ways in this alley. Hearing the sound, he stopped and held his breath. Something was coming this way. The sound of footsteps was particularly obvious in the dark night. People, or something else. Ji Qingchen and Fu Ying looked at each other, and saw the caution in each other's eyes. They waited and saw what would happen. They jumped onto the buildings on both sides of the narrow alley at the same time. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that there was someone in the damn box. The other party ran straight in. They were a group of people with charred bodies and dark red magma constantly emitting. Compared with the soldiers made by the magma frog before, they were only a little bit more impressive. This is to say that if you mention Chow Chow, Chow Chow will appear. If you mention the magma man, the other party will really show up. The magma man was very fast, and soon came to the building where the two were standing. He used his hands and feet to climb up. The walls of the building melted rapidly under the burning of the high-temperature magma, forming pits to help the magma man climb. Swoosh, the air bomb overturned the two on the top, and Fu Ying glanced at Ji Qingchen. As far as he knew, Ji Qingchen's ability was related to plants, but fire restrained plants. TSK, this is not letting me keep any trump cards. Ji Qingchen looked at the guys who were climbing with a gloomy look. If these magma people were not considered zombies, she would be at a loss. Everyone knows that plants are afraid of fire. As a top card master who has reached S level, how could Ji Qingchen leave such a flaw for the enemy? There is a category of her cards that is specifically used to add attributes, such as peppers with inherent fire resistance, and bitter melons. The green, pimpled strips are wrapped around the rose vines, and climb onto the body of the magma man. The scorching breath rolls, and seems to be about to melt the rose vines. However, if you look closely, you will find that all the rose vines are attached with a layer of crystal clear ice armor. The cold is spreading, and the red lines on the magma man's body dim. In half a minute, they turned into lumps of ice, and in another half a minute, they were completely absorbed by the rose flower. Be careful. After collecting the flower, Ji Qingchen motioned Fu Ying to follow her. There are probably a lot of these things outside. As expected, groups of magma people were wandering on the street. When they saw the two of them, they immediately swarmed over like ants seeing sugar. Ji Qingchen threw out the rose vine again. In his heart, he greeted the king and his ancestors 100 or 80 times. Didn't they say that there were not many magma people? What's going on with all these people on the street? Are they playing mitosis? There are so many people on the street, obviously more than the permanent residents. Fortunately, killing magma people really counts as progress in unlocking the card. She didn't lose too much. Where did these things come from? Compared to Ji Qingchen, Fu Ying was obviously much more exhausted. The magma man had high temperature damage, and he had to use a lot of mental power to condense an effective air bomb. The copy made derivatives, so that we wouldn't be too comfortable. Ji Qingshan briefly cleared a vacuum area. It should only target the survivors and last until tomorrow morning. Facts have proved that Miss Ji has a full understanding of this world. When the light appeared and enveloped the city, the Magma Man retreated quickly like a tide. Fu Ying was a little exhausted, but she didn't like to complain. She just waited for the Magma Man to retreat, and then went back to rest. Although she herself didn't consume much, she didn't sleep all night, so her mood would never be too good. So this morning, and felt uncertainly that his own prince unconsciously had a stinky face when greeting everyone. The etiquette when meeting the king was particularly perfunctory. And, who had never seen such a thing, suspected that the princess had been possessed. Although this is true. After swallowing just 2 or 3 mouthfuls of food that was enough to sustain life, Ji Qingshan put down the plate and walked out of the restaurant. When she vehemently rejected the dress that a nod gave her and stubbornly asked for a simple and light outfit, the maid's eyes revealed fear. If she was so worried, she would have to give her a poisonous mushroom. The maid, who was full of anxiety, was put down in a glass flower house. Someone also left a dodder flower thoughtfully. The culprit had already run out of the palace, which was a dangerous place, for dozens of miles. Xiao Chu, what's wrong with you? In the early morning, when the door of the clinic was opened, the black-haired woman in a linen dress just put down the things in her hand, and saw a figure lying on the ground covered in blood. She ran over in 2 steps. Fortunately, although Mu Chu was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. The black-haired woman took out a bunch of medicinal herbs from the cabinet next to her in an orderly manner. Oral, external, and boiled some into soup for Mu Chu to drink. But no matter which one, the woman did not use the magic crystal. Ahem, Gina, you are here. Mu Chu, who was fed 2 bowls of herbs, finally woke up from his coma. Are those magma people? I guess so. Mu Chu's eyes were empty. God knows how shocked she was when she saw a bunch of magma people breaking the glass of the room and rushing in last night. Especially since her supernatural powers could not be used. She was almost chased by the magma people, hiding here and there until dawn before she barely managed to fight for a way out. I don't know what happened to the others. She entered the dungeon with Fu Ying, Ce and others, but when she opened her eyes again, all she could see was Ms. Gina in front of her. Ms. Gina was a very enthusiastic NPC, and Mu Chu quickly figured out her identity and situation. An orphan, she helped out in this church hospital to earn a living. But after just one day, Mu Chu discovered that this was not just a simple hospital. They existed to solve the magic crystal. Everyone here knew the harm of this thing, so Mu Chu knew the source of the Magma Man on the first day. She also asked them why they didn't tell the ruler about these things, but the black-haired woman in front of her shook her head and showed a bitter expression. She told them, but no one believed it. The king even wanted to send someone to close down this hospital. From then on, all their actions could only be moved to the dark. They have a magical herbal formula that can help people who have it turned into magma people reduce the impact of magic crystals. They have saved many people because of this. But only a small number of people who have been saved believe that their problems are caused by magic crystals. Stupid as pigs. Although Mu Chu can understand why they think so, it is hard not to be tempted by something that can help humans evolve comprehensively and heal injuries quickly. However, the effect of this magic crystal looks familiar, like a low-end version of the energy core. If it weren't for the reminder of City Lord Ji, a bunch of survivors in the 710 shelter would probably have been affected by the energy core. I don't know if Sister Ji has successfully entered. I have to tell her this information as soon as possible. Xiao Chu, how do you feel? Under the effect of the medicine, Mu Chu's wound no longer bleeds, but it still looks hideous. Her body has recovered some strength, and her complexion has improved a lot. But Gina is still a little worried when she looks at her. You are seriously injured. You should stay here and rest today. I will find someone else to investigate. As an association secretly investigating magic crystals, there are a total of 10 members here, and they take shift for safety reasons. These 2 days are Mu Chu and Gina's turn. Don't bother others. I can do it. Mu Chu waved his hand and stood up slowly from the ground. How could he miss such an event that sounded like gathering intelligence? Besides, if she stayed here all the time, she might not meet her partners after the dungeon was over. Let's go, Gina. Where are we going? Chapter 33. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? The bazaar in the Libyan capital is always bustling. The shops are full of shops with different decorations. Merchants, who have spent huge sums of money to build luxurious restaurants, also have small vendors walking around the streets. Buyers and sellers shuttle between them, negotiating a series of treacherous transactions. In such a mixed place, it is not surprising to see anyone, even the big shots who are usually high and mighty. However, the middle-aged man in simple clothes looked at the gentleman in front of him with long hair, slender figure and handsome face, and felt uneasy for no reason. The temperament exuded by this gentleman is not ordinary at all, but he searched for the appearance of those big shots in his mind, and each one matched. I want to go to the bazaar. The other party looked at him with dark eyes. Bazaar, bazaar? What? Aren't regular customers not allowed in? The words were very calm, but the middle-aged man was very clear about the danger. He immediately made a judgment in his heart. This gentleman is not to be trifled with. Of course not. Please come in, sir. Just take the stairs. He carefully took out an old key from the table and quickly handed it to the other party. The other party did not hesitate, took the things and walked immediately, entering the room behind the middle-aged man. There were 4 or 5 doors and 6 or 7 stairs in the room, but the man did not even give them a glance, stood in front of a keyhole on the ground, and inserted the key. With a creak, a half-meter black square hole appeared on the ground that was originally tightly closed. Putting the key on the ground, the man jumped down with the black card. After a short period of darkness, a huge underground market appeared in front of him. Finally here, this place hidden behind the sun. Ji Qingshan touched the disguise that could not be done too perfectly because of insufficient materials. To investigate information, of course, a fake identity is needed. The source of information for the underground black market is Fu Ying. The anti-imperial party has established no less than 10 bases to ensure their own safety, one of which is here. The underground market is more complex and the information is more intensive, which is an important source of intelligence for these arrogant guys. In addition, the initial information about the magic crystal stone came from here. Ji Qingshan understood the other party's hidden meaning. For those who are eager to solve the copy, the underground market is the focus of the focus. I hope this place will not let her down. Miss Ji put on the human dimensional hat of the cloak, walked into the crowd. Compared with the market on the ground, the transactions here are more abundant: illegal drugs, slave trade, assassination transactions. All shady transactions can be seen everywhere here. Therefore, no one is willing to show their faces in this place. People of all kinds either wore exaggerated masks or covered their bodies with cloaks. Ji Qingshan disguised herself when she came, but she followed the local customs and took out a black mask from her pocket and put it on. I heard that the king has agreed to the president's request and promised to arrange positions for us in Congress and the government. It's only a matter of time. The president has given them so many benefits that those people have probably become heavily dependent on the magic crystal. At that time, it will still be the president's decision. Then the king is probably a fool. Also, what's the matter with those magma people? Didn't the president say that the side effects of the magic crystal are so serious? Rejection reaction. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Maybe there are too many garbage here. This is something the president needs to consider. What are you worried about? In the alley that is easily overlooked, Ji Qingshan squatted on the roof and heard her target. There are many transactions involving magic crystals in the underground black market, but there is not even a word about the caravan that brought the magic crystals. Ji Qingshan wandered for most of the day and entered many places of fireworks, but there was no clue. I thought I would return empty-handed today, but my intuition before leaving brought her here and heard about this sudden harvest. The clues that came with great difficulty, of course, have to go and take a look. As for the palace, let An's daughter deal with it. Ji Qingshan quickly caught up with the caravan members, who mixed into the crowd. However, the two walked into a luxuriously decorated palace. Ji Qingshan had naturally seen such a conspicuous building just now, and the dice and coins on it indicated that this was a casino. It looks like the largest casino in this place. The suitor is resolved. The suitor will be returned, so that the daughter will not accuse her. Ji Qingshan pressed down her hood and mask again, pretending to walk towards the casino nonchalantly. Bang! Suddenly, something hit her feet, and the person under the mask frowned slightly, looking towards the source of the noise, his eyes full of impatience. There were 3 people standing there, who seemed to have not expected that their actions would disturb others, and for a moment, they also looked in the direction of Ji Qingshan. People who have been in the underground black market for a long time will more or less observe words and expressions. Miss Ji's outfit today seemed simple, but the dark patterns on the mask, and the intricate and gorgeous gold embroidery on the hem of her clothes are almost telling the group of people in front of her that she is of great origin, but does not want to be too high profile. The leader looked at her carefully and said tentatively, "Sorry to disturb your pleasure. You are going to have fun in the casino, right?" This blind rat just broke in and disturbed the order inside. We are also following orders. On orders? Rat. Ji Qingshan finally saw the thing that those people threw at her feet. A living thing wrapped in a sack. It was also embarrassing for him. It could make such a big noise, and a broken bone was considered light. The person who spoke was very smart. He gave a reason and reported the backstage. Ji Qingshan should not wade into this muddy water. The willow card turned in a circle in her hand, and Miss Ji crossed the black barrier on the ground and walked towards the casino behind the three people. Ji Qingshan stopped suddenly after taking a step out. Probably because of the movement of the people inside, the black linen stained with blood slipped off a corner. It revealed what was hidden inside. My mother, beauty. Ji Qingshan's index finger subconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose. Miss Ji didn't have many classifications of the opposite sex. Those with good facial features were called normal people, and the rest were called kappas. In her more than 100 years of life, there were only two people she could rate as beauties. One was her frivolous senior brother, but he was so cheap that only his face was good to look at, and the other was the little mouse in front of him, who looked like he was in a bad situation. The boy lying on the ground was covered with only a few pieces of rags, but fortunately there was a sack to prevent him from being seen naked. His skin seemed to be almost transparent, because he had not seen the sun for many years, and his facial features were all delicate, especially the pair of peach blossom eyes adorned with long eyelashes, with tears that had not yet dried. The long black hair slid down from his shoulders, half covering his bloodless lips. The four words pitiful and pitiful are tailor-made for him. I'm a little moved, otherwise I just take care of it. Willow branches overflowed from the cards, blocking the claws that the leading man stretched out to the boy. Beauty, are you interested in being kept? Ji Qingshan walked to the boy who fell to the ground and gently pinched his chin with his right hand. The air froze for a moment, and Miss Ji clearly saw dozens of emotions flashing in the eyes of the person she was teasing: confusion, shock, helplessness. Unfortunately, there were three disturbing guys on the opposite side. What do you mean, sir? The boss asked. Ji Qingshan showed his fangs, and the other party struggled to break free from the willow tree in vain. He tried to move out of the backstage again, but was interrupted again. What did he do? Don't you understand? I want this cute little mouse. I pay back what he owes your boss. The three looked at each other, and they knew it clearly in their hearts. If they didn't follow Ji Qingshan's wishes, she would kill them easily. After a long while, the leader gritted his teeth and said he broke into the casino and caused a major chaos, resulting in a loss of at least 100,000 gold coins, and he himself. He was interrupted halfway through his words, and a bag hit him in the chest. 200 sapphire coins, is that enough to buy him? The three of them fell silent again, but this time it was very short, as if they had received some instructions immediately, and nodded. Okay, he's yours. After getting a positive answer, Ji Qingshan let go of the willow branch. The three of them ran in the opposite direction without looking back. Only Miss Ji was left half crouching on the ground, examining every inch of the boy's expression. The beauty had an indescribable temperament, and Ji Qingshan intuitively didn't think that the person in front of him was just an ordinary NPC, or it might be because she spent 200,000. Anyway, such a face is very good for her next plan. Okay, now that all the strangers are gone, don't you want to tell me your name? Or are you not satisfied with this status of being kept? Miss Ji was extremely frivolous, looking at the other person up and down without any concealment. You want to. The beauty's voice was also very nice. The voice was quite light, and her eyes drooped unconsciously, looking very uncomfortable with Ji Qingshan's naked look. This name. Ji Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Libya and ancient Europe have many similarities. However, this beauty does not seem to follow this set of rules. It turned out to be a special enough NPC. 200,000 is not a loss. Then, the next plan is through. Come on, beauty, it doesn't look good when it's dirty. The black cloak fell on Yuan Zhou. Ji Qingshan helped him up, turned left, and went into the nearest bathroom. Giving the boss a gold coin, Ji Qingshan asked for the best room, and asked the boss to bring her a set of clothes suitable for women. The boss took a look at the cloak in her arms and understood, and went to do it. Hurry up, beauty, pack yourself and take you to a fun place. Or if you want me to help you, of course I can help you. In the room, Ji Qingshan took away the cloak on Yuan Zhou, carried him into the bathtub, and pulled the curtain. But the person behind the curtain seemed to be reluctant to go into the water, and jumped out immediately after being thrown in. In order not to waste time, she threatened like this. Poor Yuan Zhou's body stiffened instantly. He knew nothing about Ji Qingshan himself, And based on Miss G's performance just now, Yuan Zhou was really unsure whether this person would make a move of come and help him wash. No, absolutely not. If that happens, who knows what bad things that person will do. Yuan Zhou gritted his teeth again, and finally made up his mind to soak himself in the water little by little. The clothes he bought were handed over to Ji Qingshan by the owner of the bathhouse. He had probably seen a lot of such things. He was a little too sensible. The clothes he asked people to buy were not thick, and the fabric was saved to the extreme in many places. Yuan Zhou, who finally came out of the water, turned into a fossil the moment he saw the clothes. Ji Qingshan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Laughing is laughing, but you can't really let someone wear such clothes to go to the casino with her. He could only ask the owner to buy another one with a little more solid material, so that Yuan Zhou has something to wear. After erasing the traces of their existence, Ji Qingshan took Yuan Zhou in his arms, and walked towards the casino. Remember what I said before, cooperate with me obediently, and I will protect you. Otherwise, I will soon ask for the 200,000 back. Rubbing someone's soft long hair, Ji Qingshan said half threateningly and half jokingly. Chapter 34. Please exchange these for chips for me. 1 sapphire coin is equivalent to 1,000 gold coins, and she gave 300 to the person at the exchange office. Pick it, beauty. Which one do you want to play? Yuan Zhou looks very androgynous, and it doesn't look out of place in women's clothing. Perhaps he didn't have a good impression of this place. Only after Ji Qingshan's reminder did he look up at the dazzling gambling tables. Just this one. He pointed to the nearest gaming table. There were only a few people around the gambling table, and only 2 people were willing to sit at the table. There were several dice placed on the table, and the masked dealer stood in the middle, watching the 2 people who couldn't wait to put the chips on the table. The bigger one wins. Please place your bet. Wait a minute, it hasn't started yet. How about adding one more person? Ji Qingshan carried Yuan Zhou to the gambling table. Here, it's yours, take it and play. Ah. Me? Yuan Zhou didn't have time to say anything to refuse. Ji Qingshan had already stuffed all the chips into him. Take it, I'm letting you play. I don't need this little money. You too, the gambling is about to start. Please hurry up. The dealer on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Okay. Yuan Zhou gritted his teeth and walked up to pick up the dice. 3 rounds open. Please place the first round bet. The minimum is 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. Generally, people who are willing to play at this table are cautious and not very rich, so the chips they offer are naturally the lowest. 5. Yuan Zhou followed suit and prepared to push out 50,000 chips, but halfway through the move he found that the remaining chips had come with him. No, we go all in. Ji Qingshan looked calm and composed. Without giving Yuan Zhou a chance to regret, the dealer had already handed over 3 dice. Please. The dice of the other 2 shook at the same time. They didn't expect that there would be someone who was stupid and rich in the outer area. This young master, who looked young, was trying to please women and didn't even understand the rules. 3 rounds of gambling. If he won, it would be fine, but if he lost and couldn't add chips, not only would the existing chips belong to them directly, but the casino would also deal with him on the charge of fraud. No matter what background this little kid has, this underground market won't care about you. Obviously, Yuan Zhou at the gambling table also realized this. He kept looking in the direction of Ji Qingshan, and was reluctant to take the dice. However, Miss G ignored his eye contact, and when there was no movement, she just urged, hurry up. Seeing that his eye contact didn't work, Yuan Zhou leaned close to Ji Qingshan's ear and whispered, I'm unlucky. I told you to play with it. Well, since he still didn't appreciate it after all this, Yuan Zhou had no choice but to pick up the dice, hoping that he wouldn't lose too badly. The dice were put down, and the dealer opened them one by one. There were 3 dice in each dice. The middle-aged man on the left had 14 points, the man in the middle had 12 points, and Yuan Zhou 5 points. Well, this couldn't be any lower. All 30 chips were pushed in front of the man on the left. Second round, please place your bets. The dealer's voice didn't have any emotional ups and downs. He had seen people spend all their money just to make a beautiful woman smile. The winner couldn't help it first. I say, kid, if you don't even know the rules, don't come here to join in the fun. This is not a place for you to pick up girls. If you can't come up with chips, wait for your hands and feet to be broken, go home and drink milk. Who said I can't come up with chips? Another bag of sapphires was thrown on the table. Ji Qingshan looked at the dealer. Can I cash in the chips here? The dealer took the bag, checked it and nodded. Yes. 200 sapphires. This is your 200,000 chips. You? The middle-aged man was gagged instantly. Second round, please place your bets. The other two still bet the lowest 50,000. It was Ji Qingshan's turn. All in. Another all in, the faces of the people present were even more exciting. And after Yuanzhou's dice goo was revealed, this excitement reached its peak. This time it was lower than the last time, only 4 points, and the highest was still the middle-aged man just now. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Kid, this is how you bet on a small amount for a big one. I think you should stop gambling. If you take out another 200,000 yuan and throw it around, you can hear a bang. Others looked at Ji Qingshan and Yuano and shook their heads, sighing one after another, waiting to see Ji Qingshan's joke. Only the dealer remained calm. Third round, please place your bets. TSK. Miss Ji frowned slightly as soon as she put her hands in her pockets. The slight change was immediately captured by the man who won the money, and he shouted excitedly, as if he had discovered a new world. Ha ha, you are not out of money, are you? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Qingshan and Yuanzhou. The two security guards behind the dealer also looked over at the same time. The casino has its own rules. If Ji Qingshan really has no money at this time, her fate will not be much better than Yuanzhou's before. Yes, I have no money. Ji Qingshan's previous words made the security guard take 2 steps forward, but I think this thing can also be used as gambling money. Ji Qingshan took out another bag, but this time it contained 20 magic crystals. 1 magic crystal is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. It really works. The dealer checked the money, and the security guard retreated back to the dark. The other onlookers also looked away in dismay. The middle-aged man was the most disappointed one. If Ji Qingshan had no money now, the chips would immediately belong to him. Although Miss Ji's luck was not good, the middle-aged man always had a bad premonition. It was probably an illusion. He told himself so. Are you still going all in this time? The dealer's face did not change throughout the whole process, and asked Ji Qingshan. Yes. Miss Ji nodded. Yuano on the other end was already extremely nervous. The previous experience was too bad, and he really didn't want to experience it again. You really don't consider betting less? My luck is really bad. No one responded. This wealthy boss was determined to throw money around. If Yuanzhou didn't know his past, he would almost think he was a shill set by the casino. Okay. 3 rounds of all-in, the total amount is greater than 500,000, and you are the banker. The hidden rules of the gambling game are triggered, and the other 2 bets in this round must not be less than half of the bet of the banker. The total amount paid must not be less than 2/3 of the payout of the owner. Please place your bet. What? The other 2 changed their expressions. This meant that they had to take out more than 400,000 chips, and they couldn't just win them. The middle-aged man's face suddenly turned from sunny to rainy, and the other one looked quite annoyed. They were not foolish and rich dandies like Ji Qingshan, who came to the peripheral gambling table just to pick up leaks. More than 400,000 was all their chips. However, no one dared to challenge the casino rules, and the 2 could only push all the chips onto the table with trembling hands. Pray for good luck. The shaking of the dice stopped. The result of the middle-aged man was revealed first, 13 points. Although not as eye-catching as the previous 2 times, it was also a pretty good score. Next was the man in the middle, also 13 points. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At least they didn't go bankrupt. They all saw the luck of the other dandy young master. With this score, they could celebrate their victory in advance. Wait, how is it possible? The first 2 times Yuano opened the goo, the points on the dice were scattered and could be seen clearly at a glance. But this time, 3 sixes were neatly laid out in front of everyone. The onlookers were boiling. No one expected that the person who was the most unlucky in the audience just now would turn the tide at the last moment. Ji Qingshan played with a chip and smiled with a trick. This directly collapsed the middle-aged man, who thought he had made a fortune. The victory that was within his reach was broken just like that, and he lost all his belongings for it. No, this is not true. How could you? The middle-aged man screamed. The other one also fell to the ground with cold sweat on his face. The security quickly invited the distraught guest. Get out. Now is the moment of the winner. How did you do it? The chips were pushed in front of Yuanzhou, and the boy looked at the thick stack in disbelief. He knew his luck. 3 sixes, even if it exploded, it would not be his turn. Don't you know that the worst thing about gambling is to open champagne at halftime? If he doesn't lose after making so many big talk, who will? Take the money and leave. Ji Qingshan did not answer directly. She gave Yuano a head bang, and took the black card handed by the dealer to store the chips. In the other party's formal smile, she picked up Yuanzhou and left the gambling table. However, no one noticed that a small piece of rose vine slipped out of it and got into Miss G's sleeve at the moment when the dealer turned the dice. The game in the casino continued. From this moment on, Yuan-Shou changed his fate like defying the will of heaven. Whatever he bet on, he won. Whatever he bet on, he won, and the odds were all high. The original 1.4 million chips almost quadrupled. Yuan-Shou suspected that if this continued, the casino owner would send someone to pick a fight with him. Or rather, pick a fight with Mr. G. However, nothing happened until Ji Qingshan took the initiative to take him to rest. Except for a group of gamblers, who cast disappointed eyes, Ji Qingshan's luck of winning whatever she bet on made many people start to follow her to place bets. Do you want to continue? Taking a sip of champagne, Yuan-Shou asked cautiously, fearing that he would offend the sponsor. Why, are you tired of playing? I think it's about the same. Alas. A woman in a purple dress came out from the side and bumped into Yuan-Shou. Where is this blind guy? With a ready-made acting partner, Ji Qingshan was just about to start her greasy speech when she suddenly found that the actions of the people around her stopped. What the hell? Miss G quickly switched back to serious mode. The woman who bumped into her was touched by her hand, and she passed through directly. Is it a copy bug or? She looked at the clock on the wall. It was already midnight. Those magma people came out at this time last night. The same noise proved Miss G's idea. It seems that this magma man is a specific refresh monster in the copy. When the time comes, the player will be forced to deal with it, regardless of the occasion. But can you divide the time, collect information during the day, and deal with the magma man at night? When will she go to bed? Looking at the magma people who pounced on her secretly, the roses on Miss G's fingertips were eager to move. Why is there a soft thing in her arms? Aren't all the NPCs virtual? What are they? Ji Qingshan lowered her head and saw Yuan-Shou's confused expression. Good guy, what kind of NPC did she kidnap? Is it so special? She will examine it carefully when it gets light. However, with a large group of magma people close at hand, it is more important to stay alive. The roses with ice armor poured out again, harvesting the lava people in the casino. One hand controlled the roses to open the way, and the other hand pulled Yuan-Shou to an open place. Sister G. As soon as they arrived at the casino hall, a female voice that could not hide her ecstasy came. Following the voice, Mu Chu was seen dodging in the lava crowd with difficulty. It was said that there would be gains when you come outside. The roses wrapped with ice crystals quickly cleared the zombies surrounding Mu Chu. Lu Ji took the opportunity to move out and brought people to Ji Qingshan. Chapter 35. Ji's sister? Mu Chu, who was brought here by Lu Ji, was stunned for a moment. She was quite familiar with Lu Ji and Chang Wei, but she couldn't identify the two people in front of her. First of all, Ji Qingshan was not a man, and secondly, Ji Qingshan couldn't be held by a man. Mu Chu's ending tone was obviously hesitant. Then she saw the man take off his mask. It's me. Ji Qingshan changed his voice. Disguise? You are a woman. He is a boy? Okay. Ji Qingshan held his forehead. In order to better hide his identity, he had been using a male voice since entering the underground market. As for Yuan-Shou, he was forced to dress as a man under the pressure of Ji Qingshan's 200,000. His voice was good, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman with a little pressure. It seems that she needs to explain. Ji Qingshan briefly recounted what happened before. Although she didn't quite understand why an NPC in Yuan-Shou's dungeon could still run and jump at this time, this was undoubtedly a proof of his importance. I don't know much about his origins, but he is not a survivor who entered the dungeon. So don't mention what happened outside. Like Fuing, Cuscuta had entangled Mu Chu at the first opportunity. Ji Qingshan's voice rang in the little girl's mind, giving another version of the explanation that belonged to the survivors. Well, I understand Sister G. But I can't use my superpowers now. She wanted to say that she couldn't use her superpowers at this moment, but halfway through her words, just like Fuing before, something in her body suddenly broke. Mu Chu looked at her hands in surprise, and a light shield had condensed on her fingertips. Ji Qingshan's voice rang in his mind at the same time. Deal with the guy in front of you first, and talk about the rest later. These lava people are much weaker than the previous zombies, but they are all close combat and have high temperature attacks, which makes it difficult to deal with. However, these are not a problem for Ji Qingshan's ice rose. The current scene only looks scary, but in fact, the three people in the center of the battle have not been attacked at all. This is much better than before. Mu Chu thought about hiding from place to place the night before, and almost lost his life. He could only sigh that it was good to have a big brother. So you belong to an organization that wants to curb the use of magic crystals. Let's call them the Anti-Magic Party, disguised as a church hospital, which means that at least someone in the church knows the harm of magic crystals. The lava people are not a threat, but the copy time limit is okay. Miss G let Rose play freely, and began to exchange information with Mu Chu. The church? It seems that there are still some smart people in this world. It's just that the religion of the Libyan kingdom is not very developed, and the influence of the church is not as good as the king. I hope this smart person has a higher position in the church, so there is still some room for maneuver. Let's visit him when we go out. Sister G, haven't you seen Ce? Brother Fuing belongs to the anti-royal party, and Sister G is a noble. I have contacted many civilians and church people, but there is no news about him. Yes, the royal family, the anti-royal party, the church, the civilians, this network of relationships has connected 90% of the people in a country. However, no one has any clues about Ce. Two possibilities: this guy didn't come in, or he is in the same group as the magma people. Which one do you think it is? Neither of them is a good option. Mu Chu stopped talking. I don't think any of them are. If the dungeon is going to treat me differently, it's because of me. There's no reason to separate him. As for the lava man, he wouldn't have become that thing if he didn't commit suicide. It's more likely that bad luck turned him into a poor slave. It's still a cannon fodder version, and he's busy surviving now. Indeed, this option is more reliable for Ce. Mu Chu, who realized after a while that Ji Qingshan was just telling a joke, breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to have discovered something that the city lord was not good at. A joke can easily become a ghost story in Ji Qingshan's place. Do you know what your mission is? Not sure. If you compare your mission horizontally with Sister G, my mission should be to make people realize the harm of magic crystals. Oh, advanced difficulty. It will be faster to let these people with brains as smooth as boiled eggs recognize the nature of magic crystals and violent suppression. And this request sounds closely related to the main plot of the dungeon. Compared to this, Ji Qingshan cares more. Since Mu Chu's main task is to let the people know the harm of magic crystals, the requirement to end the dungeon is definitely not like this. And it will only be more difficult. Sand Dollar World. After many days, Miss G still hasn't forgotten her original intention to insult this apocalypse. The Magma Man will appear at 12 o'clock every day and last until 6 o'clock the next day. During this period, only survivors can move and will be attacked. After speaking, Miss G paused, looked at the beauty in her arms, and added, there may be some special NPCs. Mu Chu looked at Yuan Zhou obscurely. Well, I have some plans to make. As for the magma people, according to the current information, their strength is gradually increasing. After you go out, you should pay attention. Okay. After a while, go back to your previous position. I will contact you if there is any situation. And collect information about magic crystals, right? I know. Mu Chu showed Ji Qingshan a playful smile. Around them, the attacks of the magma people were gradually weakening, and it seemed that it was time for them to leave. After Ji Qingshan instructed Mu Chu, he took Yuan Zhou in the direction they came from. I don't know if this copy will be kind enough to help them force the plot. If not, Ji Qingshan will lose a lot. You are really a woman. The beauty was quite clear about her position as a kept man, and she didn't speak until then. I don't have any plans for the address book for now. But if you are really a girl, my beauty, I can accept it. The silence lasted for a long time. As if he couldn't stand this weird atmosphere, Yuan Zhou changed the subject. How did you win those gambling games before? I know my luck, and I can never have such luck. Coincidentally, my luck is not good, but this casino does not prohibit cheating. Tick-tock, the pointer on the wall moved to the number 6, and the surrounding magma people retreated in an instant, and the damage they caused was also repaired. The only thing that can prove their existence is the sunflower in Ji Qingshan's tattoo that started to cry out for hunger again. It seems that she has saved up another card. The previously blurred figure returned to this world. Where did this blind person come from? She heard the angry shout from the front. The plot continued. She stumbled over and bumped into Yuan Zhou. The wine glass in the woman's hand suddenly fell over and splashed all over her body. She immediately raised her hand to hit Yuan Zhou. Miss, you are too bad at framing people. You just walked over and bumped into people. I haven't told you that you disturbed my female companion yet, but you are anxious first. Ji Qingshan raised her hand and pinched the woman's arm. She didn't do it lightly, which sobered the originally drunk woman. The woman was looking for trouble under the pretext of drunkenness. When she hit a nail, she didn't intend to continue. However, when she saw Yuan Zhou's face, she instantly regained her confidence. Hey, who did I think it was? Isn't this the rat that bumped into me and was kicked out before? How come someone else on the list has the guts to sneak in again? This lady, whose name I don't know, is speaking rudely to my female companion in front of me. What do you mean? My female companion. Even my servants will ignore someone with such a good face. How come the gentleman has such bad taste? How come you don't even dare to refute me when I said it? The woman thought Ji Qingshan had hit a sore spot, but the next second, Miss Ji gave her a sneer. It doesn't matter if you are ugly, and it doesn't matter if you have poor aesthetics, but you always want to promote them. It seems that these two things have become your advantages among the short people. TSK, I didn't expect that even such advantages are so superficial. What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? I can make you bankrupt immediately. Oh, is that so? May I ask if you are the owner of this casino? Or are you a gambling god from somewhere? Otherwise, I'm afraid you can't make me lose everything immediately. But judging from your IQ, these two things have nothing to do with you. Ji Qingshan smiled, contemptuously, which completely ignited the woman's anger. You think you can beat me with your insignificant luck? Do you dare to go to the central area with me? You don't have to lose everything. We bet our lives and decide life and death. Okay. Let's go. Ji Qingshan's straightforward agreement shocked the two people present. Hey, don't be impulsive. Okay, I'm afraid you don't dare to come. But no matter which one, Miss Ji didn't trip up. On the second floor of the casino, the platform in the center slowly rose. The game of gambling life is rare even in this underground black market, and it is natural to be arranged in the best position when it appears. As the gambling table rose, it attracted a lot of people's attention. Ji Qingshan and the woman stood on both sides. Yu Wanzhou was left behind by Miss Ji. For the game of life and death, you two can make your own rules. Of course, if you want, the casino can also help you make the rules. The dealer arrived. Please, ma'am, I won't take advantage of this, Ji Qingshan said to the person opposite. Adding fuel to the fire, he almost pissed off the person opposite. No need, to save some people from dying of confusion. Okay, since you want to decide life and death, how about a turntable? 1 bullet, 8 magazines. Ji Qingshan looked at the dealer. Okay. The other party nodded, but according to the regulations, this lady can add a public rule to this game. Okay. Ji Qingshan looked at the other party without comment, but saw a cruel smile on the woman's face. In that case, let's use a number bomb from 1 to 100. The dealer randomly selects a number, and we take turns to guess. If we don't guess it, we will shoot ourselves, until there is only one person left on the field. How about it? Okay, I have no objection. Ji Qingshan nodded happily. Both parties agree, and the bet is established. Now I will randomly select a number. The dealer took a box from the assistant. Okay, the number appears. Please start the bet. Please. You go first, unlucky guy, so that I won't be accused of cheating when there is only one shot left. Okay. 50. Ji Qingshan didn't say much nonsense. Dealer, 1 to 50. The gun went off, and it was a blank. Obviously, the probability of hitting the target with the first shot was too small. Woman, 25. Dealer, 1 to 25. Ji Qingshan, 13. Dealer, 1 to 13. So far, the two heads are still clean, but the more this happens, the more tense the atmosphere becomes. Woman, 9. The woman once again revealed the answer. Dealer, 1 to 9. Hearing the dealer's words, the woman looked at Ji Qingshan with a determined look in her eyes. She pointed the gun at her head and pulled the trigger. Click, still a blank. But the smile on the woman's face gradually grew. Goodbye, this rubbish whose name I don't know, you will definitely lose this game. Really? So that's it, forgive me for being blunt, your performance is really poor. The gun was passed to Ji Qingshan. Kakaka, Miss Ji smiled and shot directly at herself 3 times, then turned the gun and aimed it at the woman. Why don't you guess, ma'am? Is there a bullet in this last shot, or is there no bullet? Chapter 36. What do you mean? The woman's face was full of anger, but she was not afraid. Dealer, he broke the casino rules. I think the casino has the right to expel him. Sir, what are you doing? The dealer did not respond to the woman's words immediately, but looked at Ji Qingshan. However, the guards gathered behind him explained Ji Qingshan's next situation. If you want a reason, why don't you two help me solve the mystery of why there are no bullets in this gun? As the words came out, Ji Qingshan pressed the trigger at the woman. Click. Some timid people in the audience closed their eyes, but nothing happened after a long time. Such a blatant cheating, The casino is not going to give an explanation? The gun was thrown on the gambling table, and Ji Qingshan's eyes were fixed on the dealer. Mr. Dealer, if you think this evidence is not strong enough, you might as well show the numbers on your cards. What is going on? In the audience, some onlookers have expressed dissatisfaction and asked loudly. A gun without bullets does not conform to the previous rules. Coupled with the woman's previous strange behavior, smart people have already seen the trick. This gun is originally empty of bullets. According to the previous guess, there will only be 2 numbers left. Ji Qingshan is the second to last. If she doesn't guess correctly, the winner will only be the woman. It seems that the woman gave the decision to Ji Qingshan, but what if this number is uncertain? Ji Qingshan came to the dealer at some point and took the cards from his hand. Before anyone could react, he threw them on the table. They were 2 cards stacked together, with the numbers 1 and 2 on them. That is to say, no matter what Ji Qingshan guessed, the other party could deny it, and then declare the woman the winner. When the woman narrowed the range to 1 to 9, Ji Qingshan was doomed to fail in this bet. The casino had already colluded with the woman. What a pity, I still have some experience in cheating. So, ladies who want to win in this way, are you satisfied with this result? The gun in the security guard's hand was taken away by Ji Qingshan at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and 7 bullets were loaded into it. Although I don't know what agreement you and the casino have reached, since you are unwilling to abide by the rules you set, let's go back to the original conditions. Ji Qingshan put the gun against his head and pressed it. An empty magazine was pushed out, and Ji Qingshan stuffed 7 bullets into the gun with 8 magazines, which means that each of the next shots represents death. This lady, I am willing to accept the loss of the bet. The muzzle turned, and the bullet was fired, and the woman didn't even have time to react. Is he dead? Everyone's nerves were aroused. However, no one could see what was happening at the gambling table. As early as Ji Qingshan exposed the fact that the casino was cheating, this area was isolated by a high wall that fell quickly. At this moment, the only people who knew what was happening inside were the 2 parties involved, the dealer, the guard, and the man in black who appeared at some point. There was no blood splashing from the woman's head. The transparent barrier on the path of the bullet was rippled, preventing it from moving forward. Your Highness, why do you have to kill them all? The means you used are not glorious. It is better to let this gambling game end in a draw. We will not pursue the previous things. How about it? We are all smart people. There is no need to hurt the relationship because of such things. Don't you think so? I specifically mentioned the previous incident. It seems that the people in the casino also felt that she was cheating, but they just couldn't find any evidence, so they sent people to stir up trouble. But who would have thought that they failed to stir up trouble, but instead gave her a big one? The textbook-like princess character is still very beneficial. The perfect and floating setting will give others a particularly unreal feeling, so that these smart people are not sure of her true character. Now that she has the evidence, she is full of fear in her words. This is exactly what Ji Qingshan wants. I don't think it can end. Her tone is very tough. After all, this lady just insulted my female companion. You don't think I should tolerate this? Of course not, Lisa. Come and apologize to your companion. Lisa Lin, the one who just said that she wanted to embarrass Ji Qingshan. She is also the Earl lady that Miss Ji met at the banquet hosted by Alice a day ago. When she heard Ji Qingshan's identity, she almost fainted from shock. Now she was pushed out by the middle-aged man and couldn't even speak properly. Female companion? Yu Wanzhou had been invited by the casino staff and explained the situation. Such explosive information made it difficult for the beauty to accept it for a while. Yu Wanzhou never thought that the woman who had said that she would support him would be the most noble woman in Libya. So the atmosphere at this moment was a little bit awkward. Lisa and Yu Wanzhou stared at each other. Ji Qingshan looked at them with a darker and darker face. The casino manager looked at Ji Qingshan's darker face and began to sweat on his forehead and urged him in a low voice. Lisa, why are you still standing there? Do you want your father to step down? As if she had finally figured out the consequences, Lisa's face turned from white to red, and she whispered to Yu Wanzhou, "Is this all the sincerity of Miss Lisa? Then why don't we continue the gambling game just now?" The gun in her hand was ready to move, and Lisa's body froze when she saw this. "I'm sorry, I apologize for my rude words to you just now. I shouldn't make comments without knowing the whole picture of the matter. Please forgive me." The woman gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Facing the threat to her life, it didn't seem so difficult to accept to apologize to someone she had looked down on before. "Are you satisfied?" Miss Ji didn't look at Lisa, but instead looked at Yu Wanzhou with interest. "Yeah." Yu Wanzhou nodded hurriedly. "Okay. Then let's call it a day. But I'm curious, how did you recognize me? With Ji Qingshan nodding, the dealer hurriedly took Lisa away from this place of trouble, leaving only Ji Qingshan and the man in black. Oh, and Miss Ji's beautiful lover. Without a bit of foresight, this casino can't run. Your Highness, don't worry about my identity. If we weren't on the same boat, I wouldn't have come out to see you. Oh, really? I'm afraid it doesn't count if you're on the same boat. Don't you plan to take me to see your boss? Ah, of course not, but... The other party looked at Yuan Zhou obscurely. You didn't hear it just now, did you? She's my female companion. The meaning was very clear, and the middle-aged man couldn't refuse anymore, so he led the two to the underground of the casino. There was a different world under the casino. The man in black led Ji Qingshan and Yuan Zhou all the way to the innermost room. The man in black pushed open the door, and Ji Qingshan quickly glanced at the interior of the house. The house was as luxurious as the imperial palace. There was only one person sitting on the leather sofa in the middle of the huge space. He was not wearing a mask, but his appearance was very ordinary. A cursory glance would only make you think it was an ordinary face, and there was no memorable point. This guy also knows how to disguise himself. No wonder. It is said that Her Royal Highness the Princess was seriously injured in the attack of the anti-imperial party, and is now resting in the palace. I didn't expect you to visit my humble home. The person on the sofa spoke first. If an underground castle built with gems and precious metals can be called a humble abode, then there is probably no place in Libya that can be called magnificent. Sir, you have really made a lot of money with magic crystals. Your Highness, it's not appropriate to say that. After all, the things I provide really help your people. It's not easy to mine them. I can't lose too much. Skip the nonsense. I heard that you recently got some higher-level magic crystals. Name a price, I want them all. Oh, all. Your Highness, this is... The merchant's inquiring eyes fell on Ji Qingshan, who did not dodge or evade, with an arrogant expression. Instead of cooperating with a brainless and self-righteous king and enduring even more brainless princes, it is better to find a more respectable and smarter partner. Didn't you ask someone to bring me here for this purpose? How can a useless person, who can't even use rare magic crystals to produce special abilities, be qualified to control this country? Special abilities. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that your Highness has already felt the magic of the magic crystal. Rumor has it that the eldest princess of Libya is a vase-like figure. Today, I know how ridiculous this news is. Your Highness is so talented that she should really do something. But what? The mining chain of magic crystals has stabilized. And we don't have such big ambitions. We just want to get a job with these. We naturally recognize your talent, but the king of the current dynasty has promised us what we want, and the risk of cooperating with you is too great. You are still worried about the risk after opening this casino? You don't need to get out of here yourself. Is that so? If I say that as long as I take office, you can be the largest imperial merchant, and then you and the national treasury will share the profits from the sale of magic crystals in a 50-50 split, and all organizations that oppose the trade of magic crystals will be banned, and magic crystals will replace precious metals and gems as circulating currency. What do you think? The merchant raised his eyelids, still looking lazy. Let's think about it. If your Highness can really fight for the throne, Libya is a patriarchal society after all. If your Excellency is worried about this, it is completely unnecessary. The anti-royal party is more than enough to deal with those idiots in the royal family. You just need to provide me with the best magic crystals as soon as possible, and all stones will be purchased at the market price. The anti-royal party is yours. Of course. The businessman's face finally changed. He really didn't expect that Ji Qingshan's bargaining chip would be this. After changing his expression several times, he finally made up his mind. I will let Inbo send you magic crystals and information. Libya's bright future depends entirely on your Highness. He pointed to the black-clothed man on standby, with a weird smile on his face, and nodded slightly at Ji Qingshan. Lord Wells. Do you really want to cooperate with her? After sending Ji Qingshan out of the casino, Inbo returned to the room where Wells was. He showed doubts, although the conditions she offered are very tempting, but our princess is even more stupid than her father. She is simple-minded and eager for quick success. She would fight with people for a slightly beautiful mouse, and has no self-awareness. But don't you think that such a partner is a natural puppet candidate? What does your Excellency mean? We don't even need to use violence. A few compliments and some clumsy lies can make all her identities work for us. Isn't it a good thing? After all, our plan doesn't have to wait until she succeeds to the throne. I just didn't expect that she was behind the anti-royal party, so our plan can be faster. I understand. Inbo smiled and nodded. I will arrange someone to help this princess. Yes. Chapter 37. Inbo sent Ji Qingshan and Yuanzhou away from the exit closest to the palace. This was an unremarkable tea house. From the short wooden door, you could see the side door of the palace. The underground black market never sees sunlight all year round. Even with the indication of a clock, people in it still find it difficult to accurately perceive the passage of time. Unknowingly, the city on the ground had passed noon. The daughter controlled N's body, perfectly hiding Ji Qingshan's whereabouts. However, this little guy had begged Ji Qingshan more than once to go back quickly, and not to let it perfunctorily deal with the group of court doctors who were about to come in. You are responsible for your own plans. Miss Ji had to give up the plan to find Mu Chu and Fu Ying now, and go back to take charge of the situation first. As for the safety of Mu Chu and Fu Ying, with the lessons learned from the past, Ji Qingshan would at least leave a trace of his own mental power on each daughter. Fu Ying had fought the Magma Man all night, and was now slacking off in the actions of the anti-royal party. Mu Chu returned to the church hospital with Gina when the attack of the Magma people ended, and cleverly got the information she had collected from Gina. If possible, help me find out who is the highest-ranking person in the church who knows the dangers of the magic crystal. This is what Ji Qingshan told Mu Chu before he left. The little girl secretly took note, and acted quickly at this moment. Now the question came, are you sure you want me to follow you back to the palace? Yuano is a smart person. When Ji Qingshan and Wells negotiated, he treated himself as a well-behaved decoration. What else? 200,000 is only this little time. Ji Qingshan smiled. That's not what I meant. The palace is not a place a beggar can enter casually. A little beggar is not allowed, but you, my beauty, are already my mistress. How can that count? But Yuanzhou wanted to say that Ji Qingshan was an unmarried princess, and a model of the entire noble ladies' circle. If she really took a man back home, she would probably be kicked out tomorrow morning. However, Miss Ji didn't give her this chance at all. Even if I can't take a beautiful man back home, can't I take a little maid back home? Anyway, you have worn women's clothes, right? Okay, let's go. I arrange a good job for you. Yuanzhou, What else could he say? If he said one more word, Ji Qingshan would ask him to pay back the 200,000 yuan. If he had known this day would come, he would never have appeared in that place so casually. In this way, Miss Ji took Yumarin back to the palace. Miss Ji climbed in through the window of the bedroom, and then used a willow branch to bring Yuanzhou into her room. And, actually controlled by daughter, was guarding outside the bedroom at this moment, blocking the nobles who wanted to come in from time to visit. Okay, you can leave now. Ji Qingshan called the daughter that was placed on in, while quickly changing clothes and pretending to be just woken up. Yuanzhou was temporarily hidden under the bed. Daughter finished very quickly. For in, she had all the memories of the past 2 days and 1 night, but they were just vague. As a professional maid, these blurred memories did not interfere with her. She pushed the door in and reported the current situation to Ji Qingshan. Your Highness, there are some guests outside. They are here to comfort you. Do you want to see them? No, tell them I need to rest now, and I don't have the energy to receive them. If it were the princess before, I'm afraid she would have gotten up and made arrangements long ago. But Ji Qingshan is the one who wants to usurp the throne. She is sick to follow the set of false etiquette that tortures herself. Your Highness? And was obviously not used to this. She was originally prepared to report to Ji Qingshan what kind of people came and what kind of preparations can be made, but the words stuck in her mouth, making her not know what to say for a while. Is she wrong? There seems to be something different about this princess. Why, is it hard to refuse? It's certain that this is definitely not a normal princess. It must be that the previous injury was too severe, and she has not recovered, which has caused the princess's temperament to change drastically, and hurriedly rejected those people. The princess is indeed not suitable for receiving guests in this state. By the way, this maid just broke into my bedroom. She said that she just came and didn't know the way. She accidentally broke in and didn't wear a uniform. What happened? The willow tree branch took advantage of Anne's inattention and pulled Yuanzhou out from under the bed. Ji Qingshan gave this illegal household a legitimate identity at the right time. The beauty was still wearing women's clothes, and with her delicate face and long hair, and couldn't tell his gender at all. She was only thinking about how a maid would suddenly break into the princess's bedroom and disturb Ji Qingshan. She was definitely a personal maid who had seriously neglected her duty. She racked her brains to think about how to explain, but lying was not her strong point, or as someone loyal to the princess, she would not lie to Ji Qingshan. In the end, she could only say, Your Highness, this is my negligence. I will take her away immediately. No need to leave, go get a uniform. Since she can get in, why not let her stay here? I don't need another one. The serious fault was lightly brushed off by Ji Qingshan, and breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded to go out to find a uniform. She also had to think about how to properly refuse the visiting nobles. Schwang schwang. As soon as it opened the door, a loud voice flew over. Miss Richard, His Highness is resting. And bowed to the other party, and politely refused. She must not let His Highness's loss of composure be seen by others. Her Highness needs to rest now. No need, let her in. Okay. And felt that she might also need a good sleep. She had been causing trouble for His Highness all day. Closing the door, the personal maid quickened her pace of departure. Schwang schwang, I knew you were pretending to be sick and didn't want to socialize. Hey, who is this? When Alice came in, she saw Yuan-O huddled in the corner at a glance. My new little maid. I see, your taste is still as good as ever. And she is too, even the maids around you are beauties. Alice, you are making fun of me. Hee hee, how could that be? I am telling the truth. Okay, let's talk business. Is she going out? My people? What? You and my brother, you are. Alice's green eyes suddenly widened. What are you thinking? I mean, he will keep the secret. But your brother, the rumors are true. Yes, he and the youngest son of the Earl of Souls. The old man got really angry because of this. But this is a side topic, and we will talk about it later. I have found out some of the things you mentioned before. About the introduction of magic crystals into the army? Ji Qingshan understood immediately. Yes, I tell you. What Alice found out was similar to what Ji Qingshan knew. The King and Duke Richard had already used magic crystals in the army to strengthen the soldiers' bodies and develop their special abilities. The old man was still cautious and didn't dare to reveal any big news. No one has a big problem now, and those with weaker bodies are only unconscious occasionally, and no one takes this seriously. The overall physical fitness of the army is good, so it is normal that the consequences did not come out so quickly. Have you told him the consequences? What about the magma people? Survivors like Ji Qingshan, who have been to the copy, will face attacks from a large number of magma people at night. But Miss Ji is sure that they are not in this world at that time, as if they have entered a parallel time and space. And the people in this world will face another situation, but in order to ensure the operation of the copy, the people related to them will return to the state of 12 o'clock when the two times intersect. This is the second point I want to tell you. The old man doesn't know the consequences, but he secretly sent people to study those magma people. And he can already control some magma people for his use. With what? Magic crystal. So far, the top magic crystal, with the help of it, you can issue orders to the magma people for a short time. What kind of order? Kill someone or destroy a place or something like that. It can't be complicated, otherwise they will be confused. Understood. Ji Qingshan lowered his eyes and suppressed his surging emotions. One by one, they were trying to make trouble for her, fearing that they would not die. Especially the King of Sand Dollar. The general was doing research right under your nose, and he couldn't even notice it. Thank you, Alice, for keeping an eye on the Duke and trying to find out where he keeps the lava people and the use of magic crystals to control the army. We can't let the magic crystals completely conquer Libya. Of course, I'm still thinking about sending the old man to enjoy his life as soon as possible. It just so happens that he did this kind of immoral thing, and I'm thinking of using this to make him lose the morale of the army, and I won't let him drive the army crazy. Speaking of this, why don't I advise you to do something treasonous as soon as possible? Our king is really not smart. Well, I see. Hey, you have a plan. Do you want my help? After all, your case is not as legitimate as mine. Alice. Ji Qingshan suddenly interrupted her. There is one more thing for you. If you see someone with strange behavior among the lava people, please give this to him. A small transparent bottle was handed to Alice by Ji Qingshan, and the small bottle contained something similar to a flower vine. What counts as strange behavior? Faced with this ambiguous request, Alice was clearly unsure. You see if you encounter it. She didn't treat the conjecture she told Mu Chu as a joke. Out of some intuition, Ji Qingshan always felt that their last companion was assigned to a hell-level camp. Since Duke Richard was looking for magma people, he might really include CE. Okay, I tell you if I find him. It was already evening when Alice packed her things and left. During the period, and brought Yuanzhou's clothes over, and Ji Qingshan generously lent her his dressing room. Only Ji Qingshan and Yuanzhou were left in the room. After declining dinner, Miss Ji simply drank some porridge in the room to show that she was still unwell. The court doctor came again, and under the cheating of daughter Flower, confirmed Ji Qingshan's poor condition, so naturally others could not say anything. Miss Ji continued to enjoy her leisure. You are not really going to cooperate with the caravan to take the throne, are you? Seeing Ji Qingshan's happy face, Yumarin finally didn't have to continue to pretend to be dumb. Why do you ask? Do you want to be the queen? The caravan has great ambitions. Asking for their help is like courting disaster. You don't look stupid. You openly exposed your desire to cooperate in front of them. It's probably not true. As you can see, our king is a fool. In this case, I have an obligation to protect the ordinary people who are bullied by him. What about the anti-royal party? Are you really their leader? The beauty is very curious about my career. No, but it could be. It depends on my mood. Just like I'm in a good mood now, I won't be angry about anything I hear. So I can answer another question of yours. When can I leave? Yuan Zhou didn't even think about it. When you can be the queen, okay, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back before 12 o'clock, remember to wait for me. By the way, help me keep an eye on the situation outside. Ji Qingshan suppressed the smile on his lips, jumped out of the window and landed, and soon disappeared into the night. Chapter 38. Here. Under the night sky, the lights were dim. Fu Ying led Ji Qingshan through the deserted alleys, and led him into a shop. A few minutes later, the two walked out of the secret passage behind the curtain and entered the interior of a manor. From the decoration point of view, this place is slightly inferior to the palace and Richard Manor, but the shape of the buildings in this manor is quite strange, and almost every outer house extends to the outer merchants. There are many doors opening downwards in the inconspicuous position on the ground. It seems that the owner here is ready to retreat secretly at any time. Sure enough. Ji Qingshan took off his cap, let his long hair fall down, looked around the strange manor, and showed a relieved expression. You guessed right, the anti-royal party is really the property of Earl Lin. When in the underground black market, Ji Qingshan was suspicious of Lisa's appearance. It's not that a noble lady can't go there, but the attitude of the casino towards her. Lisa was used by the casino to test Ji Qingshan. But the not-so-clever plan and Lisa's poor acting skills did not work. But from another perspective, how could the people in the caravan order a noble lady around? Unless Lisa or the people behind her asked the caravan for something. What did they ask for? It could only be magic crystals. And where are the people who are so eager for this thing, that they would even lower their posture to cooperate with a group of businessmen of unknown origin? Fu Ying said that the time when magic crystals appeared in the anti-royal party was earlier than the time when magic crystals appeared in Libya, and the people in it worshipped magic crystals very much. Presumably, the provider of magic crystals brainwashed people from the beginning. There is no one in the entire empire who is vigilant. Miss Ji is full of despair about the future of Libya. The proportion of people with special abilities in the anti-royal party is much higher than that of ordinary people in Libya and higher than that of people in the army. Ji Qingshan is sure that the overall quality of this group of misfits is not as good as that of the army. So for so many people to awaken their special abilities, it can only be a large amount of magic crystals. What makes Ji Qingshan more certain is that the promotion path of Earl Lin at this time is closely linked to the emergence and prosperity of magic crystals. 5 years ago, Lin was still a diplomat under Richard, and his title was 2 levels lower than it is now. It stands to reason that such an important strategic material as magic crystals should not be negotiated by him. However, everything is so coincidental. Not only did he go, but he also did a good job. After bringing magic crystals into Libya, his status rose like a rocket. However, Lin should still have the most basic rationality. He vaguely felt the ambition and power of the caravan. If he negotiated with the status of a viscount, he would be controlled. So the negotiation was based on Richard's influence, and then he pretended to have the royal family backing him up after his status rose. Even if the caravan didn't believe him, they didn't dare to act rashly. So naturally Ji Qingshan got the advantage. Lin probably never thought that this fabricated boss would become real one day. But Ji Qingshan's purpose of coming here today was not this middle-aged man with a big belly. She wanted to find a little girl who could play a bigger role. Are you going with me? Following the route Fu Ying had found out before, he came to the bottom of Lisa's room and asked the people around him. Fu Ying's unnatural look had already explained everything. It was not easy for him, a man, to enter a girl's room. Okay, then remember to call me if something happens. By the way, report to me at 11:30. I have to go back to take care of the little beauty. Daughter Flower has only 3 people connected in total. Ji Qingshan thought it was troublesome to pass on the message, so he simply opened the group chat. Fu Ying knew about Yuan Zhou. He originally had underdeveloped language function, and could only express his helplessness in the face of his boss's sudden and somewhat bad behavior. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lisa had returned to her room early. She drank some sweet wine brought by the servants, and prepared to go to bed. The past day was too bad. Now her mind was full of the muzzle of the gun pointed at her, and the bullet that was half a meter away from piercing her forehead. She finally avoided her father's eyes and ears, and went to the underground market. She wanted to get some benefits, but she was caught by those people. I'm afraid her future situation will be even worse. Her father, who only weighed the pros and cons in his eyes, might really sell her to the royal family, or use her to please those businessmen. And all this was because of that hateful woman. They fought over a pet with some good looks. What a model of noble ladies, the most exquisite vase of the royal family. That woman was clearly a rose covered with poisonous thorns. Damn it, how could she have a hallucination of that woman? You? Lisa's eyes were bigger than Belle's. She wanted to scream out of shock, but Ji Qingshan blocked her mouth with a gun. The gun was taken from the casino, and it was the one that had been fired. Miss Lin, why don't you guess? Is it your bodyguard who will come faster, or you who will die faster? Although Miss Lisa was arrogant and domineering on weekdays, she was not very brave. She was almost scared to tears, with the gun barrel stuck in her mouth. She was shaking like a sieve of tears, and snot all over her face, and only because Ji Qingshan held her gun against her didn't she fall off the bed. TSK. How did you get the assassin into Richard Manor if you are so timid, and you dare to go to the underground market? Seeing this, Ji Qingshan raised his eyebrows in disdain. I thought Lisa should have some courage after assassinating the noble lady, exposing the anti-royal party in Richard Manor, and daring to go to the underground black market alone to negotiate with those cunning merchants. Who would have thought that she was so scared that she almost fainted? The negotiation couldn't continue. Miss Ji put away the gun in dismay, and changed the blade to Lisa's neck. I just want to chat with you now, and don't want to splash blood, but if you continue to cry so ugly, I can't guarantee that my hands will not shake. If you understand, squeak, otherwise you don't want to. Squeak squeak. Lisa almost called herself a mouse. Okay, then clean yourself up. Ji Qingshan threw a pack of paper to Lisa, watching her clean up the tears and snot on her face. What do you want to know? The blade was temporarily removed from Lisa's neck, and Ji Qingshan just played with the gun he had just wiped clean. Miss Lin, who was sure that she would not die immediately, finally cleared her mind a little. I said I came to chat, but you asked me what I wanted to know. It seems that Miss Lin has a clear position on herself. Nonsense, you have revealed everything I did. How can I not admit it? Lisa rolled her eyes in her heart. But you don't have to reveal these, because I did come to chat with you. After all, these little tricks you did are easy to find out. For example, the assassination was to test whether the forces that he secretly raised in the anti-royal party were loyal enough, and the cooperation with those caravans was to prove that he was useful to the caravans and attract the attention of Earl Lin, so that he would not be regarded as a complete sacrifice in the future. How could you? The explanation that Lisa had originally thought it was stuck in her throat. She never thought that Ji Qingshan could guess her thoughts 100%. How could you know? Excuse me, this is not difficult to figure out. After all, this trick is only at the level of a 3-year-old child. And unfortunately, none of your plans succeeded. Not only did they fail, but you also lost both the wife and the army. What do you want? A family that puts interests above all else can break all naive fantasies. No matter how stupid Lisa is, she will definitely recognize the reality. Now she is stripped naked in front of Ji Qingshan. Instead of making up some clumsy lies to deceive others and herself, it is better to break the jar and lay everything out. At least Ji Qingshan has no intention of killing her at the moment. Don't be nervous. I don't have a bad impression of you. Anyway, you failed at all these things, and you made things easier for me. Lisa, it won't kill me, but it hurts. As for me, I probably want to settle accounts with you. You said that even I couldn't be fooled by your clumsy tricks. How could Count Lin not have any information? If the other party had suspected you for a long time, why did he let you do whatever you want now? What do you mean? Can't you hear it? I mean, if our emperor suddenly gets wise one day and realizes that your father is related to the anti-imperialist party, guess who will be pushed out to dispel the emperor's doubts? Impossible, how could he? As she objected, Lisa's eyes were filled with fear. Earl Lin was a man who put profit above all else. If a daughter, who could only be used for marriage, could play such a big role, he would definitely set off firecrackers to celebrate. How could the emperor? Lisa wanted to argue, but she seemed to remember something. Don't you think our dear majesty is really stupid? Yes, if the current emperor said so, Lin would play the victim and his accomplices would say a few more words. He would really believe that Lisa, a little girl, was the mastermind behind the anti-royal party. Are you telling me that you can decide my life or death with just one sentence? No, I'm giving you a new choice. Both of your plans have failed. If this continues, the best outcome is to marry someone chosen by Lin, and the worst outcome is to be used as a scapegoat. But if Lin breaks up with those businessmen and both sides suffer, you will have a third way to go, to completely control the anti-royal party. And then be controlled by you, and become a tool for you to seize power? It turns out that your ambition is really that big. Yes, that's right. Ji Qingchen did not comment. So, what do you plan to choose? As you said, I want to live as a victim of myself rather than others. If I am destined to this end, I also hope. I hope the ending will come later. May I ask, why me? Wouldn't it be better for you to go directly to Lin according to your ability? Because I don't like to share power with anyone, and you can help me get rid of 3 people at once, the old anti-royal party, our stupid emperor, and the self-righteous businessman. Save trouble. What do I need to do? Just put this letter on the bedside. The black envelope sealed with red wax was handed to Lisa by Ji Qingchen. Remember not to open it. Someone will naturally collect it tomorrow. Oh, by the way, don't go to the underground market. Your father's spy has never been shaken off by you. Then, happy cooperation. Miss Ji went downstairs from the window, with a reminder that Fu Ying's time was up in her mind. Cooperation. Can it really have such a good ending? In the room, Lisa lowered her eyes, looked at the black envelope on the bedside, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her silk skirt. Forget it. She sighed for a long time. Anyway, her plan failed, and she had no choice. On the way back, Ji Qingchen unilaterally instilled in Fu Ying the simple version of the trick he had used to fool the little girl. He also entrusted Lisa's personal safety to him. The two parted near the palace, and Ji Qingchen returned to his palace at 12 o'clock like a reverse version of Cinderella. After the bell rang, everything was silent, and the riot of the magma people began again. Chapter 39. I thought you broke your promise, and wouldn't come back. When Ji Qingchen climbed in from the window, he met the beautiful woman's resentful eyes. I thought I would be buried in the sea of fire tonight. Don't worry, I cherish my property. I won't let it disappear for no reason. By the way, I don't think the magma people have much desire to attack you. The rose bushes built a protective circle, allowing the people inside to chat quietly. Ji Qingchen deliberately didn't get close to Yuanzhou, and saw that the group of magma people were all coming for her. The few who tried to go to Yuanzhou would immediately retreat. Ji Qingchen discovered this last night. Although Yuanzhou is an NPC who can move freely during special periods, he is also an NPC after all. It is impossible for him to fight with the magma people in the dungeon. The strength of the magma people is more than twice that of last night, and the strength is already equal to that of a level 2 zombie. However, this was not a problem for Ji Qingchen. She could even let the rose flower play freely. Miss Ji put most of her energy on the other two. She did not intend to protect these people all the time. At least for Mu Chu and Fu Ying, who had a combat foundation, Ji Qingchen hoped that they would become as strong as possible. So after planting daughter flowers on them, she let the two of them face these magma people on their own. But letting them go is letting them go. If she lets them die, she will lose a lot. Necessary security measures still need to be taken. For example, Mu Chu let a magma man get close to her by mistake, and its charred claws were about to touch her neck. The light shield was deployed at the critical moment, blocking the attack for a moment. Mu Chu also reacted, and the golden shield cut off the opponent's claws. Although there is little room for evolution of superpowers, the methods of using them can be innovative. Such episodes happened to Mu Chu and Fu Ying no less than 10 times, but they were not discovered by the people who were fighting. Ji Qingchen would only turn the situation around when the two were in danger of their lives, so they naturally got injured a lot in the night. On the other hand, Miss Ji, although she was doing 4 things at the same time, she started a leisurely night chat with the beauty. Did you go to find the anti-royal party? Yuanzhou asked, but her tone was quite affirmative. Yes. Ji Qingchen admitted it very readily. Facing a smart person whose life and property were still in her hands, there was no need to hide anything. Besides, she was also very curious about how capable the beauty she brought back because of her lust was. You are not the leader of the anti-royal party, but you know who their leader is, and you dare to pretend to be him. That person's identity is not difficult, but not too low. It should be a noble like a marquis or earl. The guess is quite accurate. Ji Qingchen suddenly wanted to make things difficult for others. Then why don't you guess again? Who is this noble? The silence lasted for a long time, but Yuan Shou still gave an answer. I am a beggar and my knowledge of nobles is limited. You can ask, is it the family behind the person who is betting with you? This time it was Ji Qingchen who was silent. I don't know if her luck is good or bad. There are a lot of stupid people in this country, but she picked up the smart one. Even if their stupid king had 1/10 of Yuan Shou's IQ, he would not be deceived by 3 gangs together. Forget it, being a little stupid is not useless. At least there is no resistance to her ascending to the throne. Thinking of this, Ji Qingchen's mood could not help but turn from gloomy to sunny. Guessed it right. What reward do you want? Can you not let me be a maid? Sure, then a male concubine? Yuan Shou's expression was petrified, and he finally managed to say, then let's be a maid. Really? I was thinking that if you become a male concubine, you can change my jailing Ziwa personality faster? But I don't like to force others, so change your wish. Can I ask how you want to control the anti-imperial party? Why do I want to control the anti-imperial party? You said that to the caravan leader. Are you going to the anti-imperial party's territory tonight to get? Do you want to go to them, so that you can get the throne faster? Although cooperating with the caravan is like seeking the skin of a tiger, as you said, it is better to let you come than to let the stupid king be controlled by them. At least you can recognize the hypocrisy of the caravan. Yes. But who said that I need to have the anti-royal party to get their help? Little beauty, you are not evil enough. Sometimes, it is better to let those people fight against each other. It will not dirty your hands, and can protect more innocent people. What? What did you say? Early in the morning, in the manner of Earl Lin, a man with a beer belly and an unremarkable appearance smashed the precious bone china in his hand. In his hand was a crushed letter. Master, it is true that I did hear the voice of Her Royal Highness the Princess last night. Is there anything wrong with this letter? The butler has been serving an emotionally unstable master for many years, and has practiced the trick of not changing his face when facing a collapse of the mountain. After cleaning up the debris on the ground neatly, he reported to Count Lin respectfully again. What's the problem? This problem is too big. Lin secretly bit his gold teeth. Fortunately, his daughter is not very smart, otherwise. Lin dare not imagine what the consequences would be if he had not seen this letter. No wonder, he said that a princess of a kingdom, and a princess without real power, would not go to such a place. Not only did he go there, but he deliberately came to pick a fight with Lisa, and was warmly welcomed by those merchants. It seems that they have already raised pigs, and are waiting to use him. Your father is closely related to the anti-royal party. I hope you will turn back in time. The Emperor has a way to control the magic crystal. Remember what I told you? These are the words on the letter paper, that were almost crumpled by Lin. However, the biggest failure of this king is probably to let a woman do this. They are all a bunch of rubbish, with excessive sympathy and confusion. Just relying on the friendship and kindness that they played at the banquet, they can come here to remind them. But, Lin smiled sinisterly, his good daughter is not useless. Thanks to her, and the princess's innocence. Otherwise, he would lose his head tomorrow, and the power he cultivated for so long would be used as a wedding dress for the emperor. Thinking of this, Lin was scared. Those damn merchants. It turns out that merchants are all profit-oriented. They agreed to cooperate, but they turned around and bought him, and even kept a hand in the beginning. Is it the control method of magic crystal? You want to control the anti-imperial party? When he announces the ambitions of the emperor and the caravan to the world, then the rebels in the world will be in chaos, and I don't believe they can control them. Well, we can start with the order. First target the caravan, let them seek help from the king, and then expose the king's evil deeds. Judging from what the princess meant, she has already told Lisa how to resist the magic crystal. Very good, in this way, as long as I get the method from Lisa, I can legitimately lead the people who revolt. And Richard, the violent man. Since the army is using the method to control the magic crystal, that guy will definitely know. As long as the news spreads, the emperor may suspect him. By then, he and the emperor will also fall out. I can reap the benefits. Go call the lady over, I want to talk to her. Thinking that he had arranged a perfect situation, Lin immediately started to implement it. Father, you are looking for me. Lisa was quickly brought to Lin. Yes, my dear daughter. Don't you have anything to tell me? For example, there was a special guest in your room last night. This? Father, I didn't mean to hide it. Her Royal Highness Princess did come here and told me something. Lisa knelt straight down. Oh, I don't blame you, my daughter. After all, even I find it hard to accept this news. Your friend took the risk to tell you this, so you don't want to embarrass her. But Lisa, our Royal Highness Princess admitted a mistake, But you are not innocent. Do you think the Emperor will let you go? Lisa was stubborn and didn't want to speak, but her face was not as firm as before. Seeing this, Lan took advantage of the situation. Your name always carries the mark of the Lan family. Even if you don't know anything, the Emperor will not let you go. Our naive princess doesn't understand this, don't you? I understand that you have always wanted to separate from Lan and gain more freedom. But calm down and think about it. Can you really escape? Yes, we do have to use some illegal means, but this is because we have no power. Look at your friend. She is so naive even though she has no ability, because she is in the royal family. And now, as long as we have the method to control the magic crystal, using the large amount of magic crystals hoarded by the anti-royal party, why can't we become the new peak of power? But Lisa is still hesitant. Don't worry, the princess is your friend, and a great contributor to our victory. As long as she is obedient, her father will definitely treat her well. This sentence completely convinced Lisa, and her expression relaxed. In fact, the control of magic crystals is not very complicated. Just use the highest level magic crystals. This is what she gave me. The purple-black stone was handed to Count Lan. Lisa lowered her head seemingly unintentionally, avoiding the cruel smile that could not be hidden in the middle-aged man's eyes, and also concealing the sneer at the corner of her mouth. Naive princess? Lan would never figure out until his death that his seemingly meticulous plan was actually within others' expectations. Lan will definitely ask you to hand over the method of controlling the magic crystal stone to win over the people. Then why don't you do something to the anti-royal party first? Let the anti-royal party see that Qin Jin is actually in the same mind as the Emperor, and just wants to use them as puppets to gain power, and you can really bring them freedom. Lisa suddenly remembered the expression on Ji Qingshan's face when he said this last night. Miss Ji's purple eyes flashed with cunning and confidence, and she was not worried that Lisa would refuse. Freedom? In fact, it was another kind of deception, but the deceiver had a little conscience. However, it would be good if her father, who was ambitious, could settle down and no longer live in a situation where he could be sacrificed at any time, isn't it? The out-of-context recorder was handed over to Fu Ying by Lisa, and Fu Ying accidentally left it in the private cabinet of a certain anti-royalist party. Libya, Royal City, Royal Church. At this time, lunch had just passed, and it was reasonable that this church dedicated to receiving royal family members would not have any visitors. However, the Archbishop was waiting at the door early in the morning. Your Highness, may God bless you. He clasped his hands together, holding the cross tightly, and praying devoutly for the visitor. Ji Qingshan, wearing a lavender dress and half-tied long hair, walked into this quiet church alone, and saw the bishop in front of him, put on a business-style fake smile. The bishop is really powerful. He even knows when I will come. I think he also knows why I came today. Coming to the church was planned. According to the investigation results that Mu Chu told her in the morning, the clergyman who knew the harm of the magic crystal stone was the archbishop in the royal church. Now that Ji Qingshan has seen him, it can be regarded as confirmation. I hope that this person's brain is fine, and the conversation will go smoothly. Miss Ji thought so. Chapter 40. What does your Highness want to know? I'd rather ask you that. You can even guess when I arrive. So why am I here? How could you not know? A little girl has been investigating since yesterday. It seems that your Highness knows her. Everyone in the church hospital knows the harm of the magic crystal stone. It's not easy for her to find the source. It's obvious that you intentionally revealed it to her. You want to lure me here, and I'm here as you wish. What do you want to say? Say it. You're not the same as the rumors say. After a long time, the other party hesitated to say a word, which made Ji Qingshan a little impatient. If Bishop Hugo just wants to express his personal feelings here, then I won't accompany you. Don't you want to know how to break the devil's curse? What? Ji Qingshan retracted his movement of turning around. This was indeed something she had not expected. The bishop already had a way to crack the side effects of the magic crystal. Wouldn't it be possible to crack this copy in the near future? However, after a moment's thought, Miss Ji immediately rejected this idea. If there was such an easy way, why would Hugo specially invite her here? Why not just use it himself? He can turn the exchange hospital into an anti-magic crystal organization. He is definitely not a coward. This method is definitely not a conventional route. Since Bishop Hugo already has a way, why doesn't he use it himself? Because I am not qualified to use it. What you said is very interesting. You, a powerful bishop, are not qualified, but I, a vase princess, have it. Or are you deliberately encouraging me to seize the power of the old man, because the church is not valued? Ah? Hugo's expression was obviously confused. It seems that he didn't want her to use her power. Yes, the cooperation between the king and the caravan had already begun, and the magic crystals had penetrated into every aspect of people's lives. Even if Ji Qingshan killed the king and took power now, it would be impossible for him to immediately order the destruction of all magic crystals. Since Hugo didn't want to borrow her identity as a member of the royal family, if there was anything special about her, it could only be. Ji Qingshan's eyes flashed with a dark light, and as expected, Hugo said, "Your Highness, you have a special temperament. It's the same as the little friend who came to investigate me, but even stronger. The Lord gave me revelation that people with this aura can purify evil and give the country true light." Sure enough, the so-called specialness is only their identity as survivors. What do you mean by purification? Ji Qingshan looked at Hugo. You can transform those monsters into your own power without being eroded. Oh, if she didn't know the truth, she would really believe it. Your Excellency, this is probably not right. I have never touched the magic crystal. How did you come to the conclusion that I would not be harmed by it? The Lord will tell me everything. A special person from the highest power can purify half of the demons here, and give people a chance to start over. Sacrificing one person to revive the country, your dear Lord has really come up with a good idea. But I don't want to. Your Highness. The negotiation suddenly broke down, catching the bishop off guard. Perhaps his lord didn't say what to do if the person he was trying to deceive didn't agree. Would you rather watch this country burn down and let all your people become creatures that are neither human nor ghost? I can't be so saintly and sacrifice myself to save everyone. Besides, who said that people must die? Your Excellency the Bishop, it seems that you can't give me a good suggestion. Goodbye. Your Highness, this is the only way. If you don't believe it, you won't have a chance to regret it when the whole country is burned down. Thank you for reminding me, but I won't regret it. Is it him? How about it? Outside the church, when Muchu saw Ji Qingshan coming out, he asked. The man is right, and the method he gave is terrible. He wants us to absorb the magic crystal that harms this place. Whoever wants to do this terrible condition can do it. What, isn't this? Muchu's face changed. If it were other survivors who didn't know the side effects of the energy core or the magic crystal, this condition would be a good job, but for them. Is there no other way? Muchu turned his head to look at Ji Qingshan, but most of the worry just now dissipated. Miss Ji's expression really didn't seem to be in trouble. However, this person said, there is no particularly good solution at present. Let's first let the public realize the badness of the magic crystal. As for the rest, we can wait and see on the 7th day. There is no particularly good solution. In connection with what Ji Qingshan did before, Muchu felt that this sentence should mean, there is no particularly good way to solve the problem without causing damage. But she chose to keep silent and change the subject. Sister Ji, if we hadn't been to this copy, it should be easy to solve. If the copy allows, they may even take the magic crystal out and use it as a low-profile energy core. Muchu was right. The magic crystals were extremely corrosive to the Libyans, and they were not good enough for those who were supposed to take an energy course. As the bishop said, they would not necessarily go crazy even if they absorbed the magic crystals of half of Libya. Muchu had a feeling that became more and more obvious. From the end of the world to now, there was always an invisible hand pushing them, the survivors, to take in more energy cores. Whether it was supernatural powers or physical strength, even solving the dungeon was closely related to this. But there was something strange in this dungeon. The magic crystals would cause harm to the Libyans. It was hard for the survivors not to suspect that using magic crystals and energy cores on themselves would actually have side effects. This was contradictory to the purpose of the world trying to lure them. So why? Well, forget it. Let's not think about these far-reaching things. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Let's quickly pass the dungeon and find the companion who lost contact. Muchu suddenly realized that his mind was gurgling. What's going on? Fuing doesn't talk all year round. Ji Qingshan is right next to him, so there's no need to use this method. That's... Hey, you're finally online. While Muchu was reacting, Ji Qingshan was already greeting the other side. You? CE. Why are you like this? Under Ji Qingshan's control, the daughter flower opened up the visual screen, and CE's image at this moment really shocked Muchu. His clothes were clean, but the messy and burnt hair looked funny no matter how you looked at it. Compared to Muchu's simple shock, CE's expression could be regarded as tears in his eyes. The moment he heard the voice, the young man's eyes lit up. Oh my god, Muchu Laofu, I didn't expect to see you in my lifetime. Damn, I thought I was going to die here. Boss, you will be my real mother in the future. The other side was incoherent, and Ji Qingshan was disgusted. Ah, alas, stop using interjections. I don't have the addiction of being an elder. You can just act a little bit, making yourself look like you have been abused. Your ability has not disappeared. And it won't even be weakened. The ability disappeared? This is CE who is unaware of this situation. He can use his ability? This is Mu Chu and Fuing. They originally thought that normal people could not use their abilities in the dungeon, and Ji Qingshan had long been excluded from the scope of normal people. But unexpectedly, things were not what they thought. Then how is the disappearance of the ability calculated? The doubts were not asked in time. Because Mu Chu and Fu Ying combined could not match CE's speed of nagging. Damn, is it great to have superpowers? I'm among those magma people, living and eating with them. I tried my best to survive for 4 days, okay? Among the magma people? Is it so miserable? Except for Ji Qingshan who had already guessed it, the other two people's pupils trembled at the same time. Yes, it's so miserable. CE didn't know what bad luck he had. As soon as he opened his eyes after crossing the dungeon 4 days ago, he was surrounded by a group of magma people. It was because of his superpowers that he reacted quickly, so he could kill a way out in the few seconds he woke up. The attack power of the magma people in the daytime remains the same, and they have more brains than those at night. Seeing that CE was not easy to deal with, the remaining guys didn't dare to step forward. His life was saved, but CE soon discovered that the place he was in seemed like a cage built to imprison these magma people. The walls around him were so hard that he couldn't break them at all. On the contrary, the long-term attack and use of superpowers consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. There was nothing in the pile of magma people. He explored for a day and finally pulled out a steamed bun that was almost dried into stone from a corner. Then 2 or 3 drops of rain fell in the evening to save his life. The despair was still to come. He had to stay alert in this pile of magma people at all times, and he couldn't show any flaws in 360 degrees, otherwise he would be surrounded and beaten by the magma people again. In just half a day, C almost exhausted his energy. It can be said that he was driven crazy by this copy as soon as he arrived. It was not easy to make it to the night, that is, everyone equally avoided the magma people for 6 hours. For Ji Qingshan, Fu Ying and Mu Chu, these were 6 terrible hours without rest. For CE, the time to move freely is simply great. Only at this time, the wall that restricts him from going out does not exist. Although there is still no rest. But there is no need to worry about food. It seems to be a military base outside. Not only is the construction magnificent, but the functional areas are also simple and easy to understand. Although CE is quite puzzled as to why a group of monsters are kept in a military base. But this does not prevent C from erecting a mud wall. C enters the kitchen, and C successfully has a full meal. Yes, the cold midnight snacks that the soldiers did not have time to eat are simply nectar in the eyes of CE, who has been hungry for a day. As for the bread in the window, just take it. It is also good for breakfast tomorrow. CE relied on the limited time he could go out every day to solve the next day's food. But he had no choice but to rest. However, the pranks in the copy continued. From the second day on, in addition to being on guard against the magma people who might attack at any time, he also had to be trained as a soldier with this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. No, is training really reasonable? And what kind of training method was that? He didn't understand it at all, but the guys next to him acted quickly. It was a life-threatening situation. If it weren't for the commander standing there, who was dressed quite stylishly, and was obviously an important figure in the copy, CE felt that he would use his supernatural power to shoot him in the head in a minute. Now poor C could only imitate the movements of those magma people to make himself look as less abrupt as possible. During this period, the only intelligence he could hear from that important person was that he accidentally heard the training method and identity of the magma people, and that the general of the kingdom seemed to be at odds with the king, and collecting magma people was to prepare for this. It can be said that the copy of Ji Qingshan and the other two was a real-life script killing, while the copy of CE was a real-life battle royale, which were not on the same level. The strength of the magma man was increasing, and the difficulty and danger of training were gradually increasing. CE estimated that in 1 day at most, he would have to break his arms and legs and be treated as a waste, and racked his brains to think of a way to escape from this place. When he was climbing over the wall, he was bumped into by Alice. Before CE could explain anything, the other party immediately signaled CE to keep silent and follow her, and came to a relatively clean bathroom to clean up, and then quietly ordered the servants to find some clothes. After CE barely managed to make himself look like a human being, he handed over a small bottle to help him in 4 days of wilderness survival. You've worked hard. Ji Qingchen held back his laughter and listened to Si Yi's complaints. This guy obviously hated the person who made him and the Magma Man accompany each other for 4 days. As soon as the two sides finished the intelligence, they couldn't wait to know when to deal with him. Soon. Or if you really can't wait, you can do some preparation first, such as telling the marshal some gossip. The anti-royal party tried to rely on the Magma people to attack the palace, and the caravan helped the anti-royal party to cut off the supply of magic crystals. Don't be too specific. I think he should be happy to come to the Imperial City. Chapter 41. Percy, what happened? Why are you calling us here so urgently? And you specifically told us to come to the base in the suburbs. The anti-royalist party has many bases, but most of them are for personnel transit. Only a few, including the underground market and Earl Lean's manor, are used for personnel intelligence exchange. Especially the prominent figures among them rarely come to these small places on weekdays. But Mr. Percy, who stood in front tonight, didn't know what was wrong with him. He chose such a remote base to hold a meeting. Such a strange behavior really caused dissatisfaction among the people around him. If he was not the first initiator of the anti-royalist party, and had a superior status among a group of people, he might have been unable to control the situation. What happened? You can see for yourself. The person who asked the question was called Giada. In fact, he had a very good relationship with Percy, and had always been in the same boat. This was also the reason why he would be the first to ask questions in such occasions. When he reached out to take the things thrown by Percy, he noticed that Percy's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. I didn't dare to neglect it, and played the recording. The recording was naturally put in by Fu Ying, and it was the conversation between Lisa and Lean. What did he say, Percy? Where did you find it? Could it be someone's prank? The recording was not long, and it didn't take much time to listen to it once. But under the deliberate control of Lisa and Fu Ying, every sentence was full of information. After playing it once, the silence of several people was longer than the duration of the recording. After a long time, Giada was the first to regain his language function. Prank. A prankster not only got the private conversation between Lean and his daughter, but also easily stuffed this thing into my private cabinet. This. Although a lot of people in the anti-royal party have taken drugs and become crazy, the people above them will never be like this. At this point, no one can fail to hear the hidden meaning. They have all listened to the content of the recording, and everyone knows what it means that Li Yin has a method to control the people who take in the magic crystal. Is there anyone who wants to create a split within the anti-royal party, and deliberately sow discord? As soon as this was said, Fu Ying knew it was his time to show his ability. It's actually easy to tell whether he wants to create a split. We just need to see whether Li Yin will use the magic crystal to control us in a few days. Someone immediately refuted him. If it's too late by then, we've all been controlled. What's the point of knowing what Lean wants to do? I think it's better to believe it than not. Lean said so. There can't be no problem at all. Yes. According to the recording, the Emperor also knows the method of controlling this magic crystal stone, and it's possible that Lean learned it from him. At the beginning, he recruited us and made him the leader in order to control us and use us to please the Emperor. Hasn't there been intelligence that the Emperor and that Duke are not in harmony and want to eliminate him? It's reasonable for him to instruct Lean to cultivate his own power. The anti-royal party is a mixed bag of people, and the people and information they can contact all day long are very mixed, plus the original intention of their establishment. Now the people in it basically strongly resist the royal family. This group of people are extremely vigilant and have very low trust in others. As long as they are given a little sign, suspicion is inevitable. Stop arguing, Percy. Tell me why you called us here first. Seeing the group of people arguing fiercely, Giada shouted to suppress the situation and tried to give the right to speak back to the most suitable person. However, how could the chaos that was finally provoked be calmed down? If this group of rabble really found a backbone, Ji Qingchen's plan would be difficult to implement. I think we should make a decision quickly. According to Li Yin, maybe all of us will become pawns presented to the Emperor tomorrow morning. Fu Ying recited according to the predetermined lines, although he really thought that Ce should do this job, and he was too dry to do it. What else can we decide? If this is true, we will be doomed even if we go now. Wait, according to the recording, Li Yin is not the only one who knows the way to control the magic crystal. We can go to Lisa. Finally, a smart person found the key point. But she is a woman, and the daughter of Lean. Isn't she on the same side with Lean? What's wrong with being a woman? Isn't it better than you being the Emperor's lackeys? Outside the door, Lisa strode in. That's how you found this place. After a short silence, Percy regained his right to speak. It seems that there are indeed your confidants in the anti-royal party. So what? At least, I won't be like that old man Lean and give my confidants to others. Otherwise, how could you hear this recording? You did it on purpose. Why? Why? Because of power. I like everything about him now. Why don't I take the great opportunity he gave me by his own will? I came here today with one question. Do you plan to follow Lean to die for the Emperor, or do you want to continue your current life? It is impossible to follow Lean to die, but suddenly a little girl jumped out and wanted to take over this big deal. The anti-royal party is not a fool, so it is impossible to rashly agree. Giada asked directly, you said you were different from your father, how do you prove it? I can make you uncontrollable. Eat this, and everything Lean does will be ineffective for you. Of course, it is up to you to believe it or not. I just give you a choice. The green medicine bottle was placed on the table, and inside it was a pill made by Ji Qingshan with bitter melon and daughter, which can suppress the energy of the magic crystal for a short time. Since Miss Lisa is so sincere, we can make a deal. Percy suddenly said. What deal, tell me? It's very simple. From your information, Lean will take action soon. In this case, I have a 3-day poison here, and I am the only one who has the antidote. If what Miss Lisa said really happened, and what you provided can really help us, we will naturally be happy to change a leader. Otherwise, I will crush this pill first even if I die. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Bet? Why not bet? Lisa grabbed the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Even more straightforward than eating chocolate beans. Okay, very good. In this case, everyone should take the antidote first. Percy's laughter echoed in the base, and he was the first to swallow the green bottle on the table. Seeing this, others hesitated but followed suit. Ms. Lisa, I hope we can cooperate successfully. Of course. As long as you don't break the contract. Lisa showed a confident smile and turned to walk out of the base. I take you there. Fu Ying followed in time. As soon as the two of them walked to a place where no one in the base could see, Lisa suddenly fell down as if all her strength was drained away. Fortunately, Fu Ying helped her and saved her from falling flat on her face. Thank you, thank you. Lisa took a long time to get up from the ground. This half hour was too exciting for her. Although she looked strong and straightforward inside, she almost lost her soul after she finished the first sentence. She only spoke with faith to finish the rest. No one told her that she had to be serious to deceive people. In contrast, Ji Qingshan looked so relaxed when he did this to her. Okay, now Lisa can only pray that the medicine given by Ms. Ji can really work, otherwise, it would be good if that guy can detoxify. Don't let her die. Fu Ying, send the person to me. As if he heard Lisa's voice, Ji Qingshan shouted in a public channel. Okay. The window of Ji Qingshan's bedroom has become a second way. She hung a willow branch on it and successfully hooked Lisa up. In addition to Ji Qingshan, there are 2 other people in the room. Alice was dressed in casual clothes and shook her wine glass. Seeing Lisa coming, she raised the champagne in her hand and greeted her. There is still time. Go and get yourself ready first. Ji Qingshan handed Lisa a set of clothes. You are? And she is? Lisa was referring to Yuan Zhou. Don't worry. I've heard from Shuang that she plans to help you kick Lean off the stage. Welcome to join us. As for this person, of course, she is our Shuang's favorite recently. You guys. Lisa's eyes widened. She could probably guess that Ji Qingshan was going to cause trouble for the king. But she didn't expect Alice to have the same plan. And what is a favorite? Look at Ji Qingshan's move to rub Yuan Zhou's face. Lisa's heart is about to break. Is the princess a homosexual? Okay, I let him take you to the bathroom first. If the topic continues, it will go down an unpredictable path. Ji Qingshan hurriedly stopped. From what he observed in the past few days, the beauty is still quite shy. We can't let Lisa scare people away. By the time Lisa had packed up, there were less than 2 hours before the Magma Man appeared. Time was tight, so Miss G didn't plan to exchange pleasantries, and went straight to the point. Ryan must publicize tomorrow that the magic crystal is used by the caravan, and the king to control the people. It's a pity that our stupid king knows nothing about this. But given his character, he can't tell the truth, and will only go to the caravan privately. Alice, by the time he reacts, the caravan will have heard the news and run away. Can the magic crystal still control people who haven't turned into magma people? Lisa, will the magic crystal turn people into those monsters? Ji Qingshan, yes, but it has to be a certain amount. And the so-called control is just to make people temporarily lose their ability to think independently. Before they turn into magma people, they have no attack power. You can rest assured about this. At least that's the case now. As for what will happen on the 7th day, she can't be sure. Alice, directly disrupt the caravan's plan and force them to take action first. The people distrusted the king and resisted the magic crystal, temporarily suspending the magic crystal's erosion of Libya. Although the king is stupid, he will definitely investigate this kind of chaos that threatens his rule. Lisa, the anti-royal party will push Lan out. They broke up, and then when Lan said he had a solution, they spread the news that Lan actually knew about it, and announced that as long as he didn't touch the magic crystal for a day, he would not be controlled. They will both be finished. But what about Duke Richard? What are you going to do with him? He has military power in his hands. Alice, oh yes, you don't know that Richard privately raises magma people. He and the Emperor are still promoting the magic crystal in the army. As long as the news is announced, the Emperor will definitely be the first to break up with him, and the army knows that Richard wants to see their thoughts 100% out of control. At that time, I can take out the antidote and take over naturally. The three of them went over the subsequent plans, including CE spreading the news to stimulate Richard to bring troops to the capital. Once the main actors are in place, Libya will stage a grand farce. The only variable. Ji Qingshan's fingers entangled Yuan Do and his long hair with his eyes downcast, asking the other party to help him untie it, thinking in his heart. It's not right that the caravan has been lurking in Libya for 5 years without being discovered. It must be cunning. If their original plan to pollute Libya was cut off, wouldn't there be a backup plan for when all hell breaks loose? What would Schrodinger's backup plan be? Chapter 42. Half an hour before the Magma Man appeared, Fu Ying returned from the palace to the anti-royal party's base in the underground market. This place has many passages and many hidden places, which is suitable for the use of his supernatural powers. He also dealt with the Magma Man here a few days ago. Unexpectedly, when he came back, someone happened to be waiting for him. Percy. What's the matter? Fu Ying is famous for being taciturn in the anti-royal party. Although his status is not low, he seems to have no sense of existence. Generally, few people will come to talk to him. You are the power cultivated by that woman. You played the recorder. Percy's tone was very sure. You can think so. Is there a problem? Or do you want to poison me? No, I just think you shouldn't be in a superior-subordinate relationship. You and she are not the same kind of people, and the person who can let you do things will not be like that. There is someone behind you. Even if there is, I don't know. Rest early, and tomorrow you will have the answer to what you want to know. Before, Percy's mouth, which was about to say something, suddenly froze, and the people around him began to blur, and the Magma Man came again. Daily monster hunting time. Generally divided into 2 people who are used to it, who finally got a rest and performed particularly well tonight, and a certain logistics support staff. The intensity of the monster seems to have increased again, and with the arrival of another one, Miss G's pressure on stalking has increased, so she had to temporarily reduce the time of joking with the beauty. TSK really? She complained about it. After 6 hours of fighting the Magma Man, Lisa and Alice were busy preparing materials to overthrow their fathers, and went their separate ways early in the morning. However, at the beginning of this new day, a piece of heavy news spread all over the streets. The magic crystal specifically controls the human nerves, and after taking it, it can be controlled by special methods. Lan's plan is very good, and in order to make the people believe it, he even sent people to demonstrate it. This time, the people went crazy. Before this, magic crystal can be said to be a must-have for Libyan people at home and on the road. Telling them that eating this thing is equivalent to handing their lives and property to someone else. Who can bear this? The news spread 10 to 10 and 100 to 10. In just 2 hours, blind people took to the streets to protest and demanded that the caravan come out to give an explanation. In addition, many people doubted the king's ability. After all, it was he who vigorously promoted the magic crystal. Could it be that the king wanted to control the people of Libya and deliberately cooperated with the caravan to spread the magic crystal? This kind of idea has already grown in the hearts of many people. Lan was so happy to see it. He didn't even need to promote it. Underground black market. Wells's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. The news came so suddenly that Wells thought his subordinates had misheard it. What on earth is going on? He tried to suppress his anger and asked Inbo next to him, but he was met with confusion. Go check. I want to know who made up the news. Although this news was not what Wells wanted to conceal the most, with this news, the influence of magic crystal in Libya would inevitably be greatly reduced. It would be difficult to spread it. Send someone to stabilize the king. Since someone doesn't want us to have an easy life, let's move the plan forward a little bit. Wells's cruel voice echoed in the room. The caravan is about to make a move. Ji Qingshan lazily lay on the bed, enjoying this rare rest time. Yu Wanzhou was still asleep, and this was usually his time to catch up on his sleep. It was just that Ji Qingshan had been out for a few days, and generously let someone else use his bed. Now the bed was back to its owner, and Yu Wanzhou was placed on a thick velvet carpet by the owner. It would take a lot of effort to find the spreader. Lin was still very good at removing himself, and few of those who spread the information were even anti-royalists. As for the one who had to plan a little bit in advance, it was not surprising. These people really had a backhand, and it didn't look like a simple backhand. To be on the safe side, she would go and get some information later. Now she could still watch the show for a while, such as the one in the palace. The stupid king woke up and the sky fell, and the people who took in the magic crystal would be controlled? How could he not know? He listened to his subordinates' reports with a confused look on his face. It took him half an hour to figure out the ins and outs of the matter. The caravan wanted to use the magic crystal to control Libya, and they had already succeeded for more than half. The king's brain exploded. With Lisa, Alice, and a group of anti-royalists messing with the situation, the news outside became more and more confusing, and the truth and falsehood were mixed. The king could not distinguish the truth from the false. He could only hurriedly send someone to bring the caravan to find out the truth. However, after 2 hours, the people sent to find the caravan returned without success. The king was so angry that he smashed several priceless bottles and jars in the palace and beat several guards. After finally consuming a lot of his energy, a group of ministers rushed in again, arguing about this matter. Some said it was a rumor and advocated suppression. Some wanted the king to give an explanation. Some hoped to execute all the people in the caravan immediately, and some came to disrupt the situation. Ji Qingshan listened while getting up and cleaning herself up, and also considered whether to let Lisa and Alice spread the news about the Magma Man and the magic crystal stone to prevent these people from making too much noise. However, Miss Ji gave up. If the news was released at once, the king, Richard, and Lin were not exhausted completely, and the caravan might be forced to jump off the wall. Let's continue watching the crosstalk first, and the rest will be discussed after the final secret of the caravan is dug out. She focused her energy on the daughter on the king. Where is Count Lin? Wasn't he responsible for connecting the caravan? I don't know. Lin seemed to have taken a leave yesterday. Took a leave. I think he was the one who caused this noise. Maybe it's because the problem with the magic crystal can't be stopped. I've used a lot of magic crystals myself. If there is really a problem, Lin won't have a good life in the future. Suddenly, a rough voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, since everything started with the caravan, shouldn't we block the whole city and search for them? What are you arguing about here with a bunch of news that you don't know whether it's true or not? The man who looked like half a mountain strode over. Richard, you're finally here. The emperor saw the joy in the eyes of the visitor, and hurriedly ordered someone to give him a seat. The last protagonist finally arrived. The marshal means that the magic crystal is not necessarily as rumored. But real examples have already appeared. I didn't deny the harm of the magic crystal. Everything is caused by the caravan. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, isn't it the best solution to arrest them and ask them clearly? With a few words, he diverted the conflict to another place. It seems that Marshal Richard, who holds military power, is quite bold. He has done so many things, and is not worried about being exposed at this moment. After Ji Qingshan cleaned himself up, he took Yu Wanzhou to the garden, and leaned on the bench, to close his eyes and rest. Probably because he rushed from the military camp, Richard looked a little tired. After speaking, he sat down and relaxed for a while, and continued to lead the conflict to the caravan. Your Majesty, don't worry, I have reorganized the army and will capture them as quickly as possible. Oh, that depends on you, Richard. The foolish king finally found his backbone. From his point of view, Richard is the most trustworthy person at this stage. And it is precisely because of this that Richard stopped the king from suspecting that he had a problem in the first place. However, it will not be the case soon. The scene in the conference hall calmed down for the time being. The people who had been arguing for a whole morning finally felt tired, and said goodbye to the king, and returned to the palace. Richard, thank you for coming all the way here. The palace has prepared a lunch. Let's eat and chat. By the way, you can also let Ji Qingshan and your daughter stay for a while. Aren't they good friends? Of course, but unfortunately, Your Majesty, Alice did not come with me today because of the emergency. In fact, Richard couldn't figure out why his daughter, who always liked to go to Ji Qingshan's place, would stay in his house so resolutely today, but he didn't understand the affairs between women, so he didn't ask too much. If he knew that his daughter had already arrived at the military camp, and with the help of CE, she controlled the magma people he kept in captivity, and also exaggerated the news that he wanted to control the army through the magic crystal stone to tell the soldiers, he would probably spit out blood. Unfortunately, it was too late. Richard would never know. The palace was the first to be in chaos among the three camps. For this reason, and the servants around him were packed up and sent to Alice by Ji Qingshan. Since yesterday, the only person around Ji Qingshan was Yuan Zhou. Anyway, this mate has already gained experience. It won't be noticed by others. The flowers next to him suddenly shook, and Ji Qingshan opened his eyes and looked. Mu Chu's furry head poked out from it. Sister Ji, is it my turn to perform next? No hurry. Ji Qingshan patted the little girl's head. It's not time yet. Fu Ying is not done yet. The fact that the magic crystal is the cause of the magma man cannot be announced too early. Besides, it shouldn't be announced by you. It would be more convincing to let Hugo inform the public. Okay. Mu Chu's head drooped. No hurry. Excluding the time we have to fight the magma man, there are at least 2 days before the end of the dungeon. I'm worried. Halfway through, Mu Chu suddenly remembered something urgent and stopped talking, turning a corner. What if it's early? Indeed, Ji Qingshan had also considered what Mu Chu said. The dungeon time limit is 7 days. But no one knows what will happen after these 7 days, whether all the people will become magma people or the dungeon will be directly over. That's why Ji Qingshan went to Lisa the day before yesterday and asked Lisa to stimulate the anti-royal party last night. In order to prepare these in advance, try to spare some time to see what the dungeon is going to do. But now, everything is within Miss G's plan, so she naturally won't worry. Okay, the full disclosure of the matter will wait until tomorrow. Let's go and prepare to bribe the priest first. The church's hidden things should also be pulled out for a walk. Remember what I taught you before. I guarantee it. Then Sister Ji, I leave first. I won't ruin your good thing. Mu Chu's eyes wandered between Ji Qingshan and Yuan Zhou, revealing a strange smile. In fact, she has shown such an expression to the two of them during this period. Hurry up. Don't let Hugo get into trouble later. Ji Qingshan drove people away, and Mu Chu's little eyes made Miss Ji feel uncomfortable. What's going on? Does she not understand the preferences of young people nowadays? Miss Ji was puzzled. You seem to be very different from the others. Well, what? You are a princess, and she is just a female doctor. And the assassin dress man, you should not have had any intersection. And the performance I just mentioned, you seem to have had a big plan. Yes. Didn't the beauty guess it a long time ago? I said before that I was going to usurp the throne. Yuan Zhou shook his head after hearing this. No, if you want to take the throne, you don't need to make a big fuss about the magic crystal stone and stir up conflicts between the king and the caravan. And judging from what you said, you want to stir up more than just conflicts between these two parties. Continue. There are 3 forces in Libya now, the nobles headed by the king, the anti-royal party of Lin's faction, and the merchants who sell magic crystal stones. You probably want to let these 3 parties fight together, and finally reap the benefits, and completely eliminate the dissidents. When Yuan Zhou said this, his face showed an extremely serious look. Although Ji Qingshan did not hide what he did in front of Yuan Zhou, after all, the beauty seemed to have no relatives, and was monitored by the daughter 24 hours a day, but such detailed facts can be pieced together from those fragmented information. If he was not an NPC in the copy, Miss Ji would have been kidnapped back to be his deputy in a minute. And even if he was an NPC, it would be more pleasant to get along with an NPC with online IQ than to watch the stupid king messing around. Miss Ji was in a good mood, and Miss Ji was happy to tell this beauty who invested 200,000 more things to know. It's not 3 forces, it's 4. You mean, Richard? No wonder he pushed the spearhead to the caravan as soon as he came in. It turned out that there was something wrong with me. This is the advantage of talking to smart people. She doesn't need to explain anything more. People will automatically understand. That's right. Otherwise, how can we say that our king is a fool? He didn't notice that his partner was wrong, and he treated 2 people with their own ulterior motives as his confidants. Richard is not mentioned. Even if it is Lin who looks suspicious now, the king may not realize that he is the culprit of this unrest. Let's go, beauty. Let's go eat something and watch a play. Miss Ji said to Yuan Zhou with a smile. Chapter 43. In the restaurant, the king, who had temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He didn't care about the etiquette of the nobility at this time. He just stuffed his mouth with food. When his stomach was about 70% full, he put down his knife and fork and planned to talk to Richard about the next countermeasures. As luck would have it, Before they could say a few words, a guard hurriedly ran in from outside, past Richard, leaned over to whisper a few words in the king's ear. Ji Qingchen looked at the king's face and the daughter flower, and changed 5 times in just 2 minutes. Well, it seems that Lian can't wait to make the king lose his reputation, and is trying to sow discord between the king and Richard. This speed, wow, he is indeed a careerist who only wants power. The next step is probably to publicize that the king wants to use the magic crystal to control the people. I know. The emperor forced a stiff smile. Richard knew that magic crystals could be controlled and use soldiers for experiments. There were many magma people in the army, and I didn't know what they were used for. Either of these two was enough to threaten his life. The biggest backer suddenly became one of the culprits. The king was quite glad that the messenger came at this time. At least, he wouldn't go hungry. Richard, the people I sent out didn't call the caravan leader over. It seems that it's time to suppress them by force, just like we said before. The king pretended to be calm and wanted to use the caravan to consume Richard's energy. If Richard didn't do his job well, he could be punished and the military power in his hands would be taken back. Isn't that what he has always hoped for? Of course, Your Majesty, I have already ordered the blockade of Libya's borders, and it is impossible for those people to escape. The foolish king and his self-righteous general started to cheat each other. On the other hand, Earl Lian's life was not very comfortable. He experimented with how to control people all night, and found that the so-called control only made his subordinates dazed and unable to move. It was impossible to control them to do something harmful. But this did not prevent Lian from exaggerating the disadvantages of the magic crystal. To a certain extent, he accidentally stepped on the caravan's Achilles heel. How is it? The news has been spread almost. According to Lian's idea, the news that the magic crystal is harmful was released in the morning, and when the king tried to protect the caravan, he released the news that the king got the method to control the magic crystal from the caravan, which would surely cause chaos among the people. Yes, but the strange thing is that the king only sent people to find the caravan, and we don't know what they are going to do yet. Percy answered with a sneer in his heart. Since Lian asked the anti-royalists to spread the news, or Giada saw Lian controlling some of the anti-royalists last night, everything Lisa said has been confirmed by them. The only difference is that they are not controlled now. The antidote has been delivered to Lisa, and Percy has fulfilled his promise. Lisa has actually become the owner of the anti-royalists. As for revenge against Lian, these people have already had a complete plan. Since he wants to use us, why not give him a false impression of success and let hope shatter at the moment of success, so as to live up to the big game designed by our dear Earl, right? That's what they told me. It's exactly the same as your original plan. In the base of the anti-royal party, Lisa told Ji Qingchen the situation truthfully. Anyone with a little bit of brains would be willing to choose this way. It's just a way to maximize benefits. What's next? They are now suspicious of each other, but it seems that no one wants to be the first to break the peace. If this goes on, the only ones who will benefit are the merchants. In the past few days, Lisa has witnessed Ji Qingchen's layout, and her playing ability has also increased with the tide. She immediately grasped the key point. Well, isn't the purpose of our coming here to cause some big trouble for the caravan? Ji Qingchen smiled and snapped his fingers while talking. In a hidden corner, the daughter in Wells's hand shook gently and suddenly exploded. The royal guards, who were searching for the caravan on the street, were immediately attracted, followed the sound, and happened to see the target person. It's Wells, they are there. Hurry up and catch them. The guards reacted quickly, holding their weapons, and rushed forward in a swarm. Damn, how could they find out? Inbo looked very bad. It was obvious that their plan was just a little bit away from success. Boss, what should we do? We have to use it now. Looking at the soldiers rushing over with their fangs and claws, Inbo gritted his teeth and asked Wells. Although the magic crystal did not completely contaminate these stupid Libyans, forcible control now may reduce the contamination of the magic crystal on their bodies, but there is no better way at the moment. Well, a quick battle and a quick decision. Wells obviously thought of this, and made a decision within a second. He slipped a pure black pocket watch from his sleeve, and shook it gently at the soldiers rushing over. The guards stopped moving forward, and they looked at each other in confusion, as if they didn't understand what was going on, and were about to turn around and leave. A piece of inconspicuous small flour fell on their heads. The guards' eyes became clear in an instant, and they rushed towards Wells and his men again. How is it possible? Did these people only touch a very small amount of magic crystal? Not only Inbo was shocked, Wells' eyes also widened. It stands to reason that these people would lose their aggressiveness and let him control them. But why did it take so little time? Go, we still need time. However, Wells's reaction was half a beat slower, and the guards had already rushed to him. "Hey you guys, what are you doing there?" Ji Qingchen came out at this time, just blocking the guards' only way. Several aggressive guards braked urgently, and Wells and his men quickly retreated to the secret passage while taking advantage of this opportunity. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, we are on duty." Seeing the target disappear, the leader tried to push Ji Qingchen away and chase him. However, Miss Ji's next sentence stopped them completely. "His Majesty asked you to go back immediately. I will take over the caravan. This is a handwritten order. Do you want to disobey?" The scroll was thrown on several people. The guards passed it around and immediately became like a deflated ball. The king's order cannot be disobeyed, and the king was still angry. Several people could only sigh that the credit they had finally got was gone, and hurried back. Under the tree, in the shadow, Ji Qingchen confirmed that the few people had completely gone far away, and then he walked slowly with a few people borrowed from Alice and Lisa into the grocery store that Wells had just evacuated. "Come out, I know there is no way to the underground market here." Entering the store, closing the door, Ji Qingchen shouted to the surroundings. 5 people came out of the store soon. "Thank you for your help, Your Highness. It should be, we are allies after all, but why did you suddenly run out? Wouldn't it be safer to stay in your own base?" "Allies? Didn't Your Highness hear the rumors? People who use magic crystals will be controlled." Wells looked at the person in front of him gloomily. Ji Qingchen's arrival was not what he expected. Now the actions of the princess made him a little confused. "Of course I know, but I didn't use the magic crystal, so the side effects won't affect me. Besides, stupid people should be controlled by a good leader, right?" Ji Qingchen sneered and continued. "So, Mr. Wells, I sincerely propose cooperation with you again. Tell me how to control the magic crystal, and when I ascend the throne, you will be my right-hand man." "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Wells suddenly looked embarrassed. "Why don't you want to?" Ji Qingchen looked stern, and the guards behind him also took an attacking stance. No, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. You just saw that I can use this pocket watch to control people who have eaten the magic crystal, but the time is very short. Are you trying to tell me that the rumors are false? The rumors are true. Didn't you ask me why I left the underground base before? I just wanted to get that thing. Now the king no longer trusts me. Rather than letting him get rid of me, I will of course give the thing to you first. I wish you success in your pursuit of the throne." "Really? Well, I'm here. Why don't we go together, saving you another trip?" "Of course, Your Highness, but we still have to make some preparations. We need to get some essential items. Come here tomorrow morning, and we go together. First, stabilize this naive princess and delay for a while. Although the problem of the magic crystal has been exposed, their preparations are basically complete. As long as tomorrow passes, no one in this country will survive. Look, the other party has believed their words." She looked so confident. Who knows how desperate she will be when the facts are revealed. Looking at Ji Qingchen's back as he left, Wells showed a sinister smile. TSK, he still delays time until now. It seems that the caravan's backup plan is not an easy job. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Just let things ferment for a while. Ji Qingchen walked out of the grocery store and ran into a parade head-on. The banner read "Boycott the magic crystal, arrest the caravan immediately, and ask the king to give a reasonable explanation." The big words were particularly eye-catching. This is the nth parade today. The public grievances have accumulated to a certain extent. It is time to release another wave of news. Fooing, another message can be sent, and Lian should also be informed. CE, release the magma man to scare the people around, so that they realize that the magic crystal stone and the magma man are related. Ji Qingchen sent a notice in the small group. Okay, boss, you have received it. Once this accident happens, Libya will be in turmoil. Yes, it will be in turmoil. When Ji Qingchen saw that the palace gate was blocked half an hour after the news was released, he almost died of laughter. Looking at the situation in the palace, the ignorant king was dumbfounded. He could control people who ate magic crystals. How could he not know this? He also protected the caravan, and he only knew today that the caravan had this technology. At this time, Lin heard that he could break the control of magic crystals. He used magic crystals to control the people, and Lin could remove his control over the people. The king finally came to his senses, and he finally realized how blind he was before. No wonder Lin was so willing to trade with the caravan, and was so generous to them. It turned out that the two had colluded for a long time, and Lin wanted to usurp the throne. And Richard not only has the method to control magic crystals, but also established an army of magma people that he had never heard of. That's good, since one or two of them are coveting the throne, then they can't have a good time. At this point, he was doomed to fail, so the king decided to go all out. You, go and announce to the world that it was my lax discipline that led to the collusion between Lan and the caravan, and Duke Richard used the magic crystal to conduct human experiments to train super soldiers. Now I want to see how you two can use me as a shield. Seeing this, Miss G's eyes lit up. It seems that His Majesty the King still needs to be pushed. Now, when he is at a dead end, he suddenly grows some brains and knows to muddy the water. Not bad, not bad. Now she can go and reap the first batch of results. Chapter 44. Muchu, how is the bishop doing? He will be on stage tomorrow morning. Ji Qingshan called another actor while returning to the manor of Earl Lan. I've convinced him. Tomorrow, everything about the Magma Man will be announced. Okay. See you tomorrow. Duke Lan's mansion. Damn the king, he still wants to drag me down at this time. I should be the savior of this world. Lan smashed the cup beside him with force, and there was a noise at the door. Percy? Lan looked at the person in doubt. It's me, Earl. Is what the king said true? Of course it's false. Lan frowned. Why would these people suddenly have such doubts? He had obviously controlled them with high-level magic crystals, and everything that happened before was indeed under his control. Really? It turns out that this is not the tool you use to control us. In Percy's hand, the purple-black magic crystal exuded a dangerous aura, and Lan's face froze. How is it possible? I clearly put it close to my body. The biggest secret was exposed, and Lan fumbled around in panic, and his fingers soon touched the hard object, but Lan's expression became more exciting at this moment. You cheated me. He squeezed out these words from his teeth. How is it possible? Why don't you have? But Percy was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. The dagger pierced through Lan's abdomen, and the paunchy earl fell to the ground instantly. Several other high-ranking members of the anti-royal party walked in together, and the person they surrounded was Lisa. I'm sorry, Count. You should have thought of this result when you tried to use us as a tool to please the Emperor. And thank you for your contribution to overthrowing that stupid Emperor. You guys, those messages are. What else could Lan not understand at this moment? No one in the anti-royal party was arranged by him, and what he did before was to help others. He pointed at Lisa, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Can you leave my father's last time alone with me? Seeing Lan's intention, Lisa bowed to the others. As the nominal leader of the anti-royal party, Percy and others naturally had to give this face. Besides, they still had a lot of preparations to make. Several people quickly left the room and closed the door for the father and daughter. That letter was deliberately. Lan was almost speechless due to excessive blood loss. He could only gasp and point at Lisa. The revolving lantern before his death made him see those neglected details, but unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to expose them. Lisa looked down at the man who used to point out the way and control her life, and smiled with relief. Yes. I didn't expect that you would find out about my naive and short-sighted father after such a long time. I have solved it here. Congratulations. In the hall of Earl Lan's manor, Lisa handed a cup of tea to the visitor. Behind him, the servants of the manor and the high-ranking members of the anti-royal party came in and out, but no one came to disturb the tranquility here. They were not stupid people. The anti-royal party only wanted to overthrow the rule of the current emperor, and they had a lot of good feelings for the person who indirectly helped them get rid of Lan's poisonous hands. Moreover, many of them also realized that Ji Qingshan was intentionally helping the anti-royal party, and wanted to ascend the throne. Lisa also told Percy and the others about this before Ji Qingshan came. I don't object. This princess looks much more reliable than the current king. Well, and the anti-royal party needs a real backer. Then, please fulfill what I said before, Count Lisa. See you tomorrow. The clock struck 12, and the Magma Man attacked again. Well, it's time to spend a good night with her beauty. Miss G rushed back as fast as she could. Relax your body and mind. The show will officially end tomorrow. The Magma Man has evolved to the point where Mu Chu and Fu Ying can't fight alone. He can still hold on, but considering what will happen tomorrow, it's not good to let people get injured, so Miss G simply brought everyone to her place. There is also a certain NPC who will stay at night. Mu Chu and Fu Ying had already fully helped Ci understand the beauty, who suddenly appeared beside Ji Qingshan. In order not to confuse the NPCs, the chats of several people were all put in a small group. Oh my god, boss, your skills look like cheating. It has been 6 days, and CE has a rare moment of leisure, and his mouth can't stop chattering again. I asked you to come here to sleep and recuperate. If you don't want to rest, just say so. The magma people outside welcome you very much. Well, I sleep. He didn't want to suffer outside at all. Tomorrow morning, I will go with the caravan to explore the bottom, and after coming out, Muchu will let the bishop reveal all the details of the magic crystal. The bishop's side is okay, right? No problem. Muchu nodded. It's just that I always feel that he has some little tricks of his own. Sister G, remember to be on guard. It's okay, it won't affect him as long as he tells those things. And I can roughly guess what he's going to do. The anti-royal party and Alice's side are all organized. Once Muchu's side starts, the king can step down. What about the magic crystal? What about this? And Ci's task. So far, Ji Qingshan, let the king know the harm of the magic crystal. Fuing, overthrow the current king's rule. Muchu, let the people completely resist the magic crystal. The three of them can complete their tasks tomorrow. Only Ci's task, leading the magma people to completely conquer Libya, is impossible to succeed at this stage. If this is the inevitable condition for the dungeon, one person for three people, Ce can only be left here forever. Including Ce, the other three people looked at Ji Qingshan at the same time. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. There is more than one way to solve the dungeon. Miss Ji said, suddenly raised a somewhat sarcastic smile. By the way, are you too cheap on weekdays, and God can't stand it anymore? Your mission is not a little bit difficult. Hey boss, don't attack me like this. I didn't even ask you what your relationship is with this person. Ce suddenly spoke in reality. This friend in a maid outfit, what is your relationship with our boss? Are you being kept by her? How much money is it? Ahem. Muchu and Fuing almost couldn't breathe. What the hell is this prefix? Also, Ji Qingshan was half joking when she said that she was supporting the person in front of her, but they couldn't have introduced Yuan Shou to Ce like this. Who would have thought that this dishonest person would guess it himself? He is definitely finished, the two thought at the same time. The next moment, their thoughts were confirmed. The defense woven by roses opened a hole, and Ce was thrown out by a willow branch. A long time later, Ce, who knew the true relationship between Ji Qingshan and Yuan Shou at that time, wanted to cry, but had no tears. Can't he even tell the truth? Okay, beauty, don't listen to his nonsense, I will let you be the queen tomorrow. Throwing away a certain noise maker, Miss Ji's hand turned to Yuan Shou's head, and rubbed it twice to comfort him. Your Highness has a good relationship with several friends. Well, I have a good relationship with you too. It's still different. Yuan Shou murmured. That's true, after all, they don't owe me money. But don't worry, even if you pay me back, I can still support you. Yuan Shou, Thank you, but this relationship is really not okay. Usually at this time, the other two will start to selectively pretend to be deaf, and the noisiest one is still struggling to survive outside. Although there will be ghosts and wolves howling, it does not hinder Ji Qingshan's good mood of rubbing the person in his arms. Half an hour later, Muchu and Fuing have fallen asleep one after another, and the beauty leaned on Miss Ji's arms, and was confused. Ji Qingshan finally had the heart to bring Ce in, and asked Lu Ji to clean up the blood on him. Boss, you are taking revenge for personal gain. Ce felt wronged, and Ce wanted to say it, but his grievance was blocked by Miss Ji's words. If you still don't stop, you can go out again. The night passed quietly. Without having to watch the lives of several people, Ji Qingshan's pressure was much less. He let the rose flower play freely, and rested for a while. At dawn, the magma man retreated, and Ji Qingshan's rose flower retracted into the card. The four people went their separate ways. As for Yuan Shou, he naturally went with Ji Qingshan. Is the thing Mr. Wells said here? Ji Qingshan met Wells at the agreed place. Both parties brought more people with him. Under the leadership of Wells, a group of people went to the palace in a mighty manner. Good guy, this is really the most dangerous place is the safest place. Ji Qingshan ran out every day, but the things were actually put in the palace. Okay, Ji Qingshan looked at the huge black magic crystal at the end of the dark passage, and saved the trouble of running back and forth. This is the natural prince. Didn't I demonstrate it to you just now? As long as you know the name, and the person consumes enough magic crystals, it will be fine. This guy was referring to the fact that he had just controlled a servant outside to run in and out. This kind of control has no side effects, right? Of course, there are no side effects for the person being controlled, but the person being controlled will. That's it. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Wells. The old man has been sitting on the throne for too long, and it's time to change someone. Ji Qingshan showed an expression of confidence, and ran out with her excitedly, leaving Wells, and a group of caravan members standing there, showing a sinister smile. She is really a little girl who can be fooled with just a few words. Just wait and see, the time is ripe, and after today, This country will completely become a hell. Be it the throne or power, these people will become puppets for him to drive in endless fear. TSK. You're laughing so happily. Ji Qingshan took in Wells and the caravan's performance. The woman smiled and shook her head. What a pity, you guys aren't very smart either. Mu Chu, start on your side. CE, call Alice. Give the Emperor a little shock of his downfall. Chapter 45. On the ground, the palace. Yesterday's anxiety left the king with 2 dark spots under his eyes. The three-way melee only relieved some of his pressure, but the situation was still serious. Especially Richard seemed to have noticed something. This guy directly brought the army into the city today and stationed there. He was still strong in the meeting. Damn it, the king cursed in his heart. Why didn't the anti-royal party fight with Richard's people? Your Majesty, I think that since the caravan is reluctant to show up now, the harm of the magic crystal is real. Why don't I immediately conduct a nationwide search to bring these people here, torture them to find out the solution to these harms, and appease the people to make up for your Majesty's mistake of not judging people clearly? Damn it, is this guy so confident that he dares to say such things to him? The king is about to bite his teeth to pieces. Richard's words were nothing more than taking over the emperor's job, and he was trying to undermine him as the emperor. What was even more annoying was that the nobles below kept flattering him. Now he was really just a decoration as the king. I'm afraid this is not right, Duke Richard. Outside the door, a frivolous female voice sounded, accompanied by the shouts of a group of soldiers. Your Highness, please stop. Your Highness is talking about business inside, please go back. Ji Qingshan didn't even look at these minions. The long sword in his left hand made a beautiful sword flower, and he sent the man flying in 2 strokes. It caused a scream and attracted everyone's attention. The guard was Richard's man. Seeing this, the Duke frowned slightly. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? I should ask the Duke about this. You said you wanted to arrest the caravan, but the news that you had a private deal with them and wanted to use the magic crystal to control the entire army of the country has spread all over the streets and alleys. What? Are you going to kill the donkey after it has done its job? Princess, how can you talk nonsense about something without evidence? Yes, the harm of the magic crystal is also a rumor without evidence in the market. Why are you so anxious? And how do you know I don't have evidence? What? Richard felt uneasy, and there was another sound of footsteps outside the meeting room. Father, this contract of your private transaction with the caravan and the recording of you ordering people to arrest people for human experiments with magic crystals are enough to convict you. Alice, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked into the room, holding in her hand the evidence of Richard's crime that she had just mentioned. You? Why? Richard was almost speechless with anger. Because I also want to sit in your position, Father. You have taught us to fight and compete since we were young. But as a daughter, if I always follow the rules to improve, I will never be able to compare with my brothers, so I have to use some unconventional means. Why don't you guess, if this evidence is made public, what kind of criticism will you receive? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Thanks for reminding me. Richard laughed a little crazy. You are right, Alice, I can't let this evidence be made public. You said that the method you used is not so conventional, but in my opinion, you still can't jump out of the rules of this society. If you are smart enough, you should make this recording public first, instead of borrowing the power of this powerless princess to challenge me here. Because there are only 2 of you here. Take them down. The fully armed soldiers raised their swords and pointed them at Ji Qingshan and Alice. Richard was about to make a victory speech. Ding! The sound of collision sounded at this moment. The same number of men in black also held weapons and greeted Richard's men. Duke Richard, you don't really think there are only 2 of us? Alice, I take back what your father said, he is the same as our Majesty. Yeah, I think so too. The poor king did not hear the hidden meaning of the 2 people. He is so excited now. After all, someone finally came to punish Richard, and this person is his daughter. Oh, this is really good. Suddenly I feel that the not-so-elegant clothes of the 2 girls in front of me are not a problem. Oh Qingshan, my lovely daughter, you really did what your father asked you to do. Very good, your father will definitely reward you heavily. Reward, right? Then let me sit on your throne. What the hell? The king was dumbfounded. Ji Qingshan was not vague at all. What else? Otherwise, why do you think I came here? Do you want your 2 crooked rewards? I even brought the anti-royal party with me. What you are? There is such an arrogant king who can't see that his subordinates want to seize power, or that there is a problem with his partner, and dares to distribute things of unknown origin directly to his people. I can only use this method to make you step down. The king's lips trembled. I advise you not to call the guards, it's useless. You can also see that Lady Alice came with me, so there are still many troops outside. Are you sure you want to come and make a fool of yourself? Well, there is one more person among those who are vomiting blood. Ji Qingshan seemed to feel that it was not enough, and continued to criticize the king. You yourself admitted that you were not strict in governing your subordinates, causing panic among the people. I naturally cannot watch you make the same mistake again and again. May I ask how fast you are drafting the succession letter? Do I need to do it myself? The conversation stopped abruptly, and Ji Qingshan clearly heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Your Majesty is in trouble. The messenger almost rushed into the meeting room. It is said outside that ordinary people will become magma people after taking in magic crystals for a period of time. And, woo! Ji Qingshan quickly blocked the messenger's mouth with a willow branch. Intuitively, the latter part may be what Mu Chu said before, Hugo's selfishness. What is that guy's selfishness? Anyway, it is definitely not good for Ji Qingshan. That's it, the time is not calculated well, it's a little early. With a sigh, since his ability had been exposed, Ji Qingshan was too lazy to hide it. The willow branches broke out of the ground, fixed the nobles who were about to riot, and blocked their screams. What are you making a fuss about? Isn't it known that the magic crystal can control the people who take it? As far as I know, the control time of this thing is not long. As long as you don't touch it on the day, it's fine. No, Your Majesty, the bishop demonstrated the whole process with the magic crystal. This time it's really not a rumor. The visitor had no opinion. Everything that happened in the square was too challenging. Perhaps because he was afraid that people would not believe it, he took out the video for everyone present to watch. Now, the truth about the magic crystal was completely revealed. The nobles present witnessed the whole process of a living person turning into a magma man. That 1% of fluke mentality was shattered. Those with poor tolerance had begun to vomit. They had taken in a lot of magic crystals before, and they were afraid that they would not be able to escape from this magma man. You knew it a long time ago. Perhaps Ji Qingshan and Alice's expressions were too calm, and Richard was the first to discover the abnormality. In one sentence, he successfully aroused the anger of everyone. They stared at Ji Qingshan and Alice, and it was almost written on their faces, you two murderers. So? Tell you, are you willing to believe it? This? To be fair, they would never listen, let alone tell you in advance. When the rumors about the side effects of magic crystals were everywhere yesterday, many people did not believe it. It was only now that there was solid evidence that made them completely recognize the reality. But how could they blame themselves for this? Some people hesitated for a while, and then began to speak with confidence, shouting that they could not be that kind of ignorant people. If that's the case, why are you panicking? The video is clear. It only takes a moment to turn into a lava man. You haven't turned yet. Just don't touch the magic crystal stone in the future. Ji Qingshan suppressed everyone's dissatisfaction with one word, and brought the topic back to the unfinished business. My foolish Majesty, now you have also seen that your governance has brought such great trouble to the country. If the chaos of the magic crystal stone is not resolved, I believe Libya will soon become a lava country. And you don't have the ability to solve this matter. You can't even command your subordinates. The king felt that his heart was stabbed several times again. He couldn't retaliate from a distance, so he could only cast an angry look at the Duke. The Duke, Why are you glaring at me? I'm not much better than you. We share the same suffering, but both are betrayed by our daughter. The anti-royal party, and the people brought by Alice surrounded the palace, holding a sharp weapon between the king and both sides. Realizing that he was powerless to save the situation, the king had to reluctantly draft an order to abdicate. Congratulations, my queen. I will always protect you and your country. The young baroness knelt on one knee and presented the sword to her emperor. Below, the ministers, officials, and a group of nobles were afraid of becoming the dead souls under the swords of the anti-royal party and the army, so they also hurriedly knelt down like Alice and congratulated the new emperor on his accession to the throne. Zizi, congratulations to the survivor Mu Chu for completing the primary task of the dungeon. Congratulations to the survivor Fu Ying for completing the primary task of the dungeon. Congratulations to the survivor Ji Shuang for completing the primary task of the dungeon. Get the opportunity to leave the dungeon, use it to leave the dungeon at any time. Note that the identity is still retained after leaving the dungeon. Sure enough, it's the same as what she thought. But you can choose the time to leave the dungeon. The mission has been completed. What's left is the dungeon Easter egg. This damn place is so kind. Fu Ying, Xiao Chu, what do you think? The identity is retained, which means that CE's mission cannot be completed. People who leave the dungeon cannot be eroded by magic crystals again, and the magma people naturally cannot occupy Libya completely. Ji Qingchen must stay to solve the problem. But for Mu Chu and Fu Ying, she has no reason to force them. Stay for now. You can leave at any time anyway. Besides, I also want to see what the special solution that Sister Ji said is. Yeah, me too. Okay. Ji Qingchen replied, writing all the time. I don't know how long it will take for the final trouble to come out. Let's do what the Queen should do for the time being. The magic crystals must be destroyed, and the caravan must send people to deal with them. In the meantime, deal with the king's other stupid sons, and then announce the news that Lisa and Alice will inherit the title. She arranged these one by one, and eliminated some nobles, who were useless, or just a hindrance to the rule. Oh, by the way, there is also Yuano. Anyway, there is still time, otherwise the matter of choosing him as the queen will be announced at the same time. And Miss G thought of the caravan's plan. I thought they would take action today, but it was almost midnight, and there was no movement. The bishop was the same. His plan to let Ji Qingchen and the other four absorb the magic crystals to save Libya. Miss G asked Mu Chu to stop it, but it could only stop it for a while, not forever. If it ferments, she will have to do it big. Really, can't those villains move faster, so that she doesn't have to do the same thing twice? Chapter 46. Your Majesty, it's bad. Hugo, Bishop Hugo Here he comes again. This guy is done, right? Ji Qingchen put down the pen in his hand, and stood up to greet Lisa, who ran in a panic. The other party was obviously very anxious, and almost bumped into Ji Qingchen. Miss G helped him to stabilize. What happened? Alice immediately had a bad premonition when she heard it. He said. Lisa panted, after tonight, everyone will be cursed by the devil, and only the king's sacrifice can save the people. After blocking her mouth for a long time, Hugo still found an opportunity, and the final condition was finally revealed. Ji Qingchen glanced at Alice, who was still reacting. Thinking about whether to suppress it, and wait for another person to make trouble, reality took the lead, and helped her arrange the space for her to play. Report. Your Majesty, a large number of magma humans have turned into humans in the stationed army, and have begun to attack. The person who came to report the news was halfway through his words, when his skin began to burn rapidly. Your Majesty, it's bad, most people on the street have begun to mutate. Your Majesty, the buildings in the royal city are melting. Your Majesty. People poured into the palace like a tide, and many of them had already shown symptoms of magma humans. The streets were cracking rapidly, and the buildings turned into ruins in seconds, and no one walking in them was spared. Didn't you say that as long as you don't take in magic crystals, you will be fine? What about now? Why has it become like this? Your Majesty, I beg you, please save us? Someone saw her and cried and wanted to rush over, but halfway through, she had turned into a monster that couldn't speak normally. Ding ding ding, the clock struck 12. However, this time, it was no longer just the magma people who were the survivors who appeared. In the shadow of the melting wall, Yuan Shou was wearing the dusty maid outfit. He turned his head, and saw Ji Qingchen standing in front of the palace. The beauty's eyes were full of inquiry, and she whispered, What will you do in this situation? Sister Ji, what should we do now? Should we kill them? Mu Chu, Fu Ying, and Si had already arrived at the first time. But now, no one can make up their minds. Even after experiencing the cruelty of the end of the world, they still couldn't do it without any burden when they saw the sudden mutation of the people around them. Shuang shuang. The hoarse voice was very close, and Ji Qingchen turned his head subconsciously, and saw that Alice's original face was distorted, and her body was beginning to be covered with cracks belonging to the magma people. Shuang shuang, kill me. Alice tried her best to restrain the chaotic death, and used the last bit of her reason to control herself, and put the dagger into Ji Qingchen's palm. She didn't want to become that kind of thing, and she didn't want to let herself hurt the person she cared about the most. Ji Qingchen slapped the dagger away. The willow branches covered with frost spread in the city, and in just half a minute, all the magma people were controlled. There will be a way. Believe me, Alice. A way, ha ha ha, what can you do? These vines can restrict their movements for a while. But will it work? Since they came into contact with the magic crystal, they are destined to become magma people. You can't save them. In the still city, a person laughed loudly and walked towards the palace from a distance. Wells, this is your purpose of delaying time. Ji Qingchen looked at the man who was laughing a little crazy, and there was no joy or anger in his voice. It's too late to realize it now. The time has come, and Libya is destined to become the world of magma people. No, there is a solution. Your Majesty, The transformation of these magma people has not been completely successful. As long as you and your friends absorb the magic crystals in their bodies at this moment, at least half of them can be restored to their original state. Hugo, you old guy ruined my good thing. What's normal? As long as the other half of the magma people don't die, they will still wreak havoc here. The fall of Libya is inevitable. From Wells's anger, it can be seen that Hugo did not lie. But Ji Qingqian did not move. Muchu called out, but did not respond. She just stood there, looking at the two people in front of her, with completely opposite expressions. For a long time, when Hugo's expression became more and more nervous, and Wells became more and more crazy, she suddenly laughed, that evil and cold laugh. Who gave you the illusion that I should be led by the nose? A card passed through her fingertips. If I have to choose, I'd be happy to flip the table directly. Boom, something exploded. The coins fell to the ground one by one, exploded, and razed the entire palace to the ground. The huge black magic crystal buried underground was exposed. Mr. Wells, what is the magic crystal? Ji Qingqian asked in an extremely calm voice. Without Wells' answer, she continued, I have thought about this question a long time ago. And before, you showed how to control people with a pocket watch. The pocket watch contained a more advanced magic crystal. From then on, I knew that magic crystal is a kind of energy. It will be affected by purer energy, and commanded and controlled by stronger energy. What do you mean? It means that all magic crystals essentially come from one source, and the riot of this source will trigger the riot of all magic crystals. And if this source disappears, the magic crystals will naturally be useless. It's a bit similar to heating an object. Heating an object? This time it was Hugo who didn't understand. Yes, as long as the heat source is removed, the heating will not continue. That's true, but what does it have to do with it now? Excuse me, Your Majesty, you should hurry up. Of course, it has something to do with it. I said that I will not be a saint who sacrifices herself to save others. If I have to choose between myself and people, I will directly kill the person who makes me choose. As the last word fell, a pure white epithelum fell on the huge magic crystal stone, like a white eraser, erasing the black stone from this world. The air seemed to be still. A second later, all the methods around pressed the rewind button. The melted buildings quickly recovered, the cracked earth was flattened again, and the charred human body returned to its original color. It was as if the previous horrors had never happened. The air seemed to be still. Ji Qingqian hugged Alice, who flew over and looked at the two people who were about to be petrified. I won't choose any of you. Come on, take down this businessman who spread the magic crystal stone. The disciplined army instantly subdued Wells, who tried to resist, and took him away. As for Hugo, he didn't do anything against the law, and Ji Qingqian had no reason to arrest him. And everything that happened before his eyes was enough to make him angry to death. Congratulations to the survivors. Ji Shuang, Ce, Muchu, Fuing, for triggering the true ending of the independent copy melting ruins. The rebuilt kingdom. Get the reward shelter upgrade right. Level 3 Energy Core X 100. Level 2 Energy Core X 2000. The electronic sound sounded in the minds of the four people, and the world in front of the four people gradually darkened. The true ending of the melting ruins. Someone really did it. Ji Shuang. So her name is this. Interesting. On the other side of the darkness, Yuan Zhou twisted his hair and suddenly smiled. On the endless broken snowfield, the giant covered with ice armor took a big step and smashed pieces of ice at the humans on the ground. Seeing that the ice was about to flatten the soldiers on the ground, the tallest strong man suddenly raised his hands and posed a lifting posture. The speed of the falling ice suddenly slowed down. As time went on, the small pieces of ice began to crack, and the surface of the larger pieces also began to crack. With a shout from the strong man, all the ice turned into powder. Successfully resolved the attack of the giants. However, it was not enough. The giants were just stunned for a moment, and then they waved their limbs again and slapped the humans on the ground. This time the speed and power were greater. The strongman gritted his teeth and released the highly compressed air in front of the crowd, just enough to make the attack of the ice giant within the range that humans could resist. But even so, many people still died under the fists of these giants. The blood quickly dyed the white snow red. The strongman's eyes were a little bloodshot. It was almost a day since the start of this battle. The continuous output of impressions made his physical and mental strength seriously overdrawn. After finally killing another giant, the strongman just took a breath when a sharp piece of ice flew out from the side and slashed towards his throat. He had no time to react, so he could only raise his arms to block the fatal attack. Fortunately, his companions came in time to support him, and the flying chain knocked the ice knife away, saving the strong man from being injured once. But everyone's expression was not optimistic. Madden, these guys' attacks are too fierce. The 5 of us alone can't stop them, not to mention that we can only use half of our abilities. Retreat. There were 2 people in total. The one who spoke was the only female in the team that came to the independent dungeon from Shelter 297 this time. Her original ability was a stimulant, which helped people recover quickly in a short period of time. Who knew that after entering the dungeon, she found that the effect of her ability was directly reduced by more than half. This is just a dungeon. Except for us, the rest are NPCs. As long as we can hold on until night, we can pass it successfully. Yeah, I think we should retreat to the fortress and guard it. There are 3 hours left, and we have accumulated a lot of ice crystals in the past few days. Even if you want to brush more ice crystals, you can't risk your life. The chain man also said. Okay, let's retreat. Madden still compromised. His companions made sense. Without superpowers, they, the survivors, are no different from NPCs. The current battle situation cannot be reversed by a few superpowers. For them, surviving until the end of the dungeon is already the best strategy. On the ice and snow, the crimson color is getting more and more. And as the number of NPCs decreases, the number of ice armor giants increases. They began to gradually surround the city, leaving people with nowhere to retreat. The snowfield began to change. The leading ice giant roared and waved his fists. The snow on the ground seemed to come alive, violently fluctuating, and join the ice giant to attack the 5 survivors. Damn. Why hasn't the time come for this copy yet? The chained man cursed, and then he was hit by a punch and flew away, turning into a blood sprayer in the air. Madden was even worse. As if seeing that he was the strongest one, the copy directly sent 10 giants to surround him. His mental power was at the bottom, and the release of supernatural powers became intermittent. Crack, the air barrier shattered under the attack of the giant. Madden had to roll over and barely avoided the fist of the first giant, but he couldn't avoid the second one anyway. Chapter 47. Are you going to die? Madden stared at the incoming attack with scarlet eyes, feeling unwilling. However, they were lucky, as the electronic sound arrived before the attack at the critical moment of life and death. Zizizi, congratulations to the survivors Madden, Shuling, Anmos, Titusai, and Gushi for unlocking the independent dungeon, the normal ending of the Frost War, survivors on the ice field. The survivors obtained 432 ice crystals, which were converted into 200 first-level energy cores, 20 second-level energy cores, and 0 third-level energy cores in proportion. Achieving the normal ending reward, 0.2 shelter upgrade rights. Currently 297 shelter upgrade rights accumulated, 0.2. Rewards have been distributed. I am about to leave the dungeon. After the electronic voice finished speaking, the 5 people were all grateful for surviving the disaster, and then, they saw the so-called 0.2 shelter upgrade rights, and they were a little amused. Can the upgrade rights be split and issued? Then don't they have to go through 5 independent dungeons to get 1 upgrade right? They still have to go through 4 more, and they will be wiped out in just one time. Okay. Under the gloomy sky was a hovering dragon, and its huge wings became a shadow over everyone's head. The dragon claws waved, destroying all the buildings in the town. Panic spread along the streets. The young man in a windbreaker stood on the top of the tower, looking at the giant dragon in the sky from a distance. In his hand was a chain made of wind. One end of the chain was in his hand, and the other end was tied to a miniature dragon. As long as you promise not to harm the residents here, I can take it away with you. The young man's voice was very gentle, and he was not timid at all under the shadow of the giant dragon. You tiny human, you dare to order me. The dragon uttered human words. It's not an order, it's a condition. If you don't agree, we can find another solution. For example, as the young man spoke, the huge wind rolled up the tiny sand and stones, and attacked the dragon at high speed. Each wind belt was like a sharp knife, cutting the dragon's scales. You think you can hurt me with your wind? The dragon's tone was full of disdain. Just when he wanted to flap his wings to create a stronger airflow, he found that his wings were entangled by thick hemp ropes at some point. He couldn't move at all. And the young man's wind blade specifically cut the weak defense of its scales. The dragon felt pain and struggled in the air. It opened its mouth and breathed out a breath of lightning towards the young man's face, trying to force the other party to defend to stop the other party's attack. However, the young man just smiled and gathered more wind blades. This dragon whose name I don't know. We can both lose and take your baby with us. As the young man spoke, the bound little dragon suddenly flapped its wings and blocked him. Slurping, the dragon swallowed the attack in a hurry, and was angry and anxious when he saw his precious daughter sacrificing herself for a human. But no matter what it said, the little dragon would never give way. Human, return my child to me. I can use dragon crystal to enlighten you and stop hurting people in this place. A complicated magic totem appeared on the dragon's head, and the young man's tense expression relaxed. He smiled at the little dragon and patted its head. Go, don't make your mother wait anxiously, and don't get caught by bad guys again in the future. The little dragon cub was reluctant to leave and acted coquettishly in the young man's arms for a long time, and then reluctantly flew towards the giant dragon in the sky, looking back every few steps. The last stroke of the magic totem fell, and the giant dragon spat at the young man angrily. He looked at his cub with a disappointing look for a long time, and then took it away. The shadow in the sky dissipated, and the electronic sound sounded at this time. Congratulations to the survivors Jiang Xiusu, Qiandao Hizi, and Murong Yin for unlocking the independent copy, Dragon Breath Perfect Ending, Return to Peace. A total of 270 dragon crystals were collected, converted into 100 first-level energy cores, 10 second-level energy cores, and 0 third-level energy cores. Rewards: 0.5 shelter upgrade rights, 500 first-level energy cores, 200 second-level energy cores, and 10 third-level energy cores. Accumulated shelter upgrade rights 0.5. Rewards have been distributed. Perfect ending? This reward is not bad, but I don't know how many endings there are in the independent copy, and what the rewards for other endings will be. Jiang Xiusu thought so before leaving the dungeon. Inside the castle with very poor light. The devil's fingertips were so long that they suddenly stabbed into Gu Sun's heart. The black sickle fell to the ground, and she was nailed to the wall like a lifeless rag doll. Old Gu. Sister Gu. The companions who were still struggling to resist the monster shouted, wishing that they were the ones who were killed by the assassin. But many monsters in front of them surrounded them, and they couldn't even provide support. Yin Su, take Xiao Shui out of the dungeon, quickly. Gu Sun's weak voice reached the ears of every companion present. No, let's die together. Anyway, our mission was completed by you, and we all owe you our lives. Xiao Shui's reaction was the most intense. The knife in her hand had already left an afterimage. If they all die, wouldn't it be meaningless for me to complete the mission for you with all my efforts? Lao Yin, take them away immediately. I promise I can come out. Gu, are you sure? Lao Yan's tone was not very sure. You are in this state now. Sure, my ability can guarantee my survival. Gu Sun's tone was firm. Okay, then you must come out. Lao Yan did not hesitate, and with a roll of his sleeves, he took away all the children who still wanted to struggle. Zizi, congratulations to the survivors Yin Lianfeng, Cici, and Shui Yang for completing the dungeon mission and leaving the dungeon. Each person received a reward: 2 third-level energy cores, 20 second-level energy cores, and 100 first-level energy cores. Shelter upgrade rights 0.05. Rewards have been distributed. The electronic voice broadcast was quite pleasant. In the darkness, Gu Sun's face completely lost its color. However, after hearing the news, her expression relaxed instead. Oh, you seem very excited? Why? The devil was attracted by the strange expression of the man in front of him, and forgot to give him a fatal blow for a moment. Of course it's because you are going to be in trouble. What? The black sickle suddenly pierced into Gu Sun's body, and Gu Sun seemed to feel no pain. She pulled out the sickle with one hand, and twisted the devil's arm that held her with the other hand. Ah! The sudden pain made the devil scream. However, this was just the beginning. Gu Sun seemed to be revived with full blood suddenly, and added a few billion points of attack and defense. The pitch-black sickle became several times larger, and chopped the devil into a paste like cutting melons and vegetables. Congratulations to the survivor Gu Sun for completing the dungeon mission and unlocking the normal ending of the Dark Palace. Rewards: 3 third-level energy cores, 40 second-level energy cores, and 100 first-level energy cores. Obtain 310 devil beads, which are converted into 150 first-level energy cores and 15 second-level energy cores. Obtain 0.2 plus 0.1 dungeon upgrade rights. Cumulative dungeon upgrade rights of 0.5. Rewards have been distributed. I can't play unless I'm at low health. Thanks to you for helping me meet this ability condition. Before leaving the dungeon, Gu Sun looked at Hu on the ground with complicated eyes, but I'm afraid I'd be in trouble after I get out. I hope I can hold on until the healing department comes. So why can't you tell me how many dungeon endings there are? In the fairy tale castle, a doll-like boy was pulling an old man's white beard, and saying the cruelest words in the softest voice. If you really don't want to tell me, I use syrup to stick your beard and hair together. No, my little ancestor, I've told you the perfect way to clear the dungeon. Please don't bother me here, okay? Torment you? You set us up. Why didn't you think you were tormenting us when you concealed the dungeon rules? Why didn't you think you were tormenting us when you deliberately changed the time to kill my teammates? TSK, it seems that you have done a lot of bad things. Otherwise, I'd better continue to throw you into a 100-degree hot chocolate bath to save you from continuing to lie. No, my little ancestor. I really didn't lie to you. If it doesn't work, you can ask your friend, who can use bombs to come and tie bombs to me. If something happens to you, I will die with you. This is always. Come on, your 100 lives are not worth one of their fingers. But I will believe what you say. I just want to know how many ways there are to pass the dungeon now. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell me, I let you take a chocolate bath. 3, 2. No, I tell you. The old man looked at his body hanging in the air and screamed. Based on the wicked things you had seen before, he really believed that this little bastard could give him a hot chocolate bath, and then pour syrup all over his body, and hit him with a sledgehammer for fun. 3 ways to pass the dungeon. Survive the dungeon time without dying, unlock the normal ending, complete the personal task, solve the dungeon mainline problem, and unlock the perfect ending. The second one can be combined with the other 2. Oh so, then you might as well tell me how to complete our personal tasks. Old man, this damn kid is getting too demanding. Your personal tasks are conflicting and cannot be completed at the same time. It's okay, just say it, we do everything we can. The old man was completely mad. If he had known that this kid was a little devil, he shouldn't have had the intention to provoke him. Now he can't escape. Oh right. Are there really only 3 ways to clear the dungeon? Oh, I only know these 3. As for the other one, no one knows how to achieve it. The only thing that has been passed is the name, which seems to be called the real ending. The real ending? You narrowed his eyes and thought. The old man would not lie about such things, so the real ending should be really difficult to achieve. At least, he has no clue at the moment. So, what about the one in the 710 shelter? Will he get this ending? Congratulations to the survivor Xiaoyu. Unlock the perfect ending of the fairy tale castle. Continue the fairy tale. At this moment, a certain person named Ji, who was remembered by Xiaoyu, attracted a heavy blow after leaving the dungeon. After not going back for 7 days, the shelter was provoked by someone. Chapter 48. Half an hour ago, oh my god. Finally I got out. If I stayed in that dungeon for another second, I would go insane. The entrance to the dungeon was so small that the people did not disperse when they came out, so when the light appeared in front of them, CE's chattering came at the same time. You are not normal to begin with. Maybe you will become positive after you are abnormal. Alas, what do you mean I will become positive after I am abnormal? Mu Xiaochu, you just haven't experienced my plot line, so you can make sarcastic remarks here. Mu Chu was forced to remain silent. This time she really couldn't refute it. CE's quest line was indeed difficult. But your clearance quest is actually very simple. Huh? The most taciturn person said the most puzzling words, which made Mu Chu and CE stare at him with wide eyes. This was a scene that was enough to make a socially anxious person die on the spot, and Fu Ying swallowed the second half of her sentence. Because according to the normal development of the plot, the king's IQ can't stop the businessman's plan at all, and it's only a matter of time before the magic crystal controls Lydia. You just need to survive, and symbolically swallow another magic crystal. Anyway, we have a high resistance to this kind of downgrade stuff, and 1 or 2 will not be contaminated. Ji Qingchen completed the second half of Fu Ying's sentence. Aren't there other people who enter the dungeon? If they don't become magma people, won't they still fail in the mission? Mu Chu said. In fact, as long as you eat the magic crystal, you will be contaminated by default. But in that case, it will be difficult for others to complete their missions. Ji Qingchen answered seriously, as if he really considered doing this. Hey boss, are you kidding? The magic crystal is an energy core that weakens the effect. According to the nature of this world, this effect may be retained. I will have no place to cry when the time comes. It will also kill everyone else. Although there may be more than one way to pass the dungeon, but... CE stopped talking halfway. Yes, if Ji Qingchen hadn't come, they would not only be controlled by the magic crystal, but also fight to the death in the dungeon, or at least sacrifice one person. But Miss Ji didn't care. There is more than one way to pass the dungeon. As long as you successfully avoid the attack of the Magma Man on the last day, it can be considered completed. It just takes a little longer. Survive the attack of the full version of the Magma Man for a whole day. Otherwise, look at what you are saying. The other three looked at someone with shattered self-esteem. Not to mention other things, if Ji Qingshan hadn't come, Mu Chu and Fu Ying's abilities would not be restored, and they could only live to the third day at most. Haha, you can keep this method for yourself. I'm curious about how you, boss, restored all the magma people in the city to normal. If we continue to talk about this topic, we will get a critical hit. Having a non-human boss is certainly reassuring, but when there is no danger, this person can easily become a source of mental damage. CE thought so, and urgently changed the topic. When Ji Qingshan confronted Hugo and Wells, the three of them were dealing with the matters that Miss Ji had told them. The public channel was blocked, so no one knew what happened to her. Seeing the sudden changes around her, humans mutated, and buildings melted, she was surrounded by a group of magma people before she figured out the situation. Being suppressed from all directions by a group of fully formed magma people, he was about to collapse, and the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. Then came the news that the dungeon ending was achieved and the rewards were settled. Then, his eyes went dark, and he was thrown out by the dungeon with great dissatisfaction. Having stayed with the humanoid bug Ji Qingshan for more than half a month, seeing such a change, he guessed that she had done something earth-shattering again. Then look at the rewards that the dungeon gave out in a rage. The real ending, the reshaped kingdom. The rewards are 100 level 3 energy cores, and 2000 level 2 energy cores. With so many things, the so-called real ending is probably the optimal solution of the dungeon. Or the kind that can't get out of half. However, the humanoid bug obviously didn't want to reveal his cheating skills, and his answer was quite perfunctory. Seeing this, the other three people also stopped asking. It was the consensus of the smart people in 710 that Ji Qingshan had a secret, but it was the consensus of all the people in 710 that this thigh should be held tightly. No one wanted to make trouble for this cheating artifact. CE, how do we divide so many energy cores? Mu Chu, Sister Ji decides. Fu Ying, yes. Ji Qingshan, each person gets 300 level 2 energy cores, and the rest are the public property of the shelter. Each person gets 20 level 3 energy cores, and the rest are also the public property of the shelter. Oh my god, you are so generous, boss. Don't be so rude, take the things. Miss Ji called the electronic voice in her mind skillfully. Let it pack the energy cores, and send them to CE and the other two. By the way, can the upgrade right be used now? She asked it. No. The upgrade of the shelter involves an expansion of the area, and the owner needs to be on site to plan it in person. The area is expanded. Okay, at least the treatment is good. It's about the zombies around the shelter. I guess we have to clean them up first. I don't know how much area is needed. When the progress of accumulating cards is good. The four of them walked and talked, not very fast. At this moment, they were only a few hundred meters away from the dungeon exit. The layers of ruins blocked the view. Occasionally, a few zombies came out and were persecuted by any of the superpowers. When Fu Ying saw the movement behind him, he wanted to greet him with an air bomb. The arrow was on the string. However, when he looked closely, he found that the person was dressed badly, but he was a real person. A girl, not tall, thin and small, and a little gloomy. Isn't this Mouyue? Fu Ying, who reacted, quickly retracted his superpowers. He turned around and harassed his companions one by one. The other three also recognized the person instantly. Mu Chu was the first to rush up and wanted to hug his friend. Don't come over here. Ahem. Mouyue quickly took 2 steps back and shook her head at the 4 people, her voice so hoarse that it was almost unrecognizable. I'm poisoned. The virus is contagious. I don't know what's going on. What the hell, there can be a virus in this apocalypse. It's been more than a month since I came here, and this is the first time Miss Ji has seen this operation. It stands to reason that the outbreak of the virus should have happened before the apocalypse began. At this time, the people who could be infected would have been finished. Mouyue's abnormal situation can only be caused by someone's supernatural power. It's a pity that the progress of purifying the Magma Man is not a one-to-one conversion of zombie cards. Miss Ji is still 1/3 away from the next qualification for unlocking. Medical means cannot be used, so she can only use mental power to check it first. As expected, after a mental power circle, she saw a disgusting smell in Mouyue's blood vessels. Such an unusual smell was indeed caused by human beings. Stay here and don't go over there. Although there are no special effect cards that can be used now, Ji Qingshan is not afraid of mental power and supernatural power. She walked over to support the shaky Mu Chu, and she cut Mouyue's wrist with a rose vine. The green blood flowed out, and was absorbed by the rose the next moment. The whole process was very fast. Miss G put away the rose in just half a minute. Muchu's face also improved a lot. Momo. Seeing that the situation eased, Muchu wanted to come over again, but was stopped by Lu Ji. No, it's only temporarily relieved now. The virus is still contagious. If you come over, you will be one more casualty list. Roses attack indiscriminately. If she is used to treat, Moua will be dead. However, her physique is not weak, and the toxin has not completely eroded her. It is still possible to dilute it with roses and restore her consciousness. After a mental circle, Ji Qingchen has figured out the nature of the toxin. It is consistent with the virus. An infection will cause multiple mixed symptoms, and it can only be transmitted close to the body. Let Moua and others keep a safe distance, and Ji Qingchen said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what happened?" The story is long, but Moua has a streamlined function. In summary, for days after Ji Qingchen and his team entered the dungeon, some people with symptoms of drowsiness and cold suddenly began to appear in the 710 shelter. At first, no one thought it was a big deal. They just thought they were overworked from fighting zombies, and just needed to take a rest. However, the mutation spread at a very fast speed. That afternoon, 1/3 of the people had headaches and fevers, with varying degrees of severity, but with such a large-scale infection, anyone could see that something was wrong. People panicked and rushed to find Lan Meng and the twin sisters, who had healing powers. But the bad thing was that Lan Meng was dragged by Su Yang and Yuan Fuyun to look for zombies outside that day. The twins' powers were of a single type, which only treated the symptoms of external injuries, but not the root cause. People's symptoms were alleviated at the time, but they were so sick that they couldn't get out of bed after one night. "Where's Bundy? She shouldn't be infected, right?" Ji Qingchen asked. Sister Bundy dealt with it. It was she who first proposed to let people find the twin sisters, but later it was discovered that the water stored by Meng Meng was not given to those who showed symptoms. But it was still the same problem. She was cured at the time, but because the virus spread too quickly, she was infected again not long after she recovered. Since then, Bundy realized that someone must have been behind this, using his powers to establish contact with Lan Meng and let her come back as soon as possible. The contact was made, and Lan Meng was not too far from 710. After learning about the situation, Yuan Fuyun flew back with the two children. How could Meng Meng come back? Muchu just said one sentence, and then he seemed to think of something. Everyone in the shelter saw Lan Meng's ability, that is, as long as there is a breath, she can be saved. It is impossible that she can't solve the virus in front of her, but it is still spreading so far, which can only mean that Lan Meng herself has an accident. As expected, I heard Moua continue. She controlled the spread of the virus as soon as she came back, but before she could eliminate the virus, she fell into a long sleep and entered a vegetative state after one night. Meng Meng's recovery ability is very strong, and trauma and viruses should not have any effect on her. Later, Sister Bundy found out through divination that she was trapped in a dream and could not wake up. No need to ask whose supernatural power is causing this trouble. What happened next? Did anyone die? Not dead yet, but soon. Moua smiled bitterly. Meng Meng could not wake up. Fortunately, Sister Bundy and Sister Yuan could use their supernatural powers to keep them alive. But on the 6th night, the shelter was directly surrounded by a bunch of zombies. Well, internal and external troubles are here. There are a bunch of half-dead infected people in the shelter, and only a few can move. Bundy and Yuan Fuyun have to keep people alive while arranging defenses to resist foreign enemies. It is only the plants that Ji Qingchen arranged before he left that keep the shelter from being destroyed. But if it goes on like this, it won't last long, otherwise Moua would not drag her infected body out to find Ji Qingchen and the others. This is really desperate. I know. Just bear with it. Ji Qingchen used a few willow branches to wrap Moua and speeded up the return. The other three followed behind at a safe distance. It was someone from another shelter. 100%. Don't let me catch that bastard. He can't beat him head-on, so he resorted to such despicable means. Wake up. Sister G didn't say you won't be infected. The poison is indiscriminate and inconsistent. That guy is not simple. Your best friend was also harmed by them. I didn't say I didn't want to kill them. The group chat had exploded a long time ago. But Ji Qingchen didn't focus on them. If she didn't connect the mental channel specifically, the independent copy would cut off her contact with the outside world. Now she was knocking on her plants one by one, asking them for information. But after getting the information, she would inevitably have to listen to these guys crying. Chapter 49. The mental power reconnected to the plants in the shelter, and a lot of noises came into Ji Qingchen's mind. The one crying the most miserably was a large piece of coriander mint. Shuang Shuang, when will you upgrade me? The plants born from each card have the same personality, so at this moment, hundreds of corianders are wailing together in Ji Qingchen's mind. The reason is very simple. A lot of people have been poisoned and unconscious in the past few days on 710. Although it is a virus, it is still a poison. This makes the corianders with detoxification functions eager to try and show their skills, but they can't make people feel any better. The corianders were directly wilted by such a blow. After 3 days of waiting for Ji Qingchen to come out, they couldn't bear it anymore. This move quickly caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding plants. Isn't it normal that you, a surgeon, can't treat internal injuries? Corn, every profession has its own expertise. Why don't you let Brother Jiang do this? Rose hasn't complained that she can't decompose non-living things yet. Rose curled her lips when she heard this. Even if it's a living thing, old G won't let me eat it casually, okay? Old G, what are you going to do with the zombies outside? I've been craving for a long time, but Willow won't let me eat them all, saying that he will decide when you come, lest I cause trouble for you. The accused Willow was dissatisfied. It's just that. We just need to control the shelter so that they don't threaten us. What if we clear them out and attract other things? Willow synchronized the situation of zombies outside the shelter to Ji Qingchen. That dark mass, although not as many as the carnival night, was obviously of higher quality. Where did these zombies come from? The plants all shook their heads. Finally, P briefly explained the situation. The people inside gathered here the day after the problem occurred. More and more people gathered later. Rose has always advocated eating them, but Qingchen, you have also seen that her enemies are trying to stop her. It is indeed necessary to stop them. But now it is not impossible for you to get rid of all those zombies. This was said to Rose. When she was in the copy, it was not a good option to let Rose do whatever she wanted, which could easily mess up the original situation. But now she is watching, and letting those people realize that the plan has changed can actually lead them out of their holes. More importantly, Ji Qingchen needs the card unlocking authority to get Jiang out. Jiang, whose full name is Ginseng Jiang, is the same type as coriander and mint just by listening to the strange splicing version of the name. One of them purifies the environment, and the other cleans humans. It is very suitable to save those infected with the virus. As for the origin of these two, the person involved, Ji Qingchen, said that it was inspired by her enthusiasm for dark cuisine for her master and senior brother during that period. But no matter what, at the moment when Lan Meng was not awake, Miss Ji urgently needed his help. Rose was obviously impatient. Just after getting Ji Qingchen's license, the green branches stretched out and wrapped around the food in front of her. The zombies disappeared quickly in just a few minutes, and the 710 shelter was no longer in the mess it had been in the past few days. The enemy came to make trouble with only a little knowledge, and with the help of Willow and Yuan Fuyun, they could not attack her plants. The more difficult thing is Lan Meng's situation. This Nani of 710, the other party obviously inquired about it thoroughly. Knowing that physical damage doesn't work, he directly controlled the person mentally. The intelligence was not clear enough, and Ji Qingchen had no way of judging what was controlling Lan Meng, so he could only go back and look. Damn it, don't let her catch who is doing the trick. He snatched her plan to go back and sleep, and in turn caused a lot of trouble. When she was caught, he asked Tanhua to remove the clothes on these guys, and throw them into the zombie pile. Yes, it is impossible for one person, or a shelter, to make such a big noise. The intention of those people is very clear, to kill the survivors of the 710 shelter, and get the so-called reward of the world consciousness. In front of them, the building surrounded by the city wall has appeared in front of the 5 people. Outside the city wall is empty, and occasionally there are scattered zombies gathering again, either being blasted into slag by corn or turned into rose fertilizer. Another one. After being with Miss Ji for almost a month, Sunflower has completely recognized the reality. In Ji Qingchen's eyes, pretending to be weak is equal to being deceived and bullied, and not saying a word is equal to acquiescence. Sunflower thought about it, and decided to turn over a new leaf. At least she couldn't let Ji Qingchen think that she was a poor little thing that she could rub. But sometimes Sunflower felt strange. It was obvious that Ji Qingchen didn't like her at the beginning, but she had an inexplicable affection for this woman when she first saw her. She must be crazy. She stayed with this bad woman just to eat a meal, and become a real sunflower spirit as soon as possible. Sunflower warned herself. When she becomes a human, she must run away as soon as possible. Ginseng ginger was pasted on the sunflower disc, and returned to its original color after a while. Ji Qingchen took out a piece for Mouyue to eat. After a few intense coughs, the girl's face completely returned to normal. Ji Qingchen took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket like a magician. Fuyun, set the coordinates and make a hole in the wall. A milky white halo soon appeared on the wall in front of him, and soon formed a hole as high as a person. After 5 people entered one after another, it was immediately sealed. Send this to those who are sick first. 1 centimeter per person is enough for normal people, and 2 centimeters for serious ones. Ji Qingchen handed someone a bag of ginseng ginger. Seeing Mouyue, Yuan Fuyun also knew that she should have told the other party what happened in the shelter. What Ji Qingchen can come up with must be the solution to this trouble. Where are Lan Meng and Bondi? The other party asked. In the tower. Bondi is taking care of Meng Meng. She is not in good condition. What? Ji Qingchen was the most unsure about Lan Meng, and his heart skipped a beat when he heard the words. There are not many things that Yuan Fuyun can say badly. She must have fallen into a wonderful environment. The environment gave her what she wanted most, so that even if someone told her clearly that it was a dream and fake, she would not want to wake up. Have you tried it? Yes, Bondi and I have tried. There is no need for Yuan Fuyun to say the rest. Lan Meng has not woken up, so this method is naturally ineffective. I will go to find her. You stabilize the others first. Let these people go with you. After throwing a piece of ginger into the mouths of the 3 people behind, Ji Qingchen took Mouyue back to the tower. Missed the 3 people who were grinning because of the spiciness. The room on the 2nd floor of the central tower was surrounded by a faint incense, which was a bit strong, but not disgusting. Taking a few more puffs seemed to help calm the body and mind. Under the dim light, the brown-haired woman kept making deductions on the star chart. There was a star-like light floating around her. With just one glance, Ji Qingchen was sure that everything he saw was the embodiment of Bondi's ability. It seems that in just half a month, Bondi's ability has improved more than a little. I see something. She walked to Bondi and looked at the things he had displayed for a while, but she didn't quite understand the meaning. When she was still in the Alliance, she didn't like this kind of thing very much. It took up too much time and mood to calculate before each mission. A traitor appeared in the shelter. He is the key to open the bad. It was the same as Ji Qingchen's guess. Every survivor in the shelter will have a number displayed above his head. If there were outsiders sneaking in, Yuan Fuyun would not have failed to notice it. It can only be an internal rebellion. However, Ji Qingchen had never expected that there would be only 1 traitor. She originally thought that there would be at least 3. Can you tell who it is? Who instructed him? It would be great if you could use Bondi's special ability to cheat, which would save a lot of effort in setting up a plan. I can't tell who it is, but there should be at least 2 shelters behind him. 2 is a high probability. After all, after the zombie carnival night, ordinary shelters can survive 2,000 people should be thankful, but, at least, there are 2 fixed ones in each deduction, and the other one is sometimes there, and sometimes not. I'm not sure. Although the fixed 2 can't tell the specific situation. Bundy's answer is interesting. The other one who is dispensable is also a hint in a sense. However, the hint was not clear, and Ji Qingchen still had to set up a plan to know the exact result. Alas, I am tired. Let's calm down first. How is Xiao Meng? I'm sorry, I can't do anything about Miss Lan Meng's situation. It's the best condition now. Bondi lit this incense to calm Lan Meng's emotions. When the accident just happened, Lan Meng was crying while unconscious, and she attacked everything around her unconsciously. After the attack stabilized, her vital signs decreased at a very fast rate, and it seemed that she would fall below the critical point in just 2 hours. Bondi tried no less than 100 ways, and finally found this way to keep Lan Meng alive. Just listening to it, you can tell how thrilling the situation was at that time. If he tried a few more times, Lan Meng might have died completely. Ji Qingchen squatted beside Lan Meng, with his palm floating on her forehead. The light green light slowly overflowed from Lan Meng's eyebrows, and sank into it. The little girl's sea of consciousness was in chaos. The gray color was filled with the smell of Bondi's incense. It was like a veil, covering the terrifying monster behind. But the monster was still there. Bondi's method could keep Lan Meng alive, but it was only alive, and she would remain in this vegetative state until Bondi's mental strength ran out. Then the monster would run out again, and completely eat the little girl. In Bondi's state, it would only take 2 days for him to lose his supernatural power. After all, it was a child he picked up, and it was impossible not to save him. Ji Qingchen probed more of his mental power into the depths of Lan Meng's consciousness, and at the same time, the remaining half of his mental power controlled his body, and said to the person next to him, "Put out the incense." Don't worry about anything happening between me and little Lan Meng. Just help me pay attention to the surrounding situation. I go wake up the sleeping little guy. Okay. Bondi nodded seriously. Ji Qingchen probably had a solution for Lan Meng's situation. In Lan Meng's consciousness space, Ji Qingchen's light green spiritual power quickly gathered together and turned into a spiritual body that was almost the same as her. However, the eyebrows and eyes of the spiritual body were more world-weary than those of Miss Ji now, and her hair was obviously shorter. She looked around and came to the gray fog. The aroma of the incense gradually faded, and when the last trace of gray gradually dissipated, Ji Qingchen saw a bottomless black pit. No wonder the obsession is so deep. The spiritual Ji Qingchen muttered and plunged into the pit. Chapter 50. At the bottom of the pit, there was a stronger scent of incense and endless black. The existence of incense seemed to cover up the things here, and the outside was just a small part of the overflow. Fortunately, the source outside had been extinguished, and the smell here did not continue to grow stronger. Ji Qingchen's spiritual body slowly released light green gas to dissipate the smell of incense. The black world gradually began to fluctuate. Swish, a faint sound of breaking wind came from behind. However, the spiritual body's vision was not blocked, and Ji Qingchen had already seen the person coming, a hideous zombie. However, how could there be real zombies in the consciousness world? Everything here is the product of Lan Meng's spirit. Ji Qingchen did not dodge or evade and let the zombie pounce on him. The moment the phantom wanted to touch her, it was bounced away by an invisible force and sank into the darkness. Her spiritual power was much higher than Lan Meng's, and she knew the rules of the consciousness world very well. In her eyes, these seemingly terrible things were no different from crudely made 3D movies. Ji Qingchen seemed to be walking aimlessly in the boundless blackness, with a few phantom zombies appearing around her from time to time. Sometimes, she was annoyed by the zombies blocking her view, so she waved away the phantoms in a large area around her. But this only brought temporary peace. The more Ji Qingchen walked forward, the more zombies appeared, and in the end, they filled up the world in front of her. They were not attracted by Ji Qingchen, but were originally gathered here to share the food inside. Found it. Ji Qingchen kept walking closer to the pile of zombies. A strange scene immediately appeared around her. All the zombies around her turned into gas one after another. Ji Qingchen walked through the thick wall of zombies, as if she was in an empty space, and saw what was behind them, a small Western-style building with a garden. Outside the small Western-style building, a transparent barrier made of a substance, with a strong fragrance prevented the zombies from approaching. Through the barrier, you can vaguely see the prosperity of the city. Is this the crux? Ji Qingchen sighed in her heart, and directed the light green mental power to add a layer of strange spell on the transparent barrier. By this time, she had a clear judgment on Lan Meng's situation. The little girl's madness was caused by the group of zombies outside. A guy with mental power trapped the little girl in her own fear, hoping to use up her mental power. What Bondi did was to temporarily isolate Lan Meng's fear, and trap Lan Meng in the perfect world she wanted. Indeed, this greatly reduced the consumption of the little girl's mental power. The mental power that could only be supplied for one day can now last at least 1 month. But this is just a delay. Once Bondi's mental power is exhausted, Utopia will be shattered, and the fear will come again, which will bring greater harm. It's not that there is no solution. Lan Meng's fear comes from the zombies outside. Killing them can wake the little girl from her coma. Ji Qingchen can't do that. Zombies are the product of Lan Meng's mental power. If they are killed by external forces, these mental powers will directly belong to the destroyer. After Lan Meng wakes up, most of her mental power will be gone, and she will become mentally handicapped. Unless the little girl overcomes her fear and kills these zombies with her own strength. TSK, Ji Qingchen curled her lips. She used to hate guys with such superpowers, who used her weak and helpless subordinates to attack her every day. So much so that she made a card specifically for this psychological counseling work. Unfortunately, this guy is still entangled with zombies now. She can only come by herself. She has never known how to comfort people since she was a child. Every time she is asked to encourage her subordinates, she can encourage them. The crying Ji Qingchen walked into the sunny little garden with 1,000 headaches. The season in the space is mid-spring. Peonies and peonies are blooming in the low bushes, and pink cloud cherry blossoms fall from time to time. Azaleas and winter jasmine bloom in another open space, surrounded by tall tulips. The sun is just right at noon, and it sprinkles on the petals of the garden like broken gold. It gives the whole small garden a layer of oil painting light. Ji Qingchen floated around the small garden, and found Lan Meng next to the peony bush on the side. The little girl at that time was wearing a warm yellow dress and squatting in the flowers. The slightly curly hair was scattered randomly, and there was a wreath with a crown on her head. 10 steps away from her, a beautiful woman who looked 70% like Lan Meng was holding a drawing board, sketching the girl's expression vividly. There were not many traces of time on her face without makeup. She was wearing a khaki casual dress, and her light brown eyes contained countless tenderness. "Mom, are you done?" Seeing the woman stop writing, Lan Meng immediately ran forward. "Wow, so cute." As expected, Mom is the best. "Mom, Xiaoming. It's time for lunch." The window on one side of the small Western-style building opened, and Lan Hai shouted to the people outside. "I'm here." Lan Meng responded, while helping Qin Yin pack up the tools. When all the dishes were served, Lan Meng and Qin Yin also came to the restaurant. "Hey, does it look good? My mom just drew it for me." Lan Meng showed off by placing the drawing board in the most conspicuous position. "It looks good, go wash your hands and eat first. The food won't taste good if it gets cold." Qin Yin stood by and watched the two children tease each other, until there was a noise outside the house. "I'm back." The middle-aged man came in from the door with a lot of bags. "Xiaoming, come and see what good things I brought you. And your wife." He first placed a beautifully packaged cake in the middle of the table. Then he couldn't wait to give the two ladies the things in the bags. The bags had everything: cosmetics, clothes and jewelry, snacks, DIY toys, and even an out-of-print book that Lan Meng had been waiting for a long time. Among them, the cosmetics and some clothes and jewelry were for Qin Yin, and the rest were all Lan Meng's birthday gifts. "I go put the things away." Lan Meng looked at the gifts over and over again, and excitedly carried them to her bedroom. "Come back quickly, the food is getting cold." "I know." Lunch started with laughter. Lan Hai's cooking skills are very good, and every dish is delicious. While eating, the family talked about the interesting things they had encountered recently, and where Lan Meng wanted to celebrate her birthday in the afternoon. The amusement park, the new one in the south. The little girl answered very straightforwardly, as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time. "Okay, I heard that they have a float tour in the evening recently. It must be very popular. Come on, Meng Meng, Mom will help you dress up later. Now it's time to make a wish." The plate on the table was put aside, and the exquisite packaging was opened, revealing the birthday cake decorated with feathers and flowers. After Lan Meng put the 12 candles on the cake as she wished, Lan Gushing took a lighter to light the candles, and Lan Hai ran over to lower the blackout curtains of the restaurant. The camera flashed opposite the family of 4. Afterwards, in the expectant eyes of the 3, Lan Meng slowly closed her eyes. In the reflection of the candlelight, she silently made her wish. The world of illusion suddenly shook strangely for a moment. It was like a wrong code appeared in the running program. The spirit body floating in the air suddenly raised its eyes, showing a little surprise. But in a flash, the surprise disappeared along with the surrounding scene. The small Western-style building was replaced by a huge amusement park. The building with a strong ancient European atmosphere made Ji Qingshan almost think that Lan Meng had also gone to an independent copy. But the color here is much more lively than that of a certain kingdom. Lan Meng wore a more gorgeous dress, a string of candied haws in her left hand, an ice cream in her right hand, and sat on the carousel and laughed foolishly. Lan Hai sat next to her, while Qin Yin was taking photos of the little girl from various angles. As soon as she got off the carousel, Qin Yin couldn't wait to pull her to the bungee jumping machine. Lan Gushing had called and said it would be their turn soon. Qin Yin and her daughter were having fun in the amusement park. The mother and daughter loved the exciting projects, so much so that the two men couldn't stand it after an hour and became ruthless cue machines. Flying, moving the world, and rushing into the rapids. "We have almost finished all the outdoor projects. Meng Meng, let's go to the haunted house." "The haunted house is good. I heard that they specially introduced zombies. The NPCs are very realistic." Lan Hai, who was walking behind, instantly became alert after hearing this. The world shook unnaturally again. There was a moment of fear on Lan Meng's face, but she adjusted her expression before her mother noticed anything unusual. "Okay, let's go." However, they didn't go to the haunted house after all. When the 3 of them arrived, they were told by the staff that the staff of the haunted house had also been seconded to hold the evening float tour. Lan Meng's expression was obviously much more relaxed. "It's about time. Since the haunted house is not open, let's go to the central area to wait for the performance. Son, follow me." Qin Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. Ji Qingshan watched her holding Lan Meng's hand and rushing to that place. The float parade was very grand. The performers in their best clothes danced to the music, and their background was the grand fireworks blooming in the night sky. From time to time, NPCs threw candies and dolls around, and the children were immediately excited. They rushed through the crowd or begged adults to lift them up, trying to catch more treasures. The carnival lasted for more than 2 hours. Until the end, the last parade float appeared. Even though she was prepared, Miss G's mouth twitched twice. The appearance of a car of zombies in this fairy tale style was still too visually impactful. A car of demons and ghosts rushed towards the crowd like dumplings, and Xinyan almost subconsciously hugged her daughter to protect her under her body. Lan Meng's face turned pale instantly, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Fortunately, the world twisted again before the zombies' claws touched the people around them. The amusement park turned into a small Western-style building again. But it was not night, but another day. Lan Meng pulled a girl of the same age as her into her room and did handicrafts for an afternoon. Then she tossed in the kitchen for more than an hour, turning the room into a battlefield scene. The adults, who heard the noise downstairs, hurried up, checked if the girls were injured, and began to clean up the mess helplessly. "Hey, is there someone knocking on the door outside?" Dong, 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 a crisp sound came from outside the door, and Ji Qingchen saw fear in Lan Meng's eyes. The scene changed again. In the next few days, Ji Qingchen still floated in the air and looked at the creator of this world. Lan Meng went to various places with her family or friends to play and collect folk songs, busy attending various parties and games. However, every time the little girl was having the most fun, zombies would always emerge from various places. And the frequency was getting higher and higher. At this time, the world had to change the scene and forcibly cover up the crisis that emerged from the cracks. However, how could paper cover fire? When the barrier made of incense gradually became thinner, the corruption behind this utopia would eventually see the light of day.